Today, we'll talk about it in a few days. Zhang Ye turned thirsty and drank some of the tea made from the tea leaves Wu Ziqing gave him. He narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. It was indeed good tea. Although he was not an expert at tea, he could tell the difference between this tea and the cheap tea he had bought in the past. The difference was too great. Only then did he return to his room, preparing to sleep. Others might not be able to sleep after drinking tea, but Zhang Ye was different. After drinking some hot tea, it might even help him sleep even more soundly. Ring, ring, ring. A phone call suddenly came in. It was from Wu Mo. Zhang Ye did not know what it was about. Zhang Ye picked it up. Hello, CEO Wu. Have you slept yet, Teacher Zhang? Wu Mo asked. Not yet. Zhang Ye said. Wu Mo said, it's this. Tomorrow is my aunt's birthday, so I decided to call you. My aunt asked me to invite you. It will be a party for industry insiders. There will be food and chatter among scholars. It's at noon. I'll send you the exact address later. Zhang Ye blinked. You aren't going? Why would I go? All of you are people in literature or calligraphy. I don't share a common language with you. I'll only suffer by being there. Furthermore, I need to monitor the advertisements. Wu Mo said. Zhang Ye asked. Then I'll bring some gift. Wu Mo gave it some thought before saying, I don't think there's a need. My aunt isn't a particular person. Just showing up would do. If you really need to, writing some calligraphy would also do. My aunt really likes things like calligraphy. Oh, those people from the calligraphy world also seem to draw stuff on the spot. It won't be too late to think over it when you are there. Anyway, I don't know the details. I have never joined in such meals with scholars, so I'll leave it to you. He was completely ignorant. Zhang Ye could only say, all right, I'll definitely go. Chapter 362, The Calligraphy Association Anniversary Gathering. The next day, it was almost noon. The weather looked good. Zhang Ye had woken up late. After looking at his watch, he immediately got out of bed. He got dressed as he rubbed his eyes. He went to the bathroom outside to wash up as he called out, Mom, do we have the 4 treasures of the study at home? His father had already left for work. His mother was scheduled for an afternoon shift today and was still around. What do you think? You bought some before when you were in primary school, but we don't have them anymore. Maybe it's in a box somewhere. Even if you can find it, they won't be usable anymore. What do you need it for? Isn't the university on break? What are you hurrying around for? You still need to go to work? Zhang Ye said, Not for work, but it's my leader's birthday. His mother said, Then why didn't you get up earlier? Hurry up and go. I know. Can you help me get my bag? Put my cell phone inside. Zhang Ye did not bother too much and quickly brushed his teeth. Then, he took the bag from his mother and rushed downstairs to his car. What about the birthday present? He did not even have a brush and ink, and there was no time to get one now. Zhang Ye was a carefree person. Since Wu Mo said it wasn't necessary to get anything, he did not bother to. He decided to just go directly. If there was a need, he would buy a present later on and give it to his leader. The sun was very strong. It added warmth to the winter weather. He drove a little faster than usual and reached a restaurant north of the city a few minutes before noon. He stood in front of the entrance of a 2-story restaurant that had an ancient vibe to it. It also had a large yard towards the rear of the building. The restaurant wasn't too small and was designed to have an ancient classical look to it. There were red lanterns hung at the entrance, and it looked like the whole location had been reserved for the day. There were a lot of cars parked in front, and more people were beginning to move inside. A lot of them were holding calligraphy scrolls or similar items in their hands as they walked in, leaving Zhang Ye a little confused. To him, Wu Ziqing looked like someone who wasn't too ostentatious. If she was having a birthday celebration, it wouldn't be possible that she invited so many people. Old comrade Wu didn't have such a lavish personality. After getting off, Zhang Ye straightened his clothes a little. Isn't that Teacher Zhang? A woman called him out from behind. Zhang Ye turned around in surprise. Yo, Teacher Su, you came too? It was Zhang Ye's colleague from Peking University, Suna. She was wearing an overcoat which was rather thick. Why are you here too? Oh, President Wu invited you too. Zhang Ye vaguely acknowledged her. Actually, he was very clear that he would not have been invited to such an occasion if not for the fact that he was endorsing her, Wu Ziqing's nephew's product. Since he was doing his part for her nephew, she was obliged to give him face. Then so why was Suna here too? Even Professor Zhang was not invited, right? Zhang Ye wondered. You are here because? Suna said laughingly. I'm not important enough to warrant an invitation from President Wu. I came with my father. He is already inside. He's with the Calligraphy Association. Zhang Ye suddenly asked. There are so many people here today? Yes, it's about the same every year, but last year was even more vibrant than this year. Suna said casually. Zhang Ye was left even more confused. They are all here to celebrate President Wu's birthday? Birthday? You don't know? Suna said. How would President Wu be so lavish? Today's the 31st anniversary of the Calligraphy Association. Every member would gather on this day to have an exchange of calligraphy and literature. This is the main event. As for birthdays, today is also coincidentally the birthdays of a senior of the calligraphy world and President Wu. So we celebrate them all together, but it's not the main focus. It's mainly still a gathering for those involved in calligraphy. Of course, if you want to give them presents, that's fine too. Zhang Ye coughed. Then, did you bring a present? I did not. Suna chuckled. But my dad wrote 2 scrolls. That's good enough. All of you are well prepared. I woke up late today, so I did not bring anything. Zhang Ye said depressingly. When the others presented their gifts later and he came empty-handed, it would be embarrassing. Suna blinked and said, if you didn't bring a present, it's all right. A lot of people are not gifting anything either. If you really want to give something, you can always write a poem and gift it during the calligraphy event, right? How's your calligraphy skill? Zhang Ye subconsciously replied, my words can't be shown. But he suddenly remembered that, hey, he had just gotten those calligraphy experience books last night and eaten them all. He had eaten a total of 100 books. Even if he had not tested it out, based on previous experiences, his writing shouldn't be shabby. 100 books. He wouldn't know how it would turn out. Who knows if it might even be better than Wu Ziqing's calligraphy. Right. He could write it on the spot. He definitely had to give a present to President Wu. In the restaurant. At the backyard. This place looked like an exhibition stand, exhibiting lots of famous people's calligraphy and paintings. Some of them were even the writings of members from the Calligraphy Association, who were also the current generation of calligraphy masters. This is a calligraphy piece of Sun Gu. It's surely a copy, right? Hasn't it been lost long ago? This is the real deal. I heard that it was in Master Zhou's possession. Master Zhou spent a lot of money to get this piece. To be able to see it today is really our honor. This won't do. I definitely need to get a picture of this later. Isn't that Teacher Cheng's calligraphy? Seems like his cursive calligraphy has had a breakthrough in the past year. Haha. President Wu is also showing her calligraphy today. Little Wu's words have always been so elegant. It's beautiful no matter how you look at it. It's very rare in the calligraphy world. No one went to the second floor, since the banquet had not started yet. Everyone was just hanging around in the backyard discussing the exhibited works today. Although it was not an official exhibition, the works that were displayed were even more rare and precious than those in official exhibitions. In an insider's exchange, no one hid anything from each other. The Calligraphy Association 31st Anniversary Gathering could also be seen as an exhibition of academic achievements. Wu Ziqing had already arrived and was chatting with a few friends. The other person who was celebrating a birthday today was old Master Wei. He was around 80 years of age and was seated on a solid wood antique chair. A number of juniors went up to greet him. Master Wei, how are you doing? I'm not as good anymore. Getting old. I can't see that. The calligraphy that you put up on display shows that you are still going strong. The yard was scattered with people that numbered around 70 to 80. Those who were present today were the elites of the calligraphy and literature world and their families. All of them were important people, and even the lowest of them were well-established members of the Calligraphy Association. Of course, there weren't that many people who turned up. After all, it wasn't a decennial anniversary, so there were no guests from other fields present to congratulate them. It was just a normal gathering using the anniversary as an excuse. At this moment, Suna stepped in. Dad. Father Su looked to be in his 50s. His hair hadn't grayed much, but his mustache had already turned white. Why are you so late? Didn't you leave early this morning? Suna chuckled. I met a colleague at the front door, and we chatted for a while. Thereafter, Zhang Ye followed in behind and entered the backyard. But as he was wearing shades and did not have much in common with those from the calligraphy world, no one recognized him. In fact, some people did not even know him. At best, they would have heard of his name before. Chapter 363, Calligraphy Contest? In the backyard, the smell of ink was in the air. The sweet smell of Xian paper also lingered in the air. Teacher Wang. Yo, Mr. Liu. Master Chen is here too. Where did you come from? I came over from Shanghai. It's old Master Wei's birthday, so I can't not come. They were all people from the same circle, so they were familiar with each other. The old friends began chatting heartily, looking like they had not seen each other in a long time. In the corner, only Zhang Ye was standing there alone. Many people saw him, but did not know who he was. Because he looked rather young and was strangely wearing shades, no one bothered about him. As Su Na was ushered by her father to greet his friends, Wu Ziqing was still chatting with her friends. Zhang Ye found a chair and sat down. Since he had not had his breakfast, he tried out some of the refreshments on the table. It was actually quite tasty, so he poured himself a cup of hot tea and crossed his legs back relaxingly. He started munching on some sunflower seeds, fully making himself feel at home. Who is this person? Don't seem to know him. Whose family member is he? Is he that hungry? I think I saw him come in with Teacher Su's daughter. Old Su's son-in-law? No way. I am old friends with old Su. So how can I not have seen this kid? Little Na isn't married either. So it can't be. A few people looked at Zhang Ye with askance. Zhang Ye felt like he was too flamboyant, so with a cough, he stopped eating. It was unknown when Wu Ziqing walked over. Today, she was dressed in a beige cheepai. The red flowers that adorned her dress were very eye-catching. She had been wearing a cheepao with a sweater of coat draped over her. Her high heels were beige in color to match her cheepao, making her look extremely alluring. You were eating? Wu Ziqing gave a faint smile. Zhang Ye beamed and stood up. I didn't eat this morning, so I was hungry. Wu Ziqing lowered her hands. Just carry on eating. It's all right, Zhang Ye said. If I knew today was the Calligraphy Association's anniversary, I wouldn't have come. I'm not someone from this circle. I don't really know much about calligraphy. If I knew this early, I would have given you a birthday present privately. Unfortunately, I didn't have time this morning, so I didn't bring anything. Wu Ziqing gently smiled. There's no need for presents. It's all right if you do not know calligraphy. Inviting you here was to let you enter this circle. You are a person of literature, so knowing more people won't hurt. Her. All right, carry on eating. I'll go greet a few old friends. Sis Wu. Teacher Wu. More people came from outside. Wu Ziqing walked over with a smile. After a short while, almost everyone had arrived. Everyone, may I have your attention, please? Her. At this moment, a very famous calligrapher spoke. He gathered the people over and said, Today is the 31st anniversary of the Calligraphy Association. I would like to thank everyone for their participation and well wishes. I've been writing all my life, so I'm not good with words, so I'll keep it short. I think it's best we go by the old rules. Let's have a short competition to kick off auspiciously before having our meal. How about that? All right, as you wish. Haha, another competition? Master Zhou, what's the auspicious item about this year? Everyone had expected this and asked with smiles. There was no lack of this segment in every year's Calligraphy Association gathering. The old calligrapher, Master Zhou, curved his mouth and waved to his two disciples by his side. He got them to open up a piece of calligraphy. I'll incur ridicule first. This is the calligraphy piece I wrote last year. Now it shall be used as an auspicious item. Same old rules. Whoever wins gains this auspicious item. Master Zhou's work? This year's item sure cost an arm and a leg. Everyone knew the most ordinary piece of calligraphy produced by Master Zhou could be auctioned off for tens of thousands. If it was a good piece of calligraphy, such as this long calligraphy piece, it could be auctioned off for at least 100,000. There was no upper limit, for if someone really liked it, they would be willing to pay hundreds of thousands for it. Nice work. Elder Zhou sure is generous. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Everyone were eager to try as they coveted it. Su Na left her father's side and walked over to Zhang Ye. Teacher Su. Zhang Ye was also surprised to see that calligraphy piece. Who was that? Su Na nearly fainted. You don't even know Master Zhou? He is one of the few remaining master calligraphers still alive. You really don't care about anything outside of the entertainment industry, do you? Zhang Ye praised. This piece of work is too artistic. Su Na said, of course. Just Master Zhou's name would cause calligraphy lovers to come in droves. Even a draft would be worth a considerable amount. After eating 100 calligraphy skill books, Zhang Ye's appreciation and understanding of calligraphy had been greatly upgraded. He knew the piece of work in front of his eyes was no ordinary piece of work. It was much better than the words written by President Wu back then. It could even be said to be on different realms. President Wu's standard may be high and was famous in the industry, but Wu Ziqing was, after all, not a professional in this. She just had calligraphy as her hobby, while her career were in the foreground. However, Master Zhou was different. He was a professional. He had spent all his life studying just calligraphy, so their standards were naturally different. Su Na leered at him. You also like this piece of work? Yeah. Zhang Ye only found the piece of work very good, but did not have other thoughts. His mind was not in the field of calligraphy. Without any exaggeration, this piece of art was inferior to Wu Ziqing's naked artistic pictures to Zhang Ye. Those pictures were more real and empowering. What a bunch of losers. They really do not know art. Seeing the ugly expressions of these people desperately wanting a crappy piece of art, this fellow, Zhang Ye, looked down on them. You guys aren't even looking at Wu Ziqing's beautiful full legs and her ample breasts that nearly tear her qipao apart. What kind of art are you even looking at? It's no wonder people who made a living in art would die alone. Can you be a bit more promising? A mountain of gold is in front of you, yet you don't know? Zhang Ye believed he was a person who truly knew art. Hence, he retracted his gaze from the calligraphy piece and moved it onto Wu Ziqing's legs. He peeked at her white legs through the slit in the qipao. Su Na did not notice the direction in which Zhang Ye was looking, and said, I really want this calligraphy piece. Zhang Ye asked nonchalantly, Are you participating in the competition too? No way. My calligraphy is terrible. All I know is what I was forced to learn by my dad when I was young. I stopped practicing since then. As for my dad, he might have some hope. Su Na felt enthusiastic. Zhang Ye thought to himself, Man, not another one who doesn't know true art. Many people present had eyes filled with insatiable thirst. Master Zhou immediately announced, All right, I shall be this year's judge. Everyone should be okay with that, right? Then let this year's competition exchange begin. Suddenly, the birthday boy, old Master Wei, who was sitting on an armchair, spoke. As he stroked his beard, he smiled and said, Old Zhou, hold on a moment. Master Zhou smiled and said, What's the matter, old Wei? Master Wei joked, You old fogey sure aren't particular. Half a year ago, I saw this calligraphy piece at your home. Back then, I wanted it, and was even willing to exchange something for it. But you adamantly refused to give it to me. What's the matter now? Now you are taking it out? You sure aren't giving your old friend face. We have been friends for decades. After a pause, he carried on. No way. This calligraphy piece has to be mine. Today is my birthday, so I'll just take advantage of my seniority. I hope everyone will give this old man some face. Can this calligraphy piece be acceded to me? This. The birthday boy is biggest today. Old Master Wei, don't try robbing it from us juniors. The crowd said all sorts of things, nor was there any harsh tones in their words. It was just a form of entertainment. Although it was a competition, it was not meant to hurt feelings. Master Zhou was amused as he motioned his hand. That won't do, old Wei. We may be friends, but I have already announced my intentions. I can't just rescind them, right? Since you want it, you can also participate in it. Furthermore, you are not the only one who is celebrating their birthday. Little Wu's birthday is today too. If I give it to you, what about little Wu? After some thought, he said, Let's do it this way. I'll give a suggestion. With the two birthday stars in consideration, this competition should be split into two teams. Old Wei will lead one team, while little Wu will lead another. Whichever team's combined calligraphy prowess defeats the other, the auspicious gift will be theirs. It could be either Old Wei or little Wu. I'll just treat it as a birthday gift. What does everyone think about it? Old Master Wei pointed at him. You sure became craftier with age. Master Zhou was an old friend of his, so he spoke casually with him. It has to be fair. If it's just an individual competition, with you having written calligraphy all your life, you will definitely win. There will be no suspense, nor will there be any meaning behind it. A competition must have some suspense. Everyone thought over it, but did not have any opinions. I'm fine with anything. This will be interesting. All right, we'll follow Master Zhou's arrangement. Old Master Wei, let me be added to your team. Count me in too. Since Old Master Wei is insistent on winning, I must contribute a bit. Everyone coveted Master Zhou's calligraphy piece, but they all knew themselves. Even quite a famous calligrapher like Su Na's father knew he was no match for Master Wei. Since the birthday boy wanted it that much, they would not be able to get it, nor was there any chances for them. Of course, they would not be able to fight it out. He was celebrating his birthday and was an old senior in the industry. Although Master Wei's calligraphy skills were far inferior to Master Zhou, his seniority was an advantage that could suppress everyone else. So no one wanted to compete with Master Wei, or they would appear too aloof. Hence, Master Zhou's suggestion made everyone find it very interesting. The two birthday stars would lead teams in a competition, Wu Ziqing versus Master Wei. The winner gets the auspicious item. Immediately, quite a number of people stood behind Master Wei. Soon, there were dozens. Father Su also laughed out loudly. Then let me join in. Saying that, he entered Master Wei's team. Wu Ziqing had no one on her side. However, she was not angry, and was her usual gentle self. She gave a slight smile and said, "All of you are bullying my lack of qualifications." Master Wei joked, "Little Wu, I think you should just give up. After I receive old Zhou's piece, I'll lend it to you for 2 days before you return it to me." Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "That wouldn't be good. Master Zhou's calligraphy is rarely seen, especially such a long piece of calligraphy. I also truly want it. It happens that I'm lacking such a piece of art at home." Chapter 364. One person is enough. A commotion stirred in the backyard. Master Wei was bent on having it, while Wu Ziqing did not back down. Although some people were beginning to feel hungry, no one said anything about eating, as they knew something interesting was about to happen. Master Wei was a respectful person of distinction in the world of calligraphy. Although most of his contribution came from the development and expansion of the Calligraphy Association, which meant he was on the administration side, his calligraphy skills were still exceptional and not poor in any way. Everyone knew Wu Ziqing was an amateur calligrapher. She was one of the most outstanding ones and was not inferior to professionals. However, the chances for Master Wei's victory was higher. However, it was not like Wu Ziqing did not have any chance. It depended on what experts were in her team. Then, has everyone agreed? Master Zhou smiled and asked. Master Wei said without any pressure, "I'm fine with it." Wu Ziqing smiled gracefully. "I'm fine with it too." Then she said to Master Wei, "Old Master Wei, don't blame me if I bully you as a junior." Master Wei did not remain perfunctory. "Of course not. As for me, I'm afraid you will blame me for stealing a beloved item of yours after I win the auspicious item." Many people booed and hissed upon hearing this. Actually, all the harshness was just lip service. Everyone was just joining in on the fun. What status did Master Wei have? What status did Wu Ziqing have? How could they bear grudges? That would be too petty, so whatever said was just to make the atmosphere be more lively. If there was no sense of competition, the atmosphere would remain cold. A few family members went upstairs and did not enter the backyard. There were so many people in the backyard that there was no space, so the family members leaned against the windows to watch in interest. "Come on, they are going to begin. This will be fun." Instantly, everyone's gazes gathered at the backyard. The splitting of teams began. Everyone chose their own teams. Master Wei was authoritative in the world of calligraphy and had numerous disciples. He had a wide social circle, so people who had enjoyed his grace naturally chose Master Wei's team. The other older calligraphers were also Master Wei's friends, so there was no other need to mention them. Since Master Wei wanted a gift for his birthday, they would naturally help, so more and more people gathered on Master Wei's side. In contrast, Wu Ziqing's side was quite neglected. She ended up standing there alone without anyone behind her. No one had expected this situation to occur, but it was not a surprise after some careful thinking. Although it was a competition where friendship came first, everyone could tell Master Zhou truly wanted Master Zhou's calligraphy piece. He was elderly and of high stature. He was also the birthday boy, so who wouldn't give him face? Although Wu Ziqing held a high position, it was in the world of education. Wu Ziqing was not in the forefront in the field of calligraphy, so everyone knew who mattered the most. It was reasonable for them to stand on Master Wei's side. This was the mischief caused by the People's Republic's traditional beliefs. They were in calligraphy and the arts, so what they researched was classical culture, so such beliefs were entrenched. Wu Ziqing did not have any other expression on her face except a faint smile. A few female family members could not stand idly watching this. Hey, what's going on? Why is everyone helping Master Wei? Not even one went to President Wu's team. What's the matter? Isn't this bullying a woman? President Wu's calligraphy skills are weaker to begin with. Now, with her alone, what's the point of competing? You might as well just gift the auspicious gift to Master Wei. If I knew calligraphy, I would definitely help President Wu. Man, this really isn't appropriate. At least someone should help Big Sis Wu, right? If not, it wouldn't look good. It's just not right. People below and above began to murmur. No one expected Wu Zhiqing to definitely win. After all, there was a gap in ability between President Wu and Master Wei. But even if she lost, she shouldn't lose too badly. It had not even begun, and everyone already subconsciously went to Master Wei's team. How could Wu Zhiqing compete alone? Suna was also fuming. What's the matter? She immediately stared at her father. Dad. She was a member of Peking University, so she naturally sided with Wu Zhiqing. Father Su pretended not to see it and carried on chatting with a friend. Suna turned anxious. With her bad temper, she immediately wanted to stand by President Wu's side to show her stance. At least having a bit more strength would not make it look bad. However, after some thought, Suna stamped her feet angrily and did not go over. There was no other reason. Her attainment in calligraphy was not deep enough. Besides, calligraphy was not just competing in one's writing. Calligraphy was closely intertwined with ancient classic culture. They would definitely be drawing lots to get a question like they had in past years. They had to produce a piece of calligraphy according to the topic. This tested their ancient literary knowledge. If one lacked literary knowledge or calligraphy skills, it would just be a loss of face going up. Thinking of how she would not even be able to write anything when facing the question, she would end up screwing things up for Wu Zhiqing, so she might as well stay off to the side. Master Zhou, who had suggested this competition, wanted to have some novelty in the competition and not like what it was in the past. However, he also never expected to see the current situation. He was momentarily speechless. He gave Wu Zhiqing an apologetic glance and helped speak for her. I say, everyone here is famous in the calligraphy world. Do you think such a competition would be interesting? Are you not going to show your faces even if you win? The dozens of calligraphers behind Master Zhou also turned red with embarrassment. Indeed, as Master Zhou said, they really did not dare show their faces. Dozens of teachers from the world of calligraphy were going to bully a lone woman. Wu Zhiqing? It did not sound good if this was made known. Even if President Wu was not deeply involved in the calligraphy world, she was at least someone famous from the world of education. According to a systematic rank and position of society, Master Zhou and Master Wei were inferior to Wu Zhiqing. However, Master Wei ended up chuckling as he said, "Little Wu's talent in calligraphy is one of the best I have ever seen. If a bunch of people joined her team, I might not even win. Now this is good. Little Wu, shall I accept the auspicious item? I think let's not compete. Let's go eat." Master Zhou rolled his eyes. "Old Wei, aren't you embarrassed?" Haha, since it's a competition, what's there to be embarrassed about? Master Zhou did not mind and carried on laughing while stroking his beard. As he looked at Master Zhou's piece of work, his eyes seemed to treat it as his very own. As an elder, his skin was thicker, so he did not feel embarrassed at all. "What are you guys doing?" Zhang Ye, who was eating melon seeds on the side, could not sit idle any longer. He had heard all that had been previously said. However, he did not say a word. He had previously not planned on joining as he was not someone from this circle. He was also not interested in such stuff. You guys can turn rowdy having fun or competing for the auspicious item, but what has that got to do with me? When he saw the competition line up, Zhang Ye could not continue spectating. F***K, you bunch of calligraphers, are bullying my old Wu. How can you feel? Justified and assured? Do you even want any face? President Wu doesn't have anyone? Go F***K yourself. There's this bro. Zhang Ye immediately stood up and walked leisurely to stand behind Wu Zhiqing. While doing so, he held the melon seeds in his left hand, while he munched on them with his right hand. He then sat on the chair behind her and continued to munch on his melon seeds. He did not say a word, but his attitude was very clear. Wu Zhiqing smiled as she looked at him. "Can you?" Zhang Ye said confidently. "Please take away the ute." Her. Wu Zhiqing smiled faintly and said, "All right." Saying that, she also sat down and drank a cup of tea. Suna was flabbergasted. Teacher Zhang was up? Didn't he not know calligraphy? She had an impression of Zhang Ye's calligraphy. In the Beijing couplet competition video, the calligraphy Zhang Ye wrote to match the couplets did not look ugly, but that was all to it. It could not be said to be artistic. It was not even considered calligraphy. Only average people would think his words were up to standard, so what could he do? Wu Ziqing finally had a teammate. Everyone looked curiously at this sunglasses-wearing young man. Who is he? What's he doing there? Why is he joining in the bustle? Does he even know calligraphy? I've never seen him. The Calligraphy Association doesn't have such a member, right? Definitely not. I've met all the members before. I know even those calligraphers who have a bit of fame. Not only that, there's no calligrapher this young. But at least there's someone. That's true. At least it wouldn't cause anyone to lose face. Master Zhou looked at everyone and frowned. No one else. There were many calligraphers in the backyard that had just joined the trade. They may be called calligraphers, but that was just an official title. They were actually just apprentices. They were disciples or nephews of these famous masters. Compared to normal people, their calligraphy was an epitome that made people envious. But compared to true masters, it was not nothing. Hence, they themselves knew and did not plan on joining the competition. They stood on the sidelines to watch the bustle. Many of them were youths below the age of 30. They were here hoping to learn through spectating. Master Zhou smacked his lips and felt sorry for Wu Ziqing. Hence, he asked, if this goes on, there's no way to hold a competition as it is not fair at all. The dozens of people in Master Wei's team looked at each other. Someone stepped forward. Why don't I go over? A man also said, her, then I'll help Sis Wu. Master Zhou then gave a satisfied nod. This was the bearing of people who dabbled in art should have. However, no one expected Wu Ziqing to say with a gently smile, thank you for your kind thoughts, but since the teams have already been chosen, let's begin. Wu Ziqing did not want the assistance of any others. Everyone was baffled. They did not know what Wu Ziqing meant. The birthday boy, Master Wei, also narrowed his eyes. Little Wu, you only have one person on your team? We can't have a competition like that. It will be a lot less exciting. Wu Ziqing tugged at the qipao on her leg, straightening a bit before saying calmly, it's all right, Master Wei. Saying that, Wu Ziqing sipped her tea and then placed the teacup down gently. Just one person is enough. Chapter 365. First question, a poem beginning with the word sun/zung asterisk. Just one person was enough? That sounds too boastful. Why was President Wu so confident today? The crowd was amused. Many of the spectators became excited too. Master Wei glanced at Wu Ziqing with a fleeting smile. Looks like little Wu's calligraphy skills have improved recently. Then we really can't underestimate you. Wu Ziqing smiled without saying a word. Master Zhou, who had been rendered speechless for a long while, said, Little Wu, are you sure you don't need any others? Wu Ziqing nodded her head slightly. There's no need. Since it was put that way, Master Zhou could not do anything about it. He had been trying to help Wu Ziqing, so it would, at least, appear fair. This way, the competition would also be more exciting. However, Wu Ziqing's attitude made many extremely curious. Most people nearby did not understand either. Everyone understood Wu Ziqing's skill and knew she was not much weaker than most calligraphers present. As long as Wu Ziqing did not slack, in a decade or two, she would join the others as one of the top masters in calligrapher in the country. However, now wasn't the time yet. Now, Wu Ziqing was facing dozens of calligraphers and a calligraphy master. Why did she think she could beat so many people alone? She was so confident. Just one person was enough? What do you mean enough? Even adding another few dozen would not be enough. To think she said one person? Everyone thought when Wu Ziqing said, just one person is enough, she meant herself. Only Su Na understood that the one person mentioned by President Wu was not referring to herself, but referring to the only teammate behind her. Could Teacher Zhang be up to their standard? Although he previously said he could. But does he really know calligraphy? He said he could, and President Wu really believed him? Su Na clenched her fist and pumped it in the air. It was a stance to cheer on President Wu and Teacher Zhang. At this moment, she was not beside her father. They were bullying President Wu with numbers, and also women. Su Na's position was firm. She shot her father a despising stare. Father Su coughed. The other calligraphers looked somewhat disconcerted. It's not like they will miss me. I'll just stand off to the side to watch the bustle. Me too. Old you, let's drink some tea. They won't miss me with so many people already. Haha, I also do not want to bully little Wu. It's not nice bullying her with seniority already, but to bully her with numbers as well just isn't right. It's just all for fun. Come over, let's take a rest. Immediately, a few people also decided to quit, knowing the situation. Even though President Wu did not need any teammates, they decided to stand aside to watch and not choose sides. However, the difference in numbers was still rather large. After ruminating for a moment, Master Zhou said, I actually wanted both sides to compete in 20 rounds, but since the numbers are a bit disparate, let's decide the victor in 3 rounds? Wu Ziqing said, Elder Zhou, do it however it should be. I won't change the usual rules. Just 3 rounds were too few, and not much to see. After all, today was the Calligraphy Association's anniversary party. If it wasn't interesting, it would be quite disappointing. Master Zhou then said, Since little Wu said so, then all right. Let me decide it. Let's divide it by 2, and have 10 rounds instead. The team with the most number of wins will be the victor. How about that? Wu Ziqing said, I'll leave it up to Master Zhou. All right, then let's begin. Her. Master Wei also said. Master Zhou cleared his throat and said loudly, Maybe some people here are new, so let me reiterate on the rules. The topics will be drawn through a lottery process. Both teams will draw one each. After the topic is confirmed, the competition will begin. Each round will have one question, and an answer has to be provided within 10 minutes. It also has to fulfill the requirement of meeting the topic. If it is a long poem or essay, the amount of time needed to answer can be extended accordingly. Every question, in principle, should not exceed 20 minutes. As for the judgment, I will reserve the right. My reputation is still quite passable. Her. I believe everyone can rest assured about the fairness. Elder Zhou, you must be joking. That's right. We are, of course, not worried. If you aren't fair, then no one is fair. Everyone joked a bit. Firstly, Master Zhou's character and experience was known by all. Secondly, the auspicious item was provided by Master Zhou, so it was very natural for him to be the judge. Then I'll thank everyone for your love and trust, Master Zhou said with a smile. Then, he instructed his disciples to bring over 2 wooden boxes that had previously been prepared. Inside were many folded slips of paper. There was no way to see the words written on them from the outside. The scope of the question was probably written on them. Wu Ziqing and Zhang Ye sat next to each other. She tilted her head and said with a smile, 10 rounds. We each take half? Zhang Ye shrugged his shoulders. I'm fine with anything. All right. Wu Ziqing gave a faint chuckle. I really like that calligraphy piece by Master Zhou. Zhang Ye spat the melon seed shell out. Anyway, I'm fighting alongside you today, so I will definitely win that calligraphy piece back for you. I happen to not have prepared a birthday gift for you, so I hope this will make do. Wu Ziqing looked at him. It's quite difficult. I'll give it a try. Zhang Ye was actually not very confident, but he did not lose to others in terms of his stance. Oh, so Master Wei's birthday is a birthday, but my President Wu's birthday isn't? Bullsh*T. This bro refuses to have his beliefs shaken today. You can bully me. I won't care if you bully others too. But you bunch of respectful calligraphers are bullying old Wu? No way. In fact, the other party was not intending on bullying Wu Ziqing. What sort of leader was Wu Ziqing? They wouldn't dare either. They were just giving Master Wei face. An old man's birthday and a young person's birthday was quite different in terms of importance. However, with Zhang Ye's temperament, he was like a gunpowder keg. Just a spark would blow him up. He didn't care for that. He had to win face for President Wu this time. According to their relationship, Zhang Ye felt obligated to help old Wu. The lottery began. Master Zhou was sitting in the middle and shook a box in each hand. Let's do it. Master Wei was sitting by his side and stretched his hand in to grab a slip. After flipping it open, there was a word, Zung, Zung, written on it. Wu Ziqing also gently got up and gracefully walked over. She then grabbed a paper slip from the second box. She then opened it for Master Zhou to see. On it was written 2 words. First word. Master Zhou announced, the first round's topic is out. You have to use either the word Zung or Zang as the first word to write a piece of poetry. Their calligraphy competition might be a competition in calligraphy, but it was not as simple as it was. If it's something stupid like Zang, the teacher is a good man, it wouldn't be right. So needless to say, their competition's topic was all about writing poems or melody poems. Even if it were not written according to a certain story or ancient poems, it had to follow the tonal patterns of ancient poetry. Modern words or epigrams were prohibited. These were unspoken rules, or else, what was the point with those topical restrictions? It was all to add difficulty. Sing/sung. And it has to be the first word? The first question isn't that difficult. But it's not easy either. Let's see how each side answers it. The spectators began thinking and had an answer on their minds. Wu Ziqing came over and said to Zhang Ye, "There are quite a few poems that have sung/zung as their first word, but they aren't famous. It's just some trivial poems or phrases. This question isn't easily answered. Calligraphy isn't all about the strokes that make up a word. It also has feelings behind it. If the text isn't well chosen, it would be useless no matter how well written it is. Give me a moment to think about it." On Master Wei's side, people were also thinking. Wu Ziqing was also repeatedly ruminating over an answer. Zhang Ye did not have any reactions. He carried on chewing his melon seeds comfortably. He did not have the bearing of an artist. In fact, he looked like a person here to scrounge for food. The onlooking crowd was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry as they glanced at President Wu's only teammate. What sort of F***king teammate are you? Are you purely there to make up the numbers? You haven't stopped munching on your seeds since you sat down. Have you never eaten in your entire life? At this exciting moment in the competition, it was all right to forget that you were not helping Wu Ziqing come up with ideas. Your team was about to go up soon. Could you at least have some competitive spirit? Why do you only have melon seeds in your eyes? Suna was also breaking out in a sweat. Teacher Zhang was too relaxed. Master Zhou smiled and said, "Countdown of 5 minutes begins." The platform, together with the ink and paper, had already been prepared. It was placed in the middle of the two teams. On the other side, a middle-aged suddenly stood forward. He said with quite a bit of confidence, "Old Wei, why don't I answer this question?" Master Wei looked at him. "Little Wang, you want to go up? All right, I wish you success." Teacher Wang loosened his wrist. "There's just a matter of course. Let me take down the first round." There were not many famous poems that met the requirements. The choice of the poem became a difficult problem. You had to at least know that you could recite the poem from memory. This was also a tough part of the competition. They were not permitted to search online. If that were the case, the competition would lose its meaning. Hence, most of the time, what was being used to compete was not an individual's skill in calligraphy, but many other things. Hence, having more people on the team became a natural advantage. This was because no one was adept at having such good memory at knowing all the famous and unknown poems. They had to draw on collective wisdom. Hence, Teacher Wang from Master Wei's team came forward to answer. He happened to know an ancient poem that met the requirements. It did not have a title, but was a poem recorded in an ancient text. It did not have much mood to it, but it was not bad. He began writing. "Ever once our soldiers secured our borders, the appointment of civil officials with poor foundations. If when Chang *** knew of this, a disappointment it would be to him." As he put the brush down, Teacher Wang smiled and looked over at Wu Ziqing. "Teacher Wu, it's your turn." "Nicely written. The poem isn't bad too. Sis Wu is in trouble. This poem is probably one of the most famous poems that meet the requirements. It is also relatively one of the most well-known ones too. With Teacher Wang already writing it, what is there for Teacher Wu to write?" Everyone discussed in whispers, trying to avoid affecting the competition with their voices. Master Zhou looked at his watch. There's only 3 minutes left. Wu Ziqing was having an exchange with Zhang Ye. "I know a poem, but it's lacking in meaning. It is inferior to Teacher Wang's. There's also no background to support it, so we might not win if we use it." Zhang Ye asked, "Then let me do it." Wu Ziqing glanced at him. "You remember a better poem that begins with tsung? I have never seen your calligraphy skills. Why don't you tell me, and I'll write it?" Zhang Ye said, "I don't remember. I don't read ancient poetry too much. Since you said there's no better poem beginning with tsang, then there definitely isn't anything better." Zhang Ye trusted Wu Ziqing's judgment. Wu Ziqing said calmly, "Since there isn't any, how are you to write?" Zhang Ye said in a matter-of-fact manner, "Of course I can write one myself." "Write one yourself?" Wu Ziqing chuckled. "All right, then it's all on you." Note: the word tsang usually has the meaning of once upon a time, in the past. It can also be a surname, Zhang. Wenchang is known as the god of culture and literature, Chinese mythology. Chapter 366. Missing You. Part 4 of 5. It was decided. Zhang Ye would compete in the first round. This fellow, Zhang Ye, finally stopped munching on his melon seeds. After he brushed off the seed husks that had fallen on his legs, he got up and walked over, standing before the platform. Zhang Ye had not seen many of this world's poetry. He was pretty much totally void of any knowledge. However, he knew a ton of poetry from his world. Sung? There were not many poems that began with that, but there were a few that were more well-known. For example, there was something like, I have had my best love before, but I didn't treasure her, asterisk. All right then. It was a joke. On the other side, Teacher Wang basically felt that he had the first round in the bag. Master Wei's teammates were also waiting for Wu Ziqing to come forward. They wanted to see how much Wu Ziqing's calligraphy skills had improved, but what they ended up waiting was for Wu Ziqing's only teammate, that youth in shades whom they did not know. What did this mean? Wu Ziqing was not coming forward. The first question was left to the youth. Many people were stunned momentarily. They thought the youth in sunglasses was just there to make up the numbers, so as to allow Wu Ziqing to have someone on her team. At least it would not look so bad on her part. With them having the preconception that he was not planning on participating in the competition, this scene made them fail to react in time. He was really coming forward? Who are you? A nobody wanted to compete with Teacher Wang in calligraphy? Teacher Wang found it amusing and a bit infuriating. He was thinking how this little Wu looked down on him. She got someone perfunctory to play with me? Teacher Wang felt like he wouldn't be able to bask in any glory even if he won against this youth. So he was not elated at all. He cast a glance at Zhang Ye, not even interested in asking his name. Go ahead and write. I want to see what you can write. A poem starting with Tsung? It would be pretty good if you could even recite one. Master Zhou reminded them. There's another 90 seconds left. Please hurry. Master Zhou seemed to lose a bit of interest. As for those people on Master Wei's side, they also could not get excited. No one present thought anything of the youth in shades. They believed Wu Ziqing had given up on this question and was afraid to lose too badly, hence getting this youth to come forward. Since he was unknown, it wouldn't be too shameful. Hence, this first round lost meaning to everyone. Zhang Ye held the brush and began to dip it in ink. Just this posture of him dipping his brush into the ink made many people find it extremely humorous. It was too unsightly. When they trained in calligraphy, the first thing they learned was the basic skill of grinding ink. There was an art to it, and the brush had to be held nicely so as to have the bearing of a person in the arts. However, Zhang Ye's posture was clearly a layman among laymen. Even a rookie was better than him. Was this even called dipping ink? Why did he look like he was holding a toilet plunger? Her. This person is really funny. He really dared to come forward? What sort of competition is this? He really has the nerve. Teacher Wang is an old member of the Calligraphy Association. His skills are far from average. He was also the first to write the most famous poem that begins with Tsang. What? Can he even write? Voices sounded out one after another. However, Wu Ziqing stared over unblinkingly. The moment Zhang Ye landed his brush, many people stopped talking. Some were startled, while some exclaimed. There were even more who were stunned. The first word was written. It was semi-cursive script. No, it wasn't standard semi-cursive script. This was running standard script, and it was different from the usual kind. This youth in shades seemed to have a special style. It varied very differently from others. Father Su's eyes lit up. These words were far from average. When Master Zhou saw this, he could not help but let out a cry of nicely written in his heart. Even the family members of these calligraphers present, who were laymen, were stunned by this. No one expected him to write so nicely. The words were naturally special. Was the stance Zhang Ye used when dabbing the ink ugly? That was because he had just bought a memory search capsule to eat. His mind wasn't in reality, but immersed in the calligraphy classes he had in primary school. There were calligraphy books, standard ones, and ones by famous calligraphers. After eating 100 calligraphy skill books, Zhang Ye felt he could write anything. However, he could not make it a complete hodgepodge. He had to use a certain script or style. Zhang Ye's calligraphy skills basically came from nothing except what he had gained from those experience books. He had no practice, so he had no thoughts of his own. Hence, he could only emulate the calligraphy styles of others. Who should he use? A name seemed to appear in Zhang Ye's brain like a reflex. He believed that as long as calligraphy from his world was mentioned, everyone would think of that name. Wang Shiji. Semi-cursive script, regular script, cursive script. He was an expert in all of them. He was a calligraphy sage. He was the greatest calligraphy master in all of history. He had no equal. If Zhang Ye wanted to emulate, he had to emulate someone more awesome. Wang Shiji was at the pinnacle of calligraphy, so it was natural to choose his style. Cursive script was too difficult to emulate, so it was rejected. Regular script was too slow and was behind the times. Hence, the answer was apparent. Zhang Ye used Wang Shiji's unique version of semi-cursive script, known as running standard script. Perhaps he had not eaten enough calligraphy skill experience books, so although he had Wang Shiji's style from his world in his head, the moment he started writing, he realized that he could not create a perfect emulation of it. Especially, in the artistic concept within, he could only imitate 10 to 20% of it. It was way too difficult. However, just this tiny bit would do. That was a calligraphy sage. It was absolutely no problem stunning the people from this world. This world did not have someone on par with Wang Shiji. Teacher Wang's expression turned solemn. Suna was also excitedly jumping to catch a glimpse. She never expected Teacher Zhang's calligraphy to be so good. Was he just pretending back at the Beijing couplet competition? He did not turn serious at all. It was too much of a surprise. Everyone was startled by Zhang Ye's writing. Master Wei also stopped underestimating him and became serious. The first word was already determined, but the second word also came out. Teacher Wang was trying to weigh it on his mind, but he came to an unbelievable conclusion. This youth's calligraphy skills were even better than his own. How was this possible? But the truth was right in front of his eyes. He was rendered speechless. He thought a soft persimmon had come for him to easily crush, but who knew it was a hard one? And it was too hard. If he could write such calligraphy at such a young age, how good would he become in the future? And who was he? For a person with such calligraphy skill, he could not be some nobody. If he wanted to be famous, he could have become famous long ago. But why does nobody know him? Zhang Ye wrote it very quickly and had finished writing the fourth word, vast. However, when the crowd ended their amazement over the youth's calligraphy, their minds began to be filled with questions. Having crossed the vast. What sort of opening was this? Why had Noon heard of it before? Master Zhou. A person could not help but ask. Another one whispered, Elder Zhou, what poem is this? Master Zhou was also curious. I don't know either. Maybe it's a poem from some unknown poetry collection? Maybe it is unknown. Or maybe we have forgotten it. Let's wait until he finishes writing it. Someone is bound to recognize it. Father Su looked at Master Wei. Old Master Wei? Master Wei shook his head. I do not have any impressions of this poem either. After everyone conversed with each other, everyone agreed that no one had seen this poem before. Teacher Wang felt assured. Although it was a competition in calligraphy, the poem itself was extremely important. Calligraphy could never be appreciated in isolation. It had to express the meaning in the text. He had used the relatively famous, untitled poem and was likely invincible. Although he felt sorry for the young lad, he was bound to win this round. The other people had similar thoughts as they watched Zhang Ye writing silently. 1 word, 3 words, 5 words. Words began to appear on the Xian paper. Wu Ziqing had already stood up and walked to stand behind Zhang Ye. As people watched his every stroke, slowly, more and more of their expressions changed. Some gasped while others were stunned with widened eyes. What? This poem. Silence. Don't disturb him. The poem was very short, and there were not many words. When Zhang Ye finished writing the last word in a smooth manner, he released his pent-up breath. He looked at his work with satisfaction and smiled. He then put the brush down and nodded at Master Zhou. I'm done. Master Zhou was already staring at Zhang Ye's face. The way Master Wei was looking at Zhang Ye was full of alarm and doubt. After Teacher Wang finished reading the poem, his face first turned pale before he gave a wry smile. Many people could not see as they were quite far away. Some people hurriedly came over to take a glance. Then they began looking at each other in pairs, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. On the Xian paper, this was written, Having crossed the vast oceans, I can no longer take a river seriously. If it's not on Mount Wushan, it's not a cloud. I don't care to look back on my leisurely walks among the flowers and shrubs, half due to religious devotion and half due to you. Suna could not help but exclaim, "Nice poem. Nicely written." With her spearheading it, the surrounding crowd also began to give their kudos. They all began to express their amazement. These words sure have a profound meaning. That's right. He is so skilled at such a young age. The calligraphy is good, but the poem is even better. Why have I never heard of such a poem with such poetic flair? I have never heard of it either. It looks like we are ill-informed. At this moment, Master Zhou spoke up and said to everyone, "It's not that everyone is ill-informed or ignorant. This poem should have been composed on the spot by this young lad, right?" A young calligrapher in his 30s exclaimed, "Composed on the spot." Everyone was a bit dumbfounded. With the young lad remaining silent, it clearly meant tacit agreement. Everyone was completely baffled as to how he had produced it on the spot. In just a few minutes? And there was a topic restriction, yet he could write poetry of this level? Numerous gazes focused on Zhang Ye's face. Where did this aficionado jump out from? In calligraphy competitions, many of the questions had limitations to them to increase the difficulty, preventing you from having simple stories or poems to write about. But good going. You sure were good. You decided not to use any of the poems and songs of the ancients, and created one yourself? And yet you could write a poem so elegant? Interesting. Today's competition was too interesting. Chapter 367, 2 rounds down. In the backyard, the atmosphere was lit up. The shades-wearing youth's poem had amazed everyone. Zhang Ye went back to sit down and had another sip of tea. Only he knew that this work was not any ordinary poem. This was the fourth of the Missing You 5-part series. It was Yuanzhen's work. The first line of the poem was known by everyone in his world. Many artistic and video productions had used it before. The value and influence of this poem was obvious. It was one of the most precious poems in his world's history. How could this not win? If it didn't win, then Zhang Ye might as well kill himself. Master Zhou coughed aloud to motion for silence. Then he said, "The first match is over. Yes, I will announce the winner now." Teacher Wang said with a wry smile, "Elder Zhou, you don't have to speak further. He beat me fair and square." Master Zhou smiled as he nodded. "Little Wang, your calligraphy is also very good. It has more depth than last year. Let's discuss more when you have the time." Teacher Wang cheered up. "I happen to have a lot of questions that I need your guidance on." He went back to the side of Master Wei's team to the teasing of many of his teammates. "Old Wang, are you okay?" Lost to a junior." The good-natured ridiculing was because they were all rather good friends. Teacher Wang said helplessly, "I had no hope. The youngsters these days are really too good. The new generation has surpassed the older ones. Everyone should be a little more careful from here on." The first match ended. The next match was beginning. Zhang Ye and Teacher Wang's calligraphy had been taken away for drying, and the table had new Xian paper scrolls laid on it. Wu Ziqing was smiling and sat beside Zhang Ye. "Little Zhang, you've given me yet another surprise. Didn't you say your calligraphy skill was lacking? Then who wrote those words just now?" Zhang Ye said nervously, "I just blindly wrote it." Wu Ziqing asked, "The competition from now on won't be easy." Zhang Ye answered, "It'll be fine. I got lucky and won the first round. Let's see how the rest goes. I still have you to back me up anyway." He even took the chance to curry favor with Wu Ziqing. "Look, buddy, this bro's getting more street smart by the day." Seeing President Wu and the youth chatting happily, Master Wei's team of dozens of calligraphers turned serious. They no longer took their opponents lightly and prepared to take him on instead. Actually, with their literary standards, at least 70 to 80% of them could spontaneously compose ancient poems that met the requirements of a random draw. They would not be limited to works of the ancients, but creating something new had its risks. Firstly, it had to be relevant. Secondly, if they lacked the inspiration, it was difficult to produce something good. They had all witnessed the youth's talents already. That poem was definitely a one-off inspirational piece and could not be repeated again. So they did not fear much as they had more people on their side. So many of them could not compete against just 2 people? Wouldn't that be a joke? Master Zhou smiled. "Let the second round begin. Draw your topics." This time, it was Wu Ziqing who picked a random topic. It was an empty slip, without any words on it. This probably meant there was no topic restriction for this round. Master Wei also chose one, Courtyard Flowers Star. Zhang Ye took a look, wondering why there would be such an erotic kind of topic. Master Zhou said, The second round's topic is limited to courtyard flowers. You can begin. Let me go up this round. Wu Ziqing smiled and went forward to pick up a brush to begin writing. The people on Master Wei's side was slower by a tiny bit, but a man in his 50s quickly stood forward. Leave this round to me. Mr. Feng, you want to go up? You will absolutely not have a problem. Mr. Feng will definitely clinch victory. It was unknown why Mr. Feng was in such a rush. He hurriedly walked forward to write. He only hastily dabbed his brush into the ink. So although he stepped forward after Wu Ziqing, he had written it faster. It was cursive script. Suna knew this person. Isn't Uncle Feng adept at regular script? A person in the know beside her said. Yes, but you will know why if you carry on watching. Wu Ziqing was using running standard script, so she was slower. Only then did Zhang Ye realize that the two of them were writing the same thing. Courtyard Flowers, or A Song of Courtyard Flowers, was about an author's disappointment at the rulers and his deep worries about the impending danger to the state. The poem was describing the process within the palace during the downfall of a dynasty. Zhang Ye's world also had A Song of Courtyard Flowers, but it did not receive rave reviews. It appeared like this world also had similar works. With a scan, Zhang Ye realized it was not very similar to his world's A Song of Courtyard Flowers. The phrases used were different, but the meaning was about the same. It was all about debauchery and extravagance. Suddenly, Mr. Feng smiled and put down his brush. Sorry about that, little Wu. I finished writing it first. Master Zhou glanced at Mr. Feng and then said, according to the rules, our calligraphy competition does not allow the use of similar works. Since old Feng finished writing first, little Wu, your calligraphy cannot be used. He was playing dirty. Why didn't you say that old Wu was the one who first began writing? Zhang Ye laughed as a result of his rage. There were such rules. No wonder Mr. Feng was in such a rush. He even used cursive script, which was recognized as the fastest calligraphy script. He was planning on pushing Wu Ziqing into a ditch. The poems they wrote weren't too short, and had spent 3 minutes writing it. If Wu Ziqing had to write another poem, she might not even make it in time. Go F*** K your sister. Wu Ziqing looked at Mr. Feng and said with a smile. Teacher Feng, you aren't being very particular. Mr. Feng chuckled. I have no other way. In history, there is only that courtyard flowers. If you were to write it, I wouldn't have anything to write. It's not me pushing you into a ditch, little Wu. It's a problem with the topic. This topic is too stringent. It clearly wanted to see who could finish writing first. If you wrote it faster than me, I would also have to admit defeat. Your running standard script has a style of an expert. My cursive script might not be your match. I'll probably need regular script to be able to compete with you. With a laugh, Mr. Feng shook his work and said, shall I recite it once? Actually, it's possible to sing it, but there's no string accompaniment, so it wouldn't sound good. This poem was also a melody and was very famous. You even wanted to sing? Why are you so smug? Zhang Ye placed his teacup down heavily. The judge, Master Zhou, said, there's another 90 seconds. Little Wu, are you going to carry on writing? Suna was so vexed that she nearly spat a mouthful of blood. What the heck, Uncle Feng? She planned on pretending not to know who he was in the future. It was a disgrace to artists. Look at how well-mannered President Wu was. She wasn't even annoyed at this. Wu Ziqing placed her brush down. I won't be able to write one out in time. For this round, I can only. Just as she was about to admit defeat, Zhang Ye pounced forward. Without a word, he picked up the brush and began writing on the Xian paper with the brush. After a momentary start, Wu Ziqing smiled and moved aside. There can be a last-minute substitution? Mr. Feng asked. Master Zhou answered. It's a team competition, so that's all right. He was a bit speechless towards old Feng's unbecoming bearing as an elder. It was just a competition. Was there a need to do that? Mr. Feng quipped. All right. I also want to see what this young lad can write about courtyard flowers. Maybe I'll also broaden my horizons. Everyone did not know what Zhang Ye could write. Furthermore, there was not much time left. However, Mr. Feng's yellow incisor teeth could no longer reveal a smile the next moment. Zhang Ye used half a minute to finish the poem. He knew running standard script would not make it in time, so he used cursive script. Of course, it was not any ordinary cursive script. He once again used Wang Shiji's cursive script. It was written simply, and the emulation was not perfect. Cursive script was, after all, too difficult for Zhang Ye, but even a barely satisfactory version of Wang Shiji's cursive script was already full of flair. The font was so illegible that it made people look in askance. Not many people could recognize such calligraphy. Only those who were adept at cursive script would be able to read it. Zhang Ye was also very understanding. Noticing how many people could not understand all the words, he began reciting after he finished writing. Mist veils the cold stream, and moonlight the sand, as I moor in the shadow of a river tavern, where girls, with no thoughts of a perished kingdom. Upon reciting to this point, Zhang Ye looked at Mr. Feng and smiled. Gaily echo a song of courtyard flowers. Suna nearly burst out in laughter. Mr. Feng's face turned green. Heh, why are you scolding me? Numerous people around were startled upon hearing this. Was there such a poem? There was none in history. Holy **T, did you just create it on the spot again? In that remaining minute, not only did you finish the work, you even included courtyard flowers into the poem, and took the opportunity to scold. Mr. Feng had just finished writing courtyard flowers and was excitedly about to engage in a song and dance, yet you attacked back in an instant? What did the girls represent? They were courtesans who sold their bodies. Courtesans who sold their bodies had no thoughts of a perished kingdom, and across the river, they sang a song of courtyard flowers. His mouth was really toxic. Using calligraphy to curse? What sort of skill was that? Master Zhou and Wu Ziqing were also amused. This poem was too interesting. From a literary point of view, this poem was one of the best amongst the top-graded poems. It had a profound meaning behind it. The sarcasm was very intense. Master Wei turned around. Does anyone know this young lad? Everyone shook their heads. No, I've never seen him. A calligrapher said in amazement. Where did this person come from? Even old Wang and old Feng are not his match. That's not right. The winner has not been decided yet. We'll see what Master Zhou has to say. Everyone was waiting for Master Zhou's judgment. Master Zhou smiled and said, Why is everyone looking at me? A youth said, We are waiting for your judgment. Master Zhou said without any hesitation, Is there a need? Both of their skills in cursive script are comparable. There are tiny problems. Old Feng and this young lad are probably not particularly good in cursive script, so I'll not talk about it. However, for the content, this young lad on Little Wu's side is clearly superior. No, not only is it superior, it is of a completely different realm, so the victor is clear. In his heart, Mr. Feng was not unconvinced. Instead, he admired this youth in sunglasses. He gave a thumbs up. A young person's abilities must be respected. Zhang Ye pretended to be polite. Thank you. Having won this round, Wu Ziqing's side had already clinched 2 victories. In the beginning, everyone thought Wu Ziqing's side having 2 people would result in utter defeat, but who knew the outcome would be so surprising? Out came this devil incarnate. This unknown youth in sunglasses had repeatedly defeated 2 calligraphers, Teacher Wang and Mr. Feng. There was no chance for Wu Ziqing to even participate. Chapter 368, consecutively winning 3 rounds. A mooring on the Qinhuai River. The author was Du Mu. This poem was the poet of his world, Du Mu's recollections in a mooring on the Qinhuai River. The first half described the night view of the Qinhuai River. The second half expressed his regret, deriding those rulers who did not learn their lessons but indulged in debauchery. It expressed the author's concern and deep affections for his country's fate. If one wanted to count, this was also a very famous 7-word poem in Zhang Ye's world. Using it to win the second round of a calligraphy competition was quite overkill. As long as they won. Anyway, those poems were just left there in the dust. Zhang Ye returned to his seat to take a break. He drank a mouthful of water and found it quite boring. After writing twice, he felt like drinking some wine. His gaze then looked towards at a few bottles of white wine on the tea table. In ancient times, there was the notion of composing poems while drinking wine. At the Calligraphy Association's anniversary, there naturally could not be a lack of these. Many calligraphers were chronic alcoholics. They couldn't survive without alcohol. Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony. He grabbed a bottle and poured a cup of wine for himself. Drinking? Wu Ziqing asked. Zhang Ye said, Yeah, drinking a bit. Wu Ziqing smiled. I was lucky that you happened to have such a quick response just now. Zhang Ye whispered. Blame it on them being so unparticular. As he said, he brought the cup of wine to his mouth. The burning flavor entered his throat as it went from his throat to his stomach. Good wine. It was refreshing. He had a face of enjoyment. Everyone had their idiosyncrasies when producing calligraphy. For example, some would like to take a nap before writing. Some were accustomed to taking a bath and changing clothes before writing. Some liked to write deep into the night. They had their own idiosyncrasies and habits. There was not only one. Naturally, there were people who liked to write after drinking. These external items of habits before writing was mostly used to help the calligrapher enter their optimal state. Wu Ziqing drank her tea. Drink less. Her. I'll still be counting on you in a while. Sure. Zhang Ye carried on drinking his wine. I know my tolerance level, so don't worry. I won't drink too much. After 2 rounds, Master Zhou took into account that Wu Ziqing's team only had 2 people, so he decided to let them have a moment of rest. He was in no hurry to begin the second round. Teacher. Master Zhou's disciple looked at Zhang Ye with a look of wonder. He could not help but ask, which master's relative or disciple is he? Master Zhou shook his head. A master's disciple? Just his ability in composing poems on the spot and his proficient knowledge in calligraphy is enough to call him a master already. The disciple said in a stunned manner. You think so highly of him? Master Zhou laughed, losing some of his composure. It's not me thinking highly of him. It's just that you lack the ability to evaluate him. It is a pity these 2 poems were produced in modern times. If they were produced in ancient times and in the environment of those periods, with the support of some allusions and historical background, and written by some historical figure, I believe these 2 poems would definitely be immortalized. Such a pity. In present-day's literature, there is not much space for ancient poems, if not. Her. On the other team, Master Wei did not speak and rested with his eyes closed. The others began to come up with a strategy. They won 2 rounds already. It's not good at all. It's Elder Wei's birthday. The old master wants the calligraphy piece, so we have to win it for him. The other side has an unfathomable figure. Does anyone have any strategies against him? Her. Is there a need for a strategy? The young lad just got lucky. How can so many of us lose to a young kid like him? Old Li, don't be careless. Even Old Feng and Old Wang lost. It's best not to underestimate him. I wonder what the next topic would be. It seems this youth's attainment in ancient poetry is very high. Only a person like Master Wei can compete evenly with him. However, he might not be good at writing melody poems. No matter how high his attainment is, he can't be good at everything. He has to be lacking in something. Everyone discussed for a long while. If it was just a competition purely based on calligraphy, many of the calligraphers present were not afraid of the youth in shades. The youth's words were very good, but it did not reach the peak of perfection. Compared to many calligraphers, he was still lacking. They had been writing all their lives, so they naturally would not lose in this aspect. However, the problem was his ancient poetry was written in such a superb manner and to the point. It also had the mood. So even though his calligraphy skills were not perfect, he had the advantage of the ancient poetry's mood. They were vexed over this. A while later, Master Zhou spoke. All right, let's begin the 3rd round. Master Wei picked lychee. Wu Ziqing picked 7-word quatrain. Everyone stared over. Another ancient poem? 7 words? Master Zhou announced. The 3rd round's topic requires a 7-word quatrain. The poem must have the word lychee in it. Everyone can begin choosing their representative to give an answer. The time to prepare for and complete this round begins now. The moment the voice dissipated, someone volunteered from Master Wei's team. Old Master Wei, let me do it this round. I'm beginning to itch after watching all day. All right. Master Wei chuckled. This was Chief Yang, who was in his 40s. He was one of the administrators of the Calligraphy Association. Chief Yang immediately began writing the moment he arrived. It seemed like he was trying to seize the opportunity. A few calligraphers began to laugh. This match was finally in the bag. Chief Yang's calligraphy skills might be not much different from the youth in shades. It was quite comparable, but this time the ancient poem was different. Lychee. 7 words? In the last dynasty, there was a very famous poem about lychee. It did not go into textbooks, but was something many people who studied literature knew. The opposing youth was adept at ancient poems, but no matter how good he was, he couldn't match such a famous poem, right? As the previous topics were too broad, the 2 calligraphers failed to showcase their normal standards. They could not write a poem with the mood that they had wanted. Now, with a good topic, it was time for them to express themselves freely. Of course, they were filled with confidence. Wu Ziqing had already guessed what Chief Yang would write. Who shall do it? Let me do it. Zhang Ye had just drank some wine, so he felt like he was floating. He felt perfectly fine. All right, Wu Ziqing cautioned. Remember not to write praise. He is definitely writing that. Even if you go forward, you won't be able to write it faster than Chief Yang. Zhang Ye blinked. What's praise? Wu Ziqing. All right then, pretend I said nothing. When the surrounding people heard this, they nearly fainted. You have never heard of such a famous 7-word poem? To think you dabble in calligraphy? Those 2 poems from before must have been blindly written, right? Some felt that the youth in shades was faking it. It was impossible that he did not know this poem. There were not many ancient poems that wrote about lychee throughout history. This was nothing like plums or orchids that people wrote all the time. Lychee was something quite unpopular. The poem, Praise, was also not devoted to lychees. It was about something else, and even wrote about love. However, they did not know that this fellow, Zhang Ye, really did not know anything about praise. The world had changed, and he had not undergone the education environment of this world. So naturally, he was unfamiliar with this famous poem. Chief Yang was done writing. Master Zhou looked over and nodded his head gently. It was written very well. Old Yang had done well today. Every stroke was just right. He had expressed the poem pretty well. Old Wayside had finally been able to grab around. Then, Zhang Ye began writing. Master Zhou looked over with great interest. However, the moment he began to write, the entire scene turned silent all of a sudden. These words. Zhang Ye had switched back to Wang Shiji's running standard script. Previously, it was his first time writing, so he was a bit unfamiliar and unpracticed. The way he wrote was a bit lacking, but this time, he could fully express the 100 calligraphy skillbook's prowess. His calligraphy skills increased once again. From Chang'an, the palace embroidered the scene. On the mountaintop, palace gates opened one by one. One-horse rider kicking up red dust. The concubine laughs. No one knew it was the Lychee Express arriving. It was Dumu again, passing by Huaqing Palace. As the judge, Master Zhou should not speak. However, after seeing Zhang Ye's poem, he could not help it. What a good one-horse rider kicking up red dust. The concubine laughs. No one knew it was the Lychee Express arriving. The others were also stunned. What poem is this? Holy sh*t. Why have I not heard of it before? Another impromptu work? What the f***k is with his literary skill? Who has won? And is it just me, or has this use words improved? Could it be that the running standard script in his first poem was him not giving his all? He was just writing it in a perfunctory manner? Only now is he going all out. It definitely is. We were all wrong. He only became serious now? Everyone was concerned about this round's outcome. Master Zhou laughed and did not even look at Chief Yang's words. Instead, he looked fondly at Zhang Ye's, passing by Huaqing Palace, without being able to help himself. Eventually, he said loudly, in terms of calligraphy skill, Old Yang lost by a tiny bit. And in the mood of the ancient poem with the calligraphy's mood, Old Yang still lost by a bit. I might lack the authority, and this might just be my personal opinion. I personally think passing by Huaqing Palace is cut higher than praise. One-horse rider kicking up red dust. The concubine laughs. No one knew it was the Lychee Express arriving. That line alone is worthy of praise. He had won again. He had won 3 consecutive rounds. Following that, a disciples of Chief Yang said in an unconvinced manner, Praise is a famous work. As for passing by Huaqing Palace, it's just a casual creation. Master Zhou cut him off. Maybe in a few decades or in a few centuries, passing by Huaqing Palace might also become a famous piece of work. We cannot reject its literary value because of its lack of age. What do you think? Elder Zhou is right. That's right. The last line is really the crowning touch. No one knew it was the Lychee Express arriving. It's indeed good. The few people on Master Wei's team who had tried to come up with ideas turned speechless. They thought that the topic being broader would cause the opposing youth to stumble, thinking that even if he would come up with an impromptu piece of work, he would not be better than the ancient wisdoms passed down over hundreds and thousands of years. Who knew he really King came up with a 7-word ancient poem that could match the wisdom of the ancients on the spot. And he had even exceeded them. Many of the family members on the second floor of the restaurant were excited by the commotion downstairs. One by one, they came downstairs to join in the bustle. More and more people were dying of curiosity. Who was this youth that came from nowhere? Suna was sincerely happy for Zhang Ye. She was also overjoyed. She cared not for the chaos in the world and cheered for Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang was indeed Teacher Zhang. An amateur against dozens of calligraphers? He actually still had the upper hand. This result was something that flabbergasted many. Chapter 369. Zhang Ye's great capacity for drinking and poetry. A total of 10 rounds. Winning 6 rounds meant overall victory. Quite a number of people on the team behind Master Wei could no longer sit still. This was no longer a competition where friendship came first and competition came second. If the other party was a master, it was still all right. They would not say anything about it, as they wouldn't feel ashamed of losing. However, with their opponent being some nobody, this made these calligraphers feel that they had lost face. It was too shameful. I don't believe it. If it were ancient melody poems, I'll go up myself. If it's 5-word poems, leave it to me. Just a kid. Yet he doesn't give any face to us seniors. Haha. Old you and old Lu, the both of you want to go up? Sure, then count me in too. No matter what, we need to get serious, or there's nowhere to put our faces. I really don't believe he is so all-powerful. At such a young age, how deep can his knowledge be? These calligraphers began to sharpen their weapons, ready for a fight. When Zhang Ye saw this, he sought Wu Ziqing's view. President Wu, should we lose a few rounds? Of course we will definitely have to win the rest, but in this process, according to Zhang Ye's intent, he didn't mind. This was after all Wu Ziqing's birthday, and it was her circle. Zhang Ye was afraid President Wu found it inappropriate, so he sought her opinion to see what her attitude was. Wu Ziqing retorted, "Why should we lose?" Zhang Ye said, "The other side are all seniors of the calligraphy world. I'm afraid you would." Wu Ziqing gave a faint smile and said, "In art, there is no modesty. If you are really lacking in ability, which results in your loss, then that's just too bad. But if you can win, why don't you win?" Zhang Ye blinked his eyes as he said, "It's fine even if we win. What problems would there be?" Wu Ziqing sipped her tea. Zhang Ye got an idea of her attitude. "All right, I was just waiting for those words of yours. Offend people? Since when was Zhang Ye afraid of that? This fellow had never concerned himself with this. He was afraid Wu Ziqing would eventually be put in a tough spot. However, President Wu's words wiped all his concerns away. He finally understood why he liked old Wu so much. Just like back when she invited him to teach, any typical president of an esteemed school of higher learning would never dare to take such risks. Furthermore, he had such a shocking theory about Dream of the Red Chamber. Yet Wu Ziqing did not even ask him about it before supporting him. She never doubted the person she chose. From a certain point of view, Wu Ziqing was even more bold than Zhang Ye. She was indeed very different from a typical woman. Win? That was of course not a problem. If you want to win, I'll win it for you. I'll do the draw. Zhang Ye took the initiative and went over. The 4th round's topic came out. An ancient melody poem, and the last word had to have the word Lu, flow. This sort of topic was a little more difficult. If it was just the first word, it would have been easy. Just giving it some thought would allow people to recall one. After all, everyone read a poem from beginning to end. However, if it was the last word, even if it were a poem one knew inside out, not everyone would be able to remember it. They would have to go from the first word all the way down to the last word. This increased the difficulty due to the time constraints. Finally, the number of words are limited. I'll do it. Teacher Yu came forward. However, Zhang Ye had already picked up a brush and began writing. Lady Yu, the royal beauty. Spring flowers and autumn moon. Oh, when will all these end? How much of my past I comprehend. Last night, to my loft once more, the vernal east wind came. In moonlight, I could not bear to look back towards my homeland rid of my name. Jade steps and carved railings may still, as ever, be there. Though changed are the faces fair. Oh, how great, how grave. I ask, can my woe and sorrow be? Just like the river's swelling springtide waters rolling east to the sea. Zhang Ye put down his brush, having finished writing it. Then he looked at his opponent. Teacher Yu came over with a smile, while brimming in confidence. He was in no hurry and took a cursory glance at the melody poem that Zhang Ye had written. Then, his smile transformed into another expression. His face alternated between red and green. In the end, it changed into an action as he smacked himself in the forehead. F***K. You can even write melody poems? And this is another impromptu creation? Teacher, you wished he had not spoken just now. I'll do it. Doing nothing but fart. After a few seconds of silence, he turned around at a loss of whether to laugh or cry before running back dejectedly towards Master Wei's side. Master Zhou was amused. Old you. Teacher, you waved his hand. I'm not writing. Then you have abstained? Master Zhou asked. Teacher, you felt that was nonsense. It will be pointless to continue writing it. So forget it. I give up. This melody poem's literary value was too shocking. His calligraphy was also written very beautifully. Teacher, you believe that even though his calligraphy attainment was higher than his opponent's, it was not much higher. However, no matter what he wrote, it would definitely not be better than his opponent's Lady Yu, the royal beauty. It would only incur ridicule on himself. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. Even Teacher Yu admitted defeat. He was a famous calligrapher who won first place at this year's calligraphy competition. Master Zhou said, Then let's begin the 5th round. The 5th round's topic was reminiscing and remembrance. The topic was very broad, but the broader it was, the harder it became to come up with something appropriate. No one from the other side came forward, as if they were waiting to see what Zhang Ye had to write. Zhang Ye drank a mouthful of wine, and without any further ado, he grabbed the brush and dipped it in ink without any thought. The lavishly decorated zither. The lavishly decorated zither, for no reason, has 50 strings. Each string, each bridge, reminiscing a magnificent year. Master Zhuang lost himself in the morning dream of being a butterfly. Emperor Wang's amorous spring heart was entrusted to the cuckoo. Deep under the vast azure sea, reflected. The bright moonlight, pearls cry tears. In indigo mountain, bathed under the warm sunlight, jade releases smoke. This feeling might have become something to be remembered later on. Merely, at that time I was already perplexed and lost. When he finally put down the brush, there were already people giving their kudos. Suna exclaimed out and clapped forcefully. Nice. Nicely written. This poem was liked by many of the women present. Their thoughts also seemed to float away a bit. This feeling might be something to remember later on. Merely, at that time I was already perplexed and lost. Many people were engrossed just by listening to it. No one from Master Wei's side spoke a word. What is this guy doing? One poem after another. How are you King throwing out all these excellent poems worthy of being classics out like they cost nothing? Can you at least write some poem that we are familiar with? Who's going forward? Who can take down this round? We can't have no one taking up the challenge, or not only would we lose, we would lose our stance. They nudged one another, and eventually, as there was really no one, someone from the team bit the bullet and came forward. He wrote a relevant poem, which was quite long. He took a long time to write the exaggerated tale filled with high-flown phraseology. A long poem allowed a time extension, so this person was probably trying to use his calligraphy skills to win this round. However, when he finished writing, Master Zhou still announced that Wu Ziqing's team won. There was no other reason. No matter how high a calligraphy standard one had, it needed to be expressed through text. The poem the youth in shades wrote was enough to blanket out anything else. It even increased his calligraphy by an entire realm. Another round was won again. Wu Ziqing decided not to even stand up. She just sat there, drinking her tea and watching the bustle. The surrounding people began to discuss in murmurs. Some women began pointing at Zhang Ye. He's so amazing. This young lad is godly. Why is he wearing sunglasses? I can't see his face. I sure didn't come to this anniversary for nothing. I managed to experience such fun. Master Zhou announced. The 6th round begins. After both sides drew their lots, he said, the topic this round is Morning Day, and it has to be used at least twice. Oh, Morning Day? The topic was random. There really was no poem that began with Morning Day. However, the people on Master Wei's side were no ordinary people. Immediately, a young talent stepped forward. He stood in front of the table and with the brush in hand, began to compose something on the spot. Do you think you are the only one who can compose? Zhang Ye was also writing. Morning Day. A drizzling rain falls like tears on the morning day. The mourner's heart is breaking on his way. Where can a wine house be found to drown his sadness? A cowherd points to almond flower village in the distance. Before he was done, he ended a paragraph and added his name out of habit. When the youth from Master Wei's team had written half of his poem, he curiously gave Zhang Ye's side a glance. The moment he saw it, his eyes nearly popped out. With a few coughs, he lowered his head to look at the poem he composed. With a sigh, he placed the brush down, no longer wishing to carry on. I admit defeat. The youth was convinced. Master Zhou asked, "Aren't you going to finish it?" The youth said with a wry smile, "Forget it. I don't want to incur ridicule on myself." 6 rounds. Zhang Ye had won all of them. Master Zhou said with a laugh, "There are still 4 rounds remaining, yet the victor has already been decided. So should we carry on?" Wu Ziqing said, "I'm fine with anything." Master Wei did not speak, but quite a few people behind him said, "Yes. Why shouldn't we? There are still 4 rounds." Although they had already lost, the result was no longer important at this moment. So what if Master Zhou's calligraphy piece went to Wu Ziqing? What they needed to do was recover what was left of their face. At the very least, they should win 1 round, right? We cannot let him wipe us out completely. If it spread out, it would become a joke. Master Zhou smiled and said, "All right, then let's carry on." A young calligrapher said, "Master Zhou, I think this competition isn't fair. It's a calligraphy competition, but why has it become a poetry competition? We all know calligraphy cannot be void of expression and cannot do without text or poetry. But poetry is not everything in calligraphy. We have already witnessed the prowess of this friend's ability in creating poetry. He is indeed better than us, but that doesn't mean his calligraphy skills are better than ours, right?" Master Zhou opened up his arms. "But those are the competition's rules. Every anniversary has always had these rules. Was it fair? It was indeed unfair. Master Zhou knew it, Master Wei knew it, and Wu Ziqing also knew it. In previous calligraphy competitions, everyone's literary standards were about the same. They were neither too bad nor good. After all, calligraphers were not literary experts. Hence, this sort of competition was usually quite fair. Everyone was pretty much on the same level, but a godly person had appeared in this year's competition. Not only were his calligraphy skills excellent, his literary foundation was universe-startling. This made the competition lose all suspense. Everyone knew that this youth in shades did not win due to his calligraphy, but rather by his literary skills. Calligraphy skills? He could only be said to have a chance against some of the calligraphers present. There were many here who were better than him. But literary foundations? He alone was enough to steamroll dozens of calligraphers. Yes, steamroll. Steamrolling without any suspense. One person was enough? Now many people recalled through hindsight the meaning behind Wu Ziqing's words in the beginning. President Wu was not saying that she alone was enough. She was saying the youth alone was enough. President Wu clearly knew this youth from before and knew his ability. Hence, when she saw the youth join her team, she declined on having other teammates. She had rejected the request of those who wanted to join her team out of pity. This was because Wu Ziqing knew this youth alone was enough. And that was indeed what had happened. This youth had really won over dozens of calligraphy seniors. Chapter 370, The Last Match. Couplets Duel. Then what next? Isn't it the same even if they continue competing? Yeah, there's no meaning to it if they continue to compete based on poetry. Why not tweak the rules a little and compete based on some other standard? Master Zhou, let's not keep doing poetry. The opponent's advantage is too unfair. We are in the calligraphy field, so how could we possibly defeat someone in literature studies through poetry? Right, we should change the format. As long as it isn't poetry, anything else is fine. Right, anything except poetry. He definitely won't be able to do well in other topics. Everyone was convinced of the literary skills of the youth in shades. Since this was a calligraphy competition, they were unconvinced. Many of the calligraphers were embarrassed by this and were disputing the issue. Master Zhou smiled. If you want to continue competing then, please draw a lot from the box. There are still other topics in there besides poetry. All right, come on then. The tension against the youth was increasing. Master Zhou announced, "First, let's take a 2 minutes break before we continue." Everyone had no objections, and some went to get a drink while the others who were a little hungry went to grab some refreshments. Zhang Ye went to the toilet which was inside the restaurant premises. Inside the male toilet, another person followed him in. This person appeared to be Master Wei's disciple and was also part of Master Wei's team. Wait a moment. Chen Imo called out to him. Zhang Ye turned around. What's the matter, my friend? Chen Imo looked at him and said, Aren't you going a little too far today? Zhang Ye smiled. What do you mean by that? How did I go too far? It's Master Wei's birthday today. Why are you being such a wet blanket? What's the meaning of this? You are also someone from this circle, so don't tell me you don't intend to show some respect to the seniors. Chen Imo did not hold back on his words and tone. Zhang Ye was stirred. Sorry, but I'm not from your circle. I respect my seniors, but my senior is not Master Wei. It is President Wu. My path is also not that of calligraphy, so don't try that on me. You are even trying to accuse me now? Who do you think you are? Chen Imo lectured him. Never push things too far so that we can meet amiably in the future. Zhang Ye replied, You are the ones who are bullying a woman like President Wu. Why didn't you not push things too far earlier? And I'm not allowed to help her. Chen Imo spoke in a well-grounded manner. President Wu does not truly belong in the calligraphy world. Most of those present today are also on better terms with Master Wei. Since it's his birthday, of course we'd naturally choose to stand by his side. How can you say that's bullying? It's only a friendly competition to make the gathering more lively. No one would be concerned by that. I believe President Wu is not so petty too. But you have caused the event to become awkward. Zhang Ye was tickled by his logic, so he said, You are really amusing. A bunch of people bullying President Wu so as to win the auspicious item. You mentioned that this was just a competition, which is not meant to be taken too seriously. Yet, you don't mention how your team has so many more people, saying it's for fun only. Yet now when you have lost, you are claiming that we should have left some face for your respected teacher, saying that we disrespected him. Why does it feel like you are right no matter what? As if your team deserves to win just because of the occasion, and that's logical? So whatever we do is unacceptable? Other than losing to you, we would be in the wrong regardless of what we do. Chen Imo glared with his eyes cold. You are distorting my words. But that's what you were driving at. Zhang Ye said, I'm sorry, but using seniority as a reason does not work on me. I was invited by President Wu, and I'm here to wish her a happy birthday. However the others want to think of me, they can think what they want. It does not concern me. I know how to handle myself, so you can save your effort in telling me what I should or shouldn't do. After saying that, he went to use the toilet and did not bother about him anymore. Chen Imo was angered. This person does not appreciate his advice. He turned around and left. Actually, winning or losing this competition did not matter to Zhang Ye. He only cared about Wu Ziqing's treatment. If they wanted to bully old Wu and leave her embarrassed, then Zhang Ye would not sit back and do nothing. It was that simple. Since he had already helped President Wu by winning up to this point, Zhang Ye was already happy enough. Even if he were to lose the last match, he was fine with it. His thoughts were not in the calligraphy world, so winning or losing did not affect him in any way. But now, someone had actually tried to come up to him to sort him out. He even tried to lecture and threaten him. Then did Zhang Ye still need to hold back? He was infamous for being a hooligan. F***K. If you didn't say anything, everything would have been fine. I didn't necessarily have to win every round. Let me tell you, don't even think of winning a single match now. Do you think I'm afraid of threats? In the backyard, the next match was about to begin. When it was time to pick topics, Chen Imo stepped forward. Teacher, let me do it. Master Wei smiled and nodded. He kindly said, Sure, little Imo. I'll leave it to you. Master Wei did not step forward this entire time. It was possible that he had never planned on taking part in the competition himself. As a master of the calligraphy world, even if he won, it would not look good since it would be similar to bullying. If he lost, it would look even worse. Zhang Ye asked, Who is that? Wu Ziqing looked at the man in his 30s who was drawing the topic. Master Wei's disciple, I guess. I don't know him or his name. What's the matter? Why are you so interested in him? Zhang Ye shrugged and said, Just now in the bathroom, he came to me and tried to give me a piece of his mind, telling me to respect his teacher and stuff like that. What he meant was that I was going too far. Wu Ziqing asked gently, Are you going to concede this match then? Of course not. Zhang Ye said, I'm not a charity organization. The more he tries to accuse me, the more I want to win. Since we are winning, we should win to the end. Chen Imo had picked his topic. He picked a topic that caused a minor uproar. Master Zhou was also a little stunned as he announced, "There's no need to pick the second part. The next topic is couplets. According to the rules, both parties will come to a decision on who gets to give the couplet and who gets to match the couplet. If the couplet can be matched, the matcher will win. If the couplet can't be matched, the giver will be the winner. Of course, this is not an absolute. Even if it could be matched, we will still be looking at the calligraphy writing. As to how the judging will be done, I will be the one deciding. As couplet matching is a little special, the time given will be 10 minutes. All right then, will the two competitors decide on the sequence now? Couplets? It actually turned out to be couplets? Couplets and calligraphy were inextricably linked, but this kind of a topic was still a rarity. In past gatherings, there weren't many people who had drawn this topic. Haha, we got a good show to watch now. At last we got an interesting topic. As long as it is not poetry, that youth doesn't stand a chance. Little Mo's luck is quite good. This match is definitely ours. Teacher Sue, this is your field. No one is more suitable than you to represent us for this topic. Your accomplishments in couplets can be considered to be in the top 10 of the country. Not many people would be able to match you. Teacher Sue, it's yours. We can't keep letting Little Wu win, otherwise us old folks would have no face left. Huh. Chen Mo also smiled a little. He glanced at Zhang Ye and thought to himself that this guy still wanted to act tough with him. This time it's not about poetry anymore. Let's see how badly you lose. Suna's father stepped up. Okay, let me do it. Master Zhou also shook his head. He knew there would be no surprises. When old Su showed his hand, not many people in the couplet field would be able to best him, except for those few monsters. But what left everyone feeling a little strange was how the youth standing opposite him hardly had any reaction at all. He was seated there in a calm manner, occasionally taking a sip of wine. Master Wei laughed. Little Wu, will you be taking this round instead? Wu Ziqing looked at the topic and laughed. I don't think I'm needed here. Zhang Ye had stood up by now. Uncle Su, who will give the couplet? Father Su was very magnanimous. With a wave of his hand, he said, Young man, you can set the question. Her. Sure, then I won't hold back. Zhang Ye walked up to the front. The person who had the most animated expression was Suna. When she saw that the drawn topic was about couplets, she nearly fainted. Seeing how Master Wei's team looked as if they already had it in the bag made Suna at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Do you think you would win for sure? You guys don't know fart. This was Zhang Ye were talking about. Poetry, songwriting, couplets, essays, novels, and speeches, all of that was nothing to him. Especially regarding achievements in couplets, teacher Zhang Ye was one of those monsters. Suna could not help but remember the scene at the Beijing couplet competition. Every competition would have a champion, but a champion and a champion were not the same. The level of measurement was different. Those other champions would usually fight head-to-head with other competitors until one was finally victorious. But what about Zhang Ye? Suna had watched the couplet competition online back then. She had witnessed Zhang Ye stand up to more than 50 others and came out winning comfortably, not even letting his opponents gain a single point. They had all been utterly defeated by Zhang Ye. What was the reason for that? The reason boiled down to their levels being too far apart. Suna knew her father's specialty was in couplets and was even considered a top couplet master. But even though she knew that her father might come out tops against 10,000 others, he would not be able to outmatch Zhang Ye. Dad, Suna quickly called him out. Father Su looked towards her. Yes? Suna waved her hands quickly and winked her eyes, meaning to tell him not to take part. But Father Su did not understand, and instead smiled and nodded his head. He thought his daughter was cheering him on. Chen Mo and those calligraphers were all looking on in a relaxed mood. They were laughing and smiling as they looked over at Zhang Ye while waiting for him to give the couplet. They believed that no matter what verse he came up with, Teacher Su would be able to match it perfectly. Immediately, Zhang Ye began writing the couplet's verse. There wasn't a lot of characters, and he wrote it very casually, as if he did not even think before he started writing. He gave off a feeling as though he had already conceded defeated, yet it also felt like he did not take it too seriously. Chi Mua Han Chong Kong Soga, JM Chuang Kong Shogua. In this lonely and tiny unit as a widow. Zhang Ye raised his head smiling. I've finished writing. Okay, I will match it. Father Su proclaimed confidently while walking over as the crowd cheered him on. He took a look at the first half of the verse. Then Father Su plopped down and almost vomited blood. Damn you to your ninth great-grandmother. What the F*** K was this verse? Do you want to win so badly? Zhang Ye was really being inconsiderate. This couplet verse was also a millennial impossibility in his previous world. The verse, which he used at the previous Beijing couplet competition, Yinsuash Tianji Liu, Willow Pond Locked in Smoke, had some matches which could be considered close matches, even if they did not satisfy all the conditions to be considered perfect, but this, Jimo Anchengga, JMHN Chuan Kong Shogua, in this lonely and tiny unit as a widow, had existed for hundreds of years without a second half even coming close. It could be said that Father Su did not even stand a chance. A millennial impossibility. This verse could not possibly be matched by anyone. Even if future generations would come up with something, it would still be a few hundred or several thousand years later. Chapter 371, Old Wu's Birthday Gift. The atmosphere turned quiet. Everyone was looking at the couplet. Zhang Ye was afraid people in the distance could not see it, so he recited it. Once, Ji Mo Han Chong Kung Soga, JMHN Chuan Kong Shogua, in this lonely and tiny unit as a widow. Father Su was filled with despair. He had came forward full of confidence, thinking he was bound to win. Who knew the couplet awaiting him would forcefully smothered him. Master Zhou and a few truly knowledgeable people were also stunned the moment Zhang Ye put down his brush. This first half, Zhang Ye's couplet's first half, had a very simple meaning and was even straightforward. It was how a lonely widow stayed alone. It was not like other couplets which were quite a mouthful or textually intricate. There was no need to even explain the couplet. Everyone could understand it. But this first half's only trick was that one of its radicals were the same. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary miraculous couplet. There were plenty of such couplets in this world, so it was nothing surprising. Of course, this was a layman's point of view. True experts, who had deeply researched couplets, would feel like vomiting blood the moment they saw it. How could it be matched? There was no way of matching it. However, there were a few calligraphers who did not realize this. They began suggesting ideas. Teacher Su, why aren't you writing anything? I think trying with disconsolate sorrow, it won't work. Try using a beautiful fair. Oh, it won't do too. The correspondence doesn't match. The more they ruminated, the more of a headache they experienced. The more they thought, the more alarmed they became. The first half of the couplet seemed like anyone could match it as long as enough time was given. However, the more they thought through it carefully and researched it thoroughly, they felt even more powerless. Their hearts slowly turned cold. It could not be matched. This couplet could not be matched. The collective wisdom of everyone failed to match the couplet. Master Zhou reminded everyone, since someone has come forward for this round, there should not be any suggestions from the crowd, all right? Little Wu's team only has 2 people, and the numbers are quite few to begin with. However, Zhang Ye said, Master Zhou, it's fine. This couplet of mine has no time limit, nor is it restricted to anyone. Even if someone can match it a few decades later, you can consider it as me losing this round. Master Zhou looked at him and gave a pleased smile and nod. All right, then let's leave the outcome of this round on hold. Who knows? This might become a story decades later. Zhang Ye suggested. Then let's end it here today. Master Zhou agreed and began to become fond of Zhang Ye. All right. The auspicious item now has an honor, so it's of little significance to carry the competition. It's already past 1 p.m., so let's have our meal, not mentioning the winner or loser. Taking this round as a tie? Leaving it for the future? Everyone knew this youth in shades was leaving them face. According to the rules of the competition, he would definitely win. However, by him offering to put this on hold showed he had some bearing. It seemed like this youth had a sense of propriety. He did not incessantly chase after them to smack their faces. Zhang Ye had compromised, but he actually did not plan on doing so. Chen Mo's words had provoked him. He had planned on wiping them out, but there was no other way. His opponent this round was Su Na's father. Su Na was his colleague, and they always had a cordial relationship. Zhang Ye could treat others however he wanted, but he naturally could not hunt down the father of his friend. Hence, he initiated this peaceful draw. It was not because Zhang Ye had a sense of propriety. It was just wishful thinking of the others. It was just Zhang Ye giving Su Na and her father some face. Others did not know that Zhang Ye never backed down, but Suna definitely knew. She was very familiar with Zhang Ye and knew of his temper. He was a person who didn't care who he faced. Had he ever been afraid of anyone? How high a status did Professor Yin have? Zhang Ye scolded him the moment he was given the chance. Suna knew Zhang Ye was not a person who would back down because of hierarchy. The reason why Teacher Zhang did not care about the outcome was because of Suna herself. Upon realizing this, Suna felt warmth spread through her heart. He had disregarded so many calligraphers and artists to the point of not even bothering about them, much less currying favor. Yet, Zhang Ye had given Suna, his friend, face. From Suna's point of view, such a friend was worth having. This was a true friend. Suna looked over and winked. Zhang Ye nodded and exchanged looks with her. At this moment, Master Wei finally laughed. A young person's abilities must be respected. Zhang Ye said a few humble words, but it was just a few. All of you went easy on me. If everyone really got serious, I wouldn't be your match. Wu Zuqing also smiled and said, Master Wei, so I'll be keeping this auspicious item? Master Wei gave an expression as if he seemed unwilling to part with it. It was unknown if it was really what he was feeling. Let me take another look at it. If I don't look at it, I might never have another chance to do so. Master Wei's disciple, Chen Mo, had an ugly expression. So many of them failed to get an item his teacher wanted. It was too shameful. Master Zhou's disciples had already brought out the auspicious item out. Wu Zuqing said elegantly, Why don't I lend it to you for a period of time? You can return it to me when the time comes. All right. Master Wei asked her, How long are you going to lend it to me for? Wu Zuqing gave a faint chuckle. 100 years. Master Wei glanced at her and was humored. All right, it's decided then. The last few lines were only between the two of them. Only Master Zhou and his two disciples who were holding up the calligraphy piece could hear it. Well, there was also Zhang Ye who had a keen ear. As for the rest, they did not hear it. They only heard that Wu Zuqing was lending it to Master Wei for a period of time for his enjoyment. He still had to return it when the time came. Lending it to him for 100 years? Then that was something that did not need to be returned. Zhang Ye did not mind Wu Zuqing's decision. He supported old Wu in everything that she did. The two disciples were stunned and did not utter a word. Since Wu Zuqing had whispered, she naturally had a reason behind it. Saying that she was lending it instead of giving it to Master Wei was most likely to save Master Wei's face. So, they did not make it known. Master Zhou was overjoyed with this outcome. In a good mood, he instructed the staff to begin the banquet. Master Wei's mood also turned good. I think we should eat in the courtyard. Sure. Master Zhou looked up. Today's weather is pretty good. It's nice and warm. Another calligraphy master smiled and said, All right, then let's set up tables in the backyard. If there's not enough space, the rest can go eat inside the building. The tables were set up. The dishes were served. Wu Zuqing called Zhang Ye over. Did you hear it? Hear what? Zhang Ye pretended not to know. Wu Zuqing had only used a voice that only the two of them could hear. I have given the auspicious item you won for me to Master Wei. Since it was won by you, I have to let you know. Zhang Ye said, Oh, it's fine. It's up to you. After all, I won it for you. Wu Zuqing smiled faintly and said, The reason why I didn't want Master Zhou's calligraphy piece is because I want you to write one for me. I did not want that gift, so you have to prepare a gift for me. I believe once the meal begins, everyone will begin giving their gifts. It wouldn't look good if you are empty-handed, right? I'm waiting for you to write a nice calligraphy piece for me. Zhang Ye felt proud. What sort of person was Master Zhou? He was a calligraphy master. To think President Wu gave up on Master Zhou's exquisite piece of calligraphy and thought nothing of it, but instead, she wanted one of Zhang Ye's calligraphy pieces. How great of an honor was this? Zhang Ye felt flattered and honored at the same time. However, what should he write? There was nothing he could write. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Why don't I give you the ancient poems and couplets I wrote previously to you? You can treat them all as a birthday gift, all right? Wu Zuqing said, I already wanted those poems. But I think it's not enough. After all, those aren't true ancient poetry. They lack the support of illusions. Be it poems or melody poems, there is no historical background to them, so it is lacking in the mood. Zhang Ye was unconvinced. How can there not be any illusions supporting them? Wu Zuqing chuckled. Then let me ask you, in that melody poem, Lady Yu, the royal beauty, why was she called a beauty? And which homeland was it? In Morning Day, what place is the almond flower village the cowherd points to? Is there some story behind them? In passing by Huaqing Palace, what sort of place is Huaqing Palace? In One Horse Rider kicking up red dust, the concubine laughs. Who was the concubine? How do you know there was a concubine who ate lychee? Are there ancient records of such events in history? Is there such information in literature? Zhang Ye tried explaining about that. Before he finished speaking, Wu Ziqing laughed. Anyway, you owe me a gift, and I'll want it in a while. Little Wu, come join us over here in the main seats. Master Zhou called over. Wu Ziqing went over, leaving Zhang Ye smiling wryly. Old Wu was clearly trying to rob him, and she was planning on robbing him dry. Not only her, everyone else knew Zhang Ye's poems were good. There was no faults that could be picked in terms of literature, but it lacked the support of history and illusions. If it was written by an ancient, then there was no need to even think about it. The ancients were part of history to begin with. These poems were perfect, but Zhang Ye wasn't an ancient. He was just a modern person who had absorbed modern-day culture. This caused his poems to drop in value. Zhang Ye was still unconvinced. Who told you my poems do not have any illusions supporting them? Who told you I can't explain them through historical information? Why was Lady Yu, the royal beauty, called a beauty? Because, Lady Yu, forget it, let's talk. About the next one. What country was the homeland? The homeland was, of course, right. Let's talk about Almond Flower Village. Where was Almond Flower Village? Almond Flower Village is actually the place beside Sweet Rice Village. F***K. I just wanted to F***King write Almond Flower Village. Why do all of you care? Why care? Zhang Ye became angry. He indeed could not explain the stories behind these ancient phrases. If he had to explain, he would have to extend it to the historical stories from his world. These poems lacked some meaning? Then what gift can I give you? Few ancient poems rarely didn't have a story behind them. Do I have to write a folk song poem? Many of these did not have any historical allegories, as they themselves were a form of allegory. They were adapted from folk tales. From Zhang Ye's understanding, it was just an ancient story telling some fictitious story. Then there would be no need to have any historical stories to support it. Folk song poem. What should I write for Old Wu? Chapter 372. Master Wei's Disciples' Provocation. Everyone took their seats. Everyone looked for their own spots. Zhang Ye went to a small table in the back. Teacher Su. Nicely done, Teacher Zhang. Your few poems were enough to stun everyone. Suna said jovially. She was not a bigoted person. She usually did not have the bearing of a Peking University teacher and would joke around if necessary. I have something I want to ask of you. Zhang Ye sat down. Go on. Suna said. Can you give me the upper half of your couplet? Zhang Ye threw up his hands. They have already been taken by President Wu. You can ask it from her. So you are agreeable to it? If you agree to it, I'll go over. Anyway, President Wu likes poetry and is probably not as interested in couplets, but my father likes it. Suna said. Zhang Ye smiled and said, It's for Uncle Su? Sure, no problem. Suna said happily. Then it's settled. Thanks. At this moment, Master Zhou looked around and his sights landed on Zhang Ye. He waved at him and said, Young lad. Haha, come over to the main table. Main table? Everyone was stunned. The main table was for masters. Typical calligraphers were not qualified to sit there. Master Wei also invited him. That's right. Young man, come over. You have the qualifications to sit with us. How could Zhang Ye go over? He immediately said, Thank you, masters. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I don't dare to impose, so I really won't be going over. Wu Ziqing said, Since he wants to sit over there, let him be. Let's eat. A calligrapher in his 40s was curious as he asked, Old Wu, where did you get to know this person? Why have I never heard of him before? Does anyone know him? No. It's also my first time seeing him. The others also glanced at Zhang Ye. Wu Ziqing said with a faint smile, I'm sure you all know him. As for who he is, let me keep you all in suspense. For the moment, isn't everyone hungry? If not, I'll be the first to dig in. All of us know him. It can't be. Master Zhou roared with laughter. Right, let's eat first. Mr. Feng, who had previously participated in the competition, said, Little Wu, don't say anything else. Please give me that Lady Yu, the royal beauty. If not, don't think of getting a gift from me. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, Teacher Feng, You are depriving me of a beloved item. Mr. Feng snorted. I lost to a junior and have lost all my face. How can I not get some benefits? So it's settled. That piece of calligraphy is mine. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, I'll think about it. Mr. Feng stared. What's there to think about? You scammed all us old fogies, and we haven't even settled scores. If we knew your teammate was so good at poetry and his calligraphy being so good, why the heck would we even try to compete with him? They had really lost quite unjustly. They had lost based on literary skills. Wu Ziqing said helplessly. All right then. Lady Yu, the royal beauty is yours. Mr. Feng drank a mouthful of wine happily. That's more like it. With that, Mr. Wang also spoke. The lavishly decorated zither is mine. I want that morning day. Haha, I like those ominous poems. Old Wu, you have to forego your love. Later on, I'll write a piece of calligraphy to exchange with you. Another calligrapher said. So in a short while, all of Zhang Ye's poetry had been handed out, leaving not a single one with Wu Ziqing. It was very common for calligraphers to exchange calligraphy pieces, not to mention that these were the original poems written by Zhang Ye for the first time. They had their value as collectibles. Everyone knew this youth would one day amount to something. If he were to one day become a master, these poetry's value would increase tenfold, maybe even 100-fold. When Chun Mo, who was sitting at the third table, heard the conversation at the main table and saw how Zhang Ye's poetry was so popular, his frown tightened. A youth secretly said, Wu Ziqing brought someone to mess things up. Another youth added, it's too much. This is our teacher's birthday. Not only did he win the auspicious item that our teacher wanted, he even smacked the faces of so many teachers. What is he doing? The first youth said, Senior brother, you must seek justice for our old master. These were all Master Wei's disciples. Chun Mo's expression looked certain as he whispered, Watch me. The banquet began. The second segment also began. Someone came over. Master Wei, let me offer you a toast. Another youth came over. Big Sis Wu, happy birthday. A few people came over and took out the birthday presents they prepared. Someone gave Master Wei an ink slab, while someone gave Wu Ziqing a roll of painting he drew. 1, 5, 10. More and more came forward to give their birthday wishes. Master Wei and Wu Ziqing had a rewarding trip as they received many things. Master Wei, this is a lowly work of mine. I wish you a long life. Thank you. You were so thoughtful. Suddenly, Master Wei's most valued disciple, Chun Mo, stood up. He walked towards the main table and said with a laugh, Teacher, he who teaches me for one day is my father for life. Thank you for all the guidance and teachings you have given me over all these years. I know you are not lacking in anything, and I can't produce anything nice to give to you. The only thing I can give you is the calligraphy I have learned under your years of nurturing. Today, I wish to write something for you. I wish you would be able to appraise the results of my learning. He was quite eloquent. Master Wei stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Great. This present suits my taste. Master Zhou was also quite interested. He instructed people to set up ink and paper. The platform was in the middle, so everyone could see it. People, who were eating upstairs, could lean over the window to see it. Little Mo is planning on writing calligraphy? Let's take a look. Little Mo is one of the most talented disciples of Master Wei. The surrounding people put down their chopsticks and began to watch the lively scene while smiling and chattering. Chun Mo held his brush and closed his eyes for a moment. Suddenly, they opened his eyes and landed the brush on the Xian paper. He was holding a small brush, so was it possible that he was writing a long poem? Zhang Ye also looked over. Nicely written, as expected of Master Wei's disciple. He's not worse than that youth in shades from before. The crowd gave their praises by the side. As for Master Wei's other disciples, they also stood by the side cheering on their senior brother. However, when the first line was written, someone exclaimed and then felt his heart pounding. It was a folk song poem. This kind of poetry was rarely seen, and it was a folk song poem that no one had seen before. Clearly, it was a work created by Chun Mo himself. The creation of a folk song poem was much more difficult than ancient poems or melody poems. Firstly, it was rare, and secondly, it was difficult to grasp. It was too difficult to write one well as it required extremely deep ancient knowledge of literature. It was unknown how long Chun Mo had prepared for this, but this showcase made everyone astonished. Master Zhou congratulated. Old Wei, Your mantle has an inheritor, Master Wei said with a smile. Little Mo is still far from that. Far from that. I think it's not much further. He will definitely be better than you in the future. Huh. Master Zhou and Master Wei were old friends, so it was very common to engage in banter. The poem was very long. A folk song poem was finished. However, when everyone read the poem's content carefully, they were all stunned. Chen Mo's folk song poem actually told a story. It mentioned an unsuccessful man in ancient times. He kept trying to pass the imperial examinations to gain fame, but his wife kept obstructing him, wanting him to go into business. The man refused, but his wife relied on her better family conditions and began to preside all decisions of the household. In the end, the family business collapsed, causing the two of them to sleep on the street. In the end, the man succeeded in the examinations and became an official, while the wife becomes subservient towards him from then on, following his every word. Midway, the text even used words similar to only women and small-minded men are hard to deal with. The story was average. It was written like standard feudal period texts. As for a moral, there was none. It seemed to be writing about Chun Mo himself. Men had to stick to their ideals and goals, never listening to women. However, this story would not be anything in any other occasion, but in today's occasion, there was a problem. What more? A big problem. Not only was Master Wei celebrating his birthday today, but it was also Wu Ziqing's birthday. What's the meaning of this? Only women and small-minded men are hard to deal with. Women should not be in the limelight. They should stay at home and just focus on assisting the husband and bringing up the children. It was a story that said women should not do anything. And in the end, it even said that the wife down and out, while the husband was high and mighty. Who were you trying to repress? What sort of status did President Wu have? Only you. Dare to make such things up. Chen Mo put his brush down. I'm done writing. The atmosphere seemed to momentarily freeze. No one present was an idiot. Master Wei's face first turned sullen. Insolence. Master Zhou did not praise Chen Mo either. He frowned and glanced at Wu Ziqing. Wu Ziqing hung a faint smile on her lips, but did not say a word. Suna could not stand for it. She stood up furious. Chun, who are you scolding? A calligrapher's female family member said angrily too. Who said women are inferior to men? What sort of society is it? To think you wrote such a feudal-era ideology. Another woman said. What sort of folk song poem is this? To write us women to be completely good for nothings? What the heck do you mean, little Mo? Do you look down on women? Chun Mo smiled and said, I don't have those intentions. It's just a folk song poem. Some of the words are just referenced, and not what I personally believe. I'm just emulating the writing style of the ancients. A group of women began chattering. They could not stand for this. Chen Mo ignored it. He knew he would definitely offend many people today, but he didn't care. He only respected Master Wei. Wu Ziqing had thrown his teacher's face, so as a disciple, he had to help win his teacher's face back. He thought Master Wei was just maintaining his bearing just now by speaking, but did not mean that he was not angry. Hence, Chen Mo produced this text, hoping to win the face from before back. He would not let Wu Ziqing win the competition, face, an auspicious gift, and leave. He had to make her lose face. Competition? They were not Zhang Ye's match. But now, it was not a literary competition. Chen Mo was trying to settle scores. Zhang Ye looked at Chen Mo and the folk song poem. He was truly infuriated. When everyone helped the old master bully Wu Ziqing in numbers, Zhang Ye was not truly angered. He knew everyone did not have the true intentions of bullying her. However, the meaning behind what Chen Mo wrote was different. This was clearly trying to embarrass Wu Ziqing. This was clearly trying to take revenge. Bastard. You are courting death. Chapter 373. Ode of Milan is born. The mood of the annual gathering had soured. Everyone who was in attendance to the gathering could only look on at each other as they observed the situation in the backyard. As Chen Mo's teacher, Master Wei could only step forward to Wu Ziqing saying, President Wu, I'm sorry. My disciple does not know better. Don't take what a junior does to heart. Wu Ziqing smiled. It's okay, little Mo's words are quite well written. Master Wei sighed, saying, the words are good, but the attitude is far from good. Master Zhou said from the side. He still needs to hone himself. It's too early for him to stray from the cover of his master's wing. Saying that, he shook his head. As for the calligraphers that had gathered around, there was nothing they could say either, because as a disciple of Master Wei, it would not be good for them to lecture him. Using a folk song poem to insinuate that women should stay home and fulfill their homely duties? Chun Mo's words were indeed well written, and he was also an outstanding literary talent, but his character was less so. Did he care about President Wu's status? She was a heroine amongst women, and even these calligraphers did not dare to make a scene in front of her. So what's with this junior that was Chun Mo? It was a good thing that President Wu did not hold him against him. Such magnanimity would not have come from anyone else. Writing something like that would have already gotten him a stare and smack on the table. You'd have to know that in the field of culture and education, Wu Ziqing's influence was much larger than all of those present put together. They could only be considered as passers-by in these fields. Wu Ziqing was the only one who held true power. If he did not even recognize this, then his future achievements would definitely not be any good either. Everyone had their own judgments about Chun Mo Sai. Young people always act impulsively and go astray. Sometimes, you'd have give them a chance to let them grow up and learn from their own mistakes. Master Zhou looked at Chun Mo. What are you waiting for? Apologize to President Wu. Chun Mo hesitated for a moment before looking to Wu Ziqing and saying, President Wu, if I had offended you in any way, I apologize, but this folk song poem of mine really does not have any ulterior motives at all. I just wanted to show my teacher and let him assess the fruits of my learnings. He was still unwilling to admit his mistake. Everyone frowned. Old Master Wei's eyes turned cold as well. Chun Mo was also a victim of his own pride. He had already gone so far, so all he could do was to just continue standing there and admitting that he was not in the wrong. He did not know that Wu Ziqing had already presented Master Zhou's calligraphy piece to his teacher. All he wanted to do now was to get back at them for his teacher. He did not care about the consequences anymore. What's done was done. The folk song poem had already been written, and nothing could be done about it. Su Na said angrily, he can't tell chalk from cheese. To think you still are so adamant when President Wu did not take it to heart. Father Su reprimanded her a little. Sit down. Why are you getting so agitated for? Su Na said, he has already denigrated women. Am I not allowed to say anything? A female calligrapher snorted. What day and age are we currently in, and yet there's still such discrimination? Old Master Wei, today is the anniversary of our calligraphy association and also your birthday. We came here to congratulate you, not to get angered like this. It's already a new era of society, and yet there are still such people with such old-fashioned mindsets still around. If I didn't see this for myself, I wouldn't have believed it. What's the matter with us women? Right. In what way are we good for nothing? The person who wrote such a folk song poem can't possibly have good character. Still adamant? Don't know how to repent? He dares to do it, but doesn't dare to admit his mistakes. Master Wei, we respect you a lot, but this disciple of yours is really not much. A group of female family members and female calligraphers were still grumbling about Chun Mo. President Wu did not get offended by him because of her status, but for them, they did not have any reasons to hold back. They were all women, and they would have already let him off easy if they spat on him. Chun Mo's calligraphy writing was really infuriating. Teacher Wang said to his wife, Old Chu, why are you causing a commotion? The woman frowned. What's the matter? Can't I speak my mind? Teacher Wang pursed his lips. Just don't say so much. Is there not enough rice to stop you from talking? Eat more then. He did not want the issue to keep going on as it was. After all, still Master Wei's birthday. The more they spoke, the uglier it would become for Master Wei. Another calligrapher said to his daughter, Xiaojiang, don't say any more. Just eat. The girl, who was sitting at the same table as Su Na, slammed her chopsticks onto the table. Do you think I can still eat? Dad, that Chin fella's actions are completely uncalled for. I was just quietly eating and did not offend anyone. Yet he came out and insulted all women? If his calligraphy was about any other topic, it would be fine, but what did he do? He wrote the folk song poem in a way that says the men must be determined to follow their dreams and not listen those around them spouting rubbish. Yet most of the descriptions were talking about how women are wicked and like to cause trouble. He basically looks down on women from the bottom of his heart. If this poem were to be posted and spread around in public, how will others think of the Calligraphy Association? They would definitely think that this place is ruled by old feudal lords. Her father got angry. What are you saying? Eat your meal, Xiaojiang said. If he doesn't explain himself, I won't eat. The woman beside her hugged Xiaojiang and said, Old son, don't shout at your daughter. You allowed him to write something like that, yet you won't let us say a word. Big Sisyu, little Mo, doesn't seem like he was intending to do that. The father smiled bitterly. Big Sisyu said, Still, he ought to apologize. All of the women present did not agree with his explanation. The men looked as though they were all having a bad headache. Senior bro. This. Master Wei's other disciples could only sit still. Chun Mo had no way back except to say, Sisters and aunties, I really do not have any other meaning. I was just imitating the ancients and writing a folk song poem for my teacher's birthday, so that I could show how much I have learned. I have been composing this for the past month and wanted to give my teacher a surprise. Still adamant? Still giving excuses. This time, even the men could no longer stand him. Suddenly, someone said something. Zhang Ye casually grabbed a mouthful of food and swallowed it down. He calmly glanced at Chun Mo. You had 1 month of research and all you came up with was this piece of rubbish? Looks to me like your studies did not take you far. Chun Mo sneered. Rubbish? Zhang Ye's mouth was extremely toxic. Saying that it's rubbish was only to leave face for Master Wei. If I were to speak freely, this folk song poem is absolute king trash. Do you even know what a folk song poem is? Do you know how to write a folk song poem? With this sort of standard for an essay, you still dare to call it a folk song poem? Don't tease us anymore. In the future, should you have something else like this again, you should just leave it at home. Don't bring it out and embarrass yourself. If someone who really understands poetry well sees this, wouldn't it make them laugh their heads off? Your words only SOSO and just barely okay, but the literary standards are very poor. Let me tell you, a real folk song poem does not put too much focus on the passage format and is not so strict about tonal patterns, with a lot of freedom from rules, but it is not so simple as to be considered an unstructured passage that, when paired with music, will automatically qualify it to be a folk song poem. A poem such as the folk song poem does not fully depend on pairing it with music either. Our nation's literature is so profound and deep, and it is definitely not as simple as you think it is. Suna cheered. Well said. As for what was so good about it, Suna did not know either. Those who were present felt the same. Speaking of it, they really did not understand much about the structure of a folk song poem either. There were no restrictions on the type of sentences used, no tonal pattern requirements either, yet the standard for the words used were very high. There could be storyline characters in it, and even exchanges of sentences between the characters. It was very difficult to write. Everyone's concept of it was also as such. After all, they were all involved in calligraphy and not in folk song poems. They couldn't possibly be so well learned about a topic like this. A youth could no longer bear to listen any longer. You're saying my senior bro is writing rubbish? Is it my senior bro or you that doesn't understand? Another of Master Wei's disciples rebutted. Zhang Ye was tickled. I don't understand. When she heard this, Suna also burst out laughing. Seeing Zhang Ye accusing him, Chun Mo no longer kept silent. Those aunties and sisters who had been giving him a ticking off were all his elders, and it wasn't good for him to argue back. But who did Zhang Ye think he was? Chun Mo said directly. Sure, you put it so well. Then why don't you show us what you've got? If what I wrote is not a folk song poem, then show us how it should be written. Zhang Ye smiled. It's President Wu's birthday today, so I will be happy to teach you something. I won't ask for tuition fees either. After saying so, he turned around to Wu Zuqing and said, President Wu, I did not prepare a present for you today. Coming here empty-handed, I feel a little embarrassed, so let me write a little something for you as your birthday present. Wu Zuqing laughed and said, Sure. Master Zhou was a little stunned. What will you write? Zhang Yi replied relaxingly. After saying all that I did earlier, I will naturally be writing a folk song poem. I wanted to give the poems from earlier to President Wu, but she didn't seem too satisfied with them, saying that those poems didn't fit the occasion. All right then, this folk song poem should be suitable. I would also like to tell everyone a story. Wu Zuqing watched him with a soft gaze. Okay, I will be waiting to see your folk song poem. If it's not up to my standards, I will not accept it. She said so jokingly, but there was not a single doubt in her eyes. A lot of people gasped. What the F***K? You really want to write a folk song poem? This was not a poem that could be compared to other 5- or 7-word poems. A folk song poem was usually used to tell a story. It needed character planning, a storyline, a main plot, and lastly a conclusive question. It needed thoughtful literary planning and largely depended on the phrasing of words. Everyone had witnessed Zhang Ye's prowess in composing poems, but most poems only numbered a few dozen words. Each one was short and easy to come up with, but a folk song poem was entirely different. Without at least a month to think and prepare, how could he come up with a long poem that would consist of hundreds to thousands of words? It was not possible to write on the spot. Everyone knew that this sunglasses youth obviously spoke without thinking. He could not have possibly composed something like this, yet he claimed that he would immediately start writing one right now? Composing on the spot? This was a folk song poem we're talking about. How could something like that be composed spontaneously? Everyone had no concept of such a thing. It was nothing they had ever heard about before. Could someone even do that? That's impossible. Yet Su Na felt confident as she cheered. Go, teacher Zhang. Show them what you can do. Those frogs in a well. How dare they debate with you on verse structures? It's laughable. She really wanted to laugh out loud. Zhang Ye said, please help me prepare a longer piece of Xian paper. The word count might be a little more than usual. What size do you require? Master Zhou asked. Zhang Ye not knowing it either. Anything will do, I guess. Master Zhou was left a little speechless, but still said, how many words will there be? Zhang Ye answered, I'm not too sure either. Let's just write and see how it goes. Well, he was composing it on the spot after all, so how could he possibly know how many words there would be? So, Master Zhou instructed his disciples to go prepare, and soon after, everything was ready. Everyone stopped eating and went over to spectate. Let's go downstairs. There's something exciting to watch again. Wait for me, I'm coming too. People who were upstairs came down, many of which were family members and members of the association. This time, it wasn't a match, but somehow, it felt more exciting than one. Everyone's soul was stirred. Suna squeezed in front to find a spot near the happenings. Chen Imo was waiting to see Zhang Ye make a fool of himself. His few disciple brothers thought so too, thinking, how a person without any preparation even write a folk song poem? A few hundred to thousands of words that he hadn't even planned for? Wasn't this an immense joke? And you even want to use it to tell a story? The ancient stories have already been written so much that people are sick of them. Master Zhou stood in the innermost row. Master Wei and Wu Zuqing were seated and watching. All eyes were focused on Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye dabbed the brush in ink, and then looked up to find Chen Imo, watch carefully, and see what a folk song poem really looks like. Saying this, he landed his brush and began describing it verbally. In ancient times, there was a girl named Mulan. Girl? Hua Mulan. Didn't ancient styles of writing always write about men? Why are you writing a woman as the protagonist? When Chun Imo and his fellow disciple brothers heard it, they sneered. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Their faces wore an expression of bewilderment and probably thought that Zhang Ye really was crazy. Not only did he want to compose a folk song poem on the spot, he was even going to use a woman as the main character? A story about getting married and teaching their children how to farm? What was there to write about? Seek, and again seek. Mulan weaves, facing the door. You don't hear the shuttle sound. You only hear daughter's sighs. When the first line was written, Su Na knew what she had to do. She walked and stood behind Zhang Ye. As he wrote another line, Su Na read it aloud so that everyone in the outer rows, who could not see, could hear it. It's really about weaving and farming? What's so interesting about the happenings of a household? Quiet, don't disturb him. Let's keep watching on. A few women and girls were discussing behind him. Without any thought, Zhang Ye wrote word after word in a very fast fashion. His flicks were firm, as if he did not even need to think or conceptualize. They asked daughter who's in her heart. They asked daughter who's on her mind. No one is in daughter's heart. No one is on daughter's mind. Last night I saw the draft posters. The Khan is calling many troops. The army list is in 12 scrolls. On every scroll there's father's name. Father has no grown-up son. Mulan has no elder brother. I want to buy a saddle and horse to serve in the army in father's place. Chen Imo was stunned. What? Serve on her father's behalf? Disguised as a man to serve in the army? Everyone suddenly became quiet. No one spoke anymore. Zhang Ye began to write even faster. In the East Market, she buys a spirited horse. In the West Market, she buys a saddle. In the South Market, she buys a bridle. In the North Market, she buys a long whip. At dawn, she takes leave of father and mother. In the evening, she camps on the Yellow River's bank. She doesn't hear the sound of father and mother calling. She only hears the Yellow River's flowing water cry chun-chun. At dawn, she takes leave of the Yellow River. In the evening, she arrives at Black Mountain. She doesn't hear the sound of father and mother calling. She only hears Mount Yin's nomad horses cry tsai-tsai. A slightly plump, middle-aged woman's eyes turned red. A few other women, who had heard up to here, were also greatly touched. What a pitiful girl. What a filial daughter. What a brave woman. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Ye's brush suddenly turned sharply. It was as if the characters in his folk song poem were about to jump out with the change of his strokes. The atmosphere heated up. She goes 10,000 miles on the business of war. She crosses passes and mountains like flying. Northern gusts carry the rattle of army pots. Chilly light shines on iron armor. Generals die in 100 battles. Stout soldiers return after 10 years. On her return, she sees the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven sits in the splendid hall. He gives out promotions in 12 ranks, and prizes of 100,000 and more. The Khan asks her what she desires. Mulan has no use for a minister's post. I wish to ride a swift mount, to take me back to my home. All of them froze again. After so many people had died, Mulan was so lucky to have survived. When the Khan wanted to reward her, she had rejected the chance to become a minister. Zhang Ye wrote, "When father and mother hear daughter is coming, they go outside the wall to meet her, leaning on each other. When elder sister hears younger sister is coming, she fixes her rouge, facing the door. When little brother hears elder sister is coming, he whets the knife, quick, quick, for pig and sheep." An image formed in everyone's heads. It was a scene of an excited family in a jubilant mood. Their family member had escaped death and came home with military honors. When Suna read this, her voice also began to choke up. It was as if the story had hit her soft spot, and she could barely continue narrating. Zhang Ye took over Suna's job and began narrating as he wrote. I open the door to my east chamber. I sit on my couch in the west room. I take off my wartime gown and put on my old-time clothes. Facing the window, she fixes her cloud-like hair. Hanging up a mirror, she dabs on yellow flour. Powder, she goes out the door and sees her comrades. Her comrades are all amazed and perplexed, traveling together for 12 years. They didn't know Mulan was a girl. Xiaojiang felt her blood boil with passion. At the side, another woman started to tear up. The scene depicted in the folk song poem had caused many people to be unable to hold their emotions in anymore. Finally, Zhang Ye chuckled, and as he wrote, he seemed to ask everyone. The he-hare's feet go hop and skip. The she-hare's eyes are muddled and fuddled. Two hares running side by side close to the ground. His final words were written more forcefully one after the other. How can they tell if I am he or she? He finished writing. There was total silence. Zhang Ye held up Ode of Mulan and left it to dry before putting down his brush. When Chun Mo finished reading, his face turned purple. His few disciple brothers were also left speechless. Master Wei's hand slammed down on the chair he was sitting in as he laughed heartily. What a good how can they tell if I am he or she? Great, great, great. Master Zhou's feeling at this moment could not be described with words either. He looked in shock at Zhang Ye, having been totally stunned by this great poem called Ode of Mulan. That's right. He had truly been stunned. Wu Ziqing eyes flashed. The women present were all amazed. Hua Mulan. She is definitely a role model to all women, right? This is what a woman is. Who says a woman can't be equal to a man? Anything a man can do, anything a man can achieve, we women can do just as well. The women were all visibly agitated. This Ode of Mulan was so well written that it had already made its way into their hearts. That's right. You people always want to judge with bias. Unless you hold up a rabbit by its ears, you would not be able to tell if it was male or female. A male rabbit's two legs would always move, while a female rabbit's eyes were usually squinting. Only then could you differentiate. But when male and female rabbits ran alongside each other, who could tell the difference? Everyone was the same. Splendid. Master Zhou started applauding. In that moment, the sound of claps resounded as applauses began one by one. It's too awesome. We've truly been enlightened today. Indeed, however strong you are, there is always someone stronger. Ode of Milan was too excellent. It was so excellent that it reached the point of stunning amazement. The worst thing for anything was comparison. There were people who had felt that Zhang Ye was good, since he could compose a folk song poem that almost had 1,000 words. But now, this poem, which was written by the youth in shades, when placed beside Zhang Ye's piece, had made his look like crap. Zhang Ye's praising of men and their dreams had used women as a burden to contrast it. The work itself was a petty one, and the thought behind it did not deserve to be brought up. Right now, it even looked like Zhang Ye's usage of words and phrases were like that of a child's, and should not be praised at all. Just look at how the folk song poem that was given by the youth in shades for Wu Ziqing was written. When he wrote about women, he did not belittle anyone. The man you wrote about wanted to become an official, yet the woman that the other person wrote about just did not want to be one. She did not want merit or reward, and just wanted to go home to her family. The man you wrote about complained about things every time, cursing women who are not good at this or that, while the other person's female character risked the chance of being beheaded by serving in the army on her father's behalf while disguised as a man. For her father and family, she fought with the enemy as a girl. In the midst of knives and swords, she wore her brains as armor to kill the enemy soldiers before returning home as a warrior after more than 10 years. 10 years. A weak woman. She had done what a man might not have been able to achieve. Comparatively, the levels between Zhang Ye and the youth in shades were clearly too far apart. The youth's Ode of Milan was clearly written in opposition to Zhang Ye's work. Every sentence was a smack to the face. Every word refuted Zhang Ye's essay, repressing and smacking him hard. Zhang Ye's expression turned very ugly. He never expected Zhang Ye will be able to write such a poem. Zhang Ye looked at Zhang Ye and said impolitely, "I can tell you once again. What you wrote is nothing at all. It cannot be called a folk song poem, nor is there any literary or entertainment value." Saying that, he pointed at his own Xian paper. "This is a folk song poem. It is nowhere close to anything like yours." Zhang Ye said coldly, "What qualifications do you have to evaluate my poem?" Suddenly, Master Zhou's eyes flickered. After some thought, for some reason, he laughed with enlightenment. "Little Chun, the person in front of you really has the qualifications to evaluate your poem. If he says your folk song poem is not orthodox, then it definitely is the case. If he doesn't have the qualifications, then not many in this country have the qualifications. In the realm of literature, even all of us present combined are not his match." Then, he looked at Zhang Ye and chuckled. "Young lad, I know who you are already." Zhang Ye was stunned. What was Master Zhou saying? He had the qualifications? What qualifications did he have? Furthermore, what was that about all of us combined would not be his match in literature? Impossible. Who? Elder Zhou knows? Everyone was curious. Who was this youth? Master Wei and those calligraphers looked over. Some began ruminating. Master Zhou roared out with laughter. "I should have guessed earlier. In this country, to be able to write an ancient poem in such manner, and also be proficient in couplet culture to the point of not needing any thought or drafts to produce such an amazing piece like Ode of Milan on the spot. There is only one person in the country that can do it." Finally, a few smarter people suddenly realized it. Few people in the country were both proficient in poetry and couplets. In addition to this, he was invited by President Wu, and he knew Su Na, a Peking University teacher. Holy sh*t. I know who he is. Heavens! It's Zhang Ye. You are teacher Zhang Ye. Everyone was stunned. This was something no one expected. Chapter 374. Fighting to get Zhang Ye's works. Zhang Ye was finally recognized. It could be said that everyone did not have any such inkling on this matter in the beginning. But now, with Master Zhou mentioning it, they began realizing various things and observed the face of the youth in shades before glancing back at the name scribbled on the Ode of Milan. It's him. It's really Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye had clearly heard of Zhang Ye's name before. He froze on the spot and nearly vomited blood. His brother disciples, who had pitted with him against Zhang Ye, were all dumbfounded. Holy Mother *****. How could it be him? Zhang Ye had appeared here. Thinking of how they had challenged Zhang Ye to a competition earlier, their faces turned pale now. Compete with him? Compete my ass. F asterisk asterisk KU. You were too well disguised. If we knew that you were Zhang Ye, we wouldn't have even tried. Who would want to compete in poetry with you? Amazement was in the air. The chattering sound of discussion also started. What the heck? So it was him. No wonder he's so good. Why is he here? F asterisk asterisk K. Isn't this bullying? Compete with him in literary skills? Who can do better than him? Yes. I was thinking why these calligraphy masters and calligraphers could not even outdo this youth. That's because he's Zhang Ye. I've read his poems and essays before. Every piece could be said to be earth-shattering. It's also said that he doesn't even write a draft. He always composes them on the spot. Even if we don't mention our calligraphy association, which does not purely research literature, even in the couplet association, there might not be any masters who can outdo him in terms of literary skills. Has anyone heard of the Ode to Young China prose from a few days ago? Even Peking University's Professor Yin was out-talked by him. If we knew it was him, we wouldn't have competed at all. Who would have known? Who would have even known that Zhang Ye's calligraphy skills would be so good as well? Everyone basically knew who Zhang Ye was. Even if they did not know what he looked like or had never watched him on his programs or the news before, they would have at least heard of his name. After all, the calligraphy and literature world only differed slightly and had much in common. They knew more or less of the happenings in the literature world. As Zhang Ye's popularity rose, even if they did not follow his news purposefully, they would have seen him on the news. Only a small portion of the family members had never heard of Zhang Ye's name. They were already asking around to find out who he was, and when they heard of his incidents and accomplishments, they too were amazed. They looked at Zhang Ye as if he was some god. Father Su stared at his daughter. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Isn't that your colleague? Suna giggled happily. You didn't ask me. Oh right. Teacher Zhang said that he wanted to gift you the couplet that he wrote earlier. It was I who asked it for you. Father Su said happily. Is that true? Of course. I will go get it from President Wu later. Suna replied. Great. Father Su did not blame his daughter any further. That couplet verse writing was on his mind for a long time, but as he was not too familiar with President Wu, he found it difficult to ask for it during dinner. Mr. Feng looked annoyed and stared at Wu Ziqing. He spoke without any regard for his status. Little Wu, you are so wicked. You are really so wicked. You invited Zhang Ye over and didn't even inform us. You totally cheated us old guys. Don't you think you should have told us beforehand? If we knew it was him, who would have dared to compete with him? He's a professional literary person and could even be ranked amongst the top-level masters in the field of literature. To compete with us calligraphers on poems, isn't he embarrassed? Are you even embarrassed? Humph. If you have the capability, we should compete on the basics of calligraphy instead. We should compete on writing. Wu Ziqing gently smoothed her hair while smiling and said, if it's a competition on writing alone, then little Zhang is definitely no match for all of you. But the rules of this competition were not set by me. Teacher Wang rolled his eyes. Then you have cheated us by deliberately not telling us. Wu Ziqing laughed. I thought you all would recognize him. Recognize? What do you mean recognize? An old calligrapher, who had challenged Zhang Ye earlier, said, he's wearing such a large pair of sunglasses. Who would recognize him? Another calligrapher said indignantly, Little Wu, you've also got a dishonest side to you. Zhang Ye stood forward to say, Dear seniors, I did not mean to hide it from you all. I am just used to wearing sunglasses most of the time. Mr. Feng said in a disagreeing manner. In any case, you have offended us, so tell us how you'd settle this. Zhang Ye asked, How should I settle this? Mr. Feng glanced at him. Gift Ode of Milan to me. Zhang Ye said, But that's my present for President Wu's birthday. I don't care, Mr. Feng said stubbornly. In any case, I will be taking it with me later. No one can fight with me for it. Whoever wants to fight with me, I will not give them any face. Everyone. Master Zhou was also tickled. Old Feng, look at yourself. You are a calligrapher. Mr. Feng said in a matter-of-factly manner. Having encountered good stuff like that, I don't care about my demeanor anymore. Little Wu, the poem I asked from Little Zhang earlier, I will give it back to you. I want Ode of Milan instead. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, That's not possible. This is Little Zhang's present to me. It's also the best and most favorite present I have received in many years. Teacher Feng, you can't steal my most beloved item. You can have any calligraphy scroll you want. "Accept this ode of Milan. It is my treasure." Mr. Feng did not give up. "Then lend it to me for a few days." Wu Ziqing shook her head. I'm not lending this one out." Mr. Feng was so angry that his eyes were nearly popping out. "Why are you so stingy?" Wu Ziqing smiled. "Other calligraphic works are okay, except for this one." The ink had dried, and Wu Ziqing walked over gracefully. She looked over Ode of Milan one more time with an expression of ecstasy before getting someone to keep it away for her. Master Zhou came over to resolve things. "Haha, come on, old Feng. This is a gift from little Zhang to little Wu, and also a poem celebrating a woman's achievements." "What would you want it for?" Mr. Feng said. "I wanted to give it to my wife. She would definitely love it to death." Zhang Ye coughed. "Teacher Feng, why don't I write another Ode of Milan for you?" Mr. Feng, who seemed like he really liked the piece, said, "It's the original that I want. A second copy does not have collection value." Then he went over to Wu Ziqing. "Little Wu, let's discuss this. I have a lot of calligraphic scrolls at home, some of which are even ancient calligraphic scrolls. If any one of them catches your eye, we can exchange." Wu Ziqing smiled without saying a word. In the end, Mr. Feng did not successfully get that scroll that he had wanted. He was so angry that he lost his appetite. If any of those poems, which Zhang Ye had written earlier, lacked the origins and backgrounds that many of them could not understand, the value would be considered average. But for Ode of Milan, it was extremely valuable. As it was a folk song poem, a story, it did not require any origins or historical setting to prop it up. Even in Zhang Ye's previous world, it was the same for Ode of Milan. In his world, there may or may not have been a person called Hua Mulan, but this incident of Hua Mulan serving on behalf of her father definitely did not exist. A meritorious award from the Khan? It was all just folklore. They were just stories, so even when this passage was transferred into this world, it would still have the same effect. It did not matter that it did not have an origin to support it, because Zhang Ye was just talking about the fictitious story of Hua Mulan. This sort of passage, whether it was just the story, the words, or the literary value, were all top of its class. It would do well in whichever world it was presented to. When Zhang Ye was in secondary school, Ode of Milan was the first poem in the language textbook. Their teacher even wanted them to memorize the few hundred words, without missing a single word. They were left with no other choice or room for discussion. They would even be forced to stand in class, copy passages, or other punishments. In the end, they would still have to memorize it all. Thus, it could be said that Ode of Milan had a very important place in the literary and education timeline. Even when the world was changed, it couldn't possibly do badly. Teacher Wang came looking for Zhang Ye as well. When he saw that Zhang Ye was going back to his table to continue eating, he dragged him over to the main table. "Little Zhang, sit here." Mr. Feng was still feeling a sense of pity. "Let's have a drink, little Zhang. I will make you knock out." Zhang Ye knew that he wasn't angry or being petty. "Don't do that. I am not a good drinker. I really can't drink." Teacher Wang narrowed his eyes and said, "Looks like old Feng really likes that Ode of Milan very much. When I lost to you just now, I felt really embarrassed, but looking at it now, I feel that losing to you in literature is very normal. Here, let's have a drink together too." Losing to other juniors? They would definitely turn pale and be shocked. But Zhang Ye had established his fame and was also a professional literature practitioner. Losing to him wasn't that big of a deal. The mood and feelings of these calligraphers who had competed with Zhang Ye earlier finally started to normalize. Zhang Ye said humbly, "I just got lucky. If it were a true match of calligraphy, I would definitely not be able to match up to all of you teachers." Master Zhou said, "You don't need to be humble. Your calligraphic words have already reached a very high standard. Most calligraphers would not be your match. As long as you continue to practice and learn, you will definitely earn yourself a place in the calligraphy world soon." Well, I misspoke. What I meant to say was that you already have a place in the calligraphy world. "Huh," Zhang Yi said. "You're generous with your praise." Master Wei also looked at him and said, "Do you have any plans to further develop yourself in calligraphy?" Zhang Yi blinked. "I've not thought about it before, but maybe if there is a chance in the future I would love to. By then, if I have anything I don't understand, please give me your guidances." It was getting rowdy over here as they all crowded together to chat. Everyone else, who was present, including those who were having their lunch at their respective tables, were all discussing Ode of Mulan and Zhang Ye's name. Over there, Chen Mo had fallen back silently to his stool without saying a further word. He had wanted to embarrass Wu Zuqing to get back at her for his teacher, but little did he expect that things would turn out this way. Not only did he not make President Wu look bad, he had allowed Zhang Ye to use his work as a stepping stone to praise Wu Zuqing with a poem that sang praises about women to the extreme. Chen Mo had offended numerous people and hadn't even won a thing. As for Zhang Ye, not only did he win everyone over, he had even gained the respect of the women and the calligraphers. Why? Chen Mo could not accept it. A few of his disciple brothers noticed and came to console him. Senior bro, there's nothing we can do about this. Even our teacher is no match for Zhang Ye, not to mention you. Another of his junior bro sighed, saying, there's nothing to blame if we lose to him. Chen Mo sighed and believed it was true. That Zhang guy was basically a freak. He was so young, yet his literary skills were so amazing. If he had known it was Zhang Ye, he wouldn't have gone to pick on him. Chapter 375. Wu Zuqing sending him home. The gathering started once again. The dishes were served. Following the birth of Ode of Mulan, the earlier dispute was also settled. No one brought up those irrelevant sideshows. Everyone continued to eat and drink in the backyard, while those who hadn't given their gifts continued doing so. Master Wei, I wish you longevity and health. Sister Wu, this is just a little token of mine. Sister Wu, I've written a scroll of words, but it is incomparable to the Ode of Mulan, which teacher Zhang gave to you. But it is also my heartfelt token to you. With Ode of Mulan appearing, I feel quite embarrassed to give a present. Ha ha ha, me too. It makes me feel like not taking the gift out. My head is full of those words from that poem. He hare's feet go hop and skip. The she hare's eyes are muddled and fuddled. Two hares running side by side close to the ground. How can they tell if I am he or she? That was really great. In ancient times, there existed Hua Mulan. In modern times, we have President Wu. I have a feeling that this Ode of Mulan would become folklore within a few decades to a century. It will definitely be passed on into the ages, and after a millennia, we would also be a part of the origin story of Ode of Mulan. When people talk about this folk song poem, they would inherently mention us too. In the past, it has always been us who have been researching the ancients' origin stories. But who would have expected that we would become an example to future generations too? Teacher Zhang is a genius. Yeah, there's nothing more precious than that gift. What a great Hua Mulan. What a great Ode of Mulan. If I could compose such a great folk song poem, I would definitely seal my brush and stop writing. Everyone continued eating or presenting their gifts while they immersed themselves in the emotions that Ode of Mulan had brought to them. Master Zhou was a small but fast eater. After he finished and wiped his mouth, I'm done, please excuse me. Then he looked over to Wu Zuqing. Little Wu, why did you keep that folk song poem scroll away? Bring it out so that I can make a copy of it. Wu Zuqing smiled. You want to write it out too? Master Zhou nodded. My hands are getting itchy. To have encountered such a great poem, to even have witnessed its birth before my very eyes. Of course I would have to make a copy of it. Then he turned to Zhang Ye to ask, Little Zhang, may I go through the words of Ode of Mulan? Don't sue me for copyright infringement, okay? Zhang Ye immediately said, sure, it would be my honor. After Master Zhou had his disciples to prepare the 4 treasures of the study, he did not start writing. He first began by appreciating the piece for over 10 minutes, and then closed his eyes for a long time before he picked up his brush. He wanted to digest all of the content before he even dared to write. When Master Zhou's version of Ode of Mulan was done, everyone cheered. Nicely written. Old Master Zhou's skills are indeed extraordinary. But Master Zhou was still unsatisfied. He waved his hands, saying, it is the content that is good, not my words. Besides, my calligraphy style does not suit the feel of this work. It is too strong and does not complement the meaning well. It doesn't have Little Zhang's carefree style of expression and lacks some of the meaning. A lot of people had already gathered around after the meal to take pictures. Some of them were photographing Master Zhou's Ode of Mulan, but even more of them were using their phones to take photographs of Zhang Ye's Ode of Mulan. Indeed, Zhang Ye's writing of Ode of Mulan, in terms of words, thickness of strokes, arrangement, and font were all slightly better than Master Zhou's. Such a conclusion was no surprise since Zhang Ye was the original author anyway. Of course, he would have understood the passage more clearly than Master Zhou. Some people had posted Zhang Ye's words onto the internet, including some of those poems and couplets from earlier. Such beautiful things had to be shared online. The Calligraphy Association's anniversary gathering was suddenly in the spotlight. Having crossed the vast oceans, I can no longer take a river seriously. If it's not on Mount Wushan, it's not a cloud? What a great poem. Where girls, with no thoughts of a perished kingdom. A song of courtyard flowers. Damn it. Ji Mo Han Chong Kong Soga. JM Hn Chuang Kong Shogua. In this lonely and tiny unit as a widow? How can there be a second verse to this? Quick, everyone. Read this Ode of Mulan. It's really too awesome. Who wrote it? I would like to know too. These other poems are acceptable even if they were good, but Ode of Mulan was really too shockingly good. These words, this literary style, such a story, who could have told it? Look at the signature on this picture. This looks like Zhang something. F***K. It's Zhang Ye. The signature is really Zhang Ye's. Thereafter, someone called Eastern Being on Weibo, supposedly a person who was at the Calligraphy Association gathering, and also the original poster of the original articles clarified below. Today is the anniversary gathering of the Calligraphy Association. It is also Peking University's Vice President Wu Ziqing's birthday. Teacher Zhang Ye was invited to join in the occasion and came up with these poems and couplet. Regarding the finale piece, which was Ode of Mulan, it was a gift from teacher Little Zhang to President Wu for her birthday. When the poem was written, it felt to me as if there would no longer be any other folk song poems anymore. Ode of Mulan is really the pinnacle of folk song poems. The viewers all became excited. It's really written by teacher Zhang. Fuck, when did Zhang Ye pick up calligraphy? Is there anything teacher Zhang Ye does not know? How does he know everything? This sort of poem, I guess only Zhang Ye could have written it. With this kind of literary depth and storytelling skills combined, I'm afraid that in this world, only Zhang Ye has this sort of ability to write that. Not only is he a literary practitioner, he's even a best-selling novelist. I don't care who wrote it. Ode of Mulan is just too good. It makes my blood boil with passion. Mulan is truly a female warrior amongst female warriors. A role model. This is too awesome. Mulan's is too cool. Good words, great passage. Teacher Zhang has shown his prowess again. Who else is at the gathering right now? Quickly tell us everything in detail. Someone really came forward to report what had happened at the gathering. It was relayed through this person how Zhang Ye battled over 10 calligraphers in a competition and how Ode of Mulan was composed on the spot. Everyone became excited when they heard this. A calligraphy competition? Perfect victory? Zhang Ye's too awesome. There was the tempo of one man holding out against 10,000. Ode of Mulan had been forwarded by countless people and began appearing on other Tieba pages and large discussion forums. It had won over numerous women. In the past, even though Zhang Ye was liked by people of all genders and ages, the people who liked him were mainly men. After all, the things that Zhang Ye wrote were usually violent things like hitting, killing, and scolding people. He spoke about things like the Three Kingdoms and Dream of the Red Chamber, which were ancient classic works which were studied more by men. Although many women liked to read Dream of the Red Chamber too, most of them just read it and didn't stress about the details. But men liked to research such topics, and as such, 70% of Zhang Ye's fanbase was male. But when Ode of Mulan was born, Zhang Ye suddenly had his affinity with women shoot right up. His female fanbase also multiplied exponentially. Over here, it was almost 3 in the afternoon. The gathering had come to an end. Everyone had had their fill of food and drinks. Suna took the Millennial Impossibility couplet from President Wu and left satisfied with her father. The other guests also began to leave. Zhang Ye had been made to drink a lot with Mr. Feng and a few other calligraphers and was now pretty drunk. He could barely stand straight as he walked over to Wu Ziqing to say goodbye. President Wu. He hiccuped as he said, "So then, I'll be crazed, you be. What's that thing? Do you need me to send you back?" Wu Ziqing had a lot of presents piled up beside her. He only heard her say, "You've had so much to drink. How would you go back?" "I drove here, so I have to drive back." Zhang Ye spoke with a fat tongue, but his mind was actually clear. It'll be okay, don't worry. Master Zhou heard him. Yo, you shouldn't do that. If you drank, then don't drive. Let me arrange someone to send you home instead. Wu Ziqing smiled. Don't bother Master Zhou. Since I did not drive here today, and there are so many gifts, I could send little Zhang back in his car. He doesn't stay too far from me. Zhang Ye immediately said, It's fine, President Wu. Just listen to me. She said, You're already walking so wobbly. How could you drive a car? A heavily drunk Mr. Feng also said, Right, let little Wu send you. If there's another chance, let's have a drink together, just the two of US brothers. Again. Zhang Ye replied toughly, No problem. They had even become brothers now. Mr. Feng was actually even older than Zhang Ye's parents. In the end, a few people helped Wu Ziqing load up all her gifts into Zhang Ye's BMW X5. They stacked them all in the back seat of the car, and Wu Ziqing put Zhang Ye in the front passenger seat before grabbing the keys from his hand. She then said goodbye to Master Zhou and the others before driving off. Sit still. Wu Ziqing reminded. Yeah. Zhang Ye rubbed his temple. She shook her head and smiled as she reached out to put the seat belt across Zhang Ye's chest. That'll do. Ring, ring, ring. On the way back, Zhang Ye's cell phone rang. It was his leader, Wang Xiong, from Weibo Web TV. Zhang Ye answered, Hello, Director, Wang. Wang Xiong could hear what was happening. Little Zhang, what's the matter? You had a few drinks. I had some, but still, okay. Zhang Ye said, Is there something you want to say? Wang Xiong noticed that he was still clear-minded, and said, It's like this. We just received news that the SARF's revocation on your broadcast license has been lifted. We have also applied for your broadcast hosting qualifications to be reinstated. Zhang Ye's talk show can start airing again. Since it's almost Lunar New Year, you don't need to come back to Shanghai as all the episodes have already been recorded and are ready for broadcast. But there's something I need to let you know about. Saying that, his tone suddenly became more serious. We've received some information which may or may not be reliable. There are rumors that the SARFD is preparing for another crackdown. Crackdown? Another crackdown? Zhang Ye begrudgingly said. Didn't they just finish a crackdown recently? Wang Xiong said, They are probably going to introduce some strict policies, which we are not clear about yet. Most of it is only hearsay, but to prevent any surprises, we had a discussion. We've decided to begin re-airing your talk show program from today, and also to line up 4 to 5 episodes a day, not once a day as previously planned. On the surface, we are going to say that this is to make up for the stoppage of the broadcast and to prevent our loss in audience numbers. This will be the reason why we upload more content. Realistically speaking, we are trying to finish airing your talk show before the announcement of new policies, because your program is actually treading on pretty thin ice with them. No one knows what policies are exactly right now, but rather than getting taken by surprise and having the possibility of your talk show being taken off air again, we will follow this new plan. This is why I've called you to inform you. Zhang Ye said, Okay, I will leave it up to the company. Wang Xiong laughed. All right then, that's all. You didn't drive, did you? Don't drive after drinking. Go back and home rest early. I'll see you after the new year. Okay, have a happy new year. Okay, thank you. Send my regards to your parents. After saying a little more, they hung up. When he put his phone away, Zhang Ye's head tilted to the side, and he immediately fell asleep. Chapter 376, A Perfect Wife and Mother. He was dreaming. His cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Ye woke up. In a state of confusion, he touched himself all over before he finally found his cell phone in his pocket. He yawned as he answered the call. Hi. Who is this? Who do you think it is? It was his mother's voice. He sleepily answered. Mom, what's the matter? His mother asked. Why aren't you home yet? What time is it already? Zhang Ye was a little stunned and repeated. What time is it? Why don't you check? It's already past 7 at night. Your dad and I have been waiting for you to eat dinner. I called you earlier, but there was no answer. Where are you? Why were you sleeping? Didn't you go to your leader's birthday celebration? His mother said angrily. Are you still coming home for dinner? He answered. Not eating, don't wait up for me. All right, don't come home too late then. His mother instructed. He said, Okay. By the way, the talk show has started rebroadcasting. The videos should already be online. His mother said, I will tell your cousins about them. They've always been grumbling, saying they were waiting to watch it again. When they hung up, Zhang Ye began to look at his surroundings. Damn, it was already dark outside. Where was he? Where did he end up? Zhang Ye had a small gap in his memory. He couldn't react and felt that he had slept for a long time. The moonlight wasn't too bright either, and he couldn't see around him clearly. All he knew was that he was on a bed, so he felt around to look for a bedside lamp. Bada! The light switched on as it illuminated the surroundings. There was an aroma of flower petals in the room. All Zhang Ye could see was a gorgeous setting in what was a bedroom. But unlike a normal room, this place was huge, about 30 to 40 square meters. It was a bedroom that was larger than the place that he rented in Jiaomen. There was a sofa, a work desk, and even a shag carpet on the floor. On the carpet, there was a tea table with tea-making accessories on it. It gave off a feeling of fusion of the luxurious East and West design, of which still mainly inclined towards the Eastern style. It was so detailed that there was even a Kongming lamp and ink paintings hanging on the walls. It could be said that a lot of special attention had been paid to the interior of this house. It looked very familiar. Was this Wu Ziqing's house? Zhang Ye slapped himself on the head to wake himself up. He finally remembered that earlier in the afternoon, it was Wu Ziqing who sent him back home, but as he was so drunk and delirious that he couldn't give his home address, so she drove back to her place at Taoran Pavilion instead. After that, Zhang Ye went upstairs and climbed into a bed and had fallen asleep until now. What had this come to? That old phone kept forcing me to drink. Zhang Ye quickly got out of the bed as he realized that he did not have any shoes. There was only a pair of women's cotton slippers that were placed neatly to the side. It was a new pair. Sigh, I'll just wear them. Zhang Ye stepped into the slipper and carefully pushed open the door. There was no one in the corridor of the second floor, but he could hear some noise from downstairs, even though it wasn't too clear. Downstairs, the aroma of cooking drifted out. This was an open kitchen partitioned by a bar countertop. Wu Ziqing was busily preparing something inside. She had already changed out of her dress, which she had been wearing to the afternoon's gathering, and was now in a simple get-up of a sporting wear. She wore an apron and was also wearing the same type of slippers as Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye said embarrassingly, "President Wu." She did not hear him as the cooker hood was very loud. Zhang Ye shouted once more, "President Wu." Wu Ziqing, who was busy frying some vegetables, turned around to look. She smiled, "You're awake?" Then she reached up and switched off the cooker hood. "Did you sleep well?" Zhang Ye smiled sheepishly. "I've caused you trouble. I was so drunk that I didn't know my own bearings and even ended up staying over at your place. My actions were too inappropriate." "You're welcome." Wu Ziqing continued cooking. "Take a seat and wait for a little. Dinner's almost ready. If you still hadn't woken up, I would have called you anyway." Zhang Ye pretended to rub his hands politely. "Is that all right?" She smiled. "Don't worry about it." Take a seat." Zhang Ye then said, "All right then. I'm really feeling the hunger since I didn't have much in the afternoon. That teacher phone kept forcing me to drink." He rubbed his belly. A few minutes later, the final dish was ready. Zhang Ye rushed over to help. "Let me bring it out." Wu Ziqing gently brushed his hand aside. "There's no need for you to. You just have to wait to eat." Saying this, she brought the dish over to the dinner table and undid her apron. "There's still soup, and that's it." She looked over at the cooker. "It still needs a little while more, so let's start eating first. It will be done once by the time we finish eating." Northerners usually had their soup after eating, not before. 3 dishes and some soup. Zhang Ye praised. "It's such a spread. The servings are so much." Wu Ziqing sat down. "If you can't finish, we can always put it in the fridge. I can finish it up tomorrow." Zhang Ye said in surprise. "You eat leftovers?" "What's wrong with eating leftovers?" Wu Ziqing said gracefully. "It's not good to waste." Zhang Ye smiled. "Of course there won't be anything wasted. If I can't finish it, can I bring it home?" As he said that, he picked up the chopsticks to grab a piece of eggplant and put it into his mouth. He chewed a few times before claiming, "Don't worry, there definitely would not be any leftovers. I'll finish it all." Wu Ziqing asked, "Are you sure?" "It's more than okay," he said. "I didn't expect you would be such a good cook." Wu Ziqing laughed. "I've been living alone for so many years, so I get a lot of practice. But of course, I can't compare to a professional." "No, you can. Definitely match them." Zhang Ye began devouring his dinner. Wu Ziqing did not eat the same way as he did. She was much more gentle and mild. It wasn't apple polishing. Wu Ziqing's culinary skills were really too good. Zhang Ye's mother's culinary skills weren't too bad, but she was only good at 1 or 2 specialty dishes. The landlord auntie's cooking was the most authentic to him, and she was good at any dish that she made. However, Rao Aimin's did not put much importance into the dish's outlook and was only very delicious. Wu Ziqing's dishes were both good in their outlook and taste. This befitted her status as someone who dabbled in the arts. Comparatively, Zhang Ye preferred Wu Ziqing's meal, as she would not allow him to even touch the plates compared to attempting to even get a meal out of his landlady. He would have to be barked at to do all sorts of errands and to help her out. It was not relaxing at all to get a meal from her. The slippers are a little small. Oh, it's fine. I've put your shoes into the shoe cabinet. There are usually no guests at my house, so I did not prepare any slippers for men, which is why I got a pair of my slippers for you instead. They are brand new. You could have just left my shoes there. It's so troublesome to let you do all this. There aren't many rules at my place. Here, try some of this. Oh, thank you. Suddenly, Zhang Ye looked up and caught a glimpse of a scroll of words. It was his Ode of Mulan, which had already been framed and was now hanging in the living room. You've already put it up? Wu Ziqing turned around to look at it. Yes, I happen to have another piece which was similar in size to Ode of Mulan. Since I had planned on changing it for some time, I took that one out and switched it with this. This dinner was also meant to thank you for the gift. I really like it so much. Tonight, I will try to find a place in the bedroom to see if I can hang it in there instead. If it looks good, I will leave it in the bedroom instead. Zhang Ye was delighted. As long as you like it, then there's no need to thank me. I don't have other things to offer except this bit of capability. Wu Ziqing laughed. How is it just a bit of capability? What you have inside of you is not something that any ordinary person has. Even if we don't mention other things, just your calligraphy basics are enough to qualify you to be a calligraphy teacher. I've written calligraphy for so many years, and I don't dare to say that I'm better than you in writing styles. Zhang Ye immediately said, Don't mind me, but I've seen your calligraphy before, and your skills are many times better than mine. It's just a coincidence that my writing style is a little more unique. He finished eating the dishes. Zhang Ye had really swept all the dishes clean. Wu Ziqing, looking rather satisfied, asked, Can you still eat more? Yes, I can. I can eat whatever is given to me. Zhang Ye replied. It was too delicious. There's still soup. Let me get a bowl for you. Wu Ziqing walked gracefully into the kitchen and used a spoon to taste-test it. She nodded and then turned off the fire. Zhang Ye gulped down the soup. This time? I'm really full. Wu Ziqing blew at the soup and took small sips, as she asked, What do you intend to do after the Lunar New Year? Do you intend to continue being a host? Go back to the entertainment industry? Have you considered doing other things? Zhang Ye wiped his mouth and answered, I think I can speak honestly with you. My goal is not truly the entertainment industry. Maybe you'd think I'm joking if I told you, but my dream is to become the most famous celebrity in the world. The path I have taken is probably not considered to be the typical route seen by those in the entertainment industry. Other people would write books after they became famous, while I wrote a novel to become famous. I'm always doing the opposite from others, if you noticed. But then again, with my kind of looks, I doubt I'd go far if I took the conventional route. Because of this, I could only find other ways to give myself a chance. If writing poems brings me fame, then fine, I will write more. If I can get exposure by teaching at Peking University, then I will teach to the best of my ability, as that is also for the sake of the students. I won't mess up even if I had some ulterior motive in taking up the post. This is why I have become more enlightened about such things nowadays. I'm not limited to just the entertainment industry. A celebrity depends on fame. With fame, I can do well in whatever industry I want. Write a book, write calligraphy, write songs. I do all of it to help me advance into the world stage. Wu Ziqing did not say a word and just listened. Zhang Ye self-deprecatingly laughed. Sigh. I have not even shared any of these heartfelt words with my parents. I understand that my goal is a little unrealistic. Instead, Wu Ziqing questioned, Why is it not realistic? Zhang Ye was a little taken aback. You think this is doable? Wu Ziqing looked at him. I think your thoughts on this is quite good. How many of our domestic celebrities, who took the normal route, have managed to step onto the world stage? There are so few of them who managed that. Even among this small number of people, when they got onto the world stage, they could only get supporting roles. They would never be able to match and compete with those European and American stars because of the divide in culture and many other factors. If you chose to take the conventional route to reach the top, then maybe at most you would be able to reach the same level as them. But to become an international A-list celebrity? Or even become an international S-list celebrity? That will always be out of reach. Others might not approve of the path that you have chosen, but you are closer than any one of them in reaching the pinnacle of the international stage. Who said that only singing, dancing, and acting are the only ways you can become a celebrity? Who stated that if you don't have good looks, you'd never be able to reach the international stage? Don't bother with what others say. Don't bother with how others see you. If you think it is the right path, then that's all that matters. Zhang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Do you really think that way? Not only do I think that way, I even feel that. Wu Ziqing paused for a moment. That you can do it. Zhang Ye said solemnly. President Wu, thank you. You are the first person to say this to me. I am confident again. Now I feel that I have a shot at it. Wu Ziqing smiled. Other celebrities may all be taking the same route. They either sing or act, but you are diversified and have so many paths that you can take. Novel writing, calligraphy writing, composing music and writing lyrics, well-versed in history and literature, good at modern literature, great speech-giving skills, excelling at hosting, and excellent advertising planning and production in the advertising field. Even in a movie that I recently caught, you appeared in it. That shows you can even act in pugilistic movies. I would ask you this. Do you think you have more potential, or do those other stars have more potential? So what if you have dabbled in all sorts of roles? Zhang Ye hit on the table. It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat. As long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. He even brought up a famous quote from a great man. That's a true point. Wu Ziqing evaluated further. Your popularity may not rise as quickly as those singers or actors, but you have a better foundation than them. From here, your path is wider than theirs and your stage will also be bigger. You can do what they can do, but they won't be able to do what you can do, which is why you shouldn't feel less confident just because you are different from them. Creating history is not something for those who follow in the footsteps of others. That was extremely well said. Just look at old Wu. Such a great analysis. He had already decided earlier that he would go on this path no matter what, even if it was not going to be a smooth journey. But who cares? Why should he be worried or hesitate about things? He would just shut his eyes and walk all the way to the end. Who says that you must be a singer or actor to qualify to be on the world stage? I wouldn't adhere to that thought no matter what. I will sing and dance and act and write novels and scold people and compose poems and give lectures. I will do anything that can be done. I will use all the fame I can get to boost myself up onto the international stage. Bite me. Can't this bro be versatile in many fields? After reaffirming his beliefs and his path of development, Zhang Ye's heart suddenly felt lighter. He was especially thankful towards Wu Ziqing. Old Wu was too understanding of him, and ever since he had arrived at Peking University, she had never doubted him in anything, fully supporting him in all that he did. She was very trusting, and this was something that Zhang Ye had never experienced. Those dreams and goals of his, if he had told anyone else, would be taken as unrealistic dreamer talk. But Wu Ziqing did not. She was really too special. She held an important position, had good looks, a good figure too, nice and considerate person, 30-odd years old. Sigh, she's actually not that old. Other than having a weird hobby like take nude selfies, she would be considered a perfect wife and mother amongst perfect wives and mothers. Zhang Ye had a bold thought for the first time. He thought to himself how good it would be if he could marry Wu Ziqing one day. Chapter 377. The continued rise of Zhang Ye's talk show. After the meal, at Wu Ziqing's home. Let me wash the dishes. Put it down. No. You've already prepared dinner, so you can leave the rest to me. This is my house. I don't need you to do such chores. That's not right. I won't feel good like this. Oh, you've already given me a most precious birthday gift with Ode of Milan. I intend to keep that with me for the rest of my life, so that I can pass it on to my children. That's not worth anything. If you want more, I can write more. Please, just let me wash the dishes. After fighting for an entire day, Wu Ziqing finally stopped talking and just looked subtly into Zhang Ye's eyes. She did not say or do anything. Zhang Ye said, please let me do it. You are my leader. So how can I let you keep doing such chores? You're making things difficult for me. These bowls. All right, you do it then. He had been fazed by Wu Ziqing's stare. That's right. Wu Ziqing smiled as she took the bowl from him and started doing the dishes. He had left all the chores to Wu Ziqing as he could not find any way to make her let him help out. He stood to the side and paced back and forth. The more he looked at Wu Ziqing, the more he liked her. She was an up-and-coming civil official, yet did not carry any airs about it, and was always mild-mannered. This sort of woman couldn't be found anywhere else, even if you looked. Sigh. But even if Zhang Ye wanted to marry her, he didn't think he was qualified enough. He knew that she was out of his league, and just based on her status, it seemed like he would never have any hope in this lifetime. He reckoned that old Wu's standard in looking for a partner was extremely high too. Otherwise, why would she still be single past 30? The dishes were done. It was 8 p.m. now, not too late nor too early. Wu Ziqing glanced at the time and said, "Come, let's have some tea." Zhang Ye cautiously answered, "Why don't I go back instead? It's starting to get late." He was afraid that it would be inconvenient since she was a woman after all. He certainly needed to hold back a little regarding these kinds of matters. It's only 8 p.m. It's still early. Wu Ziqing invited him upstairs. Zhang Ye didn't say anymore and went back upstairs into Wu Ziqing's bedroom. This room looked even larger, at least 40-plus square meters. It was not known if this was the standard for villas, or because Wu Ziqing had renovated it to be like this. The bedroom was also arranged in a very neat fashion. In the corner was a large waterbed, while over to one side was a row of wardrobes. It wasn't known whether it was a full wardrobe or made up of one of those three-tiered wardrobes placed together. There was also a big balcony outside, where some unknown things were placed. It was too dark to see. Over on the other side, there was a TV hung on the wall, which was very large. How large was it? It was just very, very large. Zhang Ye had no concept of its exact size, so he could not put a number to it. Luxurious. Extravagant. Wow, how did she do it? Zhang Ye had earned quite a fair amount of money by working extremely hard. But even if the money was not spent on buying a car, he wouldn't be able to afford a villa in Taran Pavilion. At most, he'd be able to afford the renovations and decorations added onto it. Take a seat. It's already winter, and the air's much too humid downstairs. It will be more comfortable upstairs since you aren't wearing too much. The bedroom is smaller, and there's a heater too. Oh, what type of tea do you want to drink? I'll drink whatever you drink. Then let's drink Thai guanyin. Zhang Ye took off his slippers and sat cross-legged on the thick carpet. Wu Ziqing also sat down, but instead of a cross-legged posture, it was more closer to kneeling. Her legs was put close to each other, similar to a posture of a mermaid sitting down. She was very particular when it came to drinking tea. Every step in preparing the tea, from the washing of the tea leaves, pouring of the tea, and the serving of the tea to each of them, was according to a procedure. Here, try some. After taking a sip, Zhang Ye said, "Good tea." Since he didn't know any better, he would just say that it was good and it would be fine. By now, Zhang Ye had already noticed Wu Ziqing's legs. At home, she wore very ordinary-looking track pants, which was gray in color, but even that couldn't hide her alluring figure. That virtuous demeanor of a housewife, which made him very comfortable around her, could not be suppressed within. The gentle and warm seduction came from within her, even without that traditional get-up of a cheapao. Her charms of a classical beauty were still very apparent. With every smile, that charm would exude a little. Somehow, it was just the type of feeling similar to how chocolate would melt once you put it in your mouth, releasing the taste and aroma of the cocoa bit by bit. It was just that sort of a feeling. Her feet were exposed, and she was wearing a pair of flesh-colored pantyhose, but he was unsure if it was the long or short type. Zhang Ye had already taken several looks at the pair of beautiful legs, but still found it irresistible. He took another sip of tea and stole another glance, then felt that Wu Ziqing's eyes had caught him looking. He did not know if she knew that he was looking, so he quickly found a topic to talk about. "Oh, President Wu. My Zhang Ye talk show is back on broadcast today. Can we watch it at our house here?" Beijingers had a more pleasant and courteous way of speaking. They usually referred it as our house rather than your house, making it sound friendlier. Wu Ziqing put down her cup of tea. "Of course we can. I've watched a few of your talk shows before, but not in great detail. Let's use the TV to watch. I would like to watch it properly too." Then she stood up and brought over a laptop and switched it on before connecting it to the TV. Which website can we watch it on? Allow me, Zhang Ye said as he navigated to the website. He found the video very quickly, and 3 new episodes of the talk show had already been posted online. They seemed to have been uploaded around 6 p.m. He clicked on it. The video started playing. A promotional footage appeared on the TV screen. It was that "I'll feed a bag of salt to myself" introduction. Wu Ziqing and Zhang Ye both sat down again to watch the long-awaited rebroadcast of the program while sipping their tea. Zhang Ye was feeling a sense of unease since it had already been some time since his talk show had been banned from broadcasting. He did not know if its popularity had declined. In any case, he wasn't feeling too optimistic as he knew it would have definitely been somewhat affected. What's more, to circumvent the possible policies by SARFT, his company had to release a few episodes per day. This would not maximize the accumulation of his reputation, but there was no other way to go about this. This was how the industry was like, and policies were unchangeable. He could only do his best within the restrictions. Besides, he might even get more reputation than before, since there was no similar talk shows in this world. Those copycat programs were only trying to make the numbers, but none of them had the proper formula for a successful talk show. Their hosts also did not have what it took to be a talk show host like Zhang Ye. As such, there was only one true talk show and essentially no competitors, so even if the popularity of the show were to decline, it wouldn't be by much. Speaking of manners, this is a traditional virtue of our nation, but there was one day when I met someone while driving my car. That person left me very frustrated. So, you might not get a reply of "it's fine" even if you said sorry, but if you say "damn you," then you would surely receive a reply of "damn you too." Wu Ziqing was amused. Zhang Ye looked at her, feeling very proud. Nowadays, some advertisements really leave people speechless, don't they? I believe that most of us have heard of some advertisement. Lines like, "Don't let your child lose before they even start in life." Every time I hear these words, I only feel a sense of helplessness. How can a child lose before they even start? It's impossible. There's no logic to that. Just look at how a track event is organized. Everyone begins at the starting point, waiting for the starting pistol signal. If everyone is beginning the race at the same line, how could they lose before they even start? Don't tell me that the pistol is not pointed upwards, but towards your head, shooting you down. That is why you lost at the starting line. An episode finished playing. Wu Ziqing laughed out from time to time, seemingly enjoying the show. Zhang Ye blinked. "I'm just spouting rubbish. Why don't we stop watching? It's rather interesting." Wu Ziqing laughed. "Let's continue watching the next episode." This satirical and entertaining style of current affairs is truly worthy of being an example to other variety shows. Upon receiving this acknowledgement, Zhang Ye suddenly became very excited. He immediately began playing the next few episodes and watched it with Wu Ziqing. He even went online to check the feedback from the netizens. On Weibo, there wasn't much of a stir. But Weibo Web TV's online discussion board had blown up. What? It's being broadcasted again. Heavens. It's finally back. I've been waiting for the stars and the moon, and finally managed to wait for Teacher Zhang's return. It's too exciting, I won't say anything else. Let me finish watching another episode before I say anything else. Ha ha ha. It's too funny. Teacher Zhang Ye is still as humorous and funny as before. I was afraid that after the SARFD suspended Teacher Zhang's license, he would have been too depressed and, in turn, affect the quality of the show. Who knew that this wasn't the case at all? It's still the same as before. You thought too much. Teacher Zhang Ye is such a heartless and cold person. How could that have been a blow to him? Previous poster, you thought too much too. I heard that these few episodes had already been recorded over 2 weeks ago. It's really too enjoyable to watch. It's nice. I've been waiting half a month now. At last, I have not been disappointed. Ah, did you guys see the news update on the official website? For today's broadcast, there will be a total of 5 episodes. And it seems like they will be doing the same for tomorrow and the day after too. Really? That's great. There are so many episodes to look forward to now. Long live Teacher Zhang. My tears are flowing nonstop. Thank you, God. A lecture on Dream of the Red Chamber, the composing of Ode of Milan. I do not understand all of the literary stuff, and I'm not that cultured, but I totally love Zhang Ye talk show. Teacher Zhang, you are the best. I'm a woman, and I did not know about Zhang Ye before. Today, I read an amazing passage called Ode of Mulan which nearly made me cry. I was so touched by it. This was how I got to know about Zhang Ye, and I began to go through all his previous works like crazy. I read all of his poetry and modern poems before finding out about Zhang Ye talk show. I think I have heard of it from several of my male colleagues who mentioned it by name, yet I did not bother and had not planned on watching it. But I did today, and I can only say that I am impressed. It's really too good. Thank you, Ode of Mulan, for letting me find out about Zhang Ye. Thank you, teacher Zhang Ye, for bringing such a good program to me. Your humor and talent are a treasure to this world. I also came here because of Ode of Mulan. I wanted to take a look at the talent who wrote such a good poem. In the end, I was just like you. Once I started watching Zhang Ye's talk show, I could not stop. It's too good. Why didn't I watch this earlier? Zhang Ye is really amazing. Zhang Ye checked the view counts of the episodes and found that it didn't perform any poorer than before. In a matter of a few hours, it had comfortably reached 5 million views. The heaviness in his heart had dropped. It wasn't bad at all. His popularity did not drop, and it was the best outcome that Zhang Ye could possibly think of. Chapter 378, Staying Over at Sis Wu's House. An episode finished playing. Another episode finished playing. More than an hour had already passed. Little Zhang, this program of yours is rather good. Thank you for President Wu's praise. I'll carry on working hard. Stop calling me President Wu. This isn't the school, and I'm not that much older than you. Call me Sis Wu. Since you lowered yourself to help my nephew with his endorsement, I won't be able to treat you as an outsider. All right, Sis Wu. Are there any more? Let's watch another episode. Sure, there are still 2 more episodes. What time is it? I haven't looked at the time. Oh, it's almost 10. Then let's stop watching. Go home early and get some rest. But before you leave, help me move some stuff things from downstairs. Move that Ode of Mulan to my bedroom. It's quite tough for me to carry alone, as it's quite heavy. No problem, leave it to me. Then, thanks a lot. Why are you being so courteous to me? Don't go downstairs, I'll bring it up. Zhang Ye stood up and went out of the room with his slippers on. He walked downstairs. He was not very accustomed to sitting cross-legged. His legs had gone numb after more than an hour. As he walked down the stairs, he massaged his legs. Finally, he took the framed Ode of Mulan down from the wall and brought it back up. In the room, Wu Ziqing was tiptoeing, removing a frame to create space on the wall, hanging up the calligraphy piece. Is this all right, Sis Wu? A little more to this side. Left? Now. All right, it's very straight. It's good now. With a glance, with the addition of this calligraphy piece in the room, the entire feeling felt upgraded. It was pretty good. The scale and feeling made it extremely comfortable. Wu Ziqing was very satisfied. All right, then I'll leave it hanging here. At this moment, Zhang Ye's phone rang. It was Mom. He turned his head sidewards and said, I need to answer my mother's call. Then he pressed a button. Hello, Mom. Mom angrily said, Didn't I tell you to come back early? Zhang Ye exclaimed, I had something going on here. I'll be back. What time is it for you to have things going on? Mom gritted her teeth and said, Your dad and I have been waiting for you all night. After all this waiting, we can't wait any longer. Are you going to let us sleep? If you aren't coming home, then don't come back. We are going to sleep and no one will open the door for you. Go wherever you want to go. Zhang Ye said in exasperation, Don't. I didn't bring my key. Mom harumphed. Who told you not to bring it? I didn't grab the house key when I left this afternoon. I only took my car's key. Zhang Ye said. Mom said very unhappily, Your dad and I can't stay awake any longer. We still have work tomorrow. Saying that, she hung up. Wu Ziqing asked with a smile, What's the matter? Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. I've angered my mom. She's unhappy that I'm coming back so late. I also didn't bring my house keys. Hi. If I were to go home and knock on the door, I'd get another round of scolding. If he had not lost his sense of time while watching the talk shows, he would have returned home earlier. Wu Ziqing crouched down to put away the tea utensils. As she picked them up and was about to wash them, she said, If you are afraid of disturbing your parents' sleep, you can stay here for the night. I have many rooms here anyway. You can sleep in that bedroom. It's not inconvenient in any way. Zhang Ye's eyelids twitched as he blinked his eyes, saying, That's not appropriate, right? As there was a bathroom in the bedroom, Wu Ziqing washed the cups there. As the rush of water from the tap was heard, she said while washing the cups, It's all right. What's the big deal? Some errant drops of water splashed onto her tracksuit. Zhang Ye coughed and said that. Wu Ziqing looked over nonchalantly. If you are staying, I also have new toothbrushes and towels for you. They are in the tiny drawer just below the sink. Take them yourself. Stay? Should he? He used 0.01 second to decide. Zhang Ye touched his nose and said, All right, then I'll be intruding for the night. My parents have been suffering from insomnia. If I were to awake them, it would also affect their work tomorrow. Then go ahead and take the towel and toothbrush. Zhang Ye walked over as Wu Ziqing's body slightly shifted out of the way. Sis Wu's feminine smell assaulted his olfactory senses. It was unknown if it was the smell of perfume or the lingering fragrance from laundry, but it was very mild and fragrant. Zhang Ye bent his back to search for it. He was nearly stuck to Wu Ziqing, who was washing the cups. Their clothes also came into contact. Is it this drawer? The lower one. Yes. Found it. Just as he took the things out, his arm jerked and accidentally touched Wu Ziqing's body. His elbow pressed into Sis Wu's meaty thigh. It was extremely soft, giving his heart trepidations. So ample. The touch felt great. Sorry. Zhang Ye hurriedly apologized. Wu Ziqing smiled and turned off the water. She was done washing. It's all right. Then, I'll be going out. Zhang Ye got up. Wu Ziqing nodded. Okay. I'll be sleeping after taking a shower. Good night. Good night, Sis Wu. Zhang Ye bade farewell and left the master bedroom. In one of the auxiliary bedrooms, he had returned to the room. Closing the door, he sat on the bed and touched his elbow that had come into contact with Wu Ziqing's thigh. The soft feeling seemed to still linger there. As he lay on the bed, he took out his cell phone to check the news. He looked at the evaluation the public had towards the re-airing of his talk show. After exchanging a few words with his fans, he sent a text message to Mom saying he would be staying at a friend's place. In the following half an hour, Zhang Ye had nothing to do. He had been sleeping from noon till evening, so he could not fall asleep either. He idled for a long period of time. Zhang Ye finally decided to take a bath. After taking off his clothes, he entered the bathroom. There was a bathtub here, and it was pretty big. He turned on the water, planning to take a warm bath before going to bed. However, the water was cold. Why was the water cold? Zhang Ye did not know if the water heater was broken, or if he did not know how to use such an upscale product. After messing with it for some time, he still could not figure it out. This fellow was so cold that his teeth began chattering. As he breathed in the cold air, he had been wetted by the water. It was cold. He rummaged through the drawers and found a new bathrobe inside the bathroom. It was still sealed, but he tore it open and wore it before rushing out of his room. If it had been summertime, Zhang Ye could have made do with it. After all, it was someone else's house. A cold shower was not something unbearable, but this was Beijing's winter. It was not just any ordinary cold. His body was now damp with cold water, and he needed to warm his body quickly with hot water, or he would definitely catch a cold. Was Old Wu sleeping? She shouldn't be sleeping. In the past, when Zhang Ye chatted with Water Lotus Moon on the internet, they usually happened late at night. President Wu probably did not sleep too early. Dong dong. He went to the master bedroom and knocked on the door. A female's voice came from inside. Little Zhang. Sis Wu, yeah, it's me. Zhang Ye held onto his bathrobe and trembled. The woman's fine voice said, What's the matter? Is something wrong? Zhang Ye said, I don't know how to work your water heater in the auxiliary bathroom. It's all cold water, and it's really too cold. Could you tell me how to control the temperature? Is that so? All right, let me take a look. Moments after she said that, the bedroom's door opened. However, when Zhang Ye saw Wu Ziqing who walked out, he was completely dumbfounded. This was because Old Wu was no longer wearing the tracksuit from before, nor was she in pajamas or bathrobes after taking a bath. She was wearing a qipao late at night. It was pure black in color. There were bright red flowers embroidered on it. They resembled peonies, and she wore a pair of flesh-colored stockings. Her footwear was black heels that were about 8 or 9 centimeters high. Her hair had clearly been blown dry and had the faint fragrance of shampoo, but they were now bundled up behind her head. It made great contrast with the black qipao. There was no need to mention about her entire look. It was absolutely stunning. What was this? Was she going out so late at night? Zhang Ye's head was befuddled with questions. You are. Then he suddenly thought of Wu Ziqing's hobby and immediately understood. For her to wear this full getup, then Old Wu was probably taking selfies. No wonder. Wu Ziqing did not respond. Let's go. Hi. Sorry for troubling you. Zhang Ye did not carry on probing. After entering the auxiliary bedroom, Wu Ziqing went to the bathroom to turn on the water. As she tested it with her hand, she said, "Oh, it's really cold." Her qipao was the short kind. The ends of her skirt did not even reach her knees. With her bending over, the fabric around her ample buttocks stretched upwards. It did not reveal anything, but it was pretty close. Two legs in flesh-colored stockings that stretched out entered Zhang Ye's vision while he stood at the entrance to the bathroom. Wu Ziqing's figure was very good to begin with. Her legs were long, and now with a pair of high heels, it made her even taller. She was even taller than Zhang Ye by a little bit. The proportion between her thighs and upper body was exaggerating as it was extremely attractive. Wu Ziqing turned around and fiddled with the water heater. In a while, she too seemed out of options. Ever since I bought this villa, this bedroom has never been used. At best, a few of my family members have stayed here for a few days. The water heater hasn't been used for a long while. It's all individual water heaters, so it might be spoilt. Zhang Ye shrugged his shoulders. Then forget it, I'll not bathe. Wu Ziqing looked at him and smiled. Enough of that. Look at how cold you are. You just touched cold water, so how can you not have a hot bath? The cold would get to your bones. Then, she walked out and patted Zhang Ye on the shoulder. Let's go. Go use my bathroom. It's working there. As for the water heater here, I'll get someone to fix it next time. Zhang Ye dryly smiled and said, There's really no need. Heed my advice. Don't catch a cold. Wu Ziqing brought him into the master bedroom and pointed to the bathroom. I was just done bathing. The water hasn't been emptied, so drain it before filling it again. Then, I'll leave it to you. Zhang Ye could only say, All right, then enjoy your rest. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, There's no work tomorrow, so I won't be sleeping too early. All right, then I'll take my bath first. It will be quick. Zhang Ye then entered the bathroom and closed the door. He saw a tub of hot water with rose petals scattered on the surface. The tub was still full, and when he tested the water temperature with his hand, it was not very hot, but it was acceptable. Wu Ziqing had apparently finished bathing at least 10 minutes ago. There was still some shampoo and bath foam floating on the water surface. It was quite worth seeing this. Chapter 379, Taking Photos for Old Wu. In the bathroom, a lingering fragrance attacked the nose. Should he change the water? Old Wu had already had her bath. Change the water? Forget it. There's no need to change it. This bro doesn't mind even if you are dirty. Zhang Ye was eager to just quickly have his bath and get out. After all, he was in a woman's bedroom having a bath, so it was still a little inappropriate. Besides, it was getting late too. So, he didn't change the water and just turned on the hot water, took off his bathrobe, and stepped into the bathtub. He submerged into the water fully. There was no shower head either, so he had to make do. Zhang Ye wet his hair before apply shampoo. His face was all wet. It was the same water that Sis Wu had dipped in earlier. Thinking of this, Zhang Ye's heart was beating faster and faster. Outside, a woman's voice could be heard. Is the water all right? Is the heater spoilt too? No, no, Zhang Ye shouted out. The water's warm here. It's not spoilt. All right then, the gentle voice said. You did not bring the towel over just now. Let me go get it for you. If you didn't lock the door, I will open it and put it inside for you. Zhang Ye said, The door's unlocked, but then. She laughed and said, It's okay, big sis won't peek. I'm coming in then. There was only a towel in here which Wu Ziqing had used earlier, nothing else. Zhang Ye considered for a moment before answering. All right, sorry for troubling you. The bathroom door creaked as it was being opened. Zhang Ye looked over to see Wu Ziqing come in halfway, facing sideways and not looking at him directly. She reached out to put the towel onto the closed drawer beside the door before stepping back out and closing the door. All right, you can continue with your bath. Zhang Ye heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily for him, old Wu did not see him using the water that she was using earlier. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward and embarrassing. He then quickly sped up his bathing. He was done bathing within 10 minutes. He started to drain the water and dry his body. At last, Zhang Ye walked out comfortably from the bathroom saying, I'm done with my bath, sis Wu. When he stepped out from the shower, Zhang Ye was stunned by what he saw. Wu Ziqing smiled, that quick. Ah yeah, Zhang Ye's eyes shone. Because at this moment, Wu Ziqing was lying on her bed in her black qipao and high heels and holding a DSLR camera in her hands. When she saw Zhang Ye, She did not look embarrassed whatsoever. She snapped 2 photos of her thighs and then retied her hair while saying, "Taking a picture before I sleep has become a habit of mine. I'm already at this age, so if I don't keep some memories of myself when I'm still young, I will never get a chance to in the future." "Do you usually do photography?" Zhang Ye coughed. "No, not really. You are also in the artistic field and have a very wide range of interests like calligraphy, novels, literature. But why aren't you interested in photography?" She asked. "Damn, I may be in the artistic field, but I'm not as artistic as you to be doing body photography. We are in 2 very different fields within art." Zhang Yi said, "I like photography too. If only I were as good-looking as you, I would be taking pictures every day as well, but my looks are really just too normal, so I don't really take many photos." Wu Ziqing glanced at him. "You aren't bad. Your body is quite proportionate too." Zhang Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't praise me. I know what I am worth." Wu Ziqing nodded and said, "I still want to take a few more photos. After that, it'll be time to sleep." Zhang Yi understood. "All right, then you rest early. I'm going back to my room." When he was about to turn around to exit the room, he suddenly had a surge of courage that came from nowhere. Maybe it was because he had a pretty good time with Wu Ziqing and felt that their relationship was no longer as simple as subordinate and superior. Furthermore, Zhang Ye had previously seen Wu Ziqing in those hot photos. He then asked, "The angles by doing it yourself are quite limited. I'll snap some pictures for you." After saying so, he immediately regretted. Holy sh*t. This bro's really got balls. How could he say something like this so casually? Old Wu would probably send him running. Zhang Yi quickly gave an excuse. "Hi, I'm just spouting nonsense. Take it as I did not say anything." "I did not say anything." But Wu Ziqing's reaction seemed indifferent. She looked at him and replied very calmly, "I'm actually fine with that, but don't you need to sleep?" When Zhang Yi heard this, he got excited. "I'm not in a rush to sleep since I slept for 3 to 4 hours earlier in the afternoon. I'm not sleepy, so even if I go back to my room, I would not be able to fall asleep. I'd probably be reading the news on my cell phone." She asked, "How are your photography skills?" "It's all right. I'm not too sure myself," Zhang Yi said honestly. She smiled. "I believe in your artistic style. All right, I'll be troubling you." Then, Zhang Yi, having received the sacred approval, was now feeling overexcited. It was as though a pie had dropped from the sky for him. In the past, he had viewed Wu Ziqing's photos before, but those were all taken by herself. He had not seen it live before. "Oh, I will try my best to capture you at your best." She stretched her hand out and handed him the camera. "Test it out first." Zhang Yi had really never used an SLR camera before, but it wasn't difficult to pick up either. Of course, those high-level techniques were not something that he could pick up just by fiddling with the camera, but simple picture-taking wasn't a problem. Besides, even if his technique wasn't good, it would still be better than Wu Ziqing taking photos of herself. At least when the job of posing and finding the correct angle, as well as pressing the shutter, was separated out, the effect would definitely be much better. Kacha! Kacha! After trying out by taking a few photos, Zhang Yi had gotten the hang of it. Wu Ziqing stood up to explain to him how to use the camera. This main issue for this type of camera is the focus. As long as you adjust it properly, it will be good enough. Zhang Yi replied in all seriousness, "I understand." Wu Ziqing said, Then are we ready?" "Yes." Zhang Yi made a sign with his hand. "Okay, I'm ready too." Wu Ziqing sat down at the bed's end. Zhang Yi asked for her opinion. "In this dress? I've already seen you take quite a few photos in it earlier." Wu Ziqing said, "This dress is fine. I've always gone with it by instinct. If you think another dress would suit me, then Big Sis can change into that. The dresses are all in that wardrobe. She can even change? There's too many advantages in doing this." Zhang Yi asked again, not intending to photograph the face. "No, not intending to," Wu Ziqing replied. Zhang Yi was blushing now, but he still asked, "To what scale are we talking about? How about the pose?" Is it inconvenient if I take the pictures?" Wu Ziqing said in an easygoing tone. "Come on, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You've already seen quite a number of Big Sis pictures, so there's nothing inconvenient about it anymore. I believe in your artistic flair. Whichever pose you think is good, I will do it. Whichever dress you feel looks good, I will change into it. It's fine. I just want it to be well taken." We will do this according to your artistic direction. I've always been the one fiddling with it myself in the past, so I'm a little biased towards my own style. But as they all say, an observer is always clearer about things, so Big Sis will trust you. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and said, Okay, then I will try my best. Chapter 380. Changing Costumes. Inside the room, there were two dim lights. There was also a couple, a man and woman. Zhang Ye was wearing a bathrobe. He had not even bothered to blow dry his hair. It was still dripping with water onto his shoulders. Holding a DSLR, he put on a pretense by gesturing a few times before aiming at Wu Ziqing's legs. I'm going to take the photo. Okay, don't move. All right, gotcha. The photo was taken. Zhang Ye checked the photo before bringing it forward for Wu Ziqing to see. Do you think this would do? Wu Ziqing lowered her head and glanced at it. With a smile, she said, Yes, it's pretty good. It's much better than when I take them myself. The focus is sharper and the angle is good. It was unknown if Sis Wu was flattering him or if he truly had talent and skill in photography. Either way, Zhang Ye was brimming with confidence. All right, then I'll carry on. As for how the next shot should be, let me think. Why don't you change your posture? This way. Your legs are too beautiful, so let me do a special close-up on them. Wu Ziqing said, Up to you. Then lean your leg over. Zhang Ye instructed. Wu Ziqing moved her flesh-colored stocking wearing thigh. This way. Zhang Ye immediately said, Yes, that's too good. Perfect. I'll be taking another photo. Gotcha. Another photo was taken. However, the angle was a bit off. Hence he took two pictures consecutively. He focused on Wu Ziqing's lower half of her body, from the ends of her chi-pao to the high heels. Her meaty flesh looked very alluring. Sis Wu's posture was also very well posed and perfect. In the pictures that Water Lotus Moon had sent him in the past, some of them had her legs crossed or her hips perked upwards. Zhang Ye found them a bit wild as there were too many of such pictures on the internet. He had subconsciously been prejudiced by his first impressions. However, when he really saw the poses and expressions Wu Ziqing made when having photos taken of her, she did not give off any feelings of wildness. Instead appeared as elegant and gentle as ever. Beautiful. She had the bearing of a perfect wife and mother. If she wore ancient costumes and entered an ancient era, she would definitely be a motherly model of the nation. A few minutes later, more than 10 photos were taken. There were a few which were deleted due to the effects of a poor angle, leaving behind 5 photos which looked pretty good on the whole. Take a look. Zhang Ye handed the DSLR to her. After she looked at it, she said, Oh, they are really not bad. With his warm-up nearly done, Zhang Ye's technique was getting more adept. In the first few pictures, he was still very careful and conventional. It was all the common poses everyone would have when taking pictures. There was nothing worthy of highlighting. Hence, Zhang Ye planned on changing a few angles. However, his heart was beating like a drum and found it awkward. But when he thought of how Sis Wu said everything was up to him to decide, Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony. Gritting his teeth, he said, Please sit on the rug. Wu Ziqing stood up from the bed's end and walked over. Sit like this. Just stretch out both your legs and sit down. I want a back shot of the rug. It will make it seem softer, since it matches very well with your chi-pao. The color will also appear to contrast more. Zhang Ye still had the basic ability to appreciate art. Even if he was faking it, this fellow's mouth was able to *T all sorts of things. He was, after all, a broadcasting major and his main job was a host, so he had at least that amount of skill. Anyway, whatever pose Zhang Ye especially wanted to see, it would definitely be alright for Wu Ziqing to pose it. After all, the pictures he liked could not be too bad. Sis Wu followed his instructions. She bent her back and sat in the middle of the rug, with her legs stretched out straight. Gotcha, gotcha. Zhang Ye began snapping pictures. He started off with a long-distance shot before slowly approaching. Can you change your legs pose slightly? Sure. Wu Ziqing leaned her body slightly and lifted her thighs. Zhang Ye swallowed his saliva and carried on snapping. Sis Wu, can you cross one of your legs to your chest? Wu Ziqing crossed her leg. The leg on the floor was still straight, but the other leg was crossed over by her chest. It was at an angle of 60 or 70 degrees. And with that, Wu Ziqing exposed herself. With her black chi-pao being on the shorter side, such a pose and such an angle caused her buttocks to contract, so the thigh that was crossed created a big opening in her dress, revealing what was inside her inner thighs. Even the stockings lines could be seen clearly. Not only was it like a visible panty line, but the central line of his stockings. Protruding beneath the stockings was the color of flesh. It was not the color of skin, but the color of panties. It was apparently a deeper color than her skin. F***K. Can I take this? He wanted to ask first, but felt like he could not force himself to ask. Eventually, Zhang Ye bolstered his courage and ignored everything. I'll snap it. He constantly pressed the shutter button. As he looked through the pictures, he deleted some. He rejected any of the bad ones, leaving only the ones he was satisfied with. After he was done taking them, he walked over with blinking eyes that had mixed emotions in them. He bent down. Do you think these will do? He had to get her opinion after taking the pictures after all. She had exposed herself quite a bit, and it was at a critical spot. Wu Ziqing glanced and nodded. Very good. I have never taken a photo here before. These pictures of yours really have a nice mix of color. Zhang Ye heaved a sigh of relief. Then I'll take a few more. Can you please change the pose? Wu Ziqing moved herself and straightened her body. She crossed one leg over the other. Her body was still flat on the ground, but this caused the exposure at the end of her skirt to widen. Zhang Ye endured the feeling of having his nose bleed. He maintained composure of an artist. He dedicated his life to art, so what if he bled or sweated? This bro will endure it. Bring it on. Now his courage was bolstered. He did not walk far, but slowly crouched down. He took from the side and from the front many pictures of Wu Ziqing's pose from many angles. Some of them were aimed at the opening in her dress, while others were shot from Wu Ziqing's head downwards. Bada. One of the high heels on her right foot fell off. Stockings were slippery to begin with, and Wu Ziqing was in a pose where her legs were crossed, so she could not wear her heels very well. After the heels fell, she sat up by supporting herself, thinking of picking it up. However, she failed to sit up immediately. Zhang Ye was by her legs taking photos. Upon noticing it, he conveniently picked up the black high heel. The heel was very light and did not appear as heavy as it seemed. Clearing his throat, he aimed the mouth of the heel towards Wu Ziqing's foot and then put the stilettos back onto her beautiful foot, covered in flesh-colored stockings. When Wu Ziqing saw this, she did not say a word and lay back down. Her foot was very smooth, allowing it to slip in easily. As the heel was a bit narrow and Zhang Ye's hand was a bit large, a few fingers would dangle even while he held onto the heel. This caused his fingers to touch the side of her beautiful legs. Momentarily, his right hand's middle and ring finger grazed past the stockings. It was extremely alluring. The foot was so pretty. It did not seem to have any pits or crevices that usually resulted in wearing high heels for extended periods of time. It was extremely soft, and the skin beneath the stockings were very supple and soft. Her foot was not considered small. It was probably size 37 or 38. For a woman, this size was already quite large. Furthermore, Wu Ziqing was tall, so no matter how small her feet were, it could not be too small. Zhang Ye always believed that a woman with bigger feet would look even better in high heels, especially in tall stilettos. If one's feet were too small, it could not carry off the look. It would appear as if one was top-heavy. Ka. Another 3 shots were taken. Zhang Ye had really feasted his eyes. Then, he began suggesting. Oh yeah, quite a number of pictures have been taken for this attire. Why don't you change to another one? Wu Ziqing acknowledged and said, Sure, take a look at the wardrobe and see which is most suitable. Look, I'll take a look. Zhang Ye was yearning to do so. Seeing Wu Ziqing stand up while using the rug as support, he walked to the wardrobe and opened the first door. There were 5 to 6 bags at the top, and shoes filled the bottom. From the brands, it was apparent Wu Ziqing was not the kind who chased after branded goods. There was not a single international brand. Most of them seemed to be domestic products and probably was not too expensive. There were not many either. To a woman, especially a woman in a high position like Wu Ziqing, 5 to 6 bags was considered too few. Even a normal commoner would not find 7 or 8 bags excessive. These bags were all very warm in both color and style. They matched Wu Ziqing's temperament. It was the same with the footwear. However, the brands of the footwear was not easily recognizable. Zhang Ye did not know either, so he wasn't too sure. Let me find one. This isn't good. Hey, this pair of shoes aren't bad. It's creamy white and pointed, but the tip was slightly wide. It also revealed a bit more in the back. There was a little band with a buckle. It would make the feet look nicer. It's decided. Let's take a look at the clothes. Opening the second door, it was filled with clothes and skirts. There was winter and summer wear. Since it was for photography, winter wear was definitely out of the question. It had to be summer or spring costumes as the theme. Zhang Ye was very serious towards the arts. After a long period of searching, he decided on an attire he liked. The top he chose for Wu Ziqing was a petite, creamy white sweater. It did not have a collar, and the cleavage revealed was not too low or high. It was just nice and very mild. Furthermore, it was the exact same color as the creamy white heels. It would match well together. As for the skirt, Zhang Ye helped her choose a flowery long skirt. The dress reached to a spot slightly above her ankles. From Zhang Ye's point of view, the dress was designed to reach one's ankles, but Wu Ziqing had long legs, so it ended up being 6 or 7 centimeters shorter. However, it was just right. If the skirt was too long, then the high heels would not reveal its beauty. Leaving a bit of her feet also made her look taller. I'm done choosing. Would this do? Zhang Ye brought the clothes over. After seeing it, Wu Ziqing smiled. You sure have taste. This attire is not bad. All right, we'll use this. Is there anything else? Should I change my hair? Zhang Ye pondered for a moment. This attire is a bit more mild in disposition. Personally, I don't think you need to raise your hair that high. Of course, it is up to you. Wu Ziqing said in an easygoing fashion. I'll heed your advice. Zhang Ye added. Oh, there's no need to take off the stockings. All right, she said. Zhang Ye then rubbed his hands. Then, go ahead and change. I'll go out for a while. I'll be just outside, so just give a shout when you are done. Wu Ziqing nodded and picked up the clothes, sitting on the bed. As she bent her back and lowered her head, she took off the high heels on her feet. She was beginning to change. Zhang Ye hurriedly went out and closed the door behind him. Chapter 381. A while later. Little Zhang. I'm here. You can come in now. All right. Pushing the door open, Zhang Ye walked back into the room. When he saw her, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wu Ziqing had changed her attire, and her hair had been redone. Her entire style was as gentle and kind as could be. The attire he had chosen was well-fitting. He began snapping photos. Zhang Ye was yearning to do so greatly. As he held the camera, he pressed on the shutter button quickly. Sometimes he would squat down, sometimes he would go behind Sis Wu, taking shots from every possible angle. Lying down, sitting down, in a prone position, Zhang Ye suddenly asked, Can you kneel on the bed? When Wu Ziqing heard this, she did not object. She made a pose, like this. Yes, yes. Zhang Ye's throat was already dry as he said, First face me. Hand on the bed, prone on the bed while kneeling. Yes, look over here. Wu Ziqing followed his instructions and faced Zhang Ye in a half-prone, half-kneeling position. Zhang Ye found the scene absolutely breathtaking and immediately clicked the shutter button 5 times. Although Wu Ziqing's neckline wasn't too low, the sweater was a bit loose. In her current position, the neckline opened downwards, causing her cleavage to be exposed. Traces of a flesh-colored bra could be seen. However, Zhang Ye had intended for this angle and image, so he did not miss such opportunities. After adjusting his angle slightly, he took a few more shots. He then asked audaciously, Turn around. Right? Turn your back towards me. Okay. Wu Ziqing crawled on the bed a few times, and before completing a 180-degree rotation. This entire process was recorded down by Zhang Ye with the DSLR. When Sis Wu's back was fully facing him, her fleshy buttocks faced Zhang Ye. The skirt was not very loose and was a bit tight, which resulted in her buttocks pulling the skirt tight. Wu Ziqing was one of the more ample beauties that Zhang Ye had seen, but she was not fat at all. Her hips and buttocks were wider and larger than Zhang Yuanqi, or Dong Shanshan, and was probably 3 to 4 centimeters wider at her hips. If described by the ancients, she was perfect for childbirth. Gotcha. Her buttocks were captured. Then Zhang Ye walked forward and knelt beside the side of the bed. He then pressed on the shutter button quickly while very close to Wu Ziqing's buttocks. He could even smell the scent of old Wu's wardrobe that the skirt emitted. He really wanted to touch it. Despite being in such close proximity, Zhang Ye did not have the guts. Wu Ziqing had seemed to hand him the task of snapping pictures, and did not question him at all. Sis Wu, what's the matter? Can I get on the bed? Of course. Zhang Ye purposely took many pictures of her buttocks, before taking off his slippers to step on the bed. He stood near where old Wu's pillow was and squatted down. He then took photos of Wu Ziqing's cleavage from the front. President Wu really seemed like a professional amongst professional models. She did not move at all. She did not even blink. She was very professional. It's done. Okay, let's change the pose. Please sit down. Can you pull up your skirt? Reveal a bit of your thigh, then touch it with your hand. This way. Yes, a bit more. The dress moved up bit by bit, reaching a spot somewhat above her knee. Then, Wu Ziqing placed her right hand on her thigh, which was covered by her flesh-colored pantyhose. Zhang Ye said, "Your leg should look a bit more natural. Bend it a little." Wu Ziqing bent her leg, and of course exposed herself once again. Zhang Ye had intended for this. He got off the bed and half-kneeled. He began snapping and finally, he was mostly done with this set of clothes. All the angles possible had been done. Was this enough? Were they each to return to their own rooms? Please don't stop here. Zhang Ye was already addicted and had not seen enough. Besides, only 20 minutes had passed. The pictures that were not bad only numbered in the 20s. There were still too few. Could the scale increase? If he enlarged the scale, would old Wu lose her temper? Zhang Ye struggled with his thoughts for a long while, standing there motionless. Wu Ziqing was still maintaining her pose and suddenly looked at him. She smiled and said, "Is it done?" Zhang Ye immediately said, "This attire is mostly done. Well, can you take off your top?" The moment he said this, he felt his heart rapidly beating. He was afraid that old Wu would kick him out the window. But who would have thought that Wu Ziqing would nod slightly after a moment of pondering? All right. Then, Zhang Ye breathed in deeply as he focused. Sis Wu really sat up and began grabbing her sweater. She took off the sweater from bottom to top, right in front of Zhang Ye. She then left the top at the edge of the bed. Her hair was slightly tousled when she took off her top, so she reached up to comb it again. Her shoulders were revealed. Her bra was exposed. There was no way to hide her stomach. And the most critical point was that Wu Ziqing was pushing her chest out and combing her hair with her hands up. Zhang Ye's eyes turned red. He did not blink. Old Wu's breasts were too large. Magnificent peaks were not enough to describe their size. Previously, there was the neckline blocking her cleavage, so it wasn't very obvious. But now, without anything to cover it, that bottomless cleavage nearly frightened Zhang Ye out of his mind. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen the pictures that Wu Ziqing had sent him on the internet. However, those were just pictures. They were 2D, but what was in front of his eyes now was true 3D imagery. That solid feeling was indescribably magnificent. Very big, very ample. The bra looked like it was about to burst. There was no need to wait for her to finish combing her hair. Snap! This angle was too perfect. Zhang Ye did not miss out on this opportunity. He began snapping. When old Wu was done combing her hair, he went behind her and took a few more pictures from that angle. He then took another photo of old Wu's head from behind. She had said not to take pictures of her face, but the back did not matter. There was quite a bit of artistry when it came to rear views. It was a feast for his eyes. Riches had befallen him. Zhang Ye was excited and could not stop. Can you hold on to something with your hand? Hold on to what? Cough, your breast. Single hand. This way. Yes, yes. Great. Can you stroke your hair with your other hand? It's meaningless since there's no face, right? It won't snap that action, but if you stretch out your hand backwards, it would straighten your body, making the feeling better. All right. Ka, ka, ka. Zhang Ye took more than 20 pictures here. He was very satisfied with every one of them. As he sniffed, he was afraid that blood would flow out his nose. As he focused his sights, he took another step further. Sis Wu about this. After hesitating for a long while, he finally blurted it out. Can you take off your bra? Wu Ziqing pulled down the hair along her sideburns and pushed it over her ear. Okay. Really? Zhang Ye stared with his eyes widened. Wu Ziqing asked, is this done? Yes, it's done. Zhang Ye said eagerly. Wu Ziqing acknowledged, and with a smile, she reached back. After a few seconds of tinkering, the bra on her chest loosened, causing her breasts to sink. However, they did not sink too much. It was unexpected that with her size, her breasts didn't sag at such an age. Should I take off the bra? She asked. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, not yet. It's pretty good with it loose. Let me take a few shots like this. The feeling of it half masking her breasts was very good, so Zhang Ye did not let this opportunity pass and began snapping picture after picture. Not long later, Zhang Ye coughed and said, You can take it off now. Wu Ziqing comfortably took away her bra and folded it and placed it off to the side. From this action, it could be seen that she was very meticulous and fond of cleanliness and tidiness. However, Zhang Ye wouldn't care about this at all. His eyeballs were locked onto Sis Wu's breasts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration that they were nearly popping out. What size was this? Without a bra, it was the most obvious. Zhang Yuanqi, Rao I mean, and Dong Shanshan all had big enough breasts, but they were no match compared to Wu Ziqing's size. This was a stunning level. And what made Zhang Ye most excited was that Wu Ziqing did not find it inappropriate. She comfortably let him see without a word. How much trust was that? Why? She asked. Nothing. Zhang Ye hurriedly composed himself. Are you snapping it like that? She asked. Zhang Ye said, yes, this way. Your body should lean a little bit more. All right, very good. It's a bit cold in winter. Can we be a little quicker? Wu Ziqing said. Zhang Ye immediately nodded. All right, it's almost done. Endure a little longer. Yes, the same posture as before. Hold up your chest from the bottom. This way. No, left hand holding onto your right side. How about now? Yes, perfect. Zhang Ye first took a wide-angle shot, and then took off his shoes to get on the bed again. As he bent his back while kneeling on the bed, as he approached, he gave a few close-up shots. He was barely an arm's length away from Wu Ziqing. He could even see her sweat pores clearly. However, at this moment, only a retard would look at sweat pores. Even AF*** King retard knew what to focus on. It was both big and fair. Her breasts were perfect. You can let go, Zhang Ye instructed. Releasing it, the breasts slumped down before bouncing back up. Zhang Ye took a deep breath again. He constantly pressed the shutter button, taking pictures of her body. After about half a minute, Wu Ziqing shuddered, her shoulders shaking slightly. Zhang Ye knew that she was cold and stopped taking pictures. All right, quickly wear your clothes. It's done. Wu Ziqing grabbed the sweater by her side. She stretched her hands, and without any concealment, she put it over her head. However, she did not wear her flesh-colored bra, and just wore the sweater over. If she wore it this way, her breast would not have a perky shape under the clothes, but would have a different flavor to it. It was nice too. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, It's been tough on you, little Zhang. Zhang Ye reflexively answered, Not at all. It's just a service for the people. Wu Ziqing was amused and got off the bed. She then gestured to Zhang Ye to sit on the sofa in the room. Here, let me see how the pictures came out. I haven't seen any of the ones we took towards the end. All right. Zhang Ye sat beside her and handed the DSLR over. Some aren't that good, and I plan on deleting them. However, most of them came out quite well. Choose a few for safekeeping. Most of them are pretty similar. You can choose the best ones from them, while the rest can be deleted. Wu Ziqing casually pulled a blanket to cover the dress on her thigh. Then flipping through it, she said, Oh, this is not bad. I'll keep this one. This one can be deleted. This one has a bit of reflection. Oh, this is also very good. Indeed, letting someone else snap the pictures is different. The angles are much better than taking them by myself. Chapter 382. All sorts of things to see. At night. It was almost 11 p.m. Beep, beep, beep. The heater was no longer keeping the room warm enough, so old Wu increased the heater's temperature. It was not because the room's temperature was low. There was heating, so how could it be cold? The main reason was because the room was on the larger side. Furthermore, Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing had not been wearing much. Zhang Ye wore a bathrobe while his hair was still wet, while Sis Wu was wearing a creamy white top and a simple skirt, so they naturally felt cold. As the heater continued providing warmth, it became a lot more comfortable. Zhang Ye pointed. Delete this. I didn't manage to delete it just now. She said, You aren't in a hurry to sleep yet, right? Let's look at them on a computer. All right. Zhang Ye reacted. It's too troublesome looking at the pictures on a camera. It's much more convenient on a computer, and we can save them directly. We can just delete the bad ones with a click. I'll bring the computer over. Wu Ziqing got up from the sofa and brought a laptop with a large screen over. She then switched it on before asking, Are you cold? Should I give you a coat? Zhang Ye waved his hands. There's no need. The heater alone is sufficient. Wu Ziqing nodded. She too did not grab a coat. Then let's drink some hot tea. The electric kettle had never been switched off since its earlier use, so very quickly, a pot of tea was made. She brought it over and filled up 2 cups. Thank you. Zhang Ye took it from her and then took a sip of it. It gave him a warm whirl. It was nice. Wu Ziqing also sat down and sipped gracefully. She picked up the notebook computer and placed it on her thighs, and then synchronized the DSLR's SD card. With a few clicks, Wu Ziqing opened my computer very adeptly. She then clicked on the hard drive. There were many folders in it, and each of them weren't small in size. There was a rough value at the bottom of each window. Each was in the tens of gigabytes. 30 years old. Suburbs tour. July 10th. Alternative. On business in Nanjing, hotel. Various cheap how collection. This year, autumn and winter, home. There were dozens of folders, each with very succinct labels. Others might not understand what these were, but Zhang Ye immediately understood. These folders that, numbered in the gigabytes, were all the photos that Wu Ziqing had taken throughout the years. If one had tens of gigabytes of movies, that was already considered quite a lot. But your sister, these were photos. Even if the pictures taken by a DSLR were high resolution, tens of gigabytes was still way too much. Furthermore, this was definitely not all there was. They were the best pictures that Wu Ziqing had been satisfied with. The number of deleted photos and those that did not meet the standards of this photo repository probably numbered above a few hundred gigabytes. It was too crazy. Old Wu was a crazy photography demon. Zhang Ye did not dare to shoot his mouth and just watch from the sidelines. Wu Ziqing right-clicked and created a new folder. She then changed the name, and with a thought, she labeled it, Before Chinese New Year, Home, New. All right, we'll store it here. Let's take a look, she said. Zhang Ye helped her choose. Oh, this picture needs to be included. This, the one with thighs. Wu Ziqing asked, Isn't the position of the high heels a bit off? Not at all. Zhang Ye suggested his point of view. With your shoes at this angle, it will make it look more natural. If it's from a straight perspective, it wouldn't look good. It will look as if you are trying too hard. She smiled and said, All right, then we'll save this one. As she clicked on it, she dragged it into the new folder. Zhang Ye continued to give his opinions on these normal pictures. He also dared to speak about them. However, when it reached the pictures that exposed Wu Ziqing, he did not dare to speak despite having his ideas. As he was a man, it was too embarrassing to explain. However, Wu Ziqing asked him even though he did not want to speak. Little Zhang, what about this one? She asked. Can? Zhang Ye said in a vague way. She smiled. What does can mean? Zhang Ye said, ahem. Mainly, it's up to you. She said, I think it's passable, so I wanted to ask for your opinion, or else why would I get you to help me select pictures? Besides, these were taken by you, so you have the most authority in this matter. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony and cleared his throat, saying, I think this picture is not that good. It's not as good as the previous one. Yes, it's not as good as this one. Your breasts are very pretty, and also very, Although the side angle accentuates your figure, it seems a bit, well that. And so I think a front of off-front angle gives a better feel. For example, this one. See how nice this one looks? It's really beautiful. Words that he felt embarrassed to say, such as her breasts were big. Zhang Ye would use words like, or well that to replace. Wu Ziqing was not embarrassed, but Zhang Ye was. She looked at Zhang Ye. Let's keep both pictures then. I actually quite like this one with the entire body, which you said was average. This is because I always took them myself and won't be able to get a picture at this angle, so I will need to keep one. Zhang Ye said, Of course. It's just my personal opinion. Thinking back to the day that he had first met Wu Ziqing on the plane, Zhang Ye had never imagined there would be a day where he would sit at home with Wu Ziqing watching and commenting her revealing pictures on a computer. Zhang Ye had never thought of such a possibility before. Bliss came too suddenly. 1, 5, 10. Many pictures were saved. Zhang Ye felt his relationship with Wu Ziqing was taking another step closer. It was much closer than helping her nephew with an endorsement or giving Ode of Mulan as a birthday gift in the afternoon. He stretched his hand to pour some tea. He was a bit tired from watching. Wu Ziqing was probably not comfortable holding up the computer with her thighs. She then took off her slippers and placed her feet on the sofa. She leaned sideways and grabbed a small blanket to cover the two beautiful, pantyhose-covered legs extending out from under her skirt. She then carried on saving pictures to the computer. This is nice. What do you think, little Zhang? Indeed, this one is really good. This time we are in agreement. Saving it. Hey, this is nice too. This? Will it make it seem like my breasts are sagging? How can it be? It's not sagging in any way. It's just natural gravity. Because of it being so big, being so proper in size, it should be like that. It has nothing to do with sagging. Really? Yes, believe me. It's really the case. But this one also shows a bit of tummy. This tummy of yours isn't fat. Revealing a bit makes it even better. For this picture, that tiny bit of tummy makes it just right. It's especially pretty. All right then. I'll save it. At this moment, Wu Ziqing's new seating posture got tiring again. Hence, she casually lifted up her computer and moved her thighs. Her legs poked out of the blanket and leaned it sideways. This time, she had repositioned them to face Zhang Ye, with her legs inclined towards Zhang Ye. Then she covered her legs with the tiny blanket so as to prevent her feet from turning cold. As Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing were sitting together looking at the computer, they were definitely not too far apart. The moment Wu Ziqing moved over, she took up some space. Zhang Ye did not find it appropriate to distance himself, as he would not be able to see the screen. As such, Wu Ziqing's feet were touching the outer regions of Zhang Ye's legs. Just by a tiny bit. There was a fleeting sense of contact. Through the bathrobe, Zhang Ye could clearly feel the tiny bit of contact on his outer regions of his thigh. Without a question, they were definitely Wu Ziqing's toes. Shall we carry on? Ahem, all right. There aren't that many left. These ones should be deleted. The lighting is quite poor. About 20 minutes later, the pictures had been selected. Wu Ziqing began to do some management. Those that were supposed to be deleted were all deleted. Some of those that weren't ideal, but she was unwilling to delete because they weren't too bad. She stored them in the alternative folder. It was done. Brought to a successful completion. Zhang Ye massaged his thighs. It was a bit numb, and he decided to bring his legs up onto the sofa. He began sitting cross-legged. However, this movement of his caused his left foot to touch the two beautiful legs that were on his right. Zhang Ye had bathed previously, and other than the bathrobe and underwear, he did not have any clothes on. Of course, he did not wear any socks. Immediately, a smooth feeling came from his feet. It was Wu Ziqing's pantyhose. It rustled a bit, making Zhang Ye's heart turn itchy. I'm sorry, sis Wu. Zhang Ye said apologetically. Wu Ziqing said with a demure look around her eyes. It's fine. You cover up too. It gets cold at night. She gently picked up the blanket on her feet and covered Zhang Ye a little. She pulled Zhang Ye's left foot in. During then, their feet touched once again. Sis Wu's beautiful feet had been covered for quite long, so they were very warm. Zhang Ye's foot was colder than hers. Your feet are that cold. She sensed it. Zhang Ye smiled and said, It's fine. It's because I wasn't wearing socks. She shook her head. You didn't want me to get you a coat which I offered just now. Was it because of you getting splashed by cold water when there wasn't hot water just now? I'll cover it myself, and it will be fine. Zhang Ye stretched his hand under the blanket, and with the tight confines under the blanket, it was inevitable that his hand would touch Wu Ziqing's feet. The touch from his hand was a lot richer than the feeling from his foot. The smoothness of the pantyhose drilled right from Zhang Ye's fingers and into his heart. He really wanted to caress it. Wu Ziqing's foot moved. Your hand is even colder than your foot. How are you to warm yourself up? Move away. She then slid her hands under the blanket. I'll help warm you up. Zhang Ye was alarmed. Don't. That won't do. Wu Ziqing smiled at him gently. What won't do? Zhang Ye hurriedly nudged her warm hands away. It's not appropriate. How can I trouble you? Don't worry about me. I'll warm myself up in a while. Enough. It's no big deal. She smiled gracefully and moved Zhang Ye's hands away and then held onto Zhang Ye's bare and cold feet. Big sis is probably more than 10 years older than you. My nephew is about your age, so you don't have to feel embarrassed. You worked for Big Sis all day and even gave me a birthday present, moving things around and snapped pictures. If you were to catch a cold, I would feel burdened, so don't move. Really, my feet are dirty. Didn't you just bathe? It's fine. When my nephew was young, he always stuck close to me. Whenever it came to winter, he would insist I rub his feet. Her hands were very warm. A surge of warmth immediately spread through Zhang Ye's foot. She asked, How is it? Is it better? Zhang Ye said in distress, It's much warmer. Let me do it myself. You don't have to carry on. She ignored him and changed the position where she held Zhang Ye's foot. His sole, toes, heels were all warmed up before she said gently, Put your hands out. Oh, I'll rub your hands too. There's really no need, Sis Wu. Hurry up. Typical colds are because coldness enters through the limbs. If you don't warm them up, you will definitely catch a cold in the morning when you wake up. It's difficult to treat a cold during winter. Chapter 383. Viewing all of the pictures. His feet had been warmed. His hands were now warm too. Much better, right? Yes, thanks, Sis Wu. You're welcome. Let me get you more tea in a bit. Okay, I will be fine just by getting some sleep actually. Zhang Ye looked at Wu Zuqing, who was his senior, not minding the dirtiness, helping him to warm up his feet and legs. He felt embarrassed and especially touched at the same time, because he understood that Sis Wu did not take him to be an outsider. Sis Wu's personality was probably the motherly type who knew how to take care of people. Speaking honestly, from her personality and the way Sis Wu carried herself, it was very difficult to tell that she was a government official. Her personality was too nice, beautiful yet unassuming, holding an important position, yet not abusive of her powers, holding on to her views yet not disagreeing with others, gentle, not pretentious, not a show-off, no airs, able to cook, knowing how to take care of others. How virtuous. She's so virtuous all the way to your grandma's house. The requirements and needs that men search for in a life partner all basically existed within Wu Zuqing. All of these qualities seemed to be reflected by her. His hands were getting warmer, but his feet were getting cold again. Wu Zuqing once again casually put her hands at his feet while gazing at her laptop. Today's photos were quite all right. They are all rather well taken. Looks like I found the right guy. Her. Zhang Ye hurriedly said. Next time if you, well, you can find me anytime. Okay, if Big Sis wants to snap some more, I will give you a call. Wu Zuqing said. As Zhang Ye felt the pair of warm hands on his feet, he wanted to change the subject. Holding the blanket in his hands, he pointed towards the laptop screen's folders. Are those all the ones taken by you in the past? She nodded. It's all from the past couple of years. Zhang Ye coughed. May I see them? It's okay if it's not convenient. She smiled and said, There's nothing inconvenient. Which ones would you like to see? Zhang Ye thought to himself that it was naturally better to see the ones with lesser clothes on, but he did not say it out. Anything is fine. Sure, I'll let you take a look. Wu Zuqing put her hand on the mouse and clicked a few times, randomly opening a folder. When it opened, many thumbnails appeared and she clicked on one of them, then closed it before opening another one. These were all taken in the past half year. Some were taken in the bedroom. Some were taken in the living room. Some were taken while bathing. One of the pictures made Zhang Ye's heart beat faster. It was a picture of Wu Zuqing, either before, during, or after her bath, resting her, but on the sink without anything on. There seemed to be water droplets on her body and using a very dangerous pose with both her legs outstretched. She took the photo of herself through the mirror. This photo was also one of the most daring ones that Zhang Ye had seen so far. Even while chatting with her as Water Lotus Moon, Zhang Ye had not seen a picture so daring. This one had her bearing everything. He nearly got a nosebleed. When Wu Zuqing clicked on this one, she did not stop at it. She jumped to the next picture very quickly and finally browsed through all the pictures in the folder. Do you still want to see more? Zhang Ye blinked. If it's convenient, I'd definitely love to. Okay, then let's look at the next set. She clicked on another folder. Over 10 GBs of items, numbering around over 3,000 photos. Some were taken with a DSLR, while there were pictures taken with a cell phone camera or digital camera, which could be seen from the picture resolution. As he viewed them, Wu Zuqing said, This was taken while I was away on business at Nanjing. The hotel was rather nice, and the environment outside was also good. There was a small river outside which could be seen, but the hotel windows were tinted in a way so nothing inside could be seen from the outside. Big Sis sat there on the bay window and took quite a lot of pictures that day. In the past, these pictures were only seen by myself since I couldn't possibly share them with others. You were the first person to see them. Zhang Ye knew that he was in an honored position. It was also due to the Cupid sachet that had brought him this luck in the first place. Without that chance encounter of sending the wrong pictures, even if he had gotten very close to Wu Zuqing, Sis Wu would have never shown him these private photos of her. Zhang Ye stared intently at the photos as he rubbed his hands. Your hands are getting cold again? She was very caring. Zhang Ye said, No. She reached out to him. It's fine, give it to me. Zhang Ye's hands were held by old Wu again, as her warmth was transmitted to him. Sis Wu's hands were very soft, just like her body, which didn't feel too tight and could be described as soft. It was soft and tender, and her fingers were long and thin. Holding them felt very comfortable. He was touching her hands in broad daylight. Zhang Ye was enjoying this moment. Wu Ziqing rubbed his hands while she said, "This one was taken outdoors. It's the garden outside Big Sis Villa. Although it's all villas over here, but further down the road, there are also high-rise buildings. There are about 8 of them in this little district." That day, Big Sis suddenly wanted to take photos in the garden, but as it was still daylight, I had to wait for the sun to set before switching off all the lights and going out to the garden. Then using the flash, I captured this image. It was actually quite dangerous at that time. The lighting in the picture wasn't very strong as there were no streetlights or moonlight to illuminate her and looked like it just depended on the camera flash. In the garden, Wu Ziqing was sitting on a stone table in the garden, in a cream or yellow-colored bra. The lighting wasn't strong enough and the color couldn't really be differentiated. Zhang Ye said nervously, "That's really quite dangerous." In any case, President Wu's photos were really thrilling in that sense. After about an hour of viewing, Zhang Ye had finished looking through all of Wu Ziqing's pictures. When he saw good ones, he would compliment them, but if he saw some slightly more revealing ones, he would stay quiet. He knew that since Sis Wu liked to take pictures so much, especially selfies, then surely she would like someone to see it. Now that he had become that person, Zhang Ye knew his mission was to speak less and quietly appreciate them. After viewing everything, it was already midnight. Wu Ziqing covered her mouth and yawned. Even her yawning looked particularly gentle and elegant. "You are feeling tired?" "I am." "Oh, it's already 12 a.m. Then rest earlier. I will go back to my room now." "Okay, go and sleep then. I will wake you up after I've made breakfast." "Let me do it instead. I can't keep bothering you with these tasks." "You can cook." "I don't." Then you can just sleep. Go on." "Oh, sorry to trouble you again, then. Good night." "Good night." After switching off the computer, Wu Ziqing turned off the bedside lamp and switched a dim night light on before getting into bed. In the dim lighting, Wu Ziqing looked so perfect that when Zhang Ye saw her, he was even more head over heels for her. But he knew that he shouldn't stay any longer, since she had not taken off her clothes and went to bed. She was just waiting for him to leave. Zhang Ye took one last look at Wu Ziqing's breasts, which looked sizable even under that knitted sweater. He said good night once more, and then left, closing the door to Wu Ziqing's room. He rubbed his nose, thinking that the blood vessels in his nose had nearly burst a few times tonight. It was really too seductive. Chapter 384, The Brain Gold Advertisement That Gets Cursed Badly. The next day, 9 in the morning, Zhang Ye's ringtone sounded out, waking him up from under the blankets. He had slept late last night and hadn't gotten enough sleep. When the first call came in, Zhang Ye turned around, ignoring it. Only when the second call came did Zhang Ye stretch out his hand to pick it up impatiently. "Hello, who is this?" "Teacher Zhang, it's me." "Who?" "I'm Wu Mo." "Oh, CEO Wu, hello. Are you still resting at home? Sorry for disturbing you." "It's fine. Tell me if there's anything." "The advertisement on Beijing television station will play today. The first wave will begin at 11. Then it will also appear in the afternoon and at night. Our company scrimped up some more cash, planning to bet it all on this. We even paid for the advertisement to be shown on other provincial television stations. They will all go up today. As for the internet promotions, it began the day before yesterday. Other than a lack of funds preventing us from reaching intensive penetration, everything else is according to your marketing idea. All right. However, that scientific editorial that goes out twice a day did not seem to have any obvious effects. Our brain gold sales did not have any significant increases. Don't worry. Wait for the broadcast of the advertisement. Teacher Zhang, are you sure there won't be any problems? All my wealth is on the line. If this really fails, I will really have to go home and be a garbage collector. Don't worry. It won't happen. Then, all right. Rest well." After throwing his phone to the side, Zhang Ye yawned and slapped his face. Only then did he become a bit more awake. He also did not plan on sleeping any longer since this was not his house. He definitely had to be a bit more restricted in President Wu's house. Hence, he pulled the blanket away and got out of bed and went to bathroom to wash up. As there was no hot water, the moment his face was drenched with cold water, he was immediately much more awake. Zhang Ye was not unaccustomed to this. As the saying went, it was best to use cold water to wash one's face in a winter morning. Downstairs, Wu Ziqing was already up. "Sis Wu, you are already awake." Zhang Ye went to the first floor of the villa. She was sitting on the sofa watching television. She looked over upon hearing him speak. I just woke up too. My nephew gave me a call, mentioning the advertisement." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "He gave me a call too, saying that it would air at 11. Wu Ziqing asked, "Are you hungry?" Zhang Ye said, "I'm fine. I'll eat at home, so there's no need to trouble you." She said, "Aren't your parents at work today? There will be nothing for you to eat at home either, so make do with what I have here." "Well, let's eat early and treat it as lunch." Zhang Ye did not refuse. "Then I'll not stand on ceremony. Your cooking skills are right up my alley. Just thinking about your cooking makes me salivate. I'll eat another meal of yours." Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "That's all that matters if you like it. If you aren't satisfied with anything, you can give me suggestions so that I can improve. You sometimes don't mean what you say." Zhang Ye said exasperatedly, "No, it's really delicious. I'm not trying to curry favor with you." Wu Ziqing chuckled. "All right, take a seat. I'll prepare lunch. If you want some tea, pour it yourself. If you want to watch TV, go ahead and change the channel. Make yourself at home." Zhang Ye wanted to help out, but was rejected by Wu Ziqing. She was adamant about not letting him do anything. Zhang Ye could only sit on the sofa watching TV. From time to time, he would glance at the beautiful figure busying herself in the open kitchen. Wu Ziqing was wearing a white sweater. It had a wide and plump style and was not furry. It had a lot of leeway. Her pants were an ordinary whitish-gray pair of slacks. She was very suitable for such pale, light-colored clothes, as it made her have an endearing temperament. She looked very gentle with her flowing hair. "Hey, let's stop talking about it. Washing the vegetables, cutting the vegetables." This scene was like a piece of art. Be it her work or cooking, Wu Ziqing did things very calmly. She was the kind that did things neither too fast nor too slow. She was never flustered and did things prim and proper. She was done cooking. The two of them began eating. Oh, delicious. The fire was a bit too big for the potatoes. It wasn't done well. Not at all. This level of heat is perfect. It wouldn't be nice if it's too crumbly. The television was always on Beijing television station. Suddenly, a familiar jingle was heard. Zhang Ye's ears perked up when he heard it. He cleared his throat and put down his chopsticks, immediately looking at the TV screen. "Sis Wu, it has begun. This is the commercial." Wu Ziqing also turned her head to look at it. The commercial was aired right after a Beijing television station entertainment program, which had pretty good ratings. The time slot was also not bad. Immediately, there were two characters Zhang Ye was familiar with on the screen. One was an old man, and another an old woman. This was designed by a professional according to Zhang Ye's requirements. It was nearly produced in the exact same fashion as his world's Brain Platinum television commercial. The moment they appeared, the two old animated characters began dancing. "I will not accept any gifts this year. No gifts accepted, no gifts accepted, no gifts accepted, no gifts accepted. The only gift I will accept is Brain Gold. Brain Gold." The final scene was Zhang Ye holding Brain Gold's commercial logo. It was about a second long. Zhang Ye's picture was fleeting because in the next moment, the commercial ended. Wu Ziqing did not speak a word. Zhang Ye coughed and said, "Was that okay?" She asked, "You only have that one shot." Zhang Ye acknowledged, "The main focus wasn't supposed to be me." Wu Ziqing laughed, saying, "I won't evaluate the commercial. I don't have much prior knowledge on this subject. You are the professional in this area. You have done a few commercials, and all of them have been successful. You naturally have much more say and authority than others. Since you planned on doing it this way, you definitely have your reasons. Here, let's carry on eating." Upon hearing what she said, Zhang Ye started to feel the pressure. "Actually, I only am 90% confident. There is always a 10% chance of uncertainty. You can never be sure of some things." Wu Ziqing comforted him. "I've seen a poem before, called In Future We Trust. I heard it even saved a life. That poem was written by you, right? I think it was very good. Believe in yourself. You have the strength and the ability. What should be done has been done. Doubt and fear do not help you in any way. Even if Little Mo's company goes bankrupt, It is also due to his mismanagement as he lacks talent in business. It had nothing to do with you. It may be the case, but if it was any other company, Zhang Ye would have just been their spokesperson and not worry about anything else. But this time, it was different. It was Wu Ziqing's nephew's company, so Zhang Ye was naturally very concerned about it. He would not fool or joke around with such matters. Let's hope so. Let's hope the trajectory would be the same as his world's. After the meal, Zhang Ye insisted on washing the dishes, but was still pushed away by Wu Ziqing once more. Helplessly, he could only symbolically wipe the table and had nothing left to do. After bidding farewell, he drove home himself. At home, his parents were not around, as they were at work. Zhang Ye did not sit idle. The moment he returned home, he switched on his computer to check the situation with the promotional strategy that he had designed. He was too busy to keep up with it over the past few days as he was busy. He did not worry too much about it, but after snapping pictures for Wu Ziqing last night and seeing so many pictures he should not have seen, upgrading their level of intimacy, Zhang Ye became more concerned. He did not dare to be sloppy about it. He read all the editorials and the internet publicity. Indeed, they were executed according to his instructions. However, his world's brain platinum went through a gradual process. It had undergone a long period of accumulation. However, brain gold did not have as much time to set up the process. They could only bombard with greater intensity, adhering to the core ideas. It was as intensive as the commercial could be. It managed to be just in time for the Chinese New Year season. Tomorrow was Chinese New Year's Eve, so it was at an opportune time. Success all depended on this moment. Pit-a-pat. Zhang Ye began typing, and according to this specimen of his previous world, he typed out a few editorials and sent it to the advertising company, letting them implement it as soon as possible. By chance, Zhang Ye clicked on Weibo and caught a glimpse of the comments regarding brain gold. Without counting, 10 out of the 10 comments were all cursing. What is this? I feel like my eyes have been blinded. What sort of retarded advertisement was that? Brain gold. I think you are brainless gold. F***K. Why is Teacher Zhang's figure shown right at the end of such a crappy advertisement? It can't be. This does not conform to Teacher Zhang's overall image. I'm wondering why too. Why did Teacher Zhang endorse such a health supplement company? It's such a knockoff. It's too shitty. Teacher Zhang did not look at the advertising content when he took on the endorsement. Was Teacher Zhang scammed? I think so. The advertising company probably fooled Zhang Ye. Even video websites have this brain gold commercial. It's a trap. I've nearly been brainwashed. How can there be such a rubbish commercial? Suddenly, someone revealed insider news. Zhang Ye was not scammed. I know someone from this advertising company. According to reliable news, this commercial and the series of promotions were all planned by Zhang Ye alone. They were only executing it to his standard. This endorsement was not a result of forcing Zhang Ye. Oh, that's not true, right? It's true. I actually heard that too. Impossible. Everyone knows Teacher Zhang's commercial planning skills. Be it the electricity conservation or I'll speak for myself. They were all top commercials in the industry. They would likely be placed into education textbooks in the future. With Zhang Ye's ability, how could he possibly have come up with this crap? Can this even called a commercial? I'm almost crying from watching it, exhorting the television station and websites to stop broadcasting this commercial. My ears. I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. I can King sing it already. I'm shocked that such a brainless commercial is so catchy. What has Teacher Zhang done? Zhang Ye has come up with another mind-blowing move. Haha, I'm delighted to see this. I'm waiting to see a fool made of someone. Does Zhang Ye think he is too popular? He's trying to disperse some of it. No matter how high the endorsement fee given to Zhang Ye was, such a crappy commercial should not be accepted. This is killing the golden goose. It will decrease his popularity. Is Zhang Ye dumb? This commercial was produced by Zhang Ye. Who knows what he's thinking? On the entire internet, be it Weibo, Tieba, or discussion forums, discussion about the product, brain gold, appeared beginning in the morning. And no one praised it. Yes, not a single one. Everyone was cursing at it. In the history of advertising, this could also be considered a miracle. Chapter 385, completely sold out in the supermarkets. Afternoon. Zhang Ye and Wu Mo had an exchange over the phone. Over the phone, Wu Mo sounded like he was about to cry. Brother Zhang, You are my true bro. Didn't you say that this commercial would be fine? Why is all of society cursing at it? Just visiting any website or opening Weibo, there are only comments cursing our company's product. Our brain gold is completely infamous. The editorials actually had some effect, but now, our fame and reputation is completely ruined. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Rest assured, CEO Wu." "Can I really?" Wu Mo asked anxiously. "How do we carry on promoting now? There's no way of promoting it in any other way. There's also no more time left. We can't reverse this terrible situation. You might not know. Even other health supplement companies, who are also trying to advertise during the festive period, are all laughing at us." Zhang Yi said, "Look at the sales. It's already been cursed so badly. If the sales are good, I'll cut my head off." Wu Mo asserted. Zhang Yi was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry as he said, "CEO Wu, it's Chinese New Year. You shouldn't say such words. Actually, I wasn't too sure this commercial would work previously, but now, seeing so many people curse at it, I'm already 99% certain that everything will be fine. We are not afraid of being cursed. The more curses, the better." Wu Mo said, "Huh? Why so?" Zhang Yi said, "I have a suggestion now. That is to continue producing the product. Produce as much as you can. Replenish the stockpiles, or you will miss out on a huge opportunity." "Replenish some more? We already have a lot in stock," Wu Mo said. Zhang Yi said firmly, "Believe me, this is all temporary. I dare assure you that from today onwards, brain gold sales will absolutely have no competition." Outside, the sound of keys jingled. "It must be his parents returning home," Zhang Yi hurriedly said. "I still have something on, so that will be all." CEO Wu. Hanging up, he went out the bedroom and saw his parents enter the house. "You're back so early?" Dad took off his shoes. "It's the eve of Chinese New Year tomorrow, so we were able to get off work early today." Mom did not look pleasant. "Why didn't you come home yesterday?" "Hi. I drank too much and ended up sleeping at a friend's place." Zhang Yi brushed it off with a vague statement. The television was still on. At this moment, Brain Gold's commercial aired once again. The sound attracted his parents' attention as they turned to give it a look. Mom said in a speechless manner, "What sort of retarded commercial is that?" Dad also said, "The quality of advertisements these days are getting lower and lower. Anything can be aired by television stations these days. Aren't they afraid of ridicule?" Zhang Yi. Finally, the scene cut to Zhang Yi holding up Brain Gold's logo. Mom was momentarily stunned. "Son, why did you appear in the commercial?" Zhang Yi said with a wry smile. "Didn't I tell the both of you last time? I am endorsing a health supplement company. It's this Brain Gold." Mom was dumbfounded as she said, "You planned this commercial?" "Yes, it was planned by me," Zhang Yi said. Mom could not stand for this. She immediately began lashing out at her son. This time, Dad stood on Mom's side. They began nagging, saying things like, how he is a host. A layman should not do commercials, or things like how producing such a crappy commercial was scamming the health supplement company. Mom was very greedy, but was also an honest person. For her son to take so much in endorsement fees from them to produce such a commercial, it was not worth the price of over $1 million. Mom also felt bad about it. There was no need to mention Dad. Dad was a person who had worked hard for all his life. He was never covetous of small gains. He did not take a single cent from his office, so he could not accept this. Dad reprimanded him. "You are causing them harm," Mom said with worry. "If their company goes bankrupt, they will definitely sue you." Zhang Yi could not explain it to them. Dad, Mom. You are overthinking it. Don't worry with how I do things. I have an idea. Right? Tomorrow is the eve of Chinese New Year. I'll go out and buy some things. I need to bring it to both Granny's place. I'll be heading out." He took the opportunity to escape. Supermarket. There was a large store downstairs. Zhang Yi wore shades and a face mask and pushed a cart in the shopping district. He began to pick things out to buy, such as fruits, cigarettes, and wine. He got a bit of everything. These things were all essential. Suddenly, he saw Brain Gold's shelf. There were 7 or 8 youths standing there, looking through it. This is the Brain Gold from the commercial, right? The packaging isn't too bad. I also saw the commercial. Many people on the internet were discussing this health product. It's pretty hot right now. I'll buy 2 boxes for my parents. Is this thing really effective? It should be. I saw some reports on the internet saying that there's something very important for the brain. It needs supplements for it. It has something to do with memory loss while aging. Oh, Then I should buy 2 boxes too. Why is it so expensive? Good things are naturally expensive. It's only once a year anyway. We'll buy it. Forget it. I'll grit my teeth and buy it. You're right. It's just once a year. It wouldn't cause too much pain for my wallet. It's for the elders anyway. A few people walked past, and more than 10 boxes of brain gold were removed from the shelf. Not far away, a few people inquired with the supermarket staff. Big sis, is there brain gold? Yes, it's over there. Thanks. This brain gold is selling out pretty quickly. It's almost sold out in a single afternoon. You should buy it early. I think we'll be out of stock by nightfall. It's the Chinese New Year after all, so gifting these types of things to your elders are the best. It's something worthy enough and has health effects. All right, then I need to rush to get a few boxes. If I get more, can I get a discount? My mom heard from a neighbor that she saw some article on the internet. She specified to not give anything this year, but brain gold. Oh, it currently isn't being discounted. All right then, I still need to buy them, even if there are no discounts. Hi, the elders have already spoken. As Zhang Ye pushed his cart past it, he noticed that the number of brain gold boxes left on the shelf numbered less than 20. The other 90% of the space was empty, apparently bought out by others. He was not surprised. He smiled and carried on moving forward to buy his things. The health supplement industry was very intense. It was more obvious during festive seasons. What was typically most important about health supplements? Firstly, the effects. Since it had received the nation's approval, it must have some effect. Furthermore, these sort of things were not regularly bought. Commoners could not afford to eat this every day, so they were not very familiar with the effects. So what did they rely on? And what did they make their choice based on? Zhang Ye's commercial gave an answer. From promotions. From planning. The health supplements commercial was different from the typical daily supplement commercial at its very core. Everyone was cursing at it. Zhang Ye was not afraid of that at all. It was better with more of such criticisms. This was an embodiment of popularity. He was afraid that when the commercial dropped, it would not result in even the tiny ripple. That would really be hurting. Zhang Ye was in the entertainment industry, so he knew this rationale. Wasn't popularity that resulted from being cursed at still popularity? It was too. Just like his world's brain platinum commercial. Wasn't that commercial also cursed at? But in the end, what happened? Brain Platinum's sales surged. And Brain Platinum Company did not change their commercial after all these years. It was always that, I will not accept any gifts this year. Just this line alone made everyone think that this brainless commercial would go down the dark path of death. But why did they dare to carry doing so? It was all from their great market sales. Although people were cursing at it, everyone still bought the products after cursing. Deciding if something had truly worked was proven by market and sales, and not the voices of people. If they listened to the so-called voices of everyone, the Brain Platinum from Zhang Ye's world would probably not have hit such a large scale. This matter seemed somewhat contradictory, and was quite strange, but that was what happened. What people said didn't reflect what they did. As people cursed at Brain Gold's commercial, it did not prevent them from buying a few boxes for their parents and elders. When it came to commercials, it was a profound art. Zhang Ye was not a professional in advertising, and for the core concepts, he was actually only able to ambiguously understand it. He only understood what contributed to the current situation. Firstly, brainwashing. Secondly, using the festive season card. Thirdly, using the parents and elders card. In a single day, the commercial was already so hot. Its visibility was also increasing. What was the most important when giving gifts during the holidays? It was all about giving something substantial, something healthy. The most important thing was giving face. If you gave a health supplement no one knew about, it would seem weak. With Brain Gold suddenly appearing, it immediately took over all the chances for the health supplement market to promote their brand. Its sales naturally increased as a result. There were even children who did not know what to gift for the holidays. After seeing the commercial, they were given an inclination and subtle hint that if a gift were to be given, it should be Brain Gold. They did not need to rack their brains over it, allowing them to choose their gift immediately. Zhang Ye deliberately waited for a while. 20 minutes later, he walked past the shelf again, and the Brain Gold here was already emptied out. There was not a single box left. It was all sold out. Then, he saw a few supermarket staff rush over, moving boxes over. They then places boxes of Brain Gold onto the shelf. Apparently, they had just received the goods. Wumo's company definitely made a return. It sold so fast. I'll have a box too. It actually doesn't look bad. I'll buy some for my dad. Many people saw how well the sales were and also bought it. The other supermarkets, other exclusive retailers of Brain Gold, online shops, and in various provinces and regions, such a miraculous scene was constantly repeated. It's sold out. I just saw the commercial and came. Why is it out of stock already? I even told my family I'll buy them gifts. Everyone, please wait a moment. Brain Gold is currently in short supply. We have contacted the supplier and the goods will be delivered soon. Please wait another 10 minutes. In Zhang Ye's world, someone had once mentioned that for Brain Platinum to have today's scale, creating a legend of the present, it was all a result of that brainless commercial. In the past, Zhang Ye felt it was a bit too exaggerated. But now, it did not seem exaggerated in any way. Chapter 386. Brain Gold is selling like hotcakes. Beijing. Brain Gold Company headquarters. Wu Emo sat in his office, depressed. On the display screen were all sorts of cursing at the commercial they had paid an arm and a leg for. He flipped through it from top to bottom and from left to right. He was stunned that there was not a single message or comment of praise to be seen. Not a single one. His heart hit rock bottom. My company is done for. He was going to go utterly bankrupt. Health supplements were not easily approved. Wu Emo had started from scratch, spending a lot of time trying to get the right to sell the product, but today, everything had come to an end. He lost his last bit of hope on the final bet that he made. His face was ashen. Everyone in the company was pretty much in the same mood. The employees had all seen the commercial. In the beginning, they did not understand the commercial's content, but after watching it, they were completely dumbfounded. This commercial. We're finished. The company is doomed. Hi. Everyone be prepared. There's no need to prepared. I've already packed my things. My mom helped me find some job in finance by pulling some strings. I'll be starting work there next week. Everyone, seek out your future path. I heard this commercial was produced by Zhang Ye. That's all the ability he has. Wasn't it said that Zhang Ye's commercial planning was top of the industry? Why did he produce such a trashy commercial? Let's not even talk about the others. Even I think it's brainless. Hi, CEO Wu is nice to us. If the company doesn't go bankrupt, I really want to carry on working here. Me too, but there's no other way. The company won't be able to operate any further. Who will give us our salaries? However, just as everyone was preparing to wait for the bankruptcy notice, the company's phone suddenly began ringing. The moment one rang, a few more rang. Ring, 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 ring. It sounded like a concert. That gave me a fright. What's the situation? Why are there so many phone calls? A female employee picked up the phone listlessly. Hello, this is Brain Gold Health Supplement Company. What are you saying? Shinfeng Supermarket wants to reserve 200 boxes? Are you sure? Really 200 boxes? No, I don't mean that. All right. I will immediately move the goods. The other employees encountered similar situations. What? Reserve 500 boxes of Brain Gold. After hanging up, he turned around to look at his colleagues, stunned. This isn't some scam, right? An old employee hung up the phone in shock. I have Yonglian Supermarket over here. They want a total of 2,000 boxes of Brain Gold to be shipped to all the Yonglian supermarket chains in Beijing. Holy *T, 2,000 boxes. The female employee also cried out. Madness. This bunch of people must be mad. Wumo's office. A department head rushed in without knocking on the door. CEO Wu. Wu Mo was very easygoing with his employees and was not bothered about it. Old Zhang, what's the matter? You nearly scared me out of my wits. Are you here to tender your resignation? It's fine. I'll approve of it. Old Zhang pointed outside, panting. Clearly he had run upstairs with a single breath. Brain Gold, phew, is selling like hotcakes. Wu Mo said in amusement. What are you saying? Old Zhang said agitatedly. It's really selling like hotcakes. We just received orders from 11 large supermarket retailers. We have also received calls from 57 smaller supermarkets around the country and reservations from individuals and online stores. In the past 10 minutes or so, we have received reservations numbering a total of 38,000 boxes. And it's still increasing. Wu Mo leaped up on his feet. How is that possible? Old Zhang trembled and said, CEO Wu, what do we do now? I've never seen such momentum. The employees outside are all flustered. They think it's a scam. I'll take a look. Wu Mo charged out and said, "Contact the other shareholders. Get everyone here quickly. Also, contact the factory. Produce goods overnight. The machines are not to be stopped. Procurement of the raw materials are to be restarted. Regardless if this matter is the truth or a lie, we should produce at maximum production. Take out all of the goods we have stockpiled. We must ensure a constant, steady supply." At this moment, such courage was needed. At night, the sky turned dark. Zhang Ye returned from shopping. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." "Humph. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. I bought you some things. Take a look. Put it aside. I'm still cooking and can't leave. I'll help you. It's not a problem for me to cut some vegetables." "Enough. The vegetables you cut end up looking like scraps for a dog. Stay aside." Mom and Dad exiled Zhang Ye from the kitchen. As he smiled, he put down his things and waited for dinner. The cursing on the internet, as well as the specific sales situation of brain gold, had nothing to do with him. Now, he was at home, thinking of having a good meal. He had been in Shanghai for such a long time, and then busying himself at Peking University to teach. Although he was at home daily, he did not spend much time with his parents. Without returning home last night, he had infuriated his mom. Zhang Ye knew very well that Mom was not being intrusive on his whereabouts, but because she knew he would return to Shanghai for work after the Chinese New Year. It was unknown when he would return again. There were only a few more days left for him to stay at home and spend time with them. Mom wanted Zhang Ye to stay at home to chat with them. Even if they didn't chat, just eating a meal and watching together was a kind of warmth. Ring ring. He received another phone call. Zhang Ye had received numerous phone calls already. This time, it was Yao Mi's father, Yao Jinkai. "Hello, old bro Zhang. I'm old Yao." "You." Zhang Ye cut him off with a laugh. "Old Yao, don't speak. Let me guess. Are you going to ask why I was so stupid to take on this crappy advertisement?" Yao Jinkai was momentarily stunned. "Yeah, how do you know?" Zhang Ye said with amusement. "You are the 8th person to call me this afternoon. All of you said the same thing. Can you say something fresh to me? Also, this advertisement and the series of promotions were all planned and supervised by me. Don't you say crappy advertisement. I don't like hearing that." Yao Jinkai nearly fainted. "Damn you, rascal. It was really planned by you? You sure are good. I'm really amused watching this crappy advertisement. I can already sing it. I've seen shitty advertisements, but I have never seen one as shitty as this before." He was old friends with Zhang Ye, so he did not care if Zhang Ye liked hearing what he said. He still hung the words crappy advertisement on his lips. "Haha, anyway, be careful. I heard SARFD is planning on a new stringent policy. Everyone is worried. You sure are good. You dare to commit such things despite the prevailing wind. Such low-quality commercials are probably included in the crackdown." Zhang Ye was speechless. "Don't worry. It will be fine, as long as you are aware of it. My daughter is waiting for me to eat dinner." "But," Yao Jinkai said. After hanging up, Mom brought the dishes out. "Why are you busier than the country's president?" Dad smacked his lips and said, "Our son is busy with work. Look at you, profiting from the toil of others." Mom retained some of her anger and said, "He produced such a crappy commercial, and you call that busy with work?" Just now Mengming's mother called, saying everyone on the internet is scolding our son. Dad frowned, saying, "This money sure wasn't earned without guilt." Mom scared. He just had some fame and reputation, but has thrown it all away with his own hands. Who would dare ask you to be a spokesperson in the future? The two elders were still unhappy. Zhang Ye chuckled and wasn't mad. He picked up his cell phone and said, "Mom, look. I'll switch off my cell phone, all right? I won't be going out for the next few days. I'll accompany you to spend the Chinese New Year with you guys. I'll follow wherever the two of you go. I will not have any objections, all right?" Then he exclaimed in an exaggerated fashion, "Hey, did you fry chicken wings? Great, I love eating those. This color, with some redness in the white, and some white in the redness. It's fragrant, fatty, but not greasy. It's too perfect. Only my mom could make something that tastes this good." "Dad," Mom was so infuriated by him that she chuckled. "You only know how to flatter." 20 minutes later, all the dishes were served and they began eating. Zhang Ye could not wait and began using his chopsticks. "It's such a feast today. Let me try it. Wow, this is delicious. Hey, this is also delicious." Just as they were half done with their meal, Brain Gold's commercial appeared on the television once again. It seemed like Wu Mo did not just buy a single time slot, but bought an entire package. Maybe there was complimentary time given. He had invested quite a lot. No wonder he placed so much emphasis on this commercial production back then. A majority of the company's funds had been invested into this. Dad said, in a while, give a phone call to the company you are endorsing. Apologize to them. In the future, just be a host. You are prohibited from doing commercials. Mom asked, they won't ask for a refund, right? Dad said, a refund would only be right. We scammed them terribly. Zhang Ye could do nothing about it, nor could he explain it to them properly. Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry so much. Let's eat and not think about other things. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. It was unknown who it was. Mom put down her chopsticks and pushed the chair aside with her leg. She went over to answer the door. Who is it? When the door opened, the figure of a youth appeared. Excuse me, is this teacher Zhang Ye's house? Mom was stunned and said vigilantly, yes. Could it be a fan? The youth was holding all sorts of packages in his hands. There were fruits and supplements. Upon hearing this, he placed the items on the ground and grasped Zhang Ye's mother's hands. He excitedly said, you are teacher Zhang's mother? You look so alike. Only a beauty with a temperament like Aunt can produce such a talented son like teacher Zhang. I have long wanted to visit you and uncle. Today's meeting really tells me you are equal to your reputation. Then he hurriedly picked his items up once more. These are for you and uncle. Just a few gifts, nothing worth much. This is my New Year's greetings. There was flattery. There were gifts. Mom was a bit in a daze. Who are you? Zhang Ye peeked his head out. Hey CEO Wu, why did you come? Then he said to his parents, this is CEO Wu Mo. He is Brain Gold Health Supplement Company's major shareholder. Aya, speak of the devil. Dad and Mom were already feeling guilty. They had just mentioned this matter, and now the person in question had come to their house. Was he being courteous first before he went to arms? By giving some gifts first. Courteously, was he going to hire a lawyer to force their son to refund the endorsement fees? Chapter 387. Receiving an A-list celebrity's endorsement fee. It's over. Things were going bad. Mom's nerves tensed up. Dad also could not sit idly. He rushed out and said, why did you bring so much? Take it back. We don't lack this type of stuff at home. Wu Mo hurriedly said, Uncle, this is just a token of my appreciation. Come in first. Come in first. Mom realized that there was no way to dodge the problem at hand. Hence, she brought him in and closed the door. Such ugly matters was not something they wanted their neighbors to hear. Old people wanted to save their face. Zhang Ye asked in wonder, CEO Wu, how do you know my address? Wu Mo said, when I called your phone, it was switched off, so I asked my aunt, getting her to find your address through the Peking University registry. Dad and Mom perked up their ears. See, take a look. He chased you to our house. Zhang Ye exclaimed, you must be busy now. Why would you come all the way here? Wu Mo excitedly grabbed Zhang Ye's hands. As he held it, he shook it forcefully. No matter how busy I was, I had to come. I'm here to ask for your forgiveness. Forgiveness? Wasn't he here to demand an answer for the wrongs that had been done against him? At this moment, Mom and Dad were dumbfounded. Don't say that. Don't say that. Zhang Ye was spooked as he shook his hands hurriedly. Wu Mo refused to let his hand go and continued shaking, saying, I was really dumb. Truly, from your fame in the advertising industry and all the results in the past, I should never have doubted you. I even angrily called you on the phone the past few days. I even said some words out of anger today. Don't bother with the likes of me, Teacher Zhang. I'm younger than you and just started this venture. I didn't know anything, so please don't bear a grudge for the things I wrongfully said to you. It's not that serious. Zhang Ye said, CEO Wu, you are too courteous. It's expected that you are worried about your company's product. Furthermore, I wasn't that confident in it either. Wu Mo exclaimed. No one would have expected such a miracle. Mom was stunned. What are you talking about? What's going on? Isn't that crappy commercial not okay? Wu Mo immediately said, Auntie, with Brother Zhang doing it personally, how can it be not okay? That commercial is not some crappy commercial. It's a history-creating commercial. Do you know? From this afternoon, a few hours after the first airing of the advertisement, our company has constantly received phone calls from all over the country. They were about rushing us for goods. In the past, some of the supermarkets which could not sell the Brain Gold products had planned on returning it, but decided against it. Not only are they not returning it, they are bulk purchasing it. Our brain gold product has been selling like hotcakes since this afternoon, Mom said with trepidation. Such a thing really happened? That crappy advertisement was okay? What taste do people have these days? I'm not criticizing you, little Wu. It's fine, Auntie. Wu Mo laughed and said, this time, it was all thanks to my brother Zhang. If not for him, our company would definitely have gone bankrupt. Now it is back from the dead. And not only is it revived, if this carries on, the sales in the future might be impossible to imagine. Zhang Ye said politely, it's due to your company's products being excellent in quality. Wu Mo disagreed. It's not about quality and function. It's useless even if the product is useful. It's all about promotional campaigns. It's too heaven-defying. Upon saying this, Wu Mo took out from his bag and flipped it open. He laid out a contract on the table and found a contract they had signed before. He then tore it apart in front of Zhang Ye and his parents. Brother Zhang, tear the copy of the contract you have. Mom said in fright, what's this about? Zhang Ye did not understand either. CEO Wu, what's the meaning of this? Wu Mo said, the endorsement fee we agreed on from before was too low. It's so low that I can't face you if I give it. We need to sign a new contract. I'll give you 3 million for a year's worth of endorsement and advertising fees. 3 million? This was clearly no longer the endorsement fee commanded by a C or D-list celebrity. This price was not at the S-list level yet, but was definitely at the price of an ordinary A-list celebrity. Zhang Ye upheld his principles. No way. We've already agreed on it. Dad supported him. Yes, we can't change things that have already been settled. This is Hones. Mom silently kicked her husband's leg and leered at him, prohibiting from saying another word. But Wu Mo said, you need to sign this new contract, otherwise I won't be able to answer to my aunt. The endorsement fee that I had agreed on earlier was not a lot to start with, and I understand that you agreed to do this for me only because of my aunt. Now that the company is experiencing a turnaround, you are a main contributor of it all, and so I definitely have to compensate you the deserved amount. Ignoring anything else, just the fact that you were willing to use your endorsement fee to invest into the marketing budget alone with the option of paying you back in installments, anyone could see that you had the interests of our company at heart. This is why I have to handle this properly, because other people who do business talk contracts and money, but I'm not the same. I talk relationships. Handing him the contract. The new contract has already been drawn up, so take a look. You have to sign it today, no matter what. The endorsement fee of 3 million is written and will be paid out within a month. Zhang Ye did not look at the contract. He handed it back and said, I can't sign it. Let's do it as we agreed before. My dad is right. This is the most basic trust in an agreement. His father nodded. His mother winked at him and said, son, look. Little Wu's explanation is quite. Mom, Zhang Ye smiled bitterly. Just a while ago, his mother was still under the impression that he had caused their company to lose money and had scolded him. But now, when she knew that their company was making a big profit, she was becoming greedy. Wu Mo simply said, if you don't sign this, I won't be leaving today. Then he sat down. Zhang Ye was almost speechless. We're about to have dinner. CEO Wu, why don't you have some too? We can talk while we eat. I really haven't had anything to eat yet. This is Auntie's cooking, right? It looks really delicious. It looks like I am in for a treat today. Wu Mo did not stand on ceremony and just sat down to eat. Mom beamed. Little Wu's mouth is so sweet. Here, have more. Wu Mo said while he ate. Brother Zhang, the contract I have is not for nothing too. I've added a condition behind regarding future endorsement and advertisement production, such as the change of commercial in the later half of the year, and things like next year's renewal of contract. Unless there's some mitigating circumstances, we have to renew the contract with you. Of course, this is not included in the 3 million endorsement fee for this year. If there is a need to change the commercial and your endorsement for next year, we will discuss your fees again when the time comes. It might not be 3 million if you become an A-list celebrity by next year. If it's still 3 million next year, even I wouldn't dare to give that to you no matter how thick my skin is. We will definitely need to discuss the terms again when we renegotiate the endorsement contract. Hi's mother answered like she understood. That is good. That is good. His father hit the table and said, what's so good? Just eat. Let our son decide his business matters on his own. Zhang Ye was very practical too. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't say too much, But since Wu Mo was Wu Ziqing's nephew, Zhang Ye did not hide anything. CEO Wu. President Wu has always treated me very well, and I feel indebted to her. If there's anyone I wanted to cheat, it would not be you. We can talk about this openly. This commercial does not need to be updated or changed. Even after 1 year or 5 years, you can continue using the same commercial. It will not go out of style, so don't worry. Of course, I can't guarantee that you can use it forever, but in the next 5 years at least, there shouldn't be any problems, so there's also no need for me to give you a new advertising proposal. Wu Mo considered for a while. Use it indefinitely? Yes, keep using it. As long as the sales do not drop significantly, keep using it until it is no longer profitable. Zhang Ye's advertising experience was actually lacking, but his advantage was the experience and knowledge from his previous world. In this, no one could possibly understand better than he could. Wu Mo nodded. Okay, I will do as you say, Zhang Ye said. Then there's no need to mention the contract anymore. No, if this is the case, then that is all the more reason we need to re-sign this contract. For you to tell me all that honestly, it means that you trust me and don't take me for an outsider. Wu Mo laughed and said, besides, your commercial can be used forever, so how can we just pay you for 1 year's worth? You're going to get me blamed by everyone. If there are any marketing strategies that we need to tweak, I will still need to seek your advice. Zhang Ye felt that it was not a big deal, so he said, I will advise you without a fee. That's not right. If you say that, I wouldn't dare to trouble you in the future. Wu turned serious and gave a smack on the contract. You treat me as a friend and bore the brunt of the pressure and scolding from my company. I cannot stand here and do nothing. You can do whatever you want to do, but if you don't sign this contract, you are only making things difficult for me. Even if you don't sign, I will still transfer 3 million as the endorsement fee payment. If it doesn't go through with the company, I will pay you with my own money. Zhang Ye. His mother prodded him. Go on and get it signed. In the future, you can suggest more ideas to little Wu, so that he can expand his business even more. Wu Mo said, Auntie is right. This is what I wanted to hear. Everyone in our company is depending on Brother Zhang for more ideas for our marketing. Since he was like this, Zhang Ye could not say anything else. All right then, but the fees don't need to be paid out so soon. As the commercial has just started airing, it is still not enough. It needs to gather momentum, so it would be best if you could pump more money into that area first. Continue to air it on regional channels, CCTV, and so on. Not wanting to earn the money for nothing, Zhang Ye continued giving suggestions. Nothing is considered too much in this area. Wu Mo asked, even air the commercial on CCTV? Isn't that going to cost a lot? If you can't bear to do that, you won't reach your objective. Zhang Ye looked at him. If you don't want to make Brain Gold the best-selling nationwide health product of the year, you can ignore what I just said. Wu Mo was trembling by now. Best-selling. Wu Mo was still overjoyed from the fact that Brain Gold had come back from the dead, but becoming the bestseller? Holy sh*t. What about that? There's even a chance for it to become a bestseller? They'd only been selling health products for how long now? Maybe a year or two. How were they going to compete with those health supplement companies that had been on the market for more than 10 years? How could they compete with those big corporations with large sums of investment money? Wu Mo had never thought of surpassing those big brands. But, those were just his own thoughts. But, now, Zhang Ye was telling him that he could make it a bestseller? Mom said to her son, don't blindly brag like this to him. Dad also felt that his son was talking big now. Because even now, he did not understand how that crappy commercial could increase sales. Zhang Ye smiled bitterly. Anyway, if you trust me on this, just do it according to my marketing campaign. Of course I will believe you. Wu Mo clenched his teeth. Okay, I will go back and have a meeting with the shareholders. I will discuss with them about this and come up with a new plan. Zhang Ye's father tried to caution him. Be careful. Be careful about it. Wu Mo laughed. Uncle, if Brother Zhang says so, then there's no way it can go wrong. Zhang Ye knew that even now, Wu Mo still had doubts. He did not believe that Brain Gold would really become a bestseller in the country, but Zhang Ye knew. At least the Brain Platinum in his world successfully been the bestseller for 7 to 8 consecutive years. Whether this history would repeat itself in this world, Zhang Ye did not know, but based on his past experiences, the chances of it happening was very high. Zhang Ye signed the contract. Wu Mo also signed it. The new contract was sealed. His mother was beaming with joy, staring at the figure amounting to 3 million yuan, smiling nonstop. She took some food and put it onto Wu Mo's bowl for him to eat. After 2 random bites, Wu Mo suddenly said, "It's so delicious. Thank you, Auntie. I'm full now. The contract has been settled, so I won't intrude on you all any longer. I still need to rush back to the office." Zhang Ye's mother said, "Stay a little longer." "I really can't, Auntie." Wu Mo wiped his mouth and stood up. There's still a lot of work to be done back at the company. Now that the sales have soared so much, I still have to head over to the production factory to supervise. There's also the sales statistics compilation that I need to do. The follow-up promotions also needs to be planned out. The festive season is an important time for health products, so I really need to grasp this opportunity in the next few days. There's simply no time at all. If there's a chance in the future, I will come again to pay you and Uncle a visit. She said, "All right then, come often whenever you have time." Wu Mo said with a smile, "Sure, I'm sorry about today. I turned up without first informing your family. I had thought that Brother Zhang was angry with me because his cell phone was off. I felt guilty about it, so I hurried over to see if I could make it up to him. Lucky for me, Brother Zhang has a large heart and did not take it badly." Zhang Ye was tickled. "You were thinking too much." His mother also smiled and said, "I was the one who asked him to switch off his cell phone. He was busier than the president today, receiving calls all day. I couldn't take it anymore, so I made him switch it off. There were so many people cursing at him online, so I thought that it would be better for him not to be bothered by others. This son of mine is not so petty. There's nothing to fault with when it comes to his friends. And this is related to work, so how can he have any misgivings with you?" When he heard her say that, Wu Mo quickly assured, "Uncle, Auntie, Brother Zhang, don't worry. When the sales figures are out, I will redress Brother Zhang's reputation. Those that scolded Brother Zhang online are just doing it for the fun. They do not understand the reality and the exact situation. This sort of godly commercial should be listed in the annals and be used as teaching material. It's just that they do not understand it." Zhang Ye happily said, "Go back and busy yourself, Co. Wu. There's still a lot to be done. I don't think you will be able to enjoy this Chinese New Year." Wu Mo laughed heartily. "Even if I can't spend this Chinese New Year properly, as long as the sales can be maintained, I wouldn't mind even if I have to work for the whole year without rest." Wu Mo used to be one of those who had criticized the commercial before, as he did not understand the value that a crappy commercial like that had. Until today, until this moment, did he finally see and clearly understand the value of this advertisement proposal that Zhang Ye had given to him. Chapter 388, an advertising proposal that created history. At home, after sending away his guest, Zhang Ye closed the door and returned to his seat. Mom said with a beaming smile, "Son, come and drink something." Zhang Ye said, "Mom, didn't I say? You don't have to worry about matters that deal with my work." I wasn't worried. Mom gave some tea to her son and then pointed to her husband. "It's all because of your father's worrying." I say, "What does an old man like you know? Just worrying over nothing." Dad nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. "When did it become my fault? Are you saying that it was me?" Mom was denying any relation with him. "I have always believed in my son. How bad can the commercials he produced be? Take a look. He is a company's chief executive. Such stature, yet he personally came to give us his New Year's greetings. He even brought so much stuff, and even asked for our son's forgiveness. He even took the initiative to ask for a change in contract, adding more to the endorsement fee. Actually, when I saw the commercial this afternoon, I already found it extraordinary." Dad ignored her and carried on reading his newspapers. "All right, say whatever you want to say." Zhang Ye was also amused. "Mom, don't keep angering Dad." "All right, I'm ignoring him." Mom pulled Zhang Ye over to the sofa. "How do you plan on spending that 3 million yuan? Do you think it's time for me to learn how to drive now?" Dad interjected. "It's already tiring for you to go downstairs. What driving are you even talking about?" Mom stared at him. "So what if I drive? It's none of your business. Little Ye, don't listen to your mother. You can buy a car for anyone but her." Dad said, "You might not know, but when you were young, I had a quarrel with your mom. In the end, your mom really rode a trishaw all the way to the Beha province. She disappeared for a day, nearly making me call the police. And it was one of those old-school, crappy trishaws. She dared to even cross provinces. If you give her a vehicle with 4 wheels, she will probably cross the ocean. Mom was slightly annoyed. Why are you bringing up something from so many years ago? Zhang Ye chuckled and said, Mom, so you actually have a criminal record? What do you know? Mom scared. Back then, your dad made me so angry that I grabbed you and got on a trishaw. I didn't care about anything and just kept cycling in one direction. Finally, when I was mollified and looked up, I nearly had a fright. A large signboard wrote, Beha Province welcomes you. I didn't expect to ride so far, so I hurriedly cycled back with you. When I reached home, my legs nearly broke. Dad added on, You also caused the child to catch a cold. Isn't that your fault? Mom rolled her eyes at him. The old couple bickered again. Zhang Ye was amused and continued listening. Over here, the family was enjoying abundance of happiness, but on the internet, the storm regarding Zhang Ye's brainless commercial was not over. It was still in the heat of the moment. On Weibo, again, the TV is airing that brainless gold again. God damn it. Teacher Zhang, please spare me. How many times has this commercial been aired today? In the past, I always wished to watch Teacher Zhang's video lectures when he was a part of Peking University. Just seeing him made me happy. I was full of anticipation. Now, seeing Teacher Zhang in this commercial, I can't look at it anymore. The commercial is too idiotic. That's right. I've never seen one so idiotic before. Brain Gold's company sure is bold. They even dared to use such a commercial given by Teacher Zhang. There were commoners scolding, and there were members of the advertising industry who stood forward, questioning the low quality and low morals of the commercial. There were even advertising industry insiders who said such a commercial could not even be called a commercial. It was too trashy and did not comply with advertising standards and requirements. The last line was written by the industry insider as follows. Even an idiot would not buy a product promoted by such a trashy commercial. That's right. Only idiots would buy this. Many people echoed. Then, a piece of news came out. Following that, everyone was stunned. This was published by an online news agency. They had done preliminary market statistics and had interviewed members from Brain Gold Company's headquarters in Beijing. The moment we entered Brain Gold Company's office, our reporters were stunned by the scene before their very eyes. There were more than a dozen phones on the tables, constantly ringing. The employees were all busy picking up calls for additional orders. They were all too busy. Even the company's leaders had to help pick up phone calls to deal with the logistics. We interviewed the company's chief executive. Wu Mo CEO Wu brought our reporters to his company and took out a report of today's sales and pre-ordering records. Just today, in less than a days of sales, Brain Gold has already reached the Brain Gold sales volume for an entire quarter from last year. The exact figures have not been produced by Brain Gold Company, but according to Wu Mo and relevant personnel, Brain Gold sales volume has increased by at least 100 times. When the actual statistics are produced, this number might be even larger than expected. Heavens, 100 times. This news must be fooling us, right? Everyone shouted out, expressing their disbelief. They just couldn't believe it. The news article also wrote, later on, when the reporters asked CEO Wu what the reason for the sudden rise of Brain Gold. As a relatively new product, being able to get such an overwhelming advantage during the Chinese New Year, a period when the health supplements market is at its most intense, the only reason given by CEO Wu was a few words. He said, due to advertising promotions. As the reporters pursued the matter, CEO Wu did not reveal the exact advertising strategy, but did thank Teacher Zhang Ye. The commercial planning was supervised and implemented by Zhang Ye alone from beginning to end. CEO Wu told our reporters that other than the excellent quality of the product, choosing Teacher Zhang Ye as the spokesperson for their product, as well as delegating the responsibility of developing the advertising strategy, was the best choice their company had ever made. Upon seeing this news, everyone could not accept it. It can't be. Is everyone mad? People actually believe this commercial? The industry insider who had just bombarded Brain Gold's commercial also jumped out, publicly questioning the veracity of Brain Gold's sales volume. He believed it was faked. Following that, another piece of news came out. Beijing Times official Weibo. Today, our reporters visited various supermarkets in Beijing to survey the sales situation regarding health products during the festive holidays. The results of our survey exceeded our reporters' expectations. The shelves of major brands were desolate and cold. Rows of products were neatly placed on their shelves, as if untouched. However, on Brain Gold's counter and shelf, when reporters visited, there were 5 supermarkets whose shelves of Brain Gold had been completely emptied. There were 4 other supermarkets who had only 8 boxes of Brain Gold left on their shelves. When the reporters queried the salesperson, the person's answer was that this was the second batch of goods to sell out that day. They had received a new batch of goods from Brain Gold Company at the last minute, but also nearly sold out by nighttime. Many people who came to the supermarket would rush straight for Brain Gold's shelves. They were all meant for gifting their relatives and seniors. Tomorrow was the eve of Chinese New Year, and the salesperson told our reporter that the demand for Brain Gold tomorrow might be even higher. According to the sales situation, the momentum of this growth might continue past the Chinese New Year. Another news media, Brain Gold. A marketing miracle is born. The 4th media agency. From today onwards, Brain Gold will have a spot in the intense competition amongst health products. Our reporters interviewed a few companies that also sell health products, and their market analysts told our reporters that they found the outcome incredulous. They even added that Brain Gold's miraculous sales had to have a master advertising planner behind the scenes. However, he expressed that he was not familiar with the advertising company Brain Gold Company hired. He believed that only a top advertising company would have such an ability and being able to grasp the situation regarding the health product market so accurately. When our reporter mentioned that the advertising strategy was suggested by Zhang Ye, he turned silent momentarily before saying, "No wonder, so it was him." Finally, he even expressed that when Zhang Ye's contract with Brain Gold expires next year, they had the intention to negotiate with Zhang Ye to work with him as well. Zhang Ye's contract did not limit him to other endorsements. He could actually endorse products like shampoo and beverages. He was only restricted from endorsing health products. This was something that was definitely in the contract. One agency's news was fake, but it couldn't be false when so many official media agencies were reporting it. God, please tell me this isn't true. Ha ha ha. Teacher Zhang is too hilarious. He has once again succeeded in wiping everyone out. The 2 words Zhang Ye means miracles. Why do I love Teacher Zhang Ye so much? Just seeing him speak and him doing things make me overjoyed. This commercial is really godly. So the brainless commercial that everyone is scolding is so awesome. Some people are having their faces smacked. Face smacking Zhang is an action again. I'm dying of laughter. Teacher Zhang Ye is too good at stirring up trouble. It can't be refuted that Zhang Ye is too formidable. Just a simple idea for a commercial saved a company. The dust has finally settled. Finally, we can seek redress for Teacher Zhang Ye's name. Brainless commercial? How can a commercial that can increase a company's sales by 100 times be called a brainless commercial? Then what commercial isn't brainless? What a joke for some so-called industry insiders saying bold words that this is some trashy commercial. A commercial isn't filming a movie. So what if it looks pretty? So what if the melody is nice? The goal of a commercial's airing is to make people buy their products. Teacher Zhang Ye has given everyone in the advertising world a lesson. Today, he has once again created advertising sales history. The so-called advertising world industry insider also became silent. He did not have the courage to appear again. It was unknown if he went offline or was silently watching behind his computer screen. Following that, it was unknown who leaked the news, revealing the endorsement fee Brain Gold Company paid to Zhang Ye. It nearly blinded many. Zhang Ye's endorsement fee for Brain Gold products was $3 million a year. As a D-list celebrity that was about to reach C-list, the endorsement fees he received was heaven-defying. This was the F****King endorsement fees given to A-list celebrities. Wow, I'm shocked. Why is it so high? This is fake too, right? A D-list celebrity getting paid as much in endorsement fees as an A-list superstar? It's ridiculous, right? Is this news reliable? It's reliable. I heard it from a fan. $3 million. And it's just for a year. Wow. Many people were gasped in shock. Even Zhang Ye's friends liked it on Weibo. Yao Jinkai. Haha. Congratulations to my old bro Zhang for rising to A-list. Su Na. D-list getting the endorsement price of an A-lister. Teacher Zhang Ye is #1 in the industry. Citizen of Peking University, sending her congratulations. Those who did not understand the situation also watched the bustle. Those who actually understood knew very clearly that the endorsement fee was not just purely an endorsement fee. It should have included the advertising strategy fees. Brain Gold Company had deliberately wrote it into his endorsement fee so as to boost his popularity. Actually, with Zhang Ye's popularity, giving him $800,000 a year for being a product spokesperson wasn't considered low either. The remaining so-called endorsement fee was probably the cost of Zhang Ye's commercial. Hence, it was not true that Zhang Ye's endorsement fee was on par with an A-list celebrity's. It was due to Zhang Ye's brain and abilities that allowed him to exceed the levels. Was $3 million expensive? It seemed expensive, but with careful thought, it wasn't at all. That was sales that was 100 times higher than before. If they knew Zhang Ye's commercial would be so formidable, those larger health product advertising companies would probably be willing to pay $5 million. The internet stirred. There were people still scolding, while others began to watch the advertisement with an objective eye. There were many who praised Zhang Ye to the skies too. Things like, those who gain Zhang Ye can rule the world. Things like, once Zhang Ye makes his move, everything belongs to me. Even if many people did not like Brain Gold's commercial and still felt it was trash, but when Zhang Ye was mentioned, they could only respond with awesome. Regardless of anything, his results and the outcome was right before their very eyes. Sales was the thing that spoke actual volumes. Everything else was meaningless. That night, many advertising companies worked overtime. It was very rare for advertising business, or even similar circles, to work overnight on the eve of Chinese New Year. This was because they were not that busy during the festive holidays. Whatever planning that had to be done would have been cleared. The only reason for working overtime tonight was because of that commercial. At a particular company, in a particular office, a department chief was playing Brain Gold's commercial on a screen. There were about 8 advertising creatives and staff watching it helplessly. This was already the 10th time they had watched it in a row. Let's talk. What's so good about this commercial? Leader, this. Speak, don't daze. We really can't tell. It just really doesn't seem good at all. Not good? If it's not good, how can it create such legendary sales of 100 times more? Everyone will work overtime today. We have to fully digest this commercial. The higher-ups have already expressed that we have to research it, and research it some more. We have to understand the core of the commercial. Everyone has to learn. After grasping it, our company will attempt to create a similar commercial after the new year. I can see the brainwashing effects. The tune is also catchy. It also subtly hints at giving gifts to your parents, but the commercials of other health products are also similar. Why is it that only Brain Gold's commercial caught on? Could the secret be in the tune? Or is it because of the animated grandpa and grandma? Why did it catch on? This sort of crappy commercial shouldn't have done anything. Everyone researched it all day without figuring out why. At the same time, other advertising companies were having similar scenes play out. Everyone analyze it. Where's the crux of the commercial? It's so strange. This doesn't fulfill logic. At the advertising school I studied in, there was no mention of such things. This commercial is dealing cards in an unexpected way. There was no precedent in the past. Who has classmates or friends who work in the company that did the advertisement for Brain Gold? Give them a call and ask them. Get something out of them. I have a friend there. He was one of the ones doing Brain Gold's advertisement. He was in charge of producing the animated characters, but when I asked him, he too said he did not know the core or strategy regarding this advertising promotion. He was even more unsure of where the miracle in the television commercial was. He said that it wasn't only him. Everyone in his company was just copying slavishly. However, whatever Zhang Ye said to set up, they would execute and do it. The design of the characters, the tune were all planned by Zhang Ye. The rest was unknown. Zhang Ye also did not tell them. Everyone had a clash of opinions. The chief was eventually infuriated as he slammed the table. Such a large bunch of professional advertising school industry elites. And yet you are inferior to a layman who hosts for a living? People will laugh their heads off if this gets out. Carry on watching. Carry on analyzing. This commercial must have some key concept and idea. I don't believe Zhang Ye is really all capable. He knows how to advertise, but we, as professional advertisers, don't. If any advertising company manages to hire Zhang Ye, what do we have left to compete against them with? That's right. How are we to compete? Zhang Ye's ability was too perverse. Just an idiotic commercial had been made into a miracle by Zhang Ye. Many people in the advertising industry were probably as dumbfounded as they were. A female advertising producer meekly said, "Chief Chun, we can try to poach teacher Zhang Ye. We can bring him on as a consultant." Chief Chun was stunned and then slapped his thigh. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Unfortunately, they were not the only one who thought of this idea. Many advertising companies were analyzing the stunning case study of brain gold, but were left fruitless. Such a commercial was impossible to imitate, hence, some people thought of getting Zhang Ye. They began to act using their own connections. In the end, just as Zhang Ye crawled into bed, preparing to sleep late at night, his cell phone began to ring. Chief Sun was very polite. "Hello, teacher Zhang Ye. I hope I didn't disturb your sleep. Let me first give my New Year well wishes to your parents. I'm Old Sun from Day Advertising Company. We wish to invite you to be our company's consultant. Don't worry, we will not tie you down in the office. We will just ask you for ideas when needed, letting you analyze our advertising proposals. Also, there will be some lectures. The salary is negotiable." Zhang Ye did not think too highly of himself. "Chief Sun, I'm but a host." Chief Sun smiled wryly. "You may be a host, but you have continuously created many legends in the advertising world. Others may treat you as a layman, but we won't. You are more professional than any professional in the advertising world. Do you want to consider joining our company? An annual salary of 1.5 million. Zhang Ye politely rejected. "Thank you for thinking so highly for me. If there is any opportunity for me to be a spokesperson in the future, I will contact you then. As for other things, let's put it aside. Sorry about that." There were a total of 4 calls, all from advertising companies. Zhang Ye rejected each one of them, and did it in a friendly manner without thinking highly of himself. Their invitation was a form of recognition and trust in his ability, so Zhang Ye had to give them face. Chapter 389. A situation at the Spring Festival Gala. Pung. Smash. This was the sound of the new year. When he awoke the next morning, on New Year's Eve, there were already people setting off firecrackers. The pila-pala sounds had awoken numerous people. Zhang Ye had also been woken up by these sounds. "Hi, what inconsiderate neighbors." The neighbors downstairs had set off a string of firecrackers that faced his bedroom, and there was even the sound of double-bang firecrackers in the distance that could be heard. That sure was loud. But it was Chinese New Year after all. It was a time of family reunion and joy, so it wasn't good to tell off anyone. Taking a look, it was only 5 a.m. and the sky was still dark. Mom, who had also been awakened by the sounds, said, "Which family set that off? It's better to be up early. A new year, a new outlook." Dad was also up. Zhang Ye heard his parents talking in the living room. He could only smile bitterly, saying, "The issue is that it's not even New Year today. There's no need to have such a differing outlook yet, as it's still only New Year's Eve. I'm going to sleep in a while longer. I received so many calls last night and ended up sleeping late. I'm so tired." His mother said, "Sleep then. Later today, we'll be going to your paternal grandma's place to have lunch. Then in the afternoon, we will go to your maternal grandma's house. Whether we will stay overnight will depend when we get there. Anyway, don't plan on returning home before midnight. We have to wait at your maternal grandma's place at least until the clock strikes midnight, so sleep as much as you can so that you will be able to stay awake tonight." There were a lot of tasks planned for today. Okay, Zhang Ye lay down once more. His father had gone downstairs to buy breakfast while his mother switched on the TV. Suddenly, Zhang Ye, who was wrapped inside his blanket to hide from the sounds of the firecrackers, heard his mother shout for him in shock, Son, come and take a look." Zhang Ye came out from under the blanket. "Mom, I'm still sleeping." Her roaring voice came once again from outside his room. "Come over, quick. What's there to see?" Zhang Ye could only put his winter clothes on and get out of the bed. He went out to the living room to see what was on TV and then froze. He did not see the first part of the news and only watched from the middle. First round, there was no sign of this, but during the second round of rehearsals for the Spring Festival Gala, our reporter has already received confirmation of the relevant authorities. The second round of rehearsals has added a segment involving popular Korean pop singer, Lee Anson, who will perform Love One. Lee Anson has had great success in China this year with his concerts, and his popularity has soared. His popularity is second to none as he has won numerous fans in the country. The production team expressed that Lee Anson's appearance for this year's gala was only arranged last minute. Then, with the addition of a new performance, they had to take into consideration the overall time allocated. Naturally, there would be a reduction or cutting of other performers' time, and the latest news our reporter received is that the list of performers for tonight will have 2 artists cut from it. One of them is veteran singer, female soprano, Zhang Ye, who would have performed Ethnic Ties, and the other one being Heavenly Queen, Zhang Ye, who was slated to perform Wishing We Last Forever. This news has also been confirmed by the production team. What? Old Zhang's program has been removed? Old Zhang won't be able to make it onto the Spring Festival Gala this year? Zhang Ye found it unbelievable. The name list for the performances had already been set. How could they just remove someone just like that? And it was even a celebrity at the level of a heavenly queen, Zhang Ye. His mother cursed angrily. Is this a joke? His father, who had just returned from buying breakfast, happened to push open the door at this moment. What are you shouting for? Our son's song has been removed from the Spring Festival Gala. His mother was furious. I've already told all our relatives and friends about it, and also informed the neighbors a few days ago. I reminded them that our son's song would be on the Spring Festival Gala and told them to watch it. How can they remove it just like that? His father said in an understanding manner. The Spring Festival Gala has very strong competition, so they must have had no choice. His mother said, even if there's strong competition, they shouldn't sacrifice my son's work. What's so good about that Korean singer? I've never even heard of him before. How can he compare to Zhang Ye and Zhang Ye? Zhang Ye is such an experienced artiste that we grew up listening to her. Zhang Ye might not be young anymore, but she's not old either. She's already such a familiar face at the gala. Why aren't they letting them perform? Zhang Ye was earnestly watching TV when he said, Mom, keep listening. His father also sat down to watch. The television report continued. Ever since the Spring Festival Gala first began, teacher Zhang Ye has taken part in 13 galas, while Zhang Ye has taken part in 6 of them. It can be said that they are old friends of the gala. For this year, Executive Director Peng Yu invited the Korean celebrity, Lee Anson, to perform, removing both gala veterans, Zhang Ye and Zhang Ye from the list. From this, we can deduce that Director Peng Yu has plans to change the outlook of tonight's gala. Change? My ass. Our country's Spring Festival Gala. It's our country's Spring Festival Gala. Why would they invite a Korean to take part? And because of his participation, our own countrymen's programs were withdrawn? Does that make sense? Your brains must be clogged with water. All of a sudden, Zhang Ye did not feel sleepy anymore. He was furious now. On the internet, the discussions were getting heated. Some people had heard the rumors last night and were already discussing it online. As there was no way to verify the rumors' authenticity, they were not sure about it. But now that the news had confirmed the rumors of Zhang Ye and Zhang Ye not taking part in this year's gala, the discussions exploded over in Weibo, Tieba, forums, and even the video website's comment sections. Great, Lee Anson will be here. Lee Anson, my male god. I wasn't planning on watching the Spring Festival Gala tonight, but now I will definitely watch it. Lee Anson, I love you. Lee Anson, all of us are rooting for you. It's too exciting. What a surprise. Some were praising. Some were also scolding. Peng Yu, you idiot. Peng Yu shouldn't have been given the helm for this year's Spring Festival Gala. He's such a troublemaker. Sister Zhang's program is cancelled? The production team should go eat shit. Grandma Zhang Ye is already past 60 years old, yet she's still fighting on the front lines of the performing arts. How can the production team do something like this? Do they even have a heart? If you didn't want Grandma Zhang Ye to appear on the Spring Festival Gala, you could have said so earlier. Why did they change the list after it was already released to the public? That's so disgusting. How do you people do things? My parents have always been fans of Grandma Zhang Ye. They grew up listening to her songs. Grandma Zhang and Sister Zhang are both veterans of the Spring Festival Gala. Now that you have different plans, you just remove them from the lineup? That's too disappointing. There was a lot of criticism, and a lot of people had given up on watching the gala. At this moment, the gala's production team's vice director posted on Weibo to clarify. After the second round of rehearsals, there had been some changes to the program list. It was after much consideration that we decided to try something new for this year's Spring Festival Gala to create a livelier gala full of energy. We also respect and admire Madame Zhang Xia, and I personally like her songs very much too. But because of her age, we do not wish to subject her to round after round of rehearsals, as that is very draining on her body. Regarding teacher Zhang Yuanqi, I especially like her movies and songs too, but after the second round of rehearsals, the production team brought up that Wishing We Last Forever sounded more like a mid-autumn festival song. We felt that it might not be so suitable for the spring festival gala. We are very sorry to make this very difficult decision, but if teacher Zhang Yuanqi has a more suitable song for tonight's event, we would still be open to reconsideration. There were countless of people below leaving comments ridiculing them. Bullshit. Afraid that Grandma Zhang would suffer? Why didn't you say that at the very beginning? You only came up with some rubbish excuse after they went through 2 rehearsals. You want to host a dynamic and strong spring festival gala? So what you mean is that teacher Zhang Xia and sister Zhang are old. Teacher Zhang Xia and teacher Zhang are not strong and lively? What the heck? Yeah, Grandma Zhang might be over 60 years old, but her vocals are stronger and better than a young singer. She's not old at all. Suddenly, Zhang Xia's official Weibo posted a reply below saying, "My health and body are still good and my spirits are high. I can stand the rehearsals because this is what I love to do. No matter how many rehearsals we have to go through, as long as everyone still wants me, I will do this until I'm 70, 80, or even 90. But of course, if the Spring Festival Gala feels that I am getting old and should make way for the young ones, I will do so, as it is my duty as a senior. Thank you to all the friends who support little Zhang and I." When this Weibo was posted, everyone did not know what to think anymore. Grandma Zhang, you are always the best. You and sister Zhang are the best singers in the country. Why does my heart feel so much pain? This production team is full of beasts. Everyone had different feelings and their own views and judgment on this matter. What the deputy director said was politically correct, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. The song was inappropriate, afraid that Grandma Zhang would not be able to take the toll of rehearsals. These were all excuses. The Spring Festival Gala's real intention was to change everything to a brand new outlook for this year. Zhang Xia was too old. While even though Zhang Yuanqi's age wasn't that advanced, she had started out as a child star. She had appeared on the Spring Festival Gala many times, one of the most among the heavenly queens and kings, so she was also considered an old person on the gala. This gala was being led by director Peng, and since he wanted to revolutionize the outlook of it by making changes, the easiest way to do it was to get rid of the old. Why did they choose Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi? Because the two of them did not have many new works, and their fame was going downhill. Grandma Zhang Xia only had old songs to perform at every Spring Festival Gala, while Zhang Yuanqi, even though no other actress could compare with her in the field of acting, and she could be called the top actress of the movie industry, when it came to the field of music, she had had a hard time in recent years. There were even rumors that she wanted to give up her music career to focus on movies. But as everyone knew, not only did she not give up on music, she even did extremely well with a song that was written and composed by the controversial host, Zhang Ye. The song was released as a single called Wishing We Last Forever and became very popular. It had revived the Heavenly Queen's music career single-handedly, but it seemed like that wasn't enough for director Peng. To him, maybe in terms of music, Zhang Yuanqi was already a thing of the past. She was past her shelf life, and it was now the world for fresh new faces. He felt that it was time for Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi to retire. But the production team did not think about how their changes to make the Spring Festival Gala a livelier event would have such a great effect on Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi. Their inconsistent treatment towards them caused people to feel disgust. Heavenly Queen Zhang had made a good comeback with Wishing We Last Forever, and was slowly coming back to the origins of her musical roots from all those years. But now, they want to remove her just because they found her to be old? How would that look to her fans? Those who did not know better would think that Zhang Yuanqi was really a thing of the past. It was even more difficult for Zhang Xia. An old lady would be no match for the younger ones. They could still do movies, but could she? The young ones could do commercials, could she? The young ones could release albums, could she? She couldn't do any of that anymore. The only place which she could shine was on stage at the Spring Festival Gala. Without this stage, the old lady's performing chances would literally be zero. She might not want fame or money, but she would be missing out on the stage that she had loved all her life. The only thing she looked like she could do now was to retire back to her hometown. But did the production team consider that? Maybe they did consider it, but they still did it anyway. This was also the reason why Zhang Ye and many others were so angry. Let's not watch this year's Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Yuanqi will not be appearing. There's no reason to watch it. My parents just told me they won't be watching it either. A lot of dissonant voices started speaking up. If you don't want to watch, then don't watch. Hee. Who cares whether you all watch or not? As long as there's Lee Anson. Lee Anson is so good looking. Inviting Lee Anson while getting rid of an old lady and an auntie, director Peng a smart choice. Some people picked on issues and others fought back. A lot of them started scolding back at them, some of which included fans of Zhang Ye. He was also known in his circle of fans as professional Korean insulter. Whether it was on the internet, in his own words, or on television programs, Zhang Ye had shown his firm stance on this. For example, in Zhang Ye's talk show, he had even spent a full 30 minutes of an episode scolding Koreans. In other episodes, he would also occasionally scold them. If you were to identify someone who was the most consistent in scolding Koreans, Zhang Ye would definitely be number one. Being Zhang Ye's fan, firstly, they liked Zhang Ye because of his values and national pride. Secondly, fans would also be imperceptibly influenced by the celebrities that they followed. So if there was a need to say who had the angrier set of fans, Zhang Ye's fandom would definitely claim top spot, as there were many people similar to Zhang Ye within his fans. Brainless fans of the Koreans get lost. Who dares to say that they are an old lady and auntie? I won't stand for this. How can anyone be as brainless as this? Is this our country's Spring Gala Festival or Korea's Spring Gala Festival? How can you say such things about your own countrymen? Is Lee Anson your dad or your mom? The war of words was never-ending. The online discussions had become a free-for-all. Many of the bigger stars in the country also stepped out to have their say. Of course, they were standing on the side of Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi. Zhang Xia was an elder of the singing world and had a good network of friends. Zhang Yuanqi was also well known for her good relations with others and also was a big shot in the entertainment industry who has helped many of her juniors. Some stars even openly questioned the directing team. Others were more tactful and did not burn any bridges. All they did was show their support, but did not implicate themselves in the argument. Zhang Ye did not say anything. He did not make any comments, nor did he post on Weibo. When he finished reading the news online with his parents, he switched his phone off. Comment. Scold. It no longer had any effect. Zhang Ye had his own plans, since this was an outcome that he could not accept. Chapter 390. New song? I'll write it for you. Home. The three of them were eating breakfast together. Breakfast wasn't particularly delicious. As it was Beijing, all the store owners who usually sold breakfast had gone back to their hometowns for the holidays. There was only a small store run by locals across the street that had still been open. There was really nothing much to compliment on the taste, but they would have to make do with it. Mom grumbled. Too much, just too much. Dad also understood the situation. Every new chief brings in his aides. Now that the Spring Festival Gala has changed executive directors, the planning will definitely be different, nor would it be the same, or else would it be able to highlight himself? Mom asked. Little Yi, Zhang Yuanqi's past songs aren't suitable for the Spring Festival Gala? Zhang Yu was eating fried dough sticks. She has sung. She's been on so many Spring Festival Gala over the years, so she must have sung a suitable song before. Mom spoke like a layman. Then she should just sing that. Zhang Ye shook his head silently. Do you think Unforgettable Night can be sung for her entire life? Typical songs cannot be repeated all the time. Dad sighed and said, Zhang Xia also only has oldies, nothing new, so there's nothing appropriate for her. If they really had any good, new songs that match the mood, the Spring Festival Gala's production team wouldn't dare to remove their program slots. After all, their qualifications are known by everyone. Mom said, don't they all have professional teams? Get those people to write a song. They should be able to come up with something nice. What time is it already? It's almost time for the final rehearsal. It will be the official live broadcast tonight. How can a song be written in this short amount of time now? No matter how awesome a music composer is, he won't be able to write one so quick. Composing a song isn't as simple as going out on the street and buying cabbages like they are worth nothing. Dad waved his chopsticks. Don't worry about it. Just eat. It was also fated that little Ye's song can't be on the Spring Festival Gala. There will be other chances in the future. Mom continued grumbling about the bunch of directors. Zhang Ye's temper was probably inherited from his mom, as they could not put up with anything. They had finished eating breakfast. Zhang Ye put his chopsticks down before straightening his clothes. Dad, Mom, I'll be out for a while. Saying that, he went back to his room to grab his wallet and cell phone, before putting on a coat. Dad frowned. What are you doing? It's only 6. Mom looked at her watch. We still need to go to your paternal grandma's later. Zhang Ye said calmly. I have something to do. I'll try to rush back before noon. Mom's face scrunched up. No, nothing is more important than spending the new year together. Don't you go running anywhere. Zhang Ye said. Mom, I really need to go out for a little. If I'm not back by noon, don't wait for me. Eat your meals and help me apologize to my aunts. You darn brat, don't listen to me. Mom carried on. Dad looked at his son's expression and held his wife back. Let him go. Mom turned nasty. What's he going for? No matter what happens, he still needs to pass the new year. Dad said calmly. Our son is all grown up. He knows how to handle things. After saying that, he said to his son, Go on. Don't worry about family matters. Your mother and I will help you make things better. Thanks, Dad. Zhang Ye nodded and left. Downstairs, he drove his BMW and left the district. On the way, Zhang Ye gave Zhang Yuanqi a call. We're sorry, but the number you are trying to reach is currently unavailable. Despite making a few calls, it did not connect. Out of options, Zhang Yuanqi gave Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Fong Weihong, a ring. Do. It was connected after 2 rings. Sister Fong, it's me. Zhang Ye said. Little Zhang, is there something you need me for? Fong Weihong's side sounded chaotic. There was a lot of noise, so she was definitely outside. Zhang Ye slowed his car and stopped by the roadside. I just called Sister Zhang, but could not get through. Are you able to contact her? I'm looking for her. Fong Weihong said. Sister Zhang is at CCTV Broadcasting Studio 1. She went over this morning. The reception there might not be good, so you can't connect. I haven't called her. If you can't get to her on the phone, I probably won't be able to reach her either. Why? Is something wrong? Zhang Ye was stunned. At the broadcasting studio? Wasn't she removed from the show? Fong Weihong said. She's been removed, but still she must still put up a fight. This is the Spring Festival Gala, the biggest stage in the entire country. This gala is very important for Sister Zhang's music career. We can't just let it go. Little Zhang, I'm busy over here, and it's quite chaotic. Let's talk again tomorrow, all right? All right, go mind your matters. Zhang Ye hung up. Broadcasting Studio 1. This wasn't good. He could contact her. Zhang Ye drove his car towards CCTV and carried on calling Zhang Yuanqi on the phone to no avail. Around 7 in the morning, the sky was still dark, but it was nearly dawn. Zhang Ye reached CCTV and saw people coming in and out of the entrance. It was quite lively, with some people carrying hula hoops, while others were disembarking from cars, wearing all sorts of colorful outfits. They produced their work passes or event passes and entered. There were many fans outside watching, screaming constantly. Chen-yi, Aya. 5th brother is here. I saw Xiaohua. Xiaohua, I'm here. Please look at me. Very soon, the screams of the fans blocking the entrance were drowned out by firecrackers. While sitting in his car, watching this scene, he knew it was impossible to enter without a pass. It didn't matter if he was a star. Everyone here was a big shot. Zhang Ye's face was worthless here. What should he do? How was he to meet Sister Zhang? He suddenly thought of someone, and as his eyes twinkled, he picked up his cell phone to call him, Tian Bin. He was Zhang Ye's former colleague from Beijing radio station. They had previously conflicted and nearly fought with each other. Eventually, both of them had quit and reunited after burying the hatchet. Tian Bin was now working at Central Radio Station. It was under Central TV, so he wanted to ask if Tian Bin had any idea on how to get him in. The phone connected. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, Old Tian, what are you doing? Tian Bin smiled and said, I'm working overtime, of course. Why do you need to work overtime over the new year? Zhang Ye asked. You went to an online television station and even started lecturing at a university, doing advertisements, so of course you're free during the new year. Huh? I'm different. We get more busy the closer it gets to the new year. It's not like you don't know. Tian Bin wondered out loud. It's not any time close for you to be sending New Year greetings yet. So why did you call me? Zhang Ye immediately said, I have something to ask of you. Go ahead, Tianbin said. Zhang Ye said, I want to enter Central TV's Broadcasting Studio 1. You are a part of Central TV's system. Is there a way you can help me get in? It's quite an important matter. As for what it is, I can't tell you for the time being. Tianbin was stunned. It's the Spring Festival Gala tonight. It'll be almost impossible to get in. I know. That's why I'm troubling you. Zhang Ye was out of options. Other than you. Working at Central Radio Station, I don't know anyone else. Tianbin paused. Where are you? At the entrance of Central TV. The main entrance, on the road to the west. Zhang Ye said, All right, wait for me then. Saying that, Tianbin hung up. Zhang Ye was still pondering, but a few minutes later, through his windscreen, he saw Tianbin's figure appear in the distance. After searching, he ran straight towards Zhang Ye before opening the door and getting in. Why were you inside? Zhang Ye knew Central Radio Station was not here. Tianbin chuckled and said, The Spring Festival Gala only happens once a year. Our radio station pulled all the young men over. I was one of them, so I'm here to help out temporarily. Zhang Ye said, Hey, that's nice. Tianbin looked at him and said, Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask about it. Saying that, he removed the pass that dangled from his neck. On it was his name and picture. This is my work pass. Don't walk through the main door. It's all my colleagues there, and they know you and me. They will definitely not let you in. I'm not some big shot that they will let you in either. Every year's Spring Festival Gala is extremely strict. Even for me, if I didn't bring my pass, they would not let me in. Go in through a side door. You might be able to sneak in as it's specially for staff. The people checking are hired security personnel, so they aren't as strict. They are also unfamiliar with most people. When you produce the pass, try covering part of the photo, and it should be enough. Our facial structures are quite similar. Zhang Ye was stunned. If you give this to me, how are you going to get in? I'll apply for time off. I can also go home and spend the New Year's with my wife. It will be a load off my chest. Tianbin smiled. But don't get caught by them. I might not be able to keep my job if you do. Zhang Ye took his work pass and felt his heart warm. Thank you, old Tian. He did not expect that Tianbin would risk so much to hand his work pass to him. This would result in at least a disciplinary violation. Tianbin patted him on the back. You don't have to stand on ceremony with me. Back when we fought with each other so badly in the office, it was mostly my fault. I tried to use my qualifications, thinking too highly of myself. When I left my post, none of my friends contacted me. Not a single person reached out a helping hand. I never expected, and I really didn't imagine back then that you would come to help me out. You gave me the authorization rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, allowing me make a comeback. So, there's no point for so many words between the two of us. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Even if I, Tianbin, become awesome, becoming an international superstar, I would not acknowledge any of those so-called friends and brothers. I would only acknowledge you as my true friend. Tianbin said this from the bottom of heart. Zhang Ye did not turn. Corny. All right, then I'll be making my move. The two of them got out of the car. Zhang Ye followed Tianbin's directions and walked over briskly. As he walked, he wore his shades, avoiding the entrance filled with fans. He found the side entrance reserved for staff only. It was probably a passage recently opened just for the occasion. The door wasn't very big. There were people lining up to enter. Everyone wore a white color pass around their necks. They were all identical to Tianbin's. A few security guards were standing by the door. They checked the documents and did a body inspection, using an item to sweep their bodies. It reached Zhang Ye's turn. Documents. The security guard said with an expressionless face. Zhang Ye held up the pass that sat on his chest, and his fingers covered half the photo. It was not completely covered, or it would appear suspicious. The person did not look at it carefully. After the security check, Zhang Ye left his lighter outside and followed the people in front of him to enter Central TV's compound, heading straight to Broadcasting Studio 1. Old Zhang, wait for this, bro. Wishing We Last Forever is for the Mid-Autumn Festival? All you need is a new song, right? I'll King write one for you. Chapter 391. The song has been written. The sky slowly lit up. Central TV's Broadcasting Studio 1 was in turmoil. Where are the costumes? Hurry. Leader's son, the props are broken. What do we do? It's fine. Get little. Chin to get them. There are spares over there. Everyone quickly change into your costumes and get your makeup done. The final rehearsal has already begun. We are the 8th program. Once you're ready, go backstage. It will be our turn soon. Io, don't push. Where's the makeup artist? It's the final stage. We have to do it well, or our program might get axed. That's right. My hands are shaking. Even big stars like Grandma Zhang and Auntie Zhang can have their programs cut at the last minute. People like us without any fame will not. She'll quiet down. Don't speak about it anymore. Director Peng is trying to pave the way for future stars. The lobby was a mess. There was the sound of guitars strumming, people singing, and there were even people dancing. There were way too many people in here, which was unable to accommodate so many people to individually practice. Hence, people could only find a spot to practice a few times before going up on stage. One could see the nervousness and excitement on everyone's face. Going on the Spring Festival Gala. This was such a hallowed event. Basically, almost 90% of them were going on the Spring Festival Gala for the first time. They naturally would not look as calm as those familiar faces to the Spring Festival Gala. In fact, even those celebrities who had appeared on the Spring Festival Gala more than once were also possibly nervous, as the pressure was intense. Furthermore, with Zhang Ye and Zhang Xia creating a precedent, programs decided on the program list might eventually not go on the show. Only at the final moment of the live broadcast would they know if their programs would be allowed to be performed. The competition was brutal. Lobby, corridor, resting area. There were many big stars here, so no one cared about Zhang Ye. Many of them did not know him. Zhang Ye randomly looked around, unsure of where he was. Hence, he pulled a child walking by. "Friend, please wait for a moment." The young girl was only 10 years old. When she saw him, she suddenly shouted out in pleasant surprise, "I know you. Your teacher Zhang Ye." She was carrying some metal loops. It seemed like she was going to perform acrobatics. Zhang Ye cheerfully said, "Yes, it's me. I have a question for you. Do you happen to know where Zhang Ye is? Have you seen her since you came?" The little girl was very honest. "I know. Auntie Zhang and Grandma Zhang are in the resting room. They are just around the corner. Turn right farther up. In the room on the left, right at the end of the hall. I just came from there. The door is open, so I saw them. It wasn't a big place, so it was quite easy to find someone." "Thank you, young lady." "You're welcome." Zhang Ye began his search. In a resting room. It could also be considered a makeup or changing room, as there were mirrors on the side of the wall and heaps of clothes and props on the floor. It was a multi-purpose room. Zhang Ye and Zhang Xia were sitting beside each other chatting. Zhang Ye laughed cheerfully. "It's quiet over here. Her. We are aged elderly who have fallen from popularity. It's nice for some peace and quiet too." Zhang Xia was a very healthy and high-spirited old granny. All her short hair was white, but had been rebonded. Her eyes were very bright too. But if they say I'm old, as a granny, I admit it, but to go so far as to say little Zhang is old, it is me implicating you. How can someone in her 30s be considered old? Besides, you still look like you're in your 20s. Zhang Ye said, "You can't be considered old either. How many elderly grannies can sing Song of the People without being out of breath? We have been made old by others." She looked at her watch. "The final rehearsal is about to begin and will have nothing to do with us. Are you going to leave?" Zhang Xia smiled and looked around and took a while before she spoke. "I have been coming to this place for so many years. I haven't been home for many New Year's Eves. I've always been here. To me, Central TV Broadcasting Studio 1 is the place I will always spend my New Year's Eve, and so today shall be the same. Even if I can't get on the program, I will still spend my New Year's Eve here." Zhang Ye patted Zhang Xia's hand. "Then allow me to accompany you." Zhang Ye happened to hear Zhang Xia's words just as he reached the door. At that instant, his heart was struck and twitched slightly. What sort of old person was she? What sort of emotions did she have? This was an old granny that had merged the Spring Festival Gala into her bones. "You don't have to stay with me. It's fine. I don't have any other things on today. Isn't your team trying to compose a new song for you? You still have a chance of going on stage." Her. It's just burning the midnight oil. They won't finish in time. If the directing team told me earlier that the song wasn't suitable, I would have found someone to write me a new song. But now, it's too late no matter what. It's too early to give up. There's still hope. Your standing in the entertainment industry is much higher than mine. There are so many musicians writing lyrics or composing melodies. You just need to ask one of them. I've already asked them. Nothing is appropriate. Even if there were appropriate ones, they were not that shockingly nice. It has to at least match Wishing We Last Forever before I could even sing it. If there's no nice song or lyrics, what's the point of me going on the Spring Festival Gala? We are in the arts, so we can't just fool the audience, right? Who wrote Wishing We Last Forever? Zhang Ye. He doesn't have any similar songs. Writing a song is slow and tedious work. It needs inspiration. If the directing team had informed me a day earlier, I would have asked Zhang Ye, but I was informed too late. Little Zhang most likely doesn't have any suitable songs. Suddenly, Zhang Ye marched into the resting room. Who said I didn't? This voice of his gave the two of them a fright as they looked over. Zhang Xia did not know him. You are Little Zhang. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, You really cannot be talked about. Zhang Xia could tell from her words. This is that Zhang Yi. Grandma Zhang, hello. Zhang Yi nodded at the elder. Let me wish you a happy Chinese New Year. Zhang Xia said kindly. You too. You were the one who wrote that song for Little Zhang, right? I don't know much about the entertainment industry, so I don't really know you. Please don't mind. Zhang Yi immediately said. If you knew me, it would have been my honor. It's fine. I'm just a small celebrity, and I'm not that famous. Compared to the two in front of him, he was indeed a small celebrity. Zhang Xia asked, What did you say when you entered? Zhang Yuanqi also looked at him. You have a good song? Zhang Yi said confidently, Of course. Do you have a sample? Let me listen to it. Zhang Yuanqi said, That I don't have. Zhang Yi said, You don't even have the score or lyrics? Zhang Yuanqi asked. Zhang Yi said, I saw the news at 5 or 6 this morning and got wind of it then, so I didn't have much time to prepare. I also tried contacting you on the phone, but failed. I borrowed a friend's staff pass to sneak in. I know you are in need of a song to go on stage. Why are you looking for others? I, myself, would do. It's impossible for you to get other musicians to create a song that will be well received across the entire country at the very last minute. But you know I can do it. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, The last time I tried buying the rights to your lyrics, you refused all day, so I was too embarrassed to request another song from you. Keep acting. Carry on acting. Have you ever been embarrassed? Zhang Yi said, This time it's different. I've always believed that art does not care about age. Of course, I'm not saying that the two of you are old. What the Spring Festival Gala's directing team has done has infuriated me. My parents are also very angry, so when I encounter such matters, I think I should do something about it. Her. A person like me doesn't have much ability, but I'm still not bad at writing poems or songs. I won't dare to say what I write is the best in the country, but I dare to say that no one can write faster than me. Tell me what type of song you would like, and I'll write you that song. Zhang Xia was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. You'll write anything we want? Zhang Yi said with affirmation. Yes. Zhang Xia then said, Lyrics along with the melody? Yes. Zhang Yi replied as if it was a matter of fact. Interesting. Zhang Xia was filled with doubts, but very interested. In her decades of experience, for someone to dare brag so much, they were either a madman or a genius. Zhang Yuanqi shook her head. Well, I don't know what song I want either. Without a sample, I can't judge if it's a suitable piece of work. Then, let me take the liberty of thinking of a song for you. Zhang Yi said. All right. Zhang Yuanqi waited. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xia got up and said, I'll go to the ladies. You two carry on chatting. Zhang Yuanqi held the old granny. You don't have to hide. It's fine. The old granny laughed and said, I really need to go to the ladies. Zhang Yuanqi did not speak further. Zhang Xia went out and closed the door behind her. The moment the door closed, Zhang Yuanqi returned to the appearance Zhang Yi was familiar with. It was as if she had changed her face. Her expression lost all color. If anyone saw this scene, they would be stunned till they peed their pants. However, Zhang Yi did not react as he was completely used to it now. Zhang Yuanqi asked indifferently, Are you confident? It won't be inferior to Wishing We Last Forever. Zhang Yi said. Zhang Yuanqi acknowledged and coldly said, Regardless of what song is it, I owe you one. Zhang Yi knew that for him to rush here because of her news, ignoring everything at home to the point of sneaking into Central TV to help Zhang Yuanqi write a song, Zhang Yuanqi was actually appreciative of it, despite not showing it on her face. Let me write the lyrics first for you to look at. Okay. Zhang Ye found a pen and paper and began writing. After finishing, he cleared his throat and began singing. 1 minute. 3 minutes. After hearing it, Zhang Yuanqi remained silent. Zhang Ye blinked at her. How is it, Sister Zhang? Zhang Yuanqi stared at him. How do you do it? Just like that. Zhang Ye said evasively. After saying this, Zhang Xia entered after pushing the door open. What's the matter? You haven't begun writing the lyrics? It's fine. Take your time. It's already written. Zhang Yuanqi's expression changed suddenly as she smiled and said, not only are the lyrics written, even the melody has been produced. Saying that, she showed the lyrics to Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia took it from her and said, You heard it? How was it? Zhang Yuanqi smiled lightly. I've never doubted little Zhang's literary skill. I'm always assured with his lyrics. I always felt that the melody of Wishing We Last Forever was a fluke and that he happened to chance upon it. But today I finally came to a realization that it was not a fluke. Little Zhang is one of the top musicians in this country. Zhang Xia said stunned. You seldom give such high praises to someone. Is it that good? Take a look at the lyrics, and I'll sing it to you once. Zhang Yuanqi could sing a song after listening to it just once. The moment she opened her mouth, Zhang Ye was convinced. That voice of hers, that music literacy of hers, if this song was not sung by Zhang Yuanqi, it would be a sin against the heavens. Although there were some parts where Zhang Yuanqi went a little off tune, she had only heard it once after all. Although there was no band or accompaniment, Zhang Ye still felt this classic music piece, even when sung by her, gave him goosebumps. The song's melody had been on Zhang Ye's mind on the way here. He could not get it out of his head. He wanted to let Zhang Yuanqi try it out, but he never expected that it would be so beautiful. Who said old Zhang could no longer carry on down her musical path? This talent, this voice, this singing experience. All of this made her an integral person in the musical world. It was only bad luck that she did not have any good songs these past few years. Zhang Yuanqi finished singing it. After hearing it, Zhang Xia gasped. She immediately stared at Zhang Ye's eyes. You really wrote that song in the past few minutes? Zhang Ye nodded. Zhang Xia repressed the shock in her heart and regulated her breathing rhythm. Little Zhang, if not because I know so much about the music circles, having some interactions with all the rookies and seniors in it, I would have believed that you were the best musician in the entire country just based on that single song. Then she said to Zhang Yuanqi, hurry and make the background music and get some accompaniment. You can definitely mount the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. If this song can't get you on it, then the Spring Festival Gala would have really lost all of its value. Yuanqi and Little Zhang, I really like this song to the bone. After the Spring Festival Gala is over, let's find an opportunity to talk about it. I want to make a cover too. We can talk about the rights and cooperation details then. Zhang Yuanqi suddenly said, I have a suggestion. How about the two of us sing it together? Zhang Xia waved her hand, flatly saying, that won't do. This is Little Zhang's song for you. Besides, you are a heavenly queen, so there's no reason for you to sing a duet when you can sing it solo. Zhang Ye spoke up first. You decide, I'm fine with anything. Then after a short pause, he said, Grandma Zhang, I actually think this song is better if the two of you sung it together. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, then it's decided. Zhang Xia was still hesitating. That's not appropriate, right? Zhang Yuanqi said calmly, the directing team, the media, and many people are saying that we are old and have lost our popularity. I don't know what you think of it, but I don't like hearing that. Let the two of us let them see that we are not old. We can still sing. After another 10 years, after another 20 years, we will still stand on that stage, still beautiful women as ever. We will still be the brightest and most dazzling flowers of the gala. Zhang Xia smiled, so much to the point that she did not resemble an elderly person. All right, let the two of us fight shoulder to shoulder. Let's show them what we've got. Zhang Yuanqi immediately took out her cell phone to make a call. When she discovered it had no reception, she quickly walked out the room to call her team. Hello, old Wang. I have a song here. I'll need some background music for it, and some accompaniment. Prepare on your side. I'll be there immediately. Get everyone together and prepare to work overtime. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Her. Then, she left Central TV alone to busy herself with the track's music. Chapter 392, Going on Stage. 8 a.m. In the dressing room, Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia had left, and so Zhang Ye had nothing to do also. He walked out and circled around the lobby. He could not return home as he still needed to supervise after the companion track was produced. The Heavenly Queen had specially exhorted him before leaving. "Hi, so what if I don't leave? I'll help you to the very end." Who is this? Why is he so free? He looks familiar. Isn't he Zhang Ye? Zhang Ye? I don't know him. He's a host. He's quite popular these days. Hey, it's really Zhang Ye. Why is he here? Does he have a program? Let's just worry about ourselves first. It will be our program's turn soon. Stay sharp and don't make any mistakes. Suddenly, Zhang Ye saw a person. He looked like he was in his 20s too. He was very young and had small eyes. He was very handsome. Zhang Ye recognized him at a glance that he was the Korean Idol singer, Lee Anson. He was being interviewed by a reporter. He said a bunch of Korean that Zhang Ye did not understand. This man was one of the reasons why Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi could not appear at the Spring Festival Gala. Hence, Zhang Ye took a few more looks at him. He already didn't like him. He had a small nose and small eyes. Where did so many brainless fans, who liked him, come from? Actually, no matter what Lee Anson looked like, Zhang Ye would still view him with animosity. Why? There was no need to ask why. The title of professional Korean insulter wasn't something he got for nothing. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. Zhang Ye turned around. Hello. It was a female reporter. As they were not allowed to film or do audio recordings, she was holding a pen and a notebook. Oh, it's really Teacher Zhang. Why are you here? You aren't appearing on the program. Oh, I understand. The Wishing We Last Forever you composed for Zhang Yuanqi was removed from the show, so you are here to make another song for Teacher Zhang Yuanqi? Are there any results yet? Will Teacher Zhang Yuanqi be able to appear on stage at tonight's Spring Festival Gala? Zhang Ye was tight-lipped. Sorry, I don't know either. Just give me a hint, Teacher Zhang. The female reporter insisted. I really do not know anything. Zhang Ye said a few words before leaving. The female reporter could do nothing about it. After some thought, she wrote a title in her notebook. Wishing We Last Forever songwriter Zhang Ye mysteriously appears at Central TV's Broadcasting Studio 1. Heavenly Queen Zhang Yuanqi might have a new production. After 9, he received Zhang Yuanqi's call, but the person who spoke was Zhang Xia instead. Clearly, the two of them were together right now. Two legends from the music industry were working together to create a song, which they would sing as a duet together. Just the thought of that was very exciting. Zhang Xia said, Zhang, I will be getting Yuanqi to send a part of the accompaniment to you. My team and Yuanqi's team rushed to create this, so please give us your opinion. Zhang Ye replied, okay. After he received the accompaniment, he listened to it in seriousness. Finally, Zhang Ye commented, I think it sounds a bit too flat. There's not enough instrumentals? A little too simple. Zhang Xia considered for a moment. Do you mean it should have more depth? That's not impossible, but the time we have. At this time, someone besides said a few words before Zhang Xia continued to say, all right, we will keep working to improve it and try to perfect it. Zhang, do you have any other suggestions? It was written by you after all, so you should have the final word. Zhang Ye did not know much about the technicalities of music production, but even so, what he had in his head was the original piece from his world. The accompaniment music was also a mature piece already. With the song having been covered by so many people before, it could be said that it had been slowly polished to its essence. He said to them, the beginning few seconds when the melody starts, could you add some percussion to it? I don't really know what type of drums or whatever, but it's the kind where there's a very light hitting sound. Then after that, when it moves into the main melody, you can change the part after that to be played on a piano. With that, 20 minutes had passed. Before noon, the Spring Festival Gala was holding its final rehearsal. The participating actors and staff were all having their lunch or taking a break. They were all waiting for the final decision. Right until the end, no one would know if there would be any changes to the performance list. They could be taken out of the plan at any time, and there were precedents of this happening before. Soon, Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi came rushing back. Little Zhang, you two are back? Come on, we've already contacted the production team. I'm going too. You're the composer, so of course you must go. The few of them went upstairs as Zhang Ye followed along behind. In a large conference room, the Spring Festival Gala's director Peng Yu was seated at the end, while the rest were either standing or sitting down. They were all busy chattering and discussing about the various programs and timing issues. Zhang Ye and company arrived. Peng Yu asked, "Andy, Zhang Ye is here? Please wait a moment." An assistant director said, "As long as every program segment does not overrun by more than 3 seconds, there shouldn't be a problem." Peng Yu said, "There are no problems on time." "Right, as long as there are no unforeseen circumstances, we can guarantee it," said a female assistant. Peng Yu was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was wearing old-fashioned-looking clothes, though not as old-fashioned as Zhang Ye's father. If he were to walk around the streets, those who did not know him would have never thought that he was the director for this year's Spring Festival Gala. He was also one of the more famous directors of the gala. So the existing program plans are just about set, and there won't be any need for changes, Peng Yu said. When Zhang Yuanqi heard this, she smiled and said, "Director Peng, you have forgotten about us again?" Peng Yu looked over and smiled back. "How could I forget? Did your team create a new song? All right then, let's have a listen to it." Whether it be his fame or qualifications, Peng Yu could not compare to these two people in front of him. One was a well-known heavenly queen, the other was a veteran of the singing world. No matter how pretentious Peng Yu was, he could not ignore the two of them. At least on the surface, he was still very polite. He said, "Will Miss Zhang be singing first, or Auntie Zhang?" Zhang Xia smiled. "The two of us will be singing one song." At this moment, the people from the directing team were stunned. "One song? The two of you are singing a duet?" Zhang Yuanqi chuckled and said, "Director Peng said that this gala has to be lively, and we have to pave the way for young people, and so in consideration of that, Auntie Zhang and I have decided to sing a song together. It also can squeeze some time for the youths, giving them an opportunity to express themselves." Peng Yu's eyes twitched. Her. All right, I'll listen to the work first." The deputy director, who had previously posted on Weibo, looked at them. He was thinking that if the two of them didn't go on stage, then wouldn't there be more time squeezed out for others? "We said your song wasn't suitable and that your bodies could not keep up were just perfunctory words, and you really believed it? You really produced a new song?" The deputy director was shaking his head. How good could a song produced at the last minute be? Coming over was still meaningless, for the two of you will definitely not have a chance to participate in this performance. The other members of the directing team knew very well in their hearts. This Spring Festival Gala was in preparation of a drastic reform. Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia's music was already outdated. Forget it. Let's listen to it first. Zhang Yuanqi did not stand on ceremony and smiled to his staff, saying, "Play the accompaniment." She then passed it to him. It was obvious that she was a great star in the entertainment industry. The staff did not grumble and immediately did it right away. Finally, Zhang Yuanqi said to him, "Thank you, young lad. You sure are quick on your feet. Come to my company one day to work." It was not considered poaching in front of others, as the Spring Festival Gala's directing team was only a temporary unit. They were all from different departments and companies, each from their own units. When the staff member heard this, he was excited. "Thank you, Sister Zhang. If you think so highly of me, I'll definitely work for you in the future." The directing team had not been dissolved yet. What's the meaning of this? The deputy director was a bit speechless, but he did not speak a word. He did not want to offend Zhang Yuanqi either. Heavenly Queen Zhang had very good connections in the entertainment industry. As the music played, everyone's feelings started to well up. Zhang Yuanqi looked to Zhang Xia. "Auntie Zhang, let's just keep it simple. There's no mic and no sound system. We have no choice but to keep it simple." Zhang Xia laughed. Then she pulled at Zhang Yuanqi, and the both of them sat down gracefully. The production team sat as they listened to the duo sing while sitting. If it were any other celebrities, how would they dare to do it like this in front of Director Peng? But these two were Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi. Even if they were to lie down and sing, everyone would have to listen with respect. "It's done," Zhang Yuanqi said. That staff immediately played the accompaniment. Seeing this, Zhang Ye also did not stand on ceremony. He found a place to sit himself down as well. Although he did not have a similar status to these two ladies, being unafraid to offend others was his special trait. Since old Zhang had already sat down, then he would definitely sit down too. Who cared what the production team thought of him? Zhang Ye never felt the need to lower himself in front of others. And so, what Zhang Ye did also attracted the attention of a few of the assistant directors. They were all frowning. Where did this person come from? When everyone was distracted, Zhang Yuanqi suddenly began to sing. At that moment, the production team members all had their attention pulled back to her voice. Slowly, everyone's eyes shone with amazement. They were all looking at each other in disbelief. This song. Peng Yiyu's eyes changed too. Zhang Yuanqi had just finished her part, and Zhang Xia continued on. Finally, the two ladies used their pitch-perfect vocals to end the song. At this moment, the assistant director wanted to curse. Sing it simply? How was this considered singing it simply? This was even without any sound processing and a lack of atmosphere. And they could sing it to this level? What if the effects and sound system were added? Then wouldn't it be heaven-defying? What's more, that song had stirred their souls despite having heard it for the first time. That sort of unhurrying pace, that confidence. It sounded like it was a fine rain, yet it also sounded like a sharp knife. It had left all sorts of marks on their hearts. A female assistant almost went crazy from listening to it. The others in the production team could not say another word. Either. Zhang Xia said, "We are limited by the conditions here, so we couldn't perform our best. Please make do with it." Director Peng, is this song all right? Peng Yiyu immediately asked. Was this composed by your team just now? Zhang Xia gave a smile and said, "My team is not that talented. This was done by Yuanqi's team." No, we can't even say it that way, because it was Yuanqi's friend who helped to compose this at the last minute. As she said this, she pointed to Zhang Ye, who was seated behind them. I think you may have heard the name Zhang Ye before? Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye composed it? Some had heard of him before, and some had not. Peng Yu said, "No wonder. So it's by the composer and writer of Wishing We Last Forever. I've also heard that the lyrics and melody for that song, which swept the country, was also composed on the spot." Zhang Yuanqi asked, "What's the decision of this evaluation?" Peng Yu stayed silent for a moment, then said, "The song is good, but I still feel the same way. I feel that it does not suit the mood of the Spring Festival Gala." Zhang Xia looked at him. Then according to Director Peng, what song do you feel suits this gala? Do you need us to compose a Spring Festival Gala? Song of Spring Festival Gala. Spring Festival Gala is great. Or maybe even the Spring Festival Gala of Director Peng Yiyu is the greatest? Maybe only a title like one of those would suit the mood? The elderly could really be quite sarcastic. With that jab from her, Zhang Yi was overjoyed just hearing it. Peng Yiyu smiled bitterly. "Auntie Zhang, I know that you are unhappy, but don't scold me like that. I do not mean it that way. I just wanted to confirm the program schedule. The last rehearsal is already over, and it won't be easy to adjust anymore." Zhang Yuanqi smiled. "Auntie Zhang and I have also taken part in 2 rehearsals before, so we do not need much preparation and can just go on stage directly. That is not a problem. If we may be a little boastful, the 2 of us together have been on so many Spring Festival galas, more so than any of the participants tonight. So Director Peng should trust our experience and capabilities. At least when it comes to me and Auntie Zhang, we won't have any hiccups." Zhang Xia said, "We only need 2 minutes." The assistant director stood beside Peng Yiyu. He said, "The timing won't be okay. If we squeeze in another performance, the whole schedule would be a mess. The both of you are also top artistes and started since young. Surely you'd know how difficult it is when you're young and new. It is now the world of the youngsters. In the future, it will also be their time. I believe you would want to be an example to them. Pave a way for young people. Not even 2 minutes? Go K yourself." Zhang Yi got more and more irritated listening to this. They were not finished as he suddenly spoke out. "It's no problem to pave the way for young people. I believe it is to pave the way. For our juniors, Grandma Zhang and Sister Zhang would not say a word. But may I ask what country's New Year it is? Why must we pave the way for a Korean? Just because of a foreigner, you have pushed our own country's people to the back of your minds? Does that make sense? I've seen the program list. The directing team has given Lee Anson 3 minutes for his song. But for our own people, to 2 veterans who have contributed so much to the Spring Festival Gala, not even 2 minutes can be given? I don't know what others think when they hear this, but I feel terrible. I speak very frankly and say whatever's on my mind. Youths are important, but what's the use if you are only young? Without the older generation's inheritance, without the beliefs and traditional heritage of the older generation, where would the youth go? How should youths proceed?" The female assistant was the person who relatively understood Zhang Yi the most amongst the people present. She had heard Zhang Ye's speech. Ode to Young China. But upon hearing what Zhang Ye said today, she nearly fainted. Your sister. What you said at Peking University was not like that. Didn't you say the old were like crashing celestial bodies? Didn't you say the old took opium? Go to hell. Why did you change what you said today? The female assistant had long heard of Zhang Ye's foul temper and mood. And indeed, after seeing him today, the rumors were indeed true. Peng Yu was very unhappy. Did you have the right to speak? Here? Zhang Xia asked. Little Peng, so what is the outcome of your decision? Please tell us directly. We will accept whatever your decision is, so don't be too pressured. If everyone needs us, then we will sing. If they don't need us, and the Spring Festival Gala don't need us either, then Yuanqi and I will leave. We won't say a word anymore. Don't be pressured. Peng Yu felt even more stressed now. If it were Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi's previous two songs, he could deal with it in his own way and there wouldn't be a problem. But right now, they had brought out an outstanding song that had left Peng Yu with a very difficult decision. He was already ready to go ahead without Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi's participation, but had not expected things to turn out this way. What the F***K is up with this Zhang Ye? Coming up with such a good song in such a short time? The assistant director said nervously. Director Peng? The conference room was so quiet that even a cough would echo. One of female assistant directors suddenly said, if this song does not make it onto this year's Spring Festival Gala, I think it would be a great pity. I would really like to see two of them appear on stage for a duet. Peng Yu stared at the female assistant director. She did not notice him, but looked at Zhang Yuanqi and smiled. The two of them definitely knew each other. At this moment, another staff member from the production team spoke. He looked to be the oldest among them. The old man said, the Spring Festival Gala is not watched only by youngsters, and we still have to consider the middle-aged and elderly's thoughts. For the Korean celebrity, Lee Anson, we could shorten his performance time by a bit to around 2 minutes, and that would be enough. With the remaining 1 minute, we can manage the other programs and put them back to squeeze out the remaining time, so that old Zhang and little Zhang can use it to perform. There was an internal schism production team as well. After all, this was not a team that would work together for long. Even if Peng Yu was the overall director, he could not convince everyone of his decisions. What's more, it was a decision regarding Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia. They were very popular, had great social connections, and could sing. Their only shortcoming was that they did not have many new songs, which had already been made up for now. The new song was even very outstanding, so there was no reason to not let them sing. The excuses of the songs not being suitable were that those were old songs already did not work. If they insisted on not letting them make an appearance, then it would surely offend many people. During this event, the two of them would have to listen to the production team's instructions, but the event would only be for today. When it was over, don't they still need to work? Unless they chose to leave the industry, they would definitely have to give face to the two of them. After discussing for a long time, finally, Peng Yu could no longer not consider Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi's influence, as well as the internal differences his team had. He said, go back first. We will discuss the timing allocations and see if I can make some time for your program. Once it's confirmed, I will contact you again. Since it was said in such a manner, it meant it was very likely a certainty. Outside, Zhang Xia sighed. Actually, little Peng's not having it easy either. The old lady was still understanding of the situation. Zhang Yuanqi commented, he's just being too eager. What Uncle Chu said earlier was right. The Spring Festival Gala is not only a gala for young people. Older audiences and performers should not be forgotten. If that really happened, then it would definitely be a tragedy for the gala. It is precisely people our age who have the most feelings for the gala. Zhang Xiao laughed. Let's see. If the people are not satisfied with my performance this year, I will admit that I'm too old for this and consider my retirement. Chapter 393. The Never-Waning Woman Flower. Afternoon. Lunch boxes were being given out. Other than some people with special circumstances, even an A-list celebrity would not go back. They would have to collect their lunchbox and make do with it. Zhang Ye was also eating alone. Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi had gone off somewhere, likely to practice for tonight's song. After all, it was their first time hearing it. Today, if they wanted to sing it well, especially as a duet, it wouldn't be easy for them. They would need a lot of practice. When Zhang Ye gave this song to them, he had already heard it more than 100 times, but as he was not a music professional, He could not possibly dare to give them guidance by his standards. They were professional singers, so they definitely knew better than him. It was better for him to just sit around and have his lunch. Ring, ring, ring. His father was calling. Where are you? Dad, I'm outside. Are you coming back for lunch? Oh, maybe not. There are some matters over here. Are you at Aunt's place? Please apologize to everyone on my behalf. I might not be able to go to maternal grandma's place either. Something important? Yes, it's important. All right then, I won't say any more. Go and do what you need to. In the afternoon, Zhang Ye received quite a few calls from Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia's teams. They discussed with him regarding the musical composition. Earlier, they had only let the gala directing team listen to the draft version, which still had its flaws, so they had to discuss further with him. Zhang Ye found a quiet corner and spent the entire afternoon on the phone to help them sort out this matter. When Zhang Xia called him, he would go and listen to Zhang Yuanqi and her singing practice. He was no professional, but at least he had the standard of this song in mind from his previous world, which he used as the marker to point out the problems with their version. With that, he had corrected some of their problems which had arisen from their unfamiliarity with the song. An hour, 3 hours, 5 hours. It was already 7:40 p.m. in the evening. After finally busying himself with them, Zhang Ye was exhausted. He did not have a good night's sleep last night, and had, at most, 4 hours of rest, so he really could no longer stay awake. The Spring Festival Gala was about to begin, and everyone was busying themselves for the moment they appeared on stage. Zhang Ye spotted an opportunity, looked for an empty room, and found the makeup room that Zhang Yuanqi had been in earlier that day. It was a mess inside as random makeup and accessories lay strewn on the floor, as well as some unused costumes. But since there was no one around, Zhang Ye switched off the lights and went to a corner where there was a sofa. There were a few partitioned spaces, which were covered by curtains, probably a space for changing. He pulled a curtain to cover himself and sat on the sofa. It was rather comfortable. Zhang Ye did not care about anything anymore since he had already done all that he could. He just lay down and fell asleep, not even moving an inch. The sounds of firecrackers thundered. There was jubilation everywhere. The annual Spring Festival Gala had begun. The first program was the opening dance, a performance that mainly junior and middle school students participated in. Although they were young, their movements suggested that they were very well trained. The dance was beautiful and the music was very vibrant. From this opening performance, it could be seen that this year's Spring Festival Gala was indeed putting its focus on the younger generation. Those old songs or old recital performances of yesteryear, which had been rejected by the younger generation, could possibly even be cancelled and replaced with the ever-enjoyable language performances or popular song and dance routines. It was going the way of popular demands, as traditional programs were becoming too old-fashioned. Those programs did not make money and also could not attract viewers. Another way to call the lively and energetic Spring Festival Gala was to call it the Business Opportunities Spring Festival Gala. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, Chow Meng was anxiously sitting on the sofa saying, "It's starting, it's starting." Zhang Ye's mother was nagging and saying, "There's nothing good to watch on this year's Spring Festival Gala." Second uncle said depressingly, they'd already planned for little Ye's song to be performed, but why did they have to go and cancel it? Third Annie said, that bunch of directing team people don't have any foresight. All they want is to attract viewers and find a chance to make money by suggesting a Spring Festival Gala for the young. They have already forgotten about us elderly. Maternal grandma said, change the channel. If little Ye's song isn't going to be performed, then I don't want to watch it. Zhang Xia and Sun Ying's not slated to perform this year too, so what's the point of watching it? Maternal grandpa said, I heard this year only has one Peking opera performance lined up. It's even combined with other types of opera as a single performance. What's that called? Chao Tong said. Hee, those are called mashups. What sort of thing is that? Maternal grandpa said, a tradition passed down from our ancestors has been messed up by them. Chow Meng clung onto the remote control saying, you can't change channels. I still want to watch my Li Anson perform. The eldest, Chow Dan, looked at her. Didn't you say that you wouldn't chase after Korean stars anymore? Our brother is an ultra-nationalistic. It's not like you don't know that. If he knows that you are still chasing after them, he will definitely give you a beating. Chow Meng cheekily said, I'm not chasing after him. I only have one idol, and that's our brother. About Li Anson, I'm just a casual listener, he. Chao Dan prodded at her sister's head. You. Maternal grandma said. Is little Yi really not coming back for the new year? Zhang Ye's mother said angrily. I don't even know what he's busy with. Don't care about him. Zhang Ye was the most doted on by his maternal grandma. She said, little Zhang has his own career. He's famous, that's why he's busy. We need to understand that. The Spring Festival Gala continued on. The second program was a group singing event, followed by the third, a magic show. This was something that rarely occurred in previous galas. The magician was a 19-year-old rookie who had come from Hong Kong. If it were based on seniority, he definitely could not compare to other 30 or 40-year-old magicians. Yet he somehow managed to get invited to perform. The magic tricks are just normal. Yeah, it's not interesting. It's all right, I think it's fine. It's far from the standard of the old-timers. They really aren't letting the veterans perform this year. I do support their efforts in creating a lively and energetic gala promoting the young ones, but they still need to ensure the quality of the event. If they aren't good enough, why should they be allowed to perform on stage? They had to cut off the older people's programs, even if their skills are better? That's so unfair. Besides, a 40-year-old magician can't even be considered old. I wonder how they even think. This is a decision for the future, to groom new talents. But they can't just abandon the older generation like that. But they really are getting old and will only go downhill from where they are. The young ones, however, have a lot more chances, so they will definitely keep improving. Discussions like the one happening in Zhang Ye's maternal family right now was also happening in other families all over the country. Some objected, some understood, and some supported. Everyone had their own views on the issue. Finally, the language performances started. First off was a crosstalk, followed by a skit. Chow Ming Ming was falling asleep. What is this rubbish? The crosstalk and skits in recent years are getting from bad to worse. It's not even as funny as our brother's talk show. Chow Tong, however, was enjoying the show. She said, your standard of humor is too high. I find it to be quite all right. Chow Dan gave an objective point of view saying, it's just because you are easy to humor. Language performances have really suffered a drop in quality. There aren't any good works, even though some are quite okay, but they are unable to stand out and are not as funny as those performances from 10 years ago. Didn't you read those negative comments online in recent years? First Aunt said, it's really falling in standards, year after year. First Uncle said, easy for you to say, but crosstalk and skits are the hardest to perform. They encompass art and humor, as well as needing the audience's affirmation. To produce a good skit or crosstalk is really difficult. At the scene of the gala, the location was fully packed. Officials, workers, white collars, students, family, etc. There were all sorts of people in attendance. If there was something in common about them, it was that they had connections. Everyone who attended had depended on their connections to their company or friends to secure tickets. It was not so easy to get it. Even Zhang Ye needed Tian Bin's pass just to sneak in. Splendid. It's so great. It's not interesting this year. Some people were giving their kudos, while others had no expression or were dozing off. Master Zhou and Master Wei from the calligraphy world did not spend the new year at home with their families too, and instead came to the gala. Master Zhou brought his wife and daughter along. Master Wei brought his grandson and granddaughter. They were all seated in the 5th row at the left. Mrs. Zhou said, since Big Sis Zhang is not going to make an appearance, we have come in vain. She had been a friend of Zhang Xia for more than a decade. Master Zhou, who also knew Zhang Xia, said, you know the health condition of Big Sis Zhang too. She recently had an operation for cerebral thrombosis last year. At her age, she should think of retiring and enjoying herself. Mrs. Zhou shook her head. Singing and the stage is Big Sis Zhang's life, so she would never want to leave it, not in her life. If they really force her to retire, she would definitely be unhappy. When people are unhappy, their health will only end up suffering. Master Wei said, I heard that Zhang Xia has heart problems and high blood pressure. When people get old, their problems also increase. If I weren't concerned with my children and grandchildren's futures, I would have sealed my brush long ago. At our age, especially at Big Sis Zhang's age, which is probably a few years older than me, we need to admit that age is catching up. Performing on stage all the time, that's something for the young ones to do. As we grow older, we need to wrap up at some point. Master Wei's grandchildren were not listening to their conversation. Suddenly, the MC on stage announced something. After the announcement, Master Wei's granddaughter screamed, "Lee Anson's coming up next." "My idol?" Master Wei asked. "I thought your idol was Grandpa." "Of course you are." His granddaughter smiled and said, "But Lee Anson's my second idol. I like him so much, he's too handsome." If she didn't know that Lee Anson was slated to appear in the gala, she would not have attended the gala. In fact, she had to beg her grandpa to bring her along today. Master Wei's grandson was also paying full attention. "Don't talk anymore. Watch the performance, watch it." At this moment, the music started playing and Lee Anson appeared on stage singing. He was not singing in Korean, but Chinese. His hit song had been translated into a Chinese version. Countless screams rang throughout. "Ah, it's in Chinese. He's too good-looking. I love you, Lee Anson." It was the same on scene and on TV. Countless young fans were excitedly chanting Lee Anson's name. The atmosphere was so passionate compared to the earlier performances. Lee Anson had a slight smirk as he sang on stage, "Love is the only love. Can't avoid heartbreaks." He probably did not know how to speak Chinese and maybe just had some basic lessons. Some of his pronunciation and articulation of words were too stiff, but it still won the cheers of those who were watching him. The song had ended. The applause from young people was thundering. Lee Anson smiled as he bowed and left the stage. Master Zhou looked to his left and right and saw the excitement of the young generation. He helplessly commented, "Old Wei, did you understand the song?" Master Wei laughed. "Not at all." Master Wei's granddaughter said, "It was such a good song." Mrs. Zhou touched the child's head. "You youngsters feel that it's good, but we are old and unable to keep up with the times." Master Zhou sighed. "Hi. We are really becoming old-fashioned. This world belongs to the young ones already. We should just step aside." At the gala, many other members of the older generation had similar thoughts. Suddenly, the stage lighting and background changed. A light melody drifted throughout the place as it signaled the start of the next performance. It was supposed to be a simple transition, but when everyone saw who appeared on stage, those who were attending the live event, and those who were watching TV, were all stunned. Grandma Zhang, Heavenly Queen Zhang Yuanqi, Holy *T. Didn't their performance get canceled? What's going on? They have a performance? And it's the two of them together? Are they going to do a duet? A vocalist and a popular singer? There shouldn't be any common songs for them. Why didn't the directing team inform anyone? The program list was changed at the last minute. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. "Ah," Chow Mingming shouted. "Little Ming, what are you shouting for?" Maternal grandma had a slight shock. "Quick, take a look. Hurry." Chow Mingming hurriedly shouted to Zhang Ye's parents. Zhang Ye's mother said, "I'm making dumplings. I don't want to watch." Chow Dan, who looked up to glance at the TV, also shouted, "Zhang Yuanqi's on. And so is Grandma Zhang Xia." Zhang Ye's mother exclaimed, then threw the half-made dumpling out of her hands and ran out of the kitchen. "That's impossible. Didn't their programs get cut by the directing team?" Everyone in the house was now staring at the TV. At another house, "Mom, don't prepare dinner first. What do you want me to do if I don't prepare dinner? That damn Spring Festival gala is not worth watching. Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi are appearing together to do a duet." "What? Let me take a look." A certain phone call. "Hello, sis. Bro, why did you call me again? Didn't you just call to send me New Year greetings? Are you watching the Spring Festival gala?" "I'm not watching it this year. Zhang Yuanqi's not on it." "Then go and watch it now, quick. Zhang Yuanqi has made an appearance. There's a new song." "Impossible." "It's true. She's appearing together with Zhang Xia. It's an unfamiliar tune. Definitely not Wishing We Last Forever or any of Zhang Yuanqi's old songs. There's a new song? What the heck? Then I'm going to hang up now. I'm going to take a look." Throughout the country, scenes like this kept playing out. It was the opposite of what happened a little bit earlier. This time, many of the older generation's attention perked up. As for the younger ones, all of them had an expression of disinterest, like nothing much was happening. Why is it Zhang Xiao again? It's always her every year. Zhang Yuanqi too. She comes for this every year. Isn't it annoying? Sister Zhang's movies are great and her old songs are nice as well, but in recent years, her songs are terrible. They are all out of date. Looks like this will be boring. No need to watch this. It's definitely going to be a recycled performance. Mrs. Zhou's eyes shone brightly. Big sis Zhang's really appearing up there. Master Zhou smiled bitterly. What for? This year's gala is focusing on energy and youth. If it were me, I would not have gone on stage. That's unnecessary. Master Wei's granddaughter said. Yes, Grandma Zhang Xia is already so old. Even Annie Zhang Yuanqi is not young anymore. She can't be more popular than my Li Anson, so why bother to come at all? I'm talking about it in terms of music, but for movies, Zhang Yuanqi's definitely still at the top. Master Wei's grandson also said, Sister Zhang shouldn't come here to sing. She should just concentrate on acting in movies. Her songs are no longer suitable for this era. Master Wei frowned. That Korean kid was introduced on stage by the MCs. But why aren't they announcing Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi? They're just going to move directly into the singing. His granddaughter pursed her lips and said, It shows that the directing team does not place importance on them. The older people looked at the two women on stage, listening to the lukewarm atmosphere from the audience. They had the sudden feeling that maybe it was true that the time for the younger generation had come. Zhang Xia was old, Zhang Yuanqi was getting old. The stage for music probably did not need them anymore. Maybe they shouldn't have gone on stage this time and just retired at their peaks. So what if they kept working hard to stay on it? The only thing that felt strange to them was the clothes that Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi wore. They were dressed in extremely bright, colored evening gowns. There was red, green, yellow, purple, and blue. The colors were very glaring, and they even had a red rose in their hair to go along with. This sort of getup was very gorgeous, a style that Zhang Yuanqi had never done before, nor had Zhang Xia. What's going on? What were the two of them going to do? Peng Yu and the directing team were looking at the screen backstage. Millions of people around the country were also staring in doubt at the two of them on their television screens. At the next moment, Zhang Yuanqi raised her microphone and took a light breath and smiled. I have a flower. It grows within my heart, a bud waiting to bloom. For the longest time, every moment, waiting for a sincere person to come to me in my sleep. A song titled Woman Flower by Anita Mui was portrayed with vividness by Zhang Yuanqi. Her voice was not youthful, nor was it lively, and there wasn't even a hint of clarity and lingering in her voice. Zhang Yuanqi's voice was the type that sounded a little husky, but it was exactly this type of voice that suited the song. Only a woman's voice at this age could transmit the feelings and mood of Woman Flower. This wasn't a song written for young women. This was a song that belonged to them. When everyone heard that part of the song, they were all stunned. Flower? A bud waiting to bloom? In the context of movies, TV, or literature, these lyrics were often used as a symbol of young women. But today, Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia had gone to use these words to sing about flowers. They even came onto the stage dressed in a flowery theme. They had portrayed themselves as flowers. Blooming? That was the rights of the young people. Only the young should bloom. But at your age, how do you qualify? Why? Zhang Yuanqi was holding onto Zhang Xia's hands, smiling at her as if the whole world was invisible. Woman flower, swaying in the red dust. Woman flower, wavering softly in the wind. Only hoping for a pair of gentle hands to soothe the solitude in my heart. A middle-aged woman seated in the front row suddenly held her daughter's hands as tears rolled down her cheeks without her even knowing why. Mom, why are you crying? The little girl asked. The woman was smiling and crying at the same time. You're still young, but when you grow up, you'd understand. Mrs. Zhou stood up. Her eyes had turned red, but she kept an unblinking stare at the two women on stage. Zhang Yuanqi's voice seemed to have carved each and every word into the hearts of all the matured women. Her voice was like a pair of hands, holding them by the shoulders. Master Wei also had a look of being touched. This song. The melody changed. Zhang Yuanqi lowered her microphone as Zhang Xia raised hers. Grandma Zhang Xia held Zhang Yuanqi's hand and smiled at the audience. Even though her hair was grayed and her skin was wrinkly, her smile was ageless. It was like a flower, like it had suddenly bloomed. I have a flower. The flower sent from the branches. But who would devote himself to tracing the scent back? A flower blooms not for long. Treasure what you can have while you have it. Women are like flowers. Flowers are like dreams. When most of the women heard this, their faces were already covered with tears. But Grandma Zhang Xia still smiled vibrantly. Woman flower, swaying in the red dust. Woman flower, wavering softly in the wind. Only hoping for a pair of gentle hands to soothe the solitude in my heart. Mrs. Zhou was also crying now. For this stage, for this spring festival gala, for the audience. They had given so much of their time. They had given so much of their youth and time to the stage. Who said that they were old? Who dared to say they were old? They could still sing. They could still sing for the rest of their lives. Even if 10 years had passed, even if 50 years had gone by, they would still be the most brilliant and bright woman flowers on stage. They would never be old. We would never be old. At this moment, even the men had faces of shock. Sometimes, men understood women more than women understood themselves. Everyone's heart seemed to have been struck by something at that moment. A middle-aged man in the last row looked at his wife and reached out his hand to hold hers tightly. With a grip that felt like he did not want to ever let go, he said, "Yenner, I'm sorry about last time. I called you old and haggard. His voice choked. You've done so much for the children, for me, and for our family." His wife smiled happily. "I'm willing to do all of that no matter what." The middle-aged man's grip tightened. "To me, you're forever and ever blooming flower." The duet. Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia held their hands and walked forward. As they walked, the two did a little dance to the music. It couldn't be considered dancing per se, but were light movements that seemed to emanate from their mood. With some nifty hand movements, their fingers sometimes touching the flower on their heads. Woman flower, swaying in the red dust. Woman flower, wavering softly in the wind. If you'd ever smelled the flowers, don't ask me who this flower is blooming for. Having loved, you'd know what it's worth. Only when you are drunk would you understand the strength of wine. Flowers bloom and wither all for naught. Fate does not wait. It's like the spring breeze that comes and go. Women are like flowers. Flowers are like dreams. Their voices harmonized. This made many in the audience stand up. The feeling that jolted their souls was very difficult to describe. All they knew was this. This is a woman. This is what a woman is. A woman is like a flower. It would never wither. Chapter 394. Who could have written this song? The music was fading out. The song was ending. It was as if the accompaniment was set to the lowest volume to allow the two women's voices to resonate even more clearly. It was an enchanting scene. Zhang Xia smiled vibrantly. "I have a flower. It grows within my heart." Zhang Yuanqi grasped Grandma Zhang's shoulders. "No one understands true love. The weeds of the land are growing throughout the hills." Up until here, the two women, who were no longer considered young, looked straight into each other's eyes. They did not speak, but slowly revealed their smiles and sang the last bit of the song. It was very gentle and light. A woman alone, by herself, has the most heartache. On this stage meant for the young. Once, in this world of the younger generation, the two women, who had been doubted by so many and had been labeled as things of the past by countless media outlets, at a time when their chances to appear in the gala seemed to be non-existent, had appeared on stage together. They had fought against all odds and sang with the youthfulness in their hearts. They showed their vibrancy in what might be their last time on this stage. Narcissism? No, they were not narcissists. All the older people in the audience at this point in time were applauding with all their might for the two great women on stage. "Great. Who says that both of you are getting old?" "Grandma Zhang, you are beautiful tonight. No one wants to appreciate the both of you. We will appreciate you." On stage were a middle-aged woman and an old lady. But to everyone right now, they were younger than the young. You've both given so much to the audience and lost so much. Even if time has crept up onto your faces, the both of you are still the most beautiful women flower in the world. Tears, excitement, sadness, moving. The audience all had different expressions as they were touched by this woman flower song. They were also moved by these two women who had dedicated their entire lives to the stage. Back in his previous world, Woman Flower was the most classic work of Anita Mui, a song composed by Chun Yaochuan and written by Lianxiu, paired with the husky and deep voice of Anita Mui. It was arguably one of the most godly works to have existed, but today, Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia's version had a different kind of effect. Though it lacked Anita's sense of resentment, it added a sense of confidence and calm. Those who did not know might never be able to appreciate the depth of this song. Woman Flower had no parts that required soprano singing, no increase in pace of tempo, no fancy changing of pitches, and just played out with a steady and flat melody. If judged by the young, this song would have been considered as a failure, but those who had truly aged with time and experience, especially women, were the only ones who could understand the message within this song. It speaks for the life of a woman. It describes the loneliness beneath the beauty. It was the desolation behind the bustle and the final bloom within that desolation. They really haven't had it easy all their lives. Master Zhou was full of emotion. Mrs. Zhou said while wiping her tears, Big Sis Zhang has sung for over 30 years and spent her life on stage. Zhang Ye debuted since she was just a few years old and also spent over 30 years of her life performing. No one knows how hard they have worked and no one knows how much they have given. When the Spring Festival Gala needed them, they were here, dedicating their lives. Now that the Spring Festival Gala doesn't need them anymore, what would they do? Where can they go? Master Zhou held his wife's hands. The Spring Festival Gala still needs them. Master Wei silently looked at the stage. Yes, the singing world still needs them. To many of those in the audience, Li Anson's Love One was quite a good performance and entertaining as a popular act, but it wasn't art. Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia's Woman Flower was what they would call real art. Backstage, a 40-year-old female technical staff had lost her composure. When she heard the song, it had reminded her of her life. When she was born, going to school, starting work, getting married, giving birth, going through her divorce, all sorts of emotions came rushing in. This song had overwhelmed her. Why? Why did they stop such good singers from appearing on stage? The female staff from the production simply stared at the screen and said, When I heard them sing it earlier, I thought it was quite good, but I never expected it to sound so amazing when they sang it live. It's really too amazing. I almost cried when I heard them sing. It isn't easy being a woman. The oldest man in the production team smiled and said, Zhang Xia is still as good as before. Who says that only the young singers are popular? Woman Flower. These two women has shown us a lot today. They had all heard the song earlier and knew that it was a good song, but never did they expect this song to be able to move so many people. It seemed like it was true when Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi mentioned that they did not sing it well that afternoon. Only on stage during the live performance did they sing it with all their heart and soul. Perfect. The interpretation of the song was too perfect. What a great pairing of two music veterans. Even director Peng Yu, who had been insistent on the Spring Festival Gala not needing Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi anymore, could not help but be moved by the song. He thought over it for a moment, and then quietly took out his phone to send a message to his wife. It's been hard on you all these years. His wife replied very quickly. Huh? What does this mean? Peng Yu said. Nothing. I just wanted to thank you. His wife replied. Her. Why are you being so mushy? Go work. You are still busy. I've wrapped dumplings. Let's eat them later when you are back from work. Peng Yu replied. Don't wait up for me. I don't know what time I will be back. His wife said, I will wait up no matter how late. There's no need to reply. Focus on your work. At the studio, there have been songs about women that I felt were quite good before, but when compared to Woman Flower, why do those songs feel like they're not that good anymore? That's right. Those songs that sing praises of women only cover the issue superficially and are too dignified in a sense. But this Woman Flower really touches on what being a woman is really about. The songwriter must understand women really well to their bones. It's really too understanding of us women. The song is so well written. Zhang Xia and Zhang Yuanqi sang it so well too. It's a perfect work of art. Those two women are really as good as ever. The young people did not understand any of this. What song was that? It's terrible. Yeah, it's so lousy compared to Li Anson's song. Only the melody was not bad. Everything else was not so good. But there were also other younger people who liked the song. What do you know? If this song was not good, then there aren't any good songs anymore. Don't tell me you all didn't understand Grandma Zhang and Auntie Yuanqi's message from the song at all. A girl said, Right, it's really so nice to listen to. A guy, whose eyes were full of admiration, said, Grandma Zhang and Sister Zhang are too beautiful. That aura, that charm, they really didn't feel old at all. I will fight it out with whoever dares to say otherwise. Although this song was about women who were older, the message it sent was not necessarily only applicable to those with age. It also channeled a special kind of energy in the younger ones. Then, whether it was the audience or people in front of their TVs, a lot of them suddenly had a question. Which master could have written such a good song that so accurately depicted women? Didn't they say that Zhang Ye and Zhang Yuanqi's songs were canceled? Why did they suddenly appear again to sing this song? If it was already composed beforehand, then it wouldn't be possible that their performances would have been canceled. Why wasn't this song brought out earlier to prevent that? The people who watched the gala included children, teens, and old people. There were men, and naturally women too. This was a fitting song singing about women. So why did they not bring it out earlier, and instead only bring it out after the last rehearsal had ended? Could it be that the song was composed spontaneously at the last minute? It can't be. How could such an amazing song be so casually written and composed at a moment's notice? The next program had started by now. It was a show of 4 songs being continuously performed one after the other. The performing artist was a more popular male singer in recent times, but at this moment, most of the audience had their minds on something else. There were limits to how much emotion a human mind could take. As Woman Flower was performed right before the current segment, everyone was too emotionally invested into that and had not recovered from the greatness of it. There was still a voting round to come. Every year, during the Spring Festival Gala, there would be a vote. According to previous year's programs, a language-based performance would usually be voted to be the top one. Whether it was cross-talking or skits, they were usually the most popular amongst the audience, whether they were young or old. In the merry mood of the Spring Festival, everyone would enjoy light-hearted and fun programs like these, which was why language-based performances usually had an advantage over others. But this year, a lot of middle-aged people had gone online to cast their votes. Every year, they would always cast their votes to language-type performances, but this year, they wanted to vote for Woman Flower instead. Everyone knew that the total votes at the end for a song performance would never outnumber votes for the language performances. Even if this year's language performances were not good, and no matter how good the performance of Woman Flower was, it would never happen, but they still chose to vote for Woman Flower simply because they had been touched by those 2 great women. Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Ye had gone against all odds and made it happen, telling the world of their persistence and dedication. And so, they, as the audience, also had a sudden urge to tell everyone else, to tell the whole nation, to tell the whole world, that they were not old at all. Every one of them were blooming flowers. Even at the end of their lives, they could still contribute that power of theirs to the world. 30 years old, so what? 50 years old, so what? 70 years old, so what? 90 years old, so what? Even if no one would understand, even if only we felt that we were still worthy of praise, even if everyone thinks that we are a thing of the past, so what? We will speak for ourselves. Chapter 395, Friend of Women. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, the performance for Woman Flower came to an end. There was no one left making dumplings in the kitchen. Everyone in the house was on the couch staring at the television in front of them. Especially all the women in the house were too moved by this song. Second aunt also cried. It was sung so well. Third aunt patted her on the back. That's right. Who would have thought that even at that age, Zhang Ye can still dress so beautifully in that flower dress? It didn't look out of place either. It was very pretty. Zhang Yuanqi too. I think Zhang Yuanqi today was much more beautiful than any of her previous outfits. First uncle interjected. Is this song good? First aunt leered at him. This is a song for us women. What would you know? Chao Mingming said. Yes, this is a song for us women. It's really nice. Everyone laughed. You are a little girl at best, what woman? Her. Chao Mingming did not like hearing that. Hey, music knows no boundaries, nor does it discriminate against gender or age. Why can't I find it nice? All of you are discriminating. Suddenly, Chao Dan looked at her cell phone in shock. Oh hey, hurry and take a look. News appeared on the internet. This Woman Flower was written by our bro. Chao Tong exclaimed, What? Chao Mingming rushed over. Give it to me. Chao Dan excitedly passed her cell phone to her. Take a look. This was news revealed by Zhang Yuanqi's company. Woman Flower. Lyrics, Zhang Ye. Composer, Zhang Ye. Arranger, Zhang Ye, Zhang Xia, Zhang Yuanqi, Wang Jingyi, Sun Qingji. Chow. Ming Ming exclaimed. Holy sh*t. Even the arranger has my bro's name? And his name is placed in front of everyone else's? My bro is too awesome. This is really a song written by my bro. Zhang Ye's mom became excited. Give it to me. Show it to me. Chow Ming Ming handed the cell phone to her. Aunt, someone from our family has really gone on the Spring Festival Gala. It's so empowering. No. I must call my classmates. Ha ha ha. She immediately took her cell phone to the balcony and began bragging to her classmates and friends. She was showing off happily. Zhang Ye's mom's glance made her momentarily high-spirited. With a beaming smile, 3 shouts of "Great" sounded out, and then hurriedly went to a corner to make phone calls. It was all to her old neighbors or colleagues. Hey, old Zhang. Hey, old Chow. Wishing you a happy new year. Thank you. Here's me wishing you a happy new year too. Are you watching the Spring Festival Gala? I'm watching. I just finished listening to The Woman Flowered. You heard it? What's your thoughts about it? Of course it's good. Our entire family is talking about it. This song is absolutely wonderful. Ha. Let me tell you that this song's composer and arranger was all written by my son. Didn't I tell all of you that my son's work would be on the Spring Festival Gala this year? It was originally going to be Wishing We Last Forever, but they changed it with something even better. It's this woman. Flower. It's really written by Little Yi? How could that be fake? It's written by my son. Hey, old Chow. Your house has produced a genius. It was immediately followed up by a second call. Hello, big sis son. Here's wishing you a happy new year. Hey, little Chow, thank you. You have happy new year as well. You heard The Woman Flower on the Spring Festival Gala just now, right? It's written by my son. And it was specially written by my son for me. Wasn't it nice? A few phone calls later, Zhang Ye's dad glanced at her. Was there a need to brag so much? Mom rolled her eyes. Who was bragging? Isn't that song my son's work? It is written by Little Yi. But who said it was written for you? Dad was quite speechless. Mom could not stand it and disliked what she had heard. Hey, if that wasn't written for me, then who was it for? She then looked at her other relatives and said, Tell me, am I right? Look at the lyrics, that melody. It can't be any clearer. This was a song my son created for me. Dad was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why can't I see that? Maternal grandma smiled and said, Since she said it that way, then it has to be it. Mom stared. What do you mean, then it has to be it? It's true in the first place. Dad did not want to argue with her. All right. It is. Mom was overjoyed. I was wondering what our son was doing this New Year's Eve, so he was out composing a song. He has really given our family face. On the web, elsewhere, Woman Flower caused quite a buzz. It's really a nice song. It does not have any high pitch or pitch changes or colorful, eye-catching things in it, but every word was so moving. Isn't the highest art of singing this? I'm not afraid to be ridiculed by all of you. I cried listening to the song just now. I didn't go so far as to cry, but I was also touched. Me too. These two music veterans have really made a leap and reached a level of sublimation. I also liked their songs in the past, but just like how young people evaluated these songs, the songs are all too old. It's too outdated. It's fine listening to them once or twice, but it can be inevitably tiring hearing it too many times. There's nothing new, but today's Woman Flower has really made a qualitative leap. I can't not be in admiration. Who said it's the world of young people now? After listening to Woman Flower, I only have a feeling that wine gets better with age. This is a classic piece. That's right. It will definitely be a golden oldie that will leave a good name forever. Following that, the songwriter's identity was revealed. When many people first saw his name, they were stunned, and then began to feel that it was very normal. It's Zhang Ye. Holy sh*t. It's really him. I knew it. I was just asking who could write such lyrics. There aren't many you can find in the music circles. Zhang Ye is one of them, and it's really written by him. This production of his sure is big. Zhang Ye is too heaven-defying. He's truly talented. But he's a young person and a man at that. How does he understand women so well? Haha. Sometimes men are able to understand a woman better than other women. That's true. With teacher Zhang Ye's talent, you can no longer look at him with common sense. Just like his talent in poetry. If it were anyone else, it's not something they can produce at that age. However, this is common sense when it comes to Zhang Ye. Don't put common sense over his neck. Actually, after I heard Woman Flower, I chuckled. I had something in my mind saying, what if this song was written by Zhang Ye? As the directing team had just rejected Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia from going on stage. The media and many members of the public also say that they are old and outdated. Eventually, it was followed up immediately by that, I have a flower, it grows within my heart, telling everyone that they were not old. This is face-smacking. Those who understand Zhang Ye's personality should know that these lyrics are too reminiscent of that fellow Zhang Ye. There's no one else other than him. I never expected it to be true. When my wife was watching TV, she was also amused. Her eyes were very sharp and immediately said that this song was not only sung for women. Not only was it sung for the audience, it was also sung to those who doubted them. What literary skills! Zhang Ye's ability to create music might not be weaker than his ability at writing poetry. The popularity of Wishing We Last Forever now doesn't look like a coincidence. Zhang Ye has the ability. In the future, more and more people will ask for songs written by him. However, I heard that he doesn't easily write songs for people. It seems even when Zhang Yuanqi tried buying the rights to Shui Diao Ghetto back then, they had gone through quite a lot of trouble. They only managed to get it after using both hard and soft tactics. Furthermore, it was Zhang Yuanqi who composed the melody. I also heard of it. After that song, many people came asking for Zhang Ye to write their songs. However, they were all nicely rejected by Zhang Ye. Hi. Only the heavenly queen Zhang Yuanqi and an old veteran like Zhang Xia have the standing to get one from him. As for others, nothing. After today's resounding outcome, Zhang Ye will be at the top of the musician circles. Just these two songs of his are no less than a top musician's work. In fact, it might even be slightly better in certain aspects. Zhang Ye is too awesome. I'm wondering, how can this teacher Zhang Ye be so versatile? He can write novels and poems. He's good at making programs too. He is also good at speeches, proficient at literature and the classics. Also, wasn't that Brain Gold advertisement in recent times also a work of his? Now, there's an additional trait of writing lyrics and composing melodies. How can one person be so talented? Which rock did this man jump out of? This is what, however strong you are, there is always someone stronger means. Haha. I'm really anticipating his next piece of work. Ode of Milan was wonderful. Woman Flower is a classic. I suddenly feel like I'm obsessed with teacher Zhang Ye. He is a spokesman for us women. He knows us women too well. That's right. He's a spokesman for women. Zhang Ye had experienced ups and downs and was quite legendary. Hence, he always had many nicknames and titles. Jinx, literary hooligan, anti-hijacking hero, professional Korean insulter. Today, under everyone's discussion, Zhang Ye had gained another title of Friend of Women. Chapter 396, a stunning scene in the dressing room. 10,000 votes. 20,000 votes. Woman Flower. S votes for best program rapidly increased. Although it could not catch up to a skit, Are You Coming? Nor could it compare to a crosstalk program ranked at the top. It was all a result of song-related programs being limited by the Spring Festival Gala. However, compared to other song-related programs, it was leading by a large margin. Just a few minutes ago, it had even caught up to Love One Sang by Lee Anson, who was extremely popular in the country. Woman Flower even momentarily surpassed it. It's been surpassed. Haha, nice. The Korean song has been taken down. Can this song still continue rising? No chance of that. It's all language-related programs on top. It's already not bad reaching this spot. Her. Woman Flower is now ranked #1 for song-related programs at the Spring Festival Gala. Awesome. I heard that the gala's live version will be released tomorrow. I also saw Zhang Yuanqi's manager, Fong Weihong's post on Weibo that Sister Zhang will be releasing a solo version of Woman Flower the day after tomorrow. Grandma Zhang will probably do the same and release a solo version as well. I heard they are just talking to Zhang Ye about the copyright now. If a single is out, I'll definitely buy it. Forget about buying the CD. That's outdated, but I will spend money to buy a high-quality version of Woman Flower. It's really nice. The song was very well liked. Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia's performance was also very well received. Even Zhang Ye, the composer, got some visibility as a result of the massive audience watching the Spring Festival Gala and the massive popularity of Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia. Of course, he was only a composer, So the amount of attention given to him could not compare to the performer, as few people paid any attention to this. But then again, the viewership of the Spring Festival Gala was completely heaven-defying, with about 20% of the nation watching this channel in front of their televisions. These numbers were massive. Even if 1 out of 1,000 people paid attention to the composer Zhang Ye after listening to the earth-shaking Woman Flower, that was still a lot of popularity. This was precisely the difference Zhang Ye had in his development compared to other mainstream celebrities. He was different from others. He did things here and there, writing novels and poems, a song here, a program there, a lecture at times, and even did an advertisement. He used all of this to accumulate his popularity bit by bit. Others could become immediately popular after filming a movie, but their popularity would decline after that for extended periods of time. Their popularity would rise again once they were filmed in another movie or television drama. Most people were like that, but Zhang Ye wasn't. Ever since he debuted, his popularity had never declined, nor had it remained stagnant. His popularity did not increase as fast as them, but it was increasing on a daily basis. How did he do it? It was all based on this sort of accumulation. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was also flesh. Zhang Ye would never miss an opportunity that could increase his popularity. It was almost 11. Central TV Broadcasting Studio 1. In a particular dressing room, Zhang Ye was still sleeping soundly. He was sleeping ever since the gala began until now. He was completely unaware of what was happening outside or the stirring buzz. He didn't even know about the commotions in the room. He had slept too late last night and had woken way too early this morning. It caused him to sleep like a dead pig. Ga. It was an ear-piercing screech of a chair being pulled out. Zhang Ye's eyelids twitched as he leaned sideways in a half-awakened state. Other sounds entered his ear. Outside the curtain that hid the sofa he was on, there were people talking. There were a lot of sounds. There were a lot of women's voices. There were all sorts of tinkling sounds with things being moved, as well as some rustling. Grandma Zhang Xia, you look so beautiful today. The voice sounded very young, but he did not know her. Really? Thank you. It was Zhang Xia's voice. I can't call you Granny next time, and should call you Big Sis. That big red flower on your head really suits you. It makes you look even younger than me. It was still that person's voice. Zhang Xia's laughter transmitted over. You and she and I acted young today. Another woman's voice. I once dreamed of being a singer. When I was young, my parents always listened to your songs, giving me that dream. However, you can't always get what you want, right? I actually did not have this talent. Finally, after graduating from Central Conservatory of Music, I switched careers and became a dancer. A delicate voice said, Xiaojing, you were from a music conservatory? I've only just realized now. Indeed I am. I am an authentic graduate from a music conservatory. Furthermore, I majored in singing. Sister Zhang, when I was schooling, I heard that you came to our school's auditorium as a guest to teach music. I'm not sure if you remember. After the class, all of us surrounded you, asking for your autograph. You spent about half an hour to give each and every one of us an autograph. You did not reject anyone and did not put on celebrity airs. I have some impression of that. Were you there? It was Zhang Yuanqi's voice. It was magnetic and very characteristic. That's right. You gave me your autograph, and I still have it hanging in my closet. Zhang Yuanqi, I saw your dance performance just now. It was really very good and was extremely high in artistic quality. Thankfully, you switched careers, reducing the number of detours. Right, now that I think about it, I'm still good at dancing. I heard you learned dancing in the past too and are great at it. If there's a chance in the future, can I consult you? Zhang Yuanqi. You would put me to shame. You are a professional dancer. So how can I even compare to you? We can have some exchanges, and in this circle, I have quite some face. If you need to do any commercial performances or other performances, you can look for me. I'll help get you in touch with the right people. The girl's voice sounded excited. Really, Sister Zhang? Another woman's voice said, since Sister Zhang has agreed to help you, then it can't be fake. Sister Zhang, do you still remember me? Zhang Yuanqi, of course. I heard many people calling you Little Zhang Yuanqi. I don't like that title of yours. You'll definitely be better than me in the future. Your singing voice is very unique. The woman said, don't. Your assessment is too high. Although it was a 5-person choral, it was all down to luck for me to go up on stage. How can I compare with you? I haven't even thanked you for the other time. Back then, I didn't know you and encountered a management company that wanted to ban me, preventing me from releasing albums. I really was out of choices then. Later on, an industry friend suggested me to look for you. At that gathering, I mustered my courage to tell you about it. In the end, it was settled the second day. I later heard that you gave my management company's higher-ups a call after the meal, settling it for me. Zhang Ye. It was nothing. The woman said, it might be nothing to you, but it was everything to me. I was not famous at all when I released albums in the past. I never expected you to really care so much as to help me. The women chatted. There were quite a few exchanges, and seemed like there were about 8 or 9 people. Zhang Ye became more and more awake. He rubbed his eyes and yawned. He sat up from the sofa. What was the situation? The Spring Festival Gala was over? How was he to go back? Old Zhang had also gotten off stage. The performance was over? How was the performance? Was the response from the audience okay? Zhang Ye did not know a thing. He looked at his watch and oh boy, it was almost 11. In about an hour, the clock would strike midnight. He really could sleep, missing his own song's performance. He had enough sleep already. It was time to wake up. He stretched his back and stood up. The women outside were still laughing and chatting. The two of you singing Woman Flower was really too impressive. That's right, Xiaoyu. I also think it was the best singing program tonight. In the future, no one will dare say that Sister Zhang or Grandma Zhang are old. That will just be them smacking themselves in the face. Did you see the reaction from the audience? I saw from backstage. Many elderly women were crying. Those young people were also staring wide-eyed. They were completely engrossed in it. This is the charm of a good song. Woman Flower was very successful. Zhang Ye nodded his head slightly. Although it was expected, he was also pleasantly surprised. Who said his efforts were for naught? He did not spend time with his family to pass the new year, but had been working hard here writing lyrics and melody, with all the accompaniments. His efforts had paid off. The approval of the audience was the best evaluation. His popularity could increase once again. Sister Zhang, I also wish to do a cover of Woman Flower. I'm not sure if I will have a chance in the future. Of course, it has to be next year, or the year after because Grandma Zhang and your performance have reached the peak of perfection. The both of you used different styles to perform Woman Flower to its peak. I don't dare to cover it so soon after the two of you sung it. That would be embarrassing. I'll have to wait a year or 2 first. When that happens, you'll need to give me the authorization rights. I'll buy it. Zhang Ye said with a laughing tone. I can't decide on that. The rights are with Zhang Ye. Auntie Zhang and my single release of Woman Flower would also need brand new discussions with Zhang Ye regarding the contract. Zhang Ye. I know him. I heard he's a particularly awesome person. I've also heard of his name. In our circle, many people talk about him. I heard Zhang Ye is quite a character, but his temper isn't good. Holy **T. Whose temper wasn't good? Zhang Ye nearly fainted. Is this bro's reputation in the entertainment industry in such a state? Behind the curtain, it was Zhang Xia who spoke up for him. Then that must be hearsay. I've seen little Zhang. He's a very mild-mannered person and was especially polite to everyone. He was also very particular in what he says or does. He's also very loyal. There's really nothing you can fault him with his dealings with friends. He's a very good lad. If not for him rushing here from afar, Yuanqi and I would have had no hope going on stage. What more future Spring Festival galas? A girl asked. Oh, is Brother Zhang easy to talk to? I heard many people had asked for songs from him, but he ignored them. Only Sister Yuanqi has the standing enough to get 2 classics, Wishing We Last Forever and Woman Flower. We probably don't have any hope just to get 1 song. It was Zhang Yuanqi's laughter. It's not easy for me to get a song from little Zhang either. Do you know that Wishing We Last Forever was me imposing my seniority on him before I managed to grab it? If not, he would not have given it to me. Then there's no hope for us. If there's a chance, you can try and ask. Teacher Zhang Ye's songs are really great. Industry outsiders or the audience might not pay too much attention to the composer or lyric writer. They only cared who sang the song, but industry insiders and people who really did music or sung acted differently. After listening to an excellent piece of work, their first reaction was obviously the audience's reaction. They would then want to know who wrote the song. Firstly, it was out of curiosity, and secondly, if they wished to work with the composer in the future, so they naturally had to know the other person's name. Or else, if they were to meet and did not know anything about the composer or lyric writer, then who would write a song for you? Hence, the moment Woman Flower was sung, Zhang Ye's visibility in the circle completely opened up. Those who could create one good work might have been lucky. However, to continuously produce two songs that reached the peak of perfection, it was definitely not as simple as luck. This fellow had true ability. Well, that's more like it. Keep chatting. I'll carry on listening. Zhang Ye did not find it appropriate to come out at this moment. He sat down on the sofa with satisfaction, listening to them. Talk about him. They were still on the topic of him, so if he suddenly appeared out of the blue, it would be quite awkward, and so he had to wait a little. He would pretend that he had just woken up and not heard a thing. Just as Zhang Ye was prepared to hear them praise him further, these people ended their chatter and the topic moved back to the Spring Festival Galas programs. The skit wasn't nice. It was all right. It wasn't as good as I expected. That's right. Language-related programs are getting worse. There's a lack of creativity. That's right. They all follow the same pattern and is quite uninteresting. It's getting worse throughout the years. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye felt helpless. All of you are so bad at chatting. Keep talking about how this bro is so awesome and mighty. Why was that all? Time to go. Let's go out. Zhang Ye knew everyone was resting in the dressing room and had come here because it was too chaotic backstage. They were probably waiting for the clock to strike midnight for the new year. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well go out and chat with everyone. At least, he could get to know some new friends. Of course, that was the scene in his fantasy. Get to know friends? Chat with everyone. None of that scene happened. After he pulled open about half the curtain, there was a curtain in front that was opened. However, as it was along a corner, those women were all gathered in front of the makeup artist. Hence, from Zhang Ye's angle, he could not see anyone and could only hear their voices. In Zhang Ye's imagination, Zhang Yuanqi and those nobodies or lesser-known celebrities were sitting on chairs, munching on melon seeds while chatting. Hence, Zhang Ye could walk out with a chuckle, but when this fellow walked towards the outer curtain and saw the dressing room, Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. He was completely shocked that he nearly peed his pants. Chapter 397. The Heavenly Queen Rescues the Situation. In the dressing room, behind the curtain in a corner, Zhang Ye's back was completely drenched in cold sweat. His sweat instantly seeped out of his pores. His autumn underclothing was a third drenched. Guess how frightened this fellow was. His hair nearly stood up. He was still hoping to chat with some of the women and get to meet some new friends. From their chat, he really thought they were just having idle chatter, as the topic was all about the Spring Festival Gala. No one mentioned anything about taking off or wearing their clothes. He was doomed. Why were all of them changing their clothes? The performances were all over, and all the women were in a dressing room alone, changing into their own clothes before waiting for the clock to strike midnight and then go home. Why didn't all of you tell me earlier? If I knew all of you were changing, no matter who retarded this bro was, I wouldn't have come out. I would have pretended I was dead asleep, or even dead till all of you left. Now it's too late. Zhang Ye had been seen by Zhang Yuanqi. Don't scream. Old Zhang, don't you scream. If you scream, this bro will be having his funeral wake tomorrow. However, well, this scene was really quite beautiful. Although he only took a quick glance that was less than 2 seconds, whatever could be seen had all be seen by Zhang Ye. Furthermore, it was everyone. It caused his nostrils to turn hot. Zhang Ye could not help but pinch his nose as he had a feast for his eyes. The women he saw were not just any ordinary women, but celebrities. Whether they were background dancers or backup vocalists, they were still celebrities despite not being famous. Most of their bodies and faces were excellent. It was a scene that could make him spurt blood. Sister Zhang. Why aren't you taking off your clothes? I'm trying. Is it difficult? Let me help you. Xiaojing, right? There's no need to trouble you. If your sister Zhang can't even take off her own clothes, then it means that I'm so old that I'm not too far off from saying goodbye to the stage. Don't you say the word old. If you are old, then what are we? You look younger than any of us. People spoke from outside again. Old Zhang did not mention what had happened. Zhang Ye heaved a big sigh of relief. He was so glad that old Zhang was so loyal. You really are something. You really are something. Hence, he carefully lay back down on the sofa. Actually, this sitting took him about 10 seconds. As the sofa was made of leather, it would issue creaking noises. Zhang Ye naturally did not want people outside to discover his presence, So he sat down very slowly, so as to minimize the sounds to prevent discovery. Suddenly, something happened again. The sounds of footsteps approached. I remember there's a sofa over here. Another woman said, I think so. Behind the curtains. The woman laughed. There aren't enough chairs here. If I don't sit, I can't take off these pants. Teachers, why don't you go first? I'll wait for a while. A woman's voice that sounded in her 40s said, her. Go ahead, I'm almost done. All right, then I'll be going ahead. The sound of footsteps sounded even closer to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's eyeballs stared widely. Holy shit, don't. What are you coming here for? There's someone here. Zhang Ye was already at a loss what to do. Shit. He was about to be discovered. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqi's voice rang. Xiao, hold on for a moment. Sister Zhang, the woman said uncertainly, and Zhang Yuanqi was heard saying, You are so young and learn dancing. Is there really a need for you to sit down to take off your pants? The woman said, Hi. It's because I've practiced dancing all year round, so my waist is full of injuries. I usually have to take care and protect it. Zhang Yuanqi said, Then let me give you a hand. The woman hurriedly said, I shouldn't trouble you. There's no need. I remember there's a sofa over there. I was doing my makeup here before I went on stage. I'll be fine alone. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The wind that accompanied the person's motions had blown the tiny curtain in front of Zhang Ye's eyes. Furthermore, the curtain was not fully drawn. There was a tiny portion exposed right in front. If the woman took another 2 steps, Zhang Ye's position would have been exposed. This bit of space was not enough for him to hide. What should he do? There was nowhere to hide. Zhang Ye was extremely anxious. This wasn't a big deal, but it wouldn't do his reputation any good. If he was charged with the crime of sneaking into a women's dressing room to peep at the Spring Festival gala, Zhang Ye might as well find a piece of tofu to slam himself to death with. He could not lose his reputation. He was too much too. Why did he run into a dressing room to sleep? If he knew that this dressing room was also a place where everyone changed their clothes, Zhang Ye would never have rested here. It was over. Hey, Xiao. It was Zhang Yuanqi stopped her again. Sister Zhang, the person said. Zhang Yuanqi, why don't you wait first? Woman, oh? Is something the matter with you? Zhang Yuanqi, for me, I want to change my clothes. Her, but my gown seems to be stuck. It's not easy to get out of it. I want to try sitting down since I've already taken off half of it. The woman said, Sure. You go ahead and change first. I'm in no hurry. All right, thanks. Zhang Yuanqi said, You are too courteous. There's no need to thank me. The woman said. Then, the sounds of high heels approached him. Tuck. As Zhang Ye focused with shock, Zhang Yuanqi was already standing in front of the curtain. Her eyes met Zhang Ye's once again. Zhang Yuanqi was holding up her evening gown, with many things blocking her chest. However, her shoulders and white back were completely empty. The heavenly queen did not say a word or have any special expressions. She stepped into the dressing room and then pulled with her backhand. Voila! The curtain was closed fully. Zhang Ye knew he was finally saved. He looked at Zhang Yuanqi with gratitude. Then he revealed a wry smile and made a gesture of him sleeping. Zhang Yuanqi did not understand him. Oh! Zhang Ye then leaned over silently and whispered with the quietest voice possible. Sorry, Sister Zhang, it wasn't on purpose. Just now, when all of you have left, I was sleeping here. When I woke up, I heard all of you chatting and thought all of you were just chatting, so I foolishly went out. Zhang Yuanqi acknowledged indifferently. Zhang Ye repeated again. I really didn't mean to. Zhang Yuanqi said in a deadpan manner. That might not be the case. F***K. Upon feeling like his volume was a bit too loud, Zhang Ye quickly locked his lips and said with a whisper. What do you mean that might not be a case? It was really an accident. Don't you know what sort of character I have? I really have to thank you for rescuing me from this situation. Can you get them to hurry up and leave in a while, so that I can sneak out? If not, I'll not be able to get out, and will be exposed sooner or later. Zhang Ye pleaded. Zhang Yuanqi looked at him. Let me consider it. Zhang Ye was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What do you mean you need to consider it? Don't pull my leg. Lives are at stake. Zhang Yuanqi threw a bag on the sofa nonchalantly. Next time, write another song for me. Didn't I write one for you today? Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. By helping me this time, you can consider it as paying me back for this song. All right, We can talk about next time in the future. What about the rights to my single? I'll give it to you. You have all the rights, but you must give me some money. As for how much, we can discuss later. All right. Then it's settled. Deal. Okay. Zhang Ye was in a rush to leave now. The woman outside suddenly said, Sister Zhang, are you done changing? If you aren't able to do it, let me try. Evening gowns are always like that. They are too tight, and at times hard to take off. Zhang Ye stretched her head sideways and said, I'm fine. The woman said, All right, then carry on changing. If you have troubles, give me a call. Thanks, Xiao Zhao. Zhang Ye said. This changing room was only about 2.5 meters wide. Although it was not considered small, there was a tiny sofa placed in here. Hence, the space was reduced by half, making it pretty confined. Zhang Ye sat on the sofa, while Zhang Ye stood in front. The two of them were nearly stuck to each other. If they wanted to maintain a distance, Zhang Ye would be squeezed out of the curtain. Old Zhang's perfume fragrance was also very prominent. Take off her clothes? Right? Old Zhang still hasn't taken off her clothes. Upon thinking of this, Zhang Ye looked at her helplessly. What are you looking at me for? Zhang Ye said with a frown. Zhang Ye knew she had a bad temper and hurriedly said, Nothing. Then he diverted his eyes to one corner and looked at the wall to his left. Then he found it quite unnatural and a bit awkward. In the end, he took out his cell phone to play with it, pretending to surf the net and read the comments of Woman Flower. Outside, the women were still chatting. Today that Lee Anson was just lip-syncing, right? Really? I didn't listen to it carefully. It was lip-syncing. You could tell during the rehearsals. Oh, I saw it too. However, he did it quite well. He did not make his voice too clear, so many of the audience members couldn't tell. It's also very common to lip-sync at such a stage. It's to prevent any errors from affecting the stage effect. There are very few people like Sister Zhang or Grandma Zhang that dare to sing live. In the changing room, Zhang Ye also laughed and responded. It's not that there are a few people. There are quite a few. However, there are some people who rehearse so much to the point where they become so tired and sleep for 3 hours. Some got sick while some got tired out. Some of their voices might not be in top condition, and there will be others who lip-sync. It's understandable. That's right. It's actually not easy. At this moment, Zhang Ye turned towards the curtain and faced her back to Zhang Ye. Then she slowly tried pulling off her evening gown again, bit by bit. Zhang Ye was actually in no mood to use his cell phone. This fellow was known to be the kind of person who could not walk after seeing women. How much nerves did he have to be able to carry on surfing the internet with the heavenly queen's beauty and figure beside him? Impossible. Zhang Ye began to secretly look down and peeped at Zhang Ye's back. She could not see him, so Zhang Ye did not pretend to look at Weibo any longer. With his head lowered, his eyes maintained a focused look. The back was extremely white. As he had previously seen Zhang Ye wearing nipple stickers, she definitely was not wearing a bra underneath. Hence, her back was completely empty. However, there was a bra mark left behind on the Heavenly Queen's skin. Chapter 398. The Heavenly Queen's Clothes. She was still taking them off. The evening gown had gone down 1 centimeter. The evening gown had gone down another centimeter. The Heavenly Queen's fancy evening gown began to fall off as her entire back was revealed. That arc and waist was beyond words. Zhang Ye did not have a figure as tight as Rao Aimin, nor did she have the long legs that Dong Shanshan had, nor did she have Wu Ziqing's full bosom. However, Zhang Ye's figure was the most standard and perfect. It matched the beauty standards of the masses. She was taller than Rao Aimin and her breasts were bigger than Dong Shanshan. Her skin was tighter and more elastic than Wu Ziqing. From top to bottom, her figure's ratio was gold. What are you doing in a while? Me? I need to go home. My kid is waiting for me. You are going back so early? There's still a celebration after this. I can't. My kid can't sleep without me. He's just 3 years old. Sis Yuanxi, are you going to join in on the celebration? If you are going, let's go together. Actually, they probably have already begun eating. They have set up a few tables, placed at the studio hall. There's food and wine. There was some miscellaneous chatting outside, and whenever Zhang Yuanxi was mentioned, she would respond. She did not stop her hands from moving. Suddenly, a black article of clothing appeared on her waist. Panties. Black? Zhang Ye's eyes began twitching seeing this. Suddenly, he felt that Zhang Yuanxi's neck was moving. It was unknown if she was turning back or it was just an ordinary movement. However, Zhang Ye did not dare risk it. He hurriedly lowered his head and looked to the side, pretending to look at Weibo on his phone. He could not see a thing. He could only hear the rustling of clothes being taken off. After another 10 seconds, Zhang Ye felt it was safe once again and lowered the cell phone in his hand. He made an angle and quickly used the reflection to see Zhang Yuanqi, who was less than half a meter away from him. Her head was still facing the opposite direction. Feeling emboldened, Zhang Ye looked up again to peep. Just this peep made Zhang Ye's eyes stare immediately. This was because two beautiful buttocks were gently jiggling inches away from him. Clearly, it was a result of her evening gown scraping against her legs that caused this motion. Zhang Ye could see the fleshy ass tremble thrice, and what made him awestruck was that the two buttocks was not completely engulfed by her panties. They were both revealed without any hindrance. It was a thong. It was a black-colored thong. Zhang Ye did not expect to see such a stimulating scene. After some thought, he understood too. This evening gown was too tight-fitting and was a bit long and thin. If she wore ordinary panties, it would result in a visible panty line. Hence Zhang Yuanqi wore such an underwear that could cause him to spurt blood. This scene really made Zhang Ye's eyes unable to move away. Slowly, old Zhang's bent down. The evening gown was now down to her legs. Pulling out her legs, she was completely undressed. And she threw it backwards. Ai! Zhang Ye jumped in fright. The clothes happened to land on his head. It was still quite warm. Zhang Yuanqi looked back and whispered, "Put it on the sofa." Zhang Ye pretended to cover his eyes. All right. He then hung the clothes on the sofa behind him. Zhang Yuanqi did not ask if he had seen anything. After saying that sentence, she ignored him. Then she carried on rummaging through the bag that she had brought in. There were clothes inside. Zhang Ye knew her face would look over, so he did not dare peep. He covered his eyes and lowered his head, appearing like a gentleman. However, the gap in his fingers was not completely tight. There were some gaps. It wasn't Zhang Ye doing it on purpose, but he happened to chance upon a white pair of hands taking out an item from the large purse on the left. There were stockings and a black dress. There was also a pair of stilettos. Finally, a bra was taken out. It was black in color and was made of very little material. Clearly, it was part of a set with the black thong. The beautiful bare legs turned around, which probably meant old Zhang turning back. Zhang Ye waited for a while and tried taking a peep. Zhang Yuanqi's back was facing him and putting on her bra. Bada. She had hooked it on. Then she raised her thigh, adjusted a stocking with her hands. She was supporting herself on one foot. Then, she put on the stocking on her beautiful leg and put it on very quickly. However, pulling up the stocking was comparatively difficult and troublesome. After all, she did not have any place to sit, so it was quite inconvenient. Zhang Ye covered his eyes and subconsciously whispered, "Sit over here and put them on." "Why?" Zhang Yuanqi asked. Zhang Ye said, "It will be more convenient wearing it here." Zhang Yuanqi's voices came from above him. "How do you know I'm wearing stockings?" "Ah." Zhang Ye was dumbfounded and immediately made up a story. "No, I just heard the sounds. I was thinking how it isn't easy for you to wear clothes while standing up. I'll stand up and you sit, all right?" "Oh, then there's no need." "Then, all right." What a close shave. He did not know if he had been caught or not. With the clothes taken off, the fragrance from Zhang Yuanqi's body intensified. Wisp after wisp, it lingered around Zhang Ye's face. This time, it was not the perfume from her clothes since she had taken them off. Now, it was mostly her body's fragrance. It was very mild, but especially gripping. She took a long while to wear the stockings. The changing room was small to begin with. With old Zhang bending her back and lifting her hips, Zhang Ye could discover it at a glance. Those two butt cheeks were about 30 centimeters away from him. If Zhang Ye lowered his head and moved forward just a bit, his head would touch them. He sat down while the heavenly queen was hovering. Zhang Ye's head was almost level with her buttocks, as old Zhang was very tall. "It's killing me. This is making this bro not be able to sleep." However, after seeing such an alluring scene, Zhang Ye felt that it would be worth it even if he could not sleep for 3 days and nights. This kind of special seat treatment was not something just anyone received. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqi's legs twisted as she exclaimed. She did not stand firmly, and just as she was wearing her second stocking, she lost her footing, as her leg was still partway into the stocking, so there was no way for her to find her balance. She then fell towards the side, and not towards Zhang Ye. It was the wall, and if she hit it, it would definitely be quite serious. Zhang Ye was, after all, a person who eaten quite a few Taiji Chinese martial arts skill books and was considered half a martial arts pugilist. He was quite agile and responded quickly. He leaned forward immediately and pulled her over. Well, he did not manage to catch her, but managed to cover where she was falling towards. Smash! Zhang Yuanqi's back hit the wall. As Zhang Ye's hands were protecting her, old Zhang did not slam into it too heavily. However, Zhang Ye also ended up moving in one direction towards the sofa. Pong! There was a loud thud from the sofa. The people outside heard it. Sister Zhang, what's wrong? The sounds of two people's footsteps could be heard coming over quickly. Zhang Yuanqi immediately raised her head and said to the people outside the curtain, "It's all right. I didn't stand nicely and bumped it. It's been a while since I last practiced dancing. My skills seem to be deteriorating." A girl said, "Did you fall and injure yourself?" "I'm fine, Xiao Zhao. Why don't you find a stool to change your pants? I might take quite a while here." "Sorry about that," Zhang Yuanqi said. The girl said, "Look at what you were saying. It's all right. I just used Grandma Zhang's chair and have already finished changing. We're all waiting for you. Aren't we going to join in the celebration supper?" Zhang Ye's heart rate was probably at 150 by now. After all this twists and turns, Zhang Yuanqi was already leaning on the sofa's armrest. Zhang Ye had his hands around her back, and his other hand was touching the bottom of Zhang Yuanqi's thigh. This was a movement and action he did without thinking while protecting her. Zhang Ye did not do it on purpose. He was also touching where old Zhang had not covered with stockings. Let's put it this way. Zhang Ye's right hand's top few fingers had come into contact with the stocking's rustling feeling, while the middle of his palm was the other end of the stocking that was still scrunched up. Finally, the lower end of his palm was on Zhang Yuanqi's thigh flesh. It was extremely warm to the touch. Her skin's temperature instantly reached Zhang Ye's palm. It was soft. Zhang Ye did not dare to move, afraid people outside would discover him. Zhang Yuanqi did not move and said, "Go ahead first. I'll come out there once I'm done." The girl outside said, "That won't do. We aren't in a hurry either. We will wait for you. I'm not done changing, and I still need to remove my makeup. It's quite troublesome. Auntie Zhang, go ahead and have the meal with everyone first. It's not right for all of you to have to wait for me." Zhang Yuanqi said. Grandma Zhang from outside laughed in a kindly manner. "All right, then take your time. We won't be waiting for you. Let's go and eat something first. All of us have been busy all night and are probably hungry. Are you all dressed?" "I'm done." "Me too." "All right then, Sister Zhang. We will wait for you over there." Zhang Yuanqi lifted her head. "All right, see you in a bite." Sounds of footsteps walking out came out in droves. Only then did Zhang Yuanqi supported herself on the sofa. She was wearing only a bra and a thong, as well as half a nude-colored stocking, before she slowly stood up. Zhang Ye said with a pounding heart, "Are you all right?" Zhang Yuanqi waved her hand while Zhang Ye looked at her. She then looked back at Zhang Ye and coldly said, "Why don't you keep looking at me?" No. Zhang Ye suddenly realized and quickly turned his head away. "I was afraid you were injured. Put on your clothes. I definitely won't look. I'm not that sort of person." This fellow probably didn't even believe the words, he said himself. He covered his eyes again and then suddenly smelled the fragrance intensify. He then recalled that his hands had caught Zhang Yuanqi. His hands were naturally filled with old Zhang's feminine scent. It was so fragrant. The temperature of her legs seemed to still linger on. This was the first time Zhang Ye had come into such close contact with Zhang Yuanqi. Actually, that's not right. He had come into contact with her at the motel while escaping last time. Well, anyways, it felt good. This time, he really did not look. Zhang Ye only heard the sounds from his ears. She seemed to be done wearing her stockings. Her black dress was probably also done. Then he heard Zhang Yuanqi say, "I'm done." Zhang Ye opened his eyes and lifted his head. He finally saw Zhang Yuanqi stepping into two brand new stilettos with her beautiful feet. With some adjustment, she put them on. This outfit was not as bright as the colorful evening gown from before, but it was very eye-catching too. Old Zhang actually looked good in anything with her beauty and bearing. Chapter 399, New Year's Goal. Inside the changing room. It was past 11 p.m. The two of them were still speaking in whispers, as no one knew if everyone outside had completely gone or if someone else had come in. "Hold on," old Zhang said nonchalantly. "Okay, Zhang Ye responded. Zhang Yuanqi pulled the curtain and went out to take a look. A few seconds later, she walked back in. All right, you can come out. Being able to see the light of day again, Zhang Ye heaved a sigh of relief. It's all thanks to you today. If not for you rescuing me, I would not been able to come out and would have been scratched to death. Zhang Yuanqi said, about the single, I'll get someone to talk to you about it tomorrow. Zhang Ye happily said, there's no need to talk about it. Give me any price you think is right. Then send me the contract. I'll sign it and send it back to you. You can mail it to me once you sign it too. He still wanted to spend the rest of the New Year's with his parents, so he did not want to go out to discuss matters as it was troublesome. All right. After saying that, Zhang Yuanqi opened the door and looked out. There's no one, so I'm leaving to you to your own devices. Zhang Ye smiled and said, all right, go for your celebration supper. All right, here's me wishing you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Zhang Yuanqi did not speak further as she walked away in her heels. Zhang Ye watched her leave. Upon hearing some footsteps, Zhang Ye hurriedly pretended he was walking past and walked over. Zhang Ye. It's really Teacher Zhang. 3 Central TV staff came. One of them did not know Zhang Ye, but the other 2 recognized him at a glance. Zhang Ye laughed. Well wishes for the new year. Have a good year too. A male employee said. Woman flower was too good. Another female employee also said excitedly. That's right. This is the most touching song I heard this year. Teacher Zhang, I wish you good health. I hope you would continue bringing us even more excellent works in the coming year. I'm already looking forward to it. You might not know, but many of our female colleagues cried backstage when listening to your song. Zhang Ye said humbly. It was Sister Zhang and Grandma Zhang who sang it well. A few people exchanged a few words with Zhang Ye before they left to busy themselves with their own matters. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. The number was from his maternal grandma's house. Zhang Ye hurriedly picked it up. Hello, son. It was Mom's voice. Are you still busy? Zhang Ye said. I'm done, but I won't be able to make it in time, so I probably won't be able to pass the new year with the family. Tell my grandma and granddad. It's fine. Mom just wants to ask you something. Mom asked urgently. The woman flower you wrote. Who is it for? Zhang Ye said oddly. It's for Sister Zhang and Zhang Xia. Mom did not like hearing that. I'm not asking who you gave it to sing. Dad's voice came from the phone. Your mom is asking you if the creative inspiration of this song was because of her. Did you write it for her? What? Zhang Ye was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. But he immediately said, yes. Of course it's for Mom. All the creative inspiration came from Mom. Mom laughed joyfully. Haha, all right, son. That's all. Before the phone hung up, Zhang Ye heard his mom say to his family on the other side. Heard that? What did I say? What did I say? Zhang Ye. Mom was such a person. She loved to brag and act awesome. Hi, let her brag then. Anyway, it did not matter who. It was written for. Zhang Ye would not lose a piece of flesh as a result. It was the new year, so he had to make Mom happy. Outside, in the lobby, many celebrities who had finished their performances were gathered here. They were watching a large screen which showed the live broadcast. It was very clear and was even better than watching television at home. There were not many big stars here. They probably had gone to the celebratory supper together with Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia. The ones left behind were mostly extras for the Spring Festival Gala or less famous people. Zhang Ye naturally could not go for the celebratory supper. He had snuck into Central TV's broadcasting studio one after all. Hence, he found a spot to sit down to watch the Spring Festival Gala. There was someone sitting beside him. Hello. It was a middle-aged woman. Zhang Ye looked over and found her familiar. Hello. The woman was in her 40s or 50s and was a bit plump. She was not very good-looking, but had quite an interesting look. She had very kindly looks. If I'm not mistaken, you are Zhang Ye, right? Zhang Ye said. That's me, you are. Oh, I know. You are teacher Ci Xiufang. Ci Xiufang, a skit actress. She was considered an old play veteran in the world of skits. She was not a regular on the Spring Festival Gala, but often appeared on large-scale galas like the Mid-Autumn Festival or Lantern Festival. She was mostly the sidekick in skits and played the main character from time to time. She was the type that was similar to Yao Jiankai. She had a familiar face that many people would recognize if they saw her. However, their popularity was average, never too hot or cold. This knowledge and information instantly appeared in Zhang Ye's head. Ever since he knew his weaknesses, He had already forcefully tried to become more familiar with this Earth's celebrities and culture. From the looks of it, he had done his homework pretty well. He had really managed to recognize her. Ci Xiufang smiled and said, "It's so nice for you to be able to say my name." Zhang Ye said, "It's not something hard to do. I've watched your skits often. They are played so well. Some details like expressions and actions might not be noticed by others and look normal, but the skill included in that can't be something mastered in a year or two. It's at least skills that takes a decade or two." Ci Xiufang waved her hands, saying, "I'm not as good as you, to be so talented at such a young age." The woman flower from just now, I was listening to it and was truly touched to the heart. Later on, I heard from a young person beside me that you had written the lyrics and composed the melody. What a coincidence for me that, just as I was hoping to meet you, you came sitting beside me. I've seen your talk show programs too. As it's more geared towards the young, there are certain things that I can't accept, but there are many things that are admirable. I was quite amused watching it too, and there was quite a lot worthy of learning. Talking about this, you do talk shows, while I do skits. We are both comedians, so we are in the same line. This is our first time meeting, and you can say we have gotten to know each other." She reached out her hand. Zhang Ye also shook her hand. "To be honest, my talk show pretty much has entertainment as its core and are incomparable to your skits. Your acting is what's called true art." That was the truth. After some mutual compliments, the two also had a good chat. Ignore the fact that Ci Xiufang was fat and did not look pretty. She had relied on herself from her 30s to create a path of comedy for herself through her struggles. She did not rely on her looks or other things. All she relied on was her own resilience and pursuit towards the arts. Zhang Ye was always very respectful towards this kind of silent and unknown artists. Besides, he knew very well the feeling of bringing laughter to the audience every year without them knowing her face or her name. This sort of feeling was something celebrities like Li Anson would never understand or experience. Artists like them, who did not have good looks, usually had to walk a path much harder than others by tens or hundreds of times in the entertainment industry. With this, slightly more than half an hour passed. They were both comedians, so there was a lot in common. Looking up, it was almost midnight. Ci Xiufang pointed to the screen. "It's almost time to do the countdown." Zhang Ye stood up. "I've benefited greatly from the chat I had with you. Someday, if I visit you and consult you, don't you not welcome me?" Ci Xiufang squeezed out a smile. "You are too polite. You also have your own routines and system. The entertainment of talk shows is something never seen before in the entire world. You are the founder. In this area, you are already a systems founding master. There's no need for you to consult me, nor do I have anything I could possibly teach you. Though our styles are different, who knows if there might be an opportunity for us to work together." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "That would be nice. If I have the honor to work with a veteran artist like you, it will definitely help me out a lot." Of course, that was just perfunctory as they were not in the same field, so there wasn't a lot of chances for them to work together. Ci Xiufang suddenly said, "In a few days, there is a national crosstalk and skit competition. They have invited me to be a judge. I don't know if I have the time and have not agreed to it." "Did they invite you?" Zhang Ye waved his hands. "Crosstalk and skit competition? I didn't hear of it. Inviting you as a judge is very normal. I'm just a host and lack the qualifications." Ci Xiufang said, "The crosstalk and skit competition these past few years have been quite successful. I watch it every year and also learned a lot of things from rookies or established crosstalk and skit actors. If you have the time, I suggest you to take a look. It's never a bad thing." Zhang Ye said humbly, "All right, I'll definitely watch it this year then." Zhang Ye's world also had similar crosstalk and skit competitions, however they were not as successful. Every year, it was met with a lukewarm response. From what Ci Xiufang said, this world's national competition was a few levels higher, and the scale was completely different. Suddenly, everyone began shouting, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's the new year. Happy New Year. It was midnight, and fireworks could be heard outside. They exploded all at once. The new year had just begun, and Zhang Ye was infected by the mood and felt excited. He was lucky this year. Many positive things had happened. He had also become famous. Ignoring the vicissitudes in his career, it had developed quite smoothly. Besides a few hours before the new year, He had ended the year nicely and perfectly with Woman Flower. He was very satisfied with his own results and how he was increasingly nearing his dreams. The year had passed. Let's wish that next year would be even better. Goal. Let's set one up. This year, I'll try to increase my popularity and visibility to the level of a B-list. This world's B-list celebrity was practically a figure everyone knew. Chapter 400. Something has happened again. Midnight passed. Everyone was jubilant over the arrival of a new year. On the screen, the Spring Festival Gala had also reached its climax. The programs after that were no longer something worth watching. Many people would leave and were preparing to disperse. Even a portion of the audience in front of the televisions were likely go to sleep. There would be a portion of people eating dumplings and having idle chatter with family. So even though there were still programs later in the night for the Spring Festival Gala, the true Spring Festival Gala was only the first 4 hours before midnight. Mission accomplished. This bro could also leave now that everything was settled. In the crowd, Zhang Ye found Ci Xiufang. Auntie Ci, I'll be leaving. Zhang Ye bade her farewell. Ci Xiufang revealed a smile with her plump face. Go ahead. Please send my New Year regards to your parents too. I'm waiting for a friend and will be going home soon. Zhang Ye said, all right then. Thank you. Ci Xiufang said, if there's a chance, let's have an exchange. Sure, I have your number anyway. Zhang Ye walked out the lobby. Outside, the broadcasting studio's special tunnel. When Zhang Ye reached the exit, there were many celebrities and staff members walking out from there. There were women he had previously seen in the dressing room. The person with red underwear was also in the crowd. All of them were walking very slowly. There was no other reason than because this was the exit. There were many fans gathered outside the door blocking stars. Zhang Ye felt quite helpless over these people who did not spend time with their families at home and instead came here to join in on the buzz. In his case, no matter how much of a star chaser he was, he would never have done that. Furthermore, there were many company cars and managers waiting to receive these celebrities. It caused this special green-colored tunnel to be especially congested. Wow! Meng Meng. Sister Qi. Sister Qi. Lord 12th has come out too. Ah, he's so handsome. The fans were shouting the names of their favorite celebrities. Zhang Ye had never heard of people like Lord 12th. It was probably some palatial-related character role's name in some movie or television drama. The fans were squeezing inwards. More than 20 security personnel pulled out a cordoning tape to block the crowd from advancing. Don't push. Step back a bit. This is a restricted area. The security personnel were turning hoarse from shouting. Zhang Ye noticed he would not be able to exit anytime soon, so he decided to light a cigarette on the side. He wanted to wait for the people to clear out first. After all, his family had already celebrated the arrival of the new year, so he was no longer in a rush to go home. As the celebrities walked out the passage that was beside a wall, they were met with fans shouting their names one after another. It was like walking down the red carpet. These celebrities, who had finished their performances just a while ago, were also very responsive. They would wave to everyone and say some words in response. One female celebrity even threw a flying kiss to the crowd. A few men who were big fans became so excited that forgot who they were. To be able to go on the Spring Festival Gala gave them a boost in popularity. Furthermore, since it was the New Year, one of the most traditional and bustling festivals in China, the celebrities present were all feeling very good. Some of the celebrities, who usually did not take interviews, would stop putting on airs and interact with their fans. Heavenly King's son was the first to get into his company's car under the shouts of his fans before leaving. Then a very popular crosstalk actor also boarded his manager's car under everyone's laughter and jokes before slowly driving out of Central TV. Suddenly, a cacophony of ear-piercing screams sounded without warning. Ah! Wow! Heavens! The sound was extremely loud, and were basically only women. The voices of women were so much sharper. It was not like the low pitches of men. This cacophony was simply astounding. Many celebrities and staff looked backwards. Zhang Ye was also given a shock. He did not hold the cigarette firmly and dropped it on his arm. He hurriedly flicked his hand and thankfully did not burn his clothes. It only left a trace of ash on it, which could be removed with a pat. Zhang Ye grumbled while stamping out the cigarette, but on the floor. He was very angry. What was all that commotion for? All of you nearly scared this bro out of his wits. Can you at least give some warning before screaming so loudly? He also looked backwards curiously. He did not know who had so much charisma and popularity. Could it be old Zhang coming out? If he did some calculations, Zhang Yuanqi's celebratory supper had probably ended. But this glance of his made Zhang Ye's anger come from only one single source. Li Anson. Li Anson had actually come out, and he was putting on quite a bit of airs. He had 2 bodyguards beside him who looked like Koreans. Bodyguards were not allowed into Broadcasting Studio 1. Didn't you see Zhang Yuanqi and company not even have her manager with her? Maybe Li Anson's bodyguards, who were 2 large, black suit-dressed Koreans, were waiting outside and received news in advance and came to receive him. The moment Li Anson walked out the exit, they came to both his sides. They looked at everyone else with vigilant eyes. Hence, Li Anson was escorted out. Zhang Ye despised him, and it was greatly at that. What sort of pretense was this? You even brought bodyguards? I don't even have bodyguards. Without even needing to mention bodyguards, I don't even have a F***king manager. What type of act are you trying to pull off? Actually, by now, Zhang Ye had a good understanding of Li Anson. He knew he was recently very popular in China. He was the kind of person that became popular overnight. In terms of foundation, he was probably worse than Zhang Ye. And according to what he knew, Li Anson was only popular in China. In Korea, Li Anson was not even somebody in his country's entertainment circles. He wasn't even considered a B-list celebrity. The only reason was that he had a song and a Korean drama he acted in, which was received with lukewarm response in Korea, suited the girls in China better. Li Anson's shoulder brushed past Zhang Ye, and for some reason, he gave Zhang Ye a glance. Zhang Ye noticed it, but ignored him and did not look at him again. He lit another cigarette stick. He knew why this person looked at him. 1. It was just an accidental glance without any intent. 2nd, Li Anson might know that he had composed a song for Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Xia at the last moment, allowing Woman Flower to go on the Spring Festival Gala, and shortening the time allocated for his song from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. It was just a minute and did not seem like much, but don't forget that this was a miraculous stage. This was the annual Spring Festival Gala stage. 1 minute? 1 minute was as precious as gold. How many celebrities would fight it out just to get on that stage? Yet they didn't even get the opportunity to appear on it for half a second. 1 minute was too precious. As such, it was unlikely Li Anson did not have any feelings about this. However, how could Zhang Ye care about him? He might not care, but the fans cared. Anson Appa, you sang too perfectly today. The Spring Festival Gala directing teams are too idiotic. You should have had so much more time for your program today. Yet they cut off 1 minute for that bad song. Woman Flower? What bullies? Right, Li Anson, ignore them. There's us supporting you. In our hearts, you are better than any of the celebrities at this year's Spring Festival Gala. I love you. Marry me. Give me a signature Anson Appa. I want one too, I want it too. I've already waited 2 hours for you. I also sneaked out of my home to come see you. I've finally seen Li Anson. He's so handsome. Mania. Only this word could be used to describe the situation. Zhang Ye was wondering how lip-syncing could be considered perfect. Have you seen the world before? Or is the Spring Festival Gala's directing team idiots? Or was Woman Flower a bad song? All of you sure are funny. Forget it. Everyone has their own standards. It was impossible for a person or a piece of work to be liked by everybody. Zhang Ye did not say a word. It was their freedom to chase after stars. Everyone had the right to choose who they liked. However, what made Zhang Ye and many people surprised was that Li Anson seemed to transform into another person. He was so warm and approachable on stage, and the way he smiled at the audience was so kindly. Now that the program was over and he was leaving, Li Anson's face was completely cold. That cold was not like the coldness from Zhang Yuanqi. Old Zhang was cold in private, but that was mostly a result of her personality. She was such a person and had such a temper. However, even though Zhang Yuanqi was cold, she never put on airs. As long as friends looked for her, or even those juniors from the entertainment circles, she did not even know, she would still not put on any airs. Zhang Yuanqi would still help them and was particularly loyal. Hence, old Zhang's coldness was just a personality trait and not her nature. However, Li Anson's gaze was completely different. The way he looked at fans were as if he did not take them seriously. Li Anson said something in Korean. The fans actually did not know what he said, but cried out in excitement. Lee Anson said something to me. Go and die? He was speaking to me. Immediately, two girls around the age of 17 rushed past the cordon tape towards Lee Anson. When the people behind saw someone take the lead, they also rushed forward. Lee Anson frowned. His two bodyguards immediately protected him from the front and rebuked the fans. They spoke Korean, but it was likely to get them to make way. Please give me an autograph. We really waited very long. Anson Appa, please. There was a 15-year-old girl whose lips had turned white because of the winter weather. Clearly, she had stood outside in the cold for more than 2 hours. Her body was clamped together with her head lowered. Yet, she stretched out her trembling hand, with a small beloved book over. She looked excitedly at Lee. Anson, make way. Go away. Do not cause disorder. The security personnel hired by Central TV rushed out to maintain order. However, the group of people that crowded around were all young girls. They could not be too rough either, so the situation reached a stalemate. At this moment, everyone thought Lee Anson would give the fans some autographs for a photo op. It was impossible to sign 50, but 5 would definitely not be a problem. That was also a way to account to his fans. However, no one expected that there was no response for a long time. Pushing carried on for quite a while. Suddenly, a scream came from the crowd. Someone's pushing. Someone has fallen. The guards are beating people. Beating people. With a rush, the crowd moved back. A 15-year-old girl, who had nearly frozen, had fallen to the ground. Chapter 401. Zhang Ye's one kick. It happened too suddenly. No one had expected this scene. Lee Anson was stunned. Lee Anson's bodyguards were also stunned. The panicking and dispersing fans were also stunned. Even Zhang Ye, the surrounding celebrities, and staff, who had just come out of Central TV Broadcasting Studio 1, as well as people from artiste management companies waiting outside were stunned. It happened too quickly, and no one had clearly seen what had happened. A weak little girl was already down on the ground. Even though it was the new year, she was still wearing her school uniform. She seemed to have been knocked down and was injured. The little girl lay on the ground, holding onto her arm. She endured the pain and seemed to be desperately enduring it. Tears even seemed to be welling up in her eyes before they started to drip down involuntarily. The ground was also very cold, and she was not wearing much. She had also been waiting outside for Lee Anson for hours. Now, with her trembling, it became very obvious to the naked eye that she was shivering. What's the matter? What happened? Why did she fall? Young lady, are you okay? Someone help her up first. The surrounding people began discussing without understanding the situation. However, when Lee Anson looked at the girl, he remained unperturbed. He stood at his original spot without moving. The two bodyguards were initially stunned for a few seconds, but then stopped looking at the girl. Their hands were still around Lee Anson, and their eyes were only for their employer. A woman in her 30s, who had performed in an acrobatic show during the Spring Festival Gala, was nearest to her. She rushed over and held the girl's hands. Child, are you all right? The young girl shook her head with all her might, but her tears carried on dripping. The woman felt her heart ache and hugged the child's head. Poor child, this child is freezing. It's all right. Auntie is here. Behind, Ci Xiufeng and her friend also came out. She had also probably seen the situation and rushed over with another middle-aged woman who was around her age. They squatted down and looked around to see where the girl was injured. Where does it hurt? Ci Xiufeng asked quickly. The girl said, It's not pain. Thank you, Auntie. The woman, who did acrobatics, was not very happy. She did not understand the situation, but knew who had caused this. She immediately stared at Lee Anson and her two bodyguards. What's wrong with you? The trio ignored her and did not say a word. The acrobatics performer was further infuriated. Let's not talk about the reason why. She's just a student and a young girl. She fell in front of you, yet the three of you didn't even help her up? Lee Anson leered at her. And %you and hashtag at it hashtag. The two bodyguards remained expressionless and were unperturbed from the beginning to end. No one understood the Korean words Lee Anson said. Ci Xiufeng could not stand for it. Just because you don't know Chinese, can you just ignore someone when you see them fall? A B-list male singer behind also said, That young lady is your fan, and you can really just stand there. At this moment, one of the girls, who had surged forward, pointed to the fat bodyguard. It's him. He was the one who pushed us. I saw him. I saw it too. That's right. It's them. How can they do that? We just wanted an autograph. Yet you push someone. What's the big deal? Why are you putting on such airs? I won't care about you in the future. I will not listen to your music or watch your dramas anymore. No matter how famous you are, can you compare to Zhang Ye? Back then when Sister Zhang finished her concert, she was stopped by thousands of people at the back door. Everyone wanted her autograph, but Sister Zhang did not say a word and took out a pen to sign for us. She spent a full 2 hours just to give us autographs. She finished signing at 1 in the morning. Later on, when everyone saw how tough it was on Sister Zhang that she could no longer hold her pens, did people choose to leave on their own? What did Sister Zhang do? What did you do? I must have been blind back then. Why did I like you? You are too disappointing. How can you do that? That's right. This girl was here when I came. She was shivering in the cold wind. I wanted to lend her a coat, but she was embarrassed to accept it. She waited for 3 hours, all for one autograph. Can't you even satisfy her tiny wish? Is this request too much? Is it insurmountable? Many people outside began to criticize. There were a few of Lee Anson's fans who had rushed forward at the beginning. They were also completely disappointed. They felt their hearts turn cold upon seeing this scene. They began to openly denounce Lee Anson and his bodyguards. Although from those people's accounts, it was the bodyguards of Lee Anson who did not handle things properly and had knocked someone down. But who was their boss? It is you, your bodyguards. Your men made a mistake, causing such a situation, yet you remained motionless. You did not even help her up, nor did you say a few words of comfort. Even if you had your reasons, or had something urgent, maybe a schedule you had to rush to after this, or you were in a rush to go home to take a rest, there was no reason that could be used as an excuse for your actions. This matter was all your, Lee Anson's, responsibility. Apologize. Right? You have to apologize. Lee Anson, hurry up and apologize. Many of Lee Anson's fans felt very embarrassed. They did not know on which side of the fence to stand on. It was obvious that they still liked Lee Anson and still possessed some fantasies. However, the fans, who were outside waiting for celebrities, and those who didn't like Lee Anson to begin with were not friendly. They all began shouting, "Apologize! Apologize! Apologize!" Without knowing when it happened, everyone began shouting in unison. Many people were feeling impulsive and infuriated. Not everyone liked Lee Anson, and not everyone had good feelings for Korea. There were already 7 or 8 people who had crossed the cordon tape. When the security personnel hired by Central TV saw this, they were afraid the situation would spiral out of control, so they rushed forward to stop them. Each of them grabbed one, hoping to hold down those commoners who had barged in. "Get out! Don't do that! This is a restricted area." The security personnel only had those 3 lines. They had to ensure the safety of the celebrities. However, the more this happened, the more the crowd could not hide their emotions. "You want us out? He already beat our people. Is this Korea or China? Let go of me. Let me in. Which country are you from?" Many people were shouting at the security personnel, but they remained steadfast in their responsibility. They forcefully pushed them out without saying a word. C.I. Xiufang shouted, "Stop!" An old man, who had drawn sand art at the Spring Festival Gala, also said, "What are you doing?" The security personnel of Central TV ignored him and did what was within the scope of their job, and so no matter who was at fault, they did not need to care. They were people who had been trained and were very professional. To them, this was all a job. Being sentimental? They did not consider it. Lee Anson was still standing motionless. He did not move, while his 2 bodyguards did not say a word. On the other side, C.I. Xiufang and the acrobatic woman helped the girl stand up. C.I. Xiufang's friend took off her coat and put it on the girl. "Wear Auntie's clothes. Say something. Where does it hurt? Did you get injured from being knocked down?" The girl shook her head with all her might. It's okay. Thank you, Auntie." C.I. Xiufang was exasperated with her reaction and said, "If you are okay, why do you keep clutching your arm? Let me take a look." Saying that, she pulled up the girl's sleeves and ignored her resistance and rolled up her sleeve. The girl's arm was completely bruised and had suffered from abrasions. She did not have a bad fall, but that was according to the standards of an adult. This girl was clearly underage. How could a young child like her still endure the pain as if it was nothing when she had suffered such injuries? This made everyone's heart twitch. They knew she was a sensible person and did not want to bother others. Similarly, this made everyone even more infuriated with Lee Anson and his 2 bodyguards. What was he doing? Was there such a celebrity like you? How can you treat fans like that? Apologize. 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 The commoners outside shouted even louder. Li Anson's bodyguards might know Chinese, so when the thin bodyguard saw the crowd, he whispered a few words into Li Anson's ear. Li Anson's expression turned ugly and said something to the thin bodyguard. Finally, Li Anson actually turned around and walked towards the end of the passage. The car here to pick him up was there. I said stop. Apologize. What sort of person are you? The crowd pointed at Li Anson and rebuked him. However, Li Anson acted as if no one else was present and continued walking. His two bodyguards stood on his left and right as they left. As this happened, all the domestic celebrities saw this. They did not know how to handle it. No one went to stop him. None of the Central TV's security personnel cared about Li Anson. Not only that, they even stopped those commoners who were trying to barge in. The scene was a complete mess. Many people were shouting and cursing. There were also voices from the security personnel trying to stop them, and even people who helped speak for Li Anson. It was all an accident just now. Anson Appa would not treat fans like that. It must be the language barrier for Anson Appa. I know Korean. Let me say something. Then that person shouted in Korean, hoping that Li Anson would apologize to the thin and frail girl to settle the matter. Despite Li Anson and his bodyguards clearly hearing it, they did not even turn their heads back. The woman, who spoke Korean, turned pale. How can this be? Anson Appa. Anson Appa. The final outcome was Li Anson had knocked down a fan and swaggered away with his bodyguards. No one could stop them. The commoners slowly ceased in their shouting and angrily held up their fists. They were also just very normal commoners. They could curse a bit, but they would not dare to barge in to stop him. Li Anson was a very popular star in this country. As for celebrities who came out of the Spring Festival Gala, none of them went to stop him. They could only stand there rebuking him because they too did not know how to stop him. Li Anson walked away. The security personnel ignored the matter. To them, this matter was nothing. The injured girl, who had been pushed to the ground, bit her dehydrated lips while looking unblinkingly at the distancing Li Anson. After a moment of enduring, she suddenly burst out crying. Previously, when she was injured and had a bad fall, the girl had endured it without whimpering despite her falling tears. She even kept insisting that she was fine, but now, at this moment, first cries of the frail girl nearly tore apart many people's hearts. However, something no one expected happened. Li Anson did not leave. To be precise, he did not succeed in leaving. There was a security booth in front that only allowed one person to pass. Just as the bodyguards were waiting behind and Li Anson quickly walked through the security booth, there was already a person waiting there. This person looked ordinary and had very average looks. He did not dress very formally and seemed to have thrown his clothes on before leaving the house. He was such an unremarkable person, but under everyone's shocking days, he stretched out his leg and kicked Li Anson in the stomach forcefully with his shoe's sole. Pung. Just one simple kick. A kick as fast as lightning. He had sent Li Anson flying. Li Anson's body was flying through the air and flew a distance of 2 full meters away. It was Zhang Ye. The person who blocked Li Anson's path was Zhang Ye. There was silence throughout the scene, for everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Ye faced Li Anson, who was still flying through the air, and those 2 bodyguards, who looked extremely furious, and said, "If there's no apology, none of you are going to King leave." Chapter 402. Another person is sent flying. Holy fuck. Beating people. Li Anson got sent flying. Who is this person? Who is this person? He's so fierce. There's absolutely no way of looking at him straight. He really flew up. Holy sh*t. How much strength was in that king kick? It was a scene no one could react to. This scene, that was engraved in everyone's minds, was not something that could have happened. However, everyone watched in shock as this scene happened for real. It had happened before their very eyes. Li Anson flew out of the security booth. Li Anson slammed into the ground and cried out. It's true. Everything was king true. It was no longer sufficient to describe their expressions as jaw-dropping. The celebrities were all stunned. Li Anson's fans also became silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed in amazement at the person in the security booth. They did not understand where such a daring person came from. He really dared to beat him up? You really dared to make a move? Who is this person? That is Lee Anson, a famous big shot star. How could this be possible? How did such a foolish, rash person appear in the Central TV's compound? Furthermore, he was in the special passage in the security zone meant only for celebrities. It was already past midnight, and the sky was very dark. The lighting wasn't good, so many people could not see his face clearly. Only when that person took a few steps out of the security booth did everyone see the man's face. Someone screamed, "This is F***K. Isn't that Zhang Ye? It's really teacher Zhang Ye." Many people did not know him, but some managed to recognize him. Zhang Ye was especially well known in Beijing. Even if quite a number of people could not call out his name, they would make the connection with a particular work and legendary story of his after seeing his face. Did you see wrongly? Not at all. It's him. Yes. My parents watch his programs daily. It can't be wrong. With the flurry of discussion, the crowd seemed to explode as voices roared in unceasing fashion. Those who truly understood Zhang Ye or knew what he had done were immediately enlightened, as well as being at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It was no wonder. It was Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang was a well-known hooligan in the entertainment circles. His name had been placed on the watch list by the SARFT and was placed number 1 of this year's SARFT blacklist. He had beaten his leaders, scolded his unit, conflicted with the SARFT, turned nasty with a professor, and had gone to war with the literary world. Teacher Zhang's experiences and legends were not something that could let them look at him straight. He was a hooligan from top to bottom. It was rumored that some people would hide from him when they saw him. Beating up someone? Beating up a celebrity? Others might not do it, but when it came to Teacher Zhang, he would really do it. Just on this matter, only Teacher Zhang Ye was capable of such hooligan acts. A messy situation happened. This would be interesting. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. Many people were stunned on the spot, unsure of what to say. There were many who were extremely excited, as if they were on stimulants. Those who were excited were not just excited because of seeing the bustle, but it was an excitement that came out of their nursed grievances and fury. Many of them were suppressing their pangs of fire, but had to watch helplessly as Lee Anson and his 2 bodyguards walked away. They could not do a thing, but now, someone had stood up for them. And he was not some ordinary commoner, but a celebrity who had fame and prestige. It allowed them to vent their anger. That kick had relieved them of their anger. "Nice kick," someone shouted loudly. Eventually, numerous people looked towards the person who spoke. That person gulped and shrunk his neck back. He produced a loud cough, and just as he was about to say something, others responded immediately. "Yes, nicely done. This kind of person is better off being beaten to death. To think he's a star? How can he have such an attitude towards his fans? What sort of character is this? Teacher Zhang, you did it too beautifully." Shouts of support and cheers resounded in the Central TV's compound. Of course, there were also discordant voices. It was the hardcore fans of Lee Anson, or it was better to call them brainless fans. A fat girl angrily said, "Who allowed you to beat him? Anson Appa, are you all right? Are you all right?" Someone said. A middle-aged man standing beside him could not bear to see this anymore. "Young ladies, he treats you fans so badly. How can you keep supporting him? What's the point?" The fat girl glared angrily. "I like Lee Anson. What has that got to do with you?" A boy said to her. One of your own was pushed to the ground. You neither helped nor cared. Yet when the person that caused all this fell, you were more worried for him than worrying for your own parents. What state of mind do you have? How dare you shout at us? How can you shout? Didn't your parents educate you? You can't even tell right from wrong. The hardcore fans that resolutely stood on Lee Anson's side decreased. However, there were still a few. Both sides began to curse each other. Ci Xiufeng shouted loudly, "Little Zhang." An acrobatic star Zhang Ye did not know signaled to him with his eyes. Zhang Ye's kick had frightened all these domestic celebrities. They were all amazed at how brave Zhang Ye was. It was not that they had not seen people being beaten, but for a celebrity to beat up another celebrity, and at the Spring Festival Gala in the Central TV's compound, and furthermore in front of so many commoners and celebrities, this shocking scene was enough to stun them completely despite them having seen all sorts of things and traveled the world. There was all sorts of voices. Everyone reacted differently. However, Zhang Ye ignored all of that. He turned a deaf ear to his surroundings and took step after step as he walked towards Li Anson, saying, "I shall repeat myself once more. Listen to me carefully. If you do not apologize, no one is going to leave here today." Then he used his body to block the security booth's entrance, sealing it. "If you don't believe me, you can try. Where do you think you are? Others don't care? Fine, they might not care, but I care." This was obviously aimed at the Central TV security personnel. Another security guard saw that a fight had occurred here and was also dumbfounded. He subconsciously charged at Zhang Ye and blocked in front of Li Anson. It was unknown if he was being professional or for any other reason. He shouted at Zhang Ye, "What are you doing? Don't do it." Following that, people saw another kick and another flying figure. Zhang Ye had kicked the hip of the security guard, and he too flew up like Li Anson. As the spot he was kicked in had a different center of gravity, he even flipped in the air. That security guard got thrown out. Instantly, the scene turned silent. He pointed at the security guard's nose and said, "You ignored it when a commoner was beaten. When the commoners want to seek justice, you stop them. Now that a so-called star from Korea is in trouble, you are more worried than his dad or mom. Are you King sick? Was your brain kissed by a donkey?" Chapter 403. Beating up 3 people consecutively. 2. Kicks. 2 people consecutively beaten. The scene turned chaotic. There were more and more people gathering around. Many of them were celebrities who came out of Broadcasting Studio 1, after hearing the news, to watch. When they saw the scene, they screamed "Holy shit" in their minds. What's going on? Isn't this too much? The live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala was not over yet. The clock had just struck midnight for the new year, and there's a fight outside? The celebrities had their reputations to maintain. It was unknown if there were reporters, so they were very particular with what they said. They did not express any thoughts nor spoke a word. However, the commoners outside did not have to be concerned about this. "All right, kick him. This bunch of security guards are too wicked." Well kicked. Li Anson can push others, but we can't go in. They can beat people, but we can't beat them. Your logic is so flawed. K. Could it be that all you Central TV security personnel are here to service Li Anson alone? Is he your dad? Scum. Towards the security personnel's unfair attitude, many people began to swear. Li Anson was still on the ground, clutching his stomach. The 2 bodyguards were staring deadly at Zhang Ye. One of them helped Li Anson up and checked his condition. Li Anson, the thin bodyguard. It was unknown what they said. It was all Korean. However, it was probably easy to guess. Li Anson was cursing. "Who are you scolding?" A commoner angrily shouted. "Say it once more for me." Another commoner pointed at Li Anson. With Zhang Ye taking the lead and standing forward, the surrounding crowd were emboldened. The Central TV bodyguard, who had been sent flying, felt better after a while. He also barely stood up after feeling a moment of pain. He looked at Zhang Ye with rage and said, "You are beating people?" Zhang Ye said confidently, "So what if I do?" A young security guard behind saw that his colleague had been kicked. He turned nasty and was about to rush over to help. However, his arm was caught by an old security guard, preventing him from going forward. "Are you dumb? Don't you see who that is?" "Who is he?" A young security guard was in a daze. The old security guard whispered, "He's Zhang Ye. Didn't we see his news 2 months ago? That time was his first time on a plane, and under the situation of the aircraft cockpit being destroyed by hijackers without any autopilot, he manually flew the plane back and safely landed it." The young security guard. Another security guard beside him said, "It's him." The old security guard looked at the young security guard that was beaten and said, "That Xiaochen deserves it. Our job is to maintain order and not let unauthorized people cause trouble inside. The troubles between stars is their matter and not something we should care about. But that Xiaochen went to poke his nose into the matter. He really has water flooding his brains." But someone who had good relations with Xiaochen said. A security guard explained, "Xiaochen likes Korean stars. Ignore him. Pretend we didn't see it." The old security guard said. In a few seconds, the security personnel were held back by Zhang Ye's forceful stance. After a round of discussion, they changed tunes. They closed one eye, pretending to not see anything. That security guard, Xiaochen, who had been beaten, turned back. No one stood in solidarity with him, so he could only run back dejectedly and did not poke his nose in the matter anymore. There were many reasons why these security personnel changed their attitudes. However, anyone wise could tell that it was mainly because teacher Zhang Ye was too fierce. He did not care who it was. He beat up anyone he saw and was completely unreasonable. To get them to go forward to deal with the matter? How were they to deal with it? What happens if they got beaten by teacher Zhang Ye? They might as well not seek trouble for themselves. The scene was back at its beginning. Only Zhang Ye was facing Li Anson and his two bodyguards. The frail girl, who was trembling till her lips turned blue, was still crying. The acrobatic woman and Ci Xiufang were coaxing her and blocking her from the cold wind by the side. The child's situation made many people's hearts ache. With some time, Ci Xiufang took a glance at Zhang Ye, who was standing by the security booth. It was unknown if she should cry or laugh. She had chatted with Zhang Ye for quite a long while in the lobby, and they got along well. What seemed like a gentle young man to her was very polite in his speech. He was also very respectful. He was also a person of the arts and literature and a teacher at Peking University. Ci Xiufang's impression of Zhang Ye was very good, but no matter how much she imagined, she never expected that she would see such a tough Zhang Ye outside a few minutes later. A teacher of the people? This did not match the image of a teacher of the people at all. Li Anson's bodyguards were humiliated and furious. They had come to China only for a few days. They had been alongside Li Anson all this time. Be it galas, concerts, commercial performances, endorsements, they were always met with courtesy no matter where they went. Everyone was so polite, but where did such a person appear from? In such a situation, in front of so many people, he actually dared to kick Li Anson? They were furious, but they found it more unbelievable. Suddenly, Li Anson, who stood up, bellowed. When the fat bodyguard heard this, he nodded and rushed over and kicked at Zhang Ye. He was very big in size and was quite fat. His body weight was also obvious. Ci Xiufang exclaimed loudly, "Little Zhang." A commoner shouted, "Teacher Zhang, be careful. Io, he's gone over." Many of the commoners were standing on Zhang Ye's side. There were a group of people who were shouting at Central TV's security personnel. You ignored it when those foreigners were beating people. Yet you care when teacher Zhang stands up for us. Now when they are going to beat teacher Zhang, you ignore. Hurry up and stop him. Which country are you from? Do you have any humanity in you? The security guard, Xiaoqin, who had been beaten up, yearned for Zhang Ye to be beaten up. Why would he provide assistance? The other security guards looked at each other. Without their leader here, they decided not to move. They decided to wait for their leader to come back before they did anything. The task assigned to them back then was to prevent unauthorized people from entering and to maintain order. Other things were not within the scope of their job description. The Central TV's security personnel's actions ignited the flames of anger within the commoners. Although they knew they had their reasons and duties, their attitudes were completely unacceptable. Zhang Ye had beaten someone up to force him to be accountable. Not only did you not verbally stop him, you even came to stop him physically. You even jumped in front of Li Anson, protecting him. Now that it came to Zhang Ye, none of you moved? No matter how the security personnel explained, such as Zhang Ye was the first to make the move, and how it had nothing to do with them, their duties, or things like if they were to pull away the cordon tape, the barging of people would cause the scene to become more chaotic. None of them mattered. They made the commoners feel that what Li Anson and his bodyguards did was all right. But other than Li Anson, no one could do a thing. Stop. Be careful. Teacher Zhang. Many people had their hearts in their mouth. However, there were even some of Li Anson's hardcore fans who added fuel to the fire. Punch him. Go for it. Let Zhang Ye have a taste of his medicine. Serves him right. Who let him beat Anson Appa? These fans actually began cheering on Li Anson's bodyguard. Everyone thought Zhang Ye would be beaten. After all, their figures were so disparate. Their heights were also different. One was a professional bodyguard, so the situation was obvious. Then when they looked at Zhang Ye, they realized that he was without reaction. He calmly looked at the flying kick of the fat bodyguard. He did not even put much thought into it. And even at this point, Zhang Ye was still not looking straight at him. He leisurely took one step to the side and raised his arm nonchalantly, blocking the flying kick. His wrist made a very elegant angle. The fat bodyguard felt all the strength he sent out dissipate, and he nearly lost his balance. He landed in alarm and tried to maintain his balance before punching forward with a roar. Zhang Ye easily stretched out his hand and received the punch. With a twist of his wrist, He dispersed all his strength once again. It was Taiji Fist. Today, Zhang Ye was furious, and because of this, the Taiji Fist that worked at times could be used today the moment he made his move. The fat bodyguard stared. He had used all his strength twice, but none of his strength was usable. Just a twist of that man's wrist, and all his energy seemed to dissipate into the ocean. Not a single wave was stirred. The fat bodyguard gulped in his heart. Oh shit. No matter how dumb he was, he knew he had met an expert today. Although he did not know how good his opponent was, he was sure that he could not beat him. The fat bodyguard did not dare to move. The onlookers could not understand. Li Anson also did not understand. The fat bodyguard knew Li Anson was pressing him to make his move faster, but the thin bodyguard behind had also been trained and could tell the disparity in strength. He rushed up to help, but at this moment, a pair of hands appeared behind him to hold him down. The thin bodyguard was stunned and looked back. It was a stout man a head taller than him who spoke Chinese. What are you doing? He tried twisting his shoulders, but could not move one bit. The stout man's strength was much greater than his. The stout man smiled and said, I'm here to mediate. Everyone saw that not far behind the stout man stood Zhang Yuanqi. The Heavenly Queen had arrived. This person was Zhang Yuanqi's bodyguard. The Heavenly Queen is here. It's the Heavenly Queen's bodyguard. Ha. Sister Zhang is mighty. The thin bodyguard struggled to get rid of him to help, but could not escape from Zhang Yuanqi's bodyguard's hold. He was held on the spot. He was here to mediate. He was clearly here to help Zhang Ye. Li Anson's face turned black. When the fat bodyguard saw that the thin bodyguard could not come over to help, his heart turned cold. At this moment, Zhang Ye's third kick of the day came. Without being alert, a solid thud made him the third person to be sent flying by Zhang Ye. The two people before him were not considered fat, so it wasn't a big deal if they flew. However, this fat bodyguard was at least 160 kilograms, yet he had also been sent flying. Ah, heavens! He really flew up. The audience finally understood. They originally thought that Zhang Ye's small and weak body would ensure he would be badly beaten by the fat bodyguard, but no one expected that Zhang Ye was more powerful than him. Awesome. Beat them. You are acting wildly here. Teacher Zhang has good kicking skills. With an uproar, the crowd repeatedly cheered. Actually, the reason why Zhang Ye could so easily deal with the fat bodyguard was mainly because Li Anson only had average popularity in Korea. He did not have the ability or foundation. So the bodyguards he hired were not too professional. It was all just for show. It was not like S-list celebrities who selected their bodyguards very carefully. Furthermore, the bodyguards hired by Li Anson were mainly for their language ability. Since his main development was in Korea, communication was very important. His bodyguards also took on the responsibility of translation, hence, they were much weaker in their main jobs as bodyguards. When something unexpected happened, this fat and thin duo could not handle it. Furthermore, when Zhang Ye was in Shanghai, he had obtained a lot of reputation points from the hijacking. He had spent all of it to buy Taiji Fist skill experience books and 8-10 books. His level in Chinese martial arts was increased by quite a bit. Although he definitely was no match for freaks like Rao beating a bodyguard was extremely easy. There was no pressure at all. Zhang Ye walked over. You were the one who pushed that girl over, right? The fat bodyguard wanted to get up from the ground and was about to speak. However, Zhang Ye kicked him right in the face. With a dull thud, the fat bodyguard was kicked unconscious. He lay there motionless. It was not a question. It was Zhang Ye muttering to himself. The frail 15-year-old girl was no longer crying. She was staring unblinkingly at Zhang Ye and the fat bodyguard on the ground. Zhang Ye was seeking revenge for her. Zhang Yuanqi's bodyguard saw a few moves of Zhang Ye. His eyes lit up and had a general idea. He knew he was being superfluous. Only then did he release Li Anson's thin bodyguard's shoulders and walk back to Zhang Yuanqi's side. He was no longer involving himself. Zhang Yuanqi asked why. The stout man explained, Sister Zhang, don't worry. Teacher Zhang Ye is well trained. No matter how many of those half-past 6 bodyguards there are, they will not be his match. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, Is he that powerful? The stout man said without a thought. Yes. Zhang Yuanqi said. Then compared to you? Me? The stout man pondered for a second and shook his head. I don't know. We've never sparred, so I won't be able to tell. Anyway, I would definitely not dare to fight him. Why? Zhang Yuanqi asked. The stout man said helplessly. I practice in strength boxing styles, while he likely practices in authentic inner strength boxing styles. It's not the same, so it would be difficult to fight him. The thin bodyguard did not dare go forward. Li Anson was also dumbfounded. He gasped seeing the bodyguard who had been knocked unconscious. Zhang Ye held up a finger and said to Li Anson, I'll repeat myself once more. Apologize. The thin bodyguard translated it to Li Anson. This time the commoners' cheering supported echoed. Apologize. 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 Li Anson's face turned ashen. He looked at Zhang Ye and the frenzied crowd. He was so angry that he nearly crushed through his molars. Chapter 404. Today, it will be useless no matter who comes. Outside, the cold wind was howling. The situation was at a standstill. What's the matter? What happened? What's going on? Stop. All of you stop. Suddenly, a group of people came out the exit. They all wore suits, and some of them even had badges. It looked like they were Central TV staff, possibly some were also from management. A middle-aged man walking in front of them wore a dark expression as he looked at the people lying on the ground. He called out for a colleague who had been standing outside witnessing the whole fracas. The youth who hurried over relayed the incident to them, occasionally pointing in either Li Anson or Zhang Ye's direction, talking and waving vividly. After they had an idea of the incident, the staff from Central TV was also in a fix. A minor person in charge went to Li Anson and asked, Are you all right? One of his fellow colleagues went to check out the fat bodyguard who stirred after being pinched in the philtrum. He touched his face and realized Zhang Ye's shoe print was still imprinted on his face. The Central TV staff let out a sigh, relieved that the bodyguard was not hurt too badly. When Li Anson saw the Central TV staff arriving, he flew into a rage. He pointed at them and said, In mona, 없이 폭행을, 여기도 법이 있나? The thin bodyguard translated. Li Anson is asking what's with this guy? Why did he hit others without reason? Is this still a place with laws? Zhang Ye was amused. I did it with no reason. The commoners by the side were all accusing angrily. Bullshit. It was you who made the first move. If not for you knocking that young girl down, why would teacher Zhang have a reason to beat you? You didn't apologize or help her up even after pushing her down. Is there any reason? F***K. Apologize. Don't even think of leaving without apologizing. A Korean wants to behave atrociously in our territory. Pooey. What F***king bullshit is this? The Central TV supervisor was also troubled. He went over to try to smooth things out between Li Anson and Zhang Ye by saying, Both of you are public figures, and it's the new year now. Why don't we just drop the matter and forget that it ever happened? We'll all go back home and not hold things up here anymore. Zhang Ye said carefreely, It's fine. I have lots of time and have nothing better to do at home. You're fine? We aren't fine. The person in charge said, Teacher Zhang, you have already done what you did and even hit one of our guys too. No matter what, you shouldn't have hit anyone. What if this gets out? Then no one would look good. Give me some face today and forget about it. Even if Li Anson was in the wrong, you aren't that innocent either, right? Zhang Ye gave a wave of his hands and said, I won't be giving anyone any face today. An old man with the Central TV stepped up from behind and said, Teacher little Zhang, you are a teacher after all. How can you be like this? Take a step back and everyone can get on with it. Whether it was the other celebrities or commoners, many of them still did not understand Zhang Ye well. Maybe they knew him a little, but that was not enough. Hearing the old man speak, many of them were surprised. Teacher? This fellow was a teacher of the people? Everyone felt a little light-headed upon hearing this. They had never seen this sort of teacher who went around hitting people, but they were full of admiration for Zhang Ye's actions as they were also infuriated by Li Anson's actions. Because of their status and various reasons, they were unable to go forward and help. Only Zhang Ye had stepped up to take action. He did not care for the consequences of his actions, nor had any regards for his status as a teacher, literary person, host, etc. All he wanted to do was to seek justice for the little girl who had been hurt. Just based on this, many people felt they were inferior to Zhang Ye. They knew that they couldn't possibly have done what Zhang Ye did. Ci Xiufeng said from the distance, Little Zhang, forget it. An old folk music performer said, Yes, if it goes on like this, you'd get in trouble. I think I saw someone making a police report just now. Clearly, it must have been a brainless fan of Li Anson. But Zhang Ye appeared unmoved, standing still at the security checkpoint. Teacher Zhang. The person in charge looked unhappy. What is it that you want? This is enough. The gala will be dispersing soon, and the leaders will be coming out as well. There are also reporters. You, Zhang Ye said without acknowledging anyone. It's useless no matter who comes today. You, the person in charge took a step over. However, he was held back by another man from Central TV. He pulled him back a meter or two and whispered to him, Supervisor Liu, don't. He doesn't care who you are and will beat up whoever tries to stop him. Our security team did the same as you and was sent flying. The person in charge. Faced with such a person who didn't care for the consequences, anyone would be frustrated. He couldn't be reasoned with and wouldn't give in to statuses, nor could they match him in a fight. A woman from Central TV suggested, why don't we get a dozen security team members to send Zhang Ye off? We need to get Li Anson out of here before the matter gets bigger. Otherwise, we won't be able to wrap things up here, and judging from the commoners' anger, it might even start a riot. But the person in charge rejected this, whispering in a low voice. Then that would become a topic of discussion in the media. Li Anson was in the wrong, and if we were to help him to subdue Zhang Ye and aid him to leave this place, do you know how the commoners would react to that? They would definitely think that Central TV worships foreigners since we helped a Korean celebrity bully the commoners of China. Then what should we do? The Spring Festival Gala is almost over. This is too nerve-wracking. Why did this mess have to happen during the festive season? It has always been fine in the past. This Zhang Ye is really as his reputation makes him out to be. He's such a bast *** road. Why didn't he consider the consequences beforehand? Isn't he afraid? Does our Central TV not even have the face to curb all this? Don't even mention us. Don't you know? This man even dared to scold the SARFT. So what else does he not dare to do? Actually, he did well to beat that guy up. Li Anson's too snobbish. I'm also frustrated with Li Anson. He puts on an act in front of the cameras. That's enough. Don't say such idle nonsense. Keep it down. The Central TV staff whispered amongst themselves. At this moment, more people had gathered around. There were hundreds of people surrounding them. Some were standing up on stone benches and staircase railings trying to catch a glimpse of the action. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. During this period of time, a lot of people had come forward to try to hush down the incident. C.I. Xiaofeng was also afraid that Zhang Ye would be made responsible for the whole incident. Whatever reasons it might be, beating anyone up was against the law. But after a long confrontation, Zhang Ye still did not leave. He stood at the security checkpoint and even lit a cigarette. He stood there like he was one against many, not listening to what anyone had to say. Li Anson's eyes was full of rage. He didn't wear much except for his suit. The winter in Beijing was many degrees Celsius below zero at night. Li Anson was frozen inside out when he suddenly said something in a low voice. The thin bodyguard looked over, but did not translate. Zhang Ye asked, what did he say? The thin bodyguard did not respond. Everyone knew it was not something good. Suddenly, a girl shouted out from within the crowd. She had initially been a fan of Li Anson and had snuck out together with the girl who had been pushed. They had just wanted to get autographs from Li Anson and were your typical Hallyu fans. But after the incident, this girl had already been converted by Zhang Ye. She suddenly felt that she was so stupid to have spent an entire day in the cold waiting for Li Anson. Was she sick? What was that all for? She suddenly found Zhang Ye very handsome. It wasn't his looks, but him sending someone flying with his kick. That braveness and toughness made her heart melt. That young girl then shouted loudly, Brother Zhang Ye, I know Korean. Li Anson is calling us pigs. A backward nation. Trash. The thin bodyguard was stunned. F***K. When did Li Anson say those words? What Li Anson grumbled just now when translated was, what sort of crappy day is it today? When did he curse you as pigs or trash? Backward nation? Li Anson only said a few words. How could there be so much information in them? What are you doing? You King call that knowing Korean? You don't know **T. Li Anson also saw how the crowd turned into a frenzy almost instantly. The anger in everyone's eyes was more intense than before. He still did not know what had happened. What happened? What had happened? The thin bodyguard hurriedly translated what the young girl said to Li Anson. When Li Anson heard this, he nearly coughed blood. It's not like this, young lady. Was your Korean taught to you by the Japanese? F***K. You're F***King scamming me. The thin bodyguard was just about to explain. It's not like that, he said. The surrounding people no longer wanted to listen to his crap. What the heck? I can't endure it any further. He's pushing it too far. Let's barge in. I must beat him up today. By the time the Central TV security team could react, more than a dozen youths, who were agitated by those words, had come rushing into the cordoned-off area. A few responsible security guards had caught one of them. But when they saw an old guard giving them a wink, they understood and pretended to trip while letting the person escape from them. In the end, they didn't manage to hold back anyone and just shouted out, "This is a restricted area." Of course, it was just shouting. Then, they symbolically made a few grabbing actions, but took no substantial actions. They were also Chinese nationals and had a sense of national pride. Hearing the alleged words of Li Anson, they too were suppressing anger in their hearts. But the Central TV person in charge anxiously called out, "What is this? Stop them. Stop these people. If anything were to happen, they would have to shoulder the blame." Only then did a few more security guards try a half-hearted attempt at controlling and pulling the intruders back. But as too many people had entered the area, about 20 to 30 of them had already gathered around Li Anson, the thin bodyguard, as well as the fat bodyguard, who had lost his combat strength and had just managed to stand up. They were immediately being beaten up. They hit their faces, kicked them, and a big sis, whose actions made people speechless, even scratched at them. **D. I will beat you to death. Beat them up. Stop. All of you stop. Beat him. Everyone stay calm." The scene turned chaotic as it was filled with all sorts of voices. Zhang Ye was actually the first person who wanted to beat him up, but when he saw so many commoners surrounding Li Anson and company, he decided not to join in. After all, he couldn't even squeeze in. The thin bodyguard was clutching his head, almost about to cry. "Stop beating us. Stop beating us. We didn't say those words." The translation was wrong. She translated it wrongly. Li Anson's face was all blue and back. Outside, the little girl who did the translation was also dumbfounded. A boy, who accompanied her, stared at her stunned. "Xiaowen, you know Korean? Why didn't I know?" The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and forcefully snorted. "There are many things about me that you do not know. Why do I need to tell you? But when did you learn it?" The boy was curious. The girl said, "I learned it from Korean dramas, can't I?" The boy pursued the matter. "I never realized." "Then say something to me." The girl scrunched up her neck and said, "Like Appa, like Sumida. Korean is very easy." The boy asked, "Is there any more?" "No." The girl lost all her confidence. The boy shouted, "Go to hell. You just know the word Appa, and you dare say you know Korean? How dare you translate for all of them? You sure are bold." The girl faltered and said, Anyway, he definitely didn't say anything good. He must have been cursing. I could tell from his expression. However, this side episode was not noticed by anyone. They were already busy beating up Li Anson. Chapter 405. Because I love this land. It was a mess. A fight had broken out at the scene. More than 20 youths and a few older guys and girls had surrounded Li Anson and his two bodyguards to beat them up. The Central TV staff and security team were desperately trying to break it up, while other celebrities and artistes were also persuading the attackers not to do it. Some hardcore fans of Li Anson had rushed forward to try to protect Li Anson as well. As they were all young girls, the others did not dare to lay a finger on them and only avoided hitting them. Someone was hindered by one of Li Anson's brain-dead fans and couldn't do anything, so after a while, he could only give up. "He's trying to escape. Beat up Li Anson. Stop right there. Anson Appa. Who's scratching at me? They've insulted us as a backward nation. Why are you still on his side? We like Anson Appa, so? He can insult us as much he likes, and we'll still like him." That scene was indescribably messy. 100 people had set themselves on them, and no one wanted out. At this moment, some noise could be heard coming from two directions. It was the sound of chatting and laughter. A crowd came out from the special tunnel exit, and at the other side, a number of audiences and reporters had also begun exiting the gala venue. The incident over here had gone on for too long, as the Spring Festival Gala had also come to an end. A slightly more well-known male host was walking out and laughing with a few friends. He was attending as a guest tonight and was enjoying the company of his friends. I still preferred Sister Zhang and Auntie Zhang's Woman Flower. That song is simply too. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw the fight, causing him to stand and stare with his mouth opened. What's the matter? What is this? There's a fight going on. It's the new year, what is this? All of those who had exited the gala venue were stunned by this, with no exception. No one could possibly have expected it since they were still in a celebratory mood inside, while all of this violence was happening outside. Quickly go and take a look at what's happening. Call for help. Call for someone to help first. The Central TV supervisor, who was trying to control the incident earlier, turned pale. He had wanted to resolve it before it became a big issue, but who would have known that the gala had already ended? Everyone began streaming out of the venue. The people who came out were no ordinary people either. They included the organization's leaders, some influential public figures, and their families, all people of importance. He couldn't keep it under wraps anymore, even if he wanted to. It was impossible. Sure enough, quite a number of Central TV's leaders had stepped out at this time. They had been busy with the gala's broadcast earlier, and no one dared to disturb them. As their phones were switched off, they only learned of the news now. All of them rushed over anxiously, only to be angered by what they saw. Stop! What's going on? Quickly, pull them apart. Stop fighting. I am the deputy station head of Central TV. Come to me if there's an issue. However, no one was listening to him. No matter how much they shouted for them to stop from the outside, or if they were the deputy station head or the security guards, none of them were able to get those who had surrounded Li Anson to list or do as they were told. When Zhang Ye saw this, he too was worried that they would hurt Li Anson badly. It was fine if they just gave him a punch or two. In the event that they injured him heavily, that would be bad. He squeezed himself over into the crowd and said, "Everyone, stop fighting. That's enough." It seemed like there was no need for Li Anson to apologize anymore. His face was bruised all over, so he probably couldn't say sorry even if he wanted to. The two bodyguards were the same and had their faces all messed up, but their injuries did not seem too bad and just looked mostly to be superficial wounds. At most, they would have suffered a dislocation. The commoners did not go for heavy blows, nor did they use any weapons. They used nothing more than just their fists and legs to vent their frustrations. No one's words made a difference. Only when Zhang Ye said something did everyone stop fighting. Stop. No more fighting. Listen to Teacher Zhang Ye. Yeah, listen to Teacher Zhang. The commoners dispersed backwards. A big sister, who still looked angry, even spat at them as she accompanied the rest to finally move back 10 meters. The Central TV leader stood there stunned. He shouted for so long and no one bothered about him. But when this person shouted, the other celebrities and audiences who had just made their way out and saw this could neither make heads or tails of what just happened either. Why did this young man's words seem so effective? He was simply being obeyed by everyone. Teacher Zhang Ye? Who was that? Damn, could it be that rumored Zhang Ye? The numero uno of the SARF's blacklist? Heh, it's really him. Someone recognized him. Actually, the reason why the commoners had listened to Zhang Ye and no one else was simply because Zhang Ye was the leader of this commotion. The weak little girl, who had been bullied earlier, had no one to stand up for her until Zhang Ye stood up to demand for an apology on her behalf. He even did so, without caring for his loss of reputation by blocking the exit. Just based on this action, everyone was convinced to follow him. Over on the side, the person in charge, who was first at the scene, went over to explain to the Central TV leaders. He spoke objectively and relayed the incident to them from the beginning. Around them, many people heard his explanation and finally understood what was going on. There were huge crowds of people, forming layer after layer. Many of those who had exited the venue joined in to see what was going on, but a portion of those also had to rush off to other schedules. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens rang out. 2 police vehicles had arrived and came in directly to the grounds of Central TV. Zhang Ye got out of the car and brought a few policemen along with him. When he had received the call regarding the fight, he was at home preparing to pass the new year with his family. The person reporting the incident did not make it clear over the phone, but mentioned that someone was about to be beaten to death at the broadcasting studio 1 of Central TV. Zhang Ye was confused by the mention of the Central TV Broadcasting Studio 1. Wasn't that the Spring Festival Gala's venue? How would something like that happen over there? But after receiving several more calls, he understood that something must have happened, and so activated several policemen to rush over here with him. When he saw the situation before them, 3 men were lying on the ground, all bruised up. It was really a fight. 2 big-sized men wore stifled expressions, while Li Anson was covering his face with his hands, with a rage-filled expression. Wait. Isn't this person Li Anson? Didn't he just perform on the live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala? Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. He had watched the Spring Festival Gala too, and his daughter really liked this singer. She had been talking about him over and over while watching the gala. Superintendent Yang. Yo, director's son, what's the matter? Let me tell you. The 2 of them had known each other for a long time. After a few minutes, when Zhang Ye and the other policemen were aware of the situation, all of them looked in unison towards Zhang Ye. The name of Zhang Ye was already notorious within the police system in Beijing. Previously, when he had beaten the son of the Beijing television station's leader, he was detained at the police station. He had created a big mess while he was there, and in the end, they had bowed to public pressure and released him. This was how Zhang Ye and the other policemen knew about Zhang Ye. Their first reaction was that this would be a headache to handle. When Li Anson saw the police, he shouted loudly at them. You and #@. The thin bodyguard helped him up and translate his words. It was nothing more than words of protest and complaints. The bodyguard was also enraged, as they had been to China many times in the past, but they had never encountered something like this before. Getting beaten up? To others, it might be nothing, but to a trending celebrity who was enjoy his moment of fame, this was a big issue. It might even affect the career development of Li Anson in China. Kacha. Many people had begun taking photographs. Li Anson roared, Guy. The bodyguard stood in front of him to block the photographing crowd. Right now, the situation was clear to Zhang Ye, and he had his own judgment of what happened. He walked over to Zhang Ye and asked, Did you beat them up? Zhang Ye graciously acknowledged this fact. Yes. Zhang Ye said helplessly. Then I need you to come with us. Ci Xiufeng rushed forward at this moment. It's the new year, can't you do anything about it? Zhang Ye saw her and realized that he knew her, but only from television. In those skits, he would always see her, but he couldn't remember her name. He said, We're just doing our job. It's the new year, and I'm sure nobody wanted this to happen, but we still need to address and solve the issue at hand here. Nearby, some commoners tried to put in a word for Zhang Ye. Why are you arresting him? It's that Li Anson and his bodyguards who started it. Yeah, if you want to arrest anyone, then arrest the 3 of them. Teacher Zhang was just being a good Samaritan and was seeking justice. What reason do you have to take him away? A policeman standing at the back said. He still shouldn't have kicked others like this. Zhang Ye stopped that policeman from saying anymore. He told everyone, We are not arresting anyone. We are just asking him to come with us to assist in the investigation. Zhang Ye has to come with us, and so does Li Anson. Please everyone, let us through. Central TV's leaders discussed for a while, also deciding not to step forward. They did not say anything else, but just allowed the police to handle the matters. Zhang Ye was feeling great. He did not resist, and even sauntered along with the policeman to the police vehicle. Meanwhile, Li Anson looked very unhappy and kept nagging at the police and pointing at Zhang Ye. He clearly did not want to waste his time by going to the police station. The thin bodyguard translated everything that he said. Zhang Ye also kept explaining to Li Anson. By now, everything seemed to have ended, but the fallout of the incident was definitely going to be explosive. There was no need to ask, as such a big incident had happened. The newspapers and internet would definitely have it as a headline. The onlookers did not disperse. Even the celebrities, Central TV staff, and audiences all stayed to discuss about this matter. What was the point? That Zhang Ye is really amazing. No wonder he was ranked top of the SARF's blacklist. He's really different. I find him to have a rather true disposition. I previously heard that he went broke just to save the life of a fan, to the point that he needed to sell his car to save them. His character is rather good. Even so, he doesn't have a sense of propriety. What kind of occasion is today? Where are we at now? This is the Spring Festival Gala's venue. He shouldn't have caused such a mess. The way he handles issues is indeed problematic. No matter what, he shouldn't have fought. The other party is even a celebrity, a Korean celebrity. If it gets serious, it will affect foreign relations too. They began commenting all about Zhang Ye. Lee Anson's hardcore fans were also wiping their tears as they cursed Zhang Ye. They were all heartbroken that Lee Anson had been beaten so badly. Zhang Ye, I'm at odds with you. How dare you hit our Anson Appa? Who do you think you are? You still dare to say that you are seeking justice for us? That girl, who was knocked down by Anson Appa, that's her blessing. We also wish we could be knocked down by him. What has it got to do with you? Why should you bother about it? A dog trying to catch rats. What a nosy Parker. Anson Appa, whoa, are you alright? You won't get disfigured, will you? Anson Appa, we have to sue him. We can't let the matter rest just like this. Zhang Ye, you're a jerk. Even at this time, there were still so many of Lee Anson's hardcore fans standing up for him. A bunch of girls kept making noises, and the venue was filled with their scoldings or crying voices. One fat girl even squeezed her way towards Lee Anson to hand a band-aid to him, offering it to him politely with both hands outstretched. Lee Anson took the band-aid and said, #@ you and. The fat girl nearly fainted from the excitement. She exclaimed happily, Anson Appa spoke to me. He spoke to me. In actual fact, she did not understand a word that he said at all. When Zhang Ye saw this, he felt hurt. Suddenly, more than 20 reporters squeezed their way through. Some were even carrying video cameras. Some were from other broadcasting stations and were also reporters from Central TV. Since it happened so close to where they worked, they had rushed over to take a look. It was the day of the Spring Festival Gala broadcast, and there was no lack of television station staff or reporters on site. They were initially not here to cover the societal news or entertainment news, but were here just for the Spring Festival Gala. But who'd have expected that there would be such an incident? As news workers, they couldn't miss out on reporting on something like that. About 8 reporters had gone over to Lee Anson. About 5 reporters were interviewing some celebrities or audiences who had witnessed the incident. Around 10 reporters had surrounded the police vehicle to ask Zhang Ye questions. Teacher Zhang, what are you doing here? Did you hit Lee Anson? Why did you kick him? A girl was pushed and Lee Anson just walked away, but no one stopped him. Why did you stop him? Do you think that your actions are justifiable? I can see that a lot of people are cursing you right now. What do you think of that? Teacher Zhang, don't stay quiet. Please answer us. Why did you hit others? What is your purpose and motive for hitting them? Do you not understand that this does not look good on you? Your reputation will be at stake, and you could get implicated. You might even be detained at the police station. I don't understand. Why did you do it? The reporters asked without a pause. But this was exactly what was on everyone's minds too. Yes, why? What were you thinking? Zhang Ye looked at Lee Anson, who was about to get into the car with the policeman. He looked at those other celebrities and people who were pointing fingers at him. Then he listened to the cursing of those young girls. Why? Why? Zhang Ye had a calm expression. He turned his head towards those cameras pointed at him and reporters and suddenly said, If I were a bird. Everyone paused. If he was a bird? What did that even mean? What are you talking about? They managed to react after a momentary pause. It was a modern poem. Zhang Ye did not just use plain words to answer them. He was using a poem to speak. What did he want to say? What was he trying to express? At this time, everyone became silent. This was because everyone knew that Zhang Ye was most famous, not for his TV programs and not for his songwriting talents, but for his poems. Even those hardcore fans of Lee Anson had stopped scolding to listen to what he had to say. Zhang Yuanqi looked over. Ci Xiufang was slightly stunned, but also looked over to Zhang Ye. Central TV's deputy station head and many other celebrities, as well as Yang Jie and his police team, were the same. They all subconsciously gave Zhang Ye a look. Zhang Ye's expression was calm. It was plain like water, but his voice was full of emotion. It was as if his voice was suppressing an unlimited amount of anger, about to explode, but had no power to do so. If I were a bird, I should sing with my hoarse voice. Of this land buffeted by storms. Of this river turbulent with our grief. Of these angry winds ceaselessly blowing. And of the dawn, infinitely gentle over the woods. Closing his eyes, Zhang Ye held up his fists but his eyes still so calm. Then I died, and even my feathers would rot in the soil. Why are my eyes always brimming with tears? Because I love this land so deeply. This was from Zhang Ye's previous world. It was Ai Qing's famous, I love this land, that was featured in language textbooks. Today, on this occasion, during this New Year's night, Zhang Ye presented it to everyone who was here. After that, Zhang Ye looked at those who were Chinese nationals, but spent their efforts so crazily adoring a Korean celebrity who did not care for them, to the point of feeling disdain towards them. Zhang Ye opened the door and did not look back at them anymore as he got into the vehicle. He did not know what he was feeling at this moment. Was it disappointment, sadness, anger, or peace? Perhaps only "I love this land" could portray what he was truly feeling now. Ci Xiufang took a deep breath. She was in disbelief. She could not imagine a poem like that could come from the mouth of a young person who had never been through war-torn times. The Central TV deputy station head was also frozen on the spot. Many older people, who were at the venue, were all moved. The reporters did not say anything, and no one continued to chase after Zhang Ye with questions. Those surrounding celebrities and audiences also stopped criticizing and commenting about Zhang Ye. After this poem, it felt like the thousands of people had all become silent. It had left all of them speechless, not knowing how to continue on from there. All they could do was stand there as they saw Yang Jie and the policeman drive Zhang Ye and Li Anson away. The poem still reverberated in their heads as they were overcome with a slew of emotions. All that they wanted to say could not be said as the words were stuck in their throats. Why did Zhang Ye hit others? Why did Zhang Ye step forward and resort to violence to stop Li Anson even if he knew that it would bring him a great deal of trouble? Was he stupid? He wasn't stupid. Was he dumb? He wasn't dumb. Even when he knew of the consequences, he still did it, without the slightest hesitation. Before this, many were wondering why, but perhaps there was no reason at all, because deep down to the bone, Zhang Ye loved this land. Chapter 406, Shouldering All Responsibility. Late at night, a nationwide outcry. Each year at this time, whether it was on TV or in other forms of media, the topic of discussion would usually revolve around the Spring Festival Gala. They would either be discussing a certain celebrity or program, but this year was different. On the first day of the new year, the topic of discussion was not about the Spring Festival Gala, but about the fight after the gala. It had shocked the entire nation. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. What the hell? Something bad has happened. What's the matter, Ming Ming? Why are you shouting? Our brother, he beat someone again. Don't fool around. Why are you spouting nonsense on the first day of the new year? I'm not spouting nonsense. Come and watch the news. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's parents rushed over to see. His maternal grandparents and other relatives also put down whatever they were doing and came over. They were stunned by what they saw. His mother immediately cursed. That damn child. Why can't he sit still? His father remained silent as worry showed all over his face. Jiaomen, Rao Imin's house. Aunt. Qinshin called out to Rao Imin, who was cooking dumplings in the kitchen with a deadpan face. She pointed to the TV and said, Zhang Ye is on the news again. Rao Imin took a look. Heh, this kid's zodiac sign must be a gunpowder keg. He explodes so easily. At a house. Somewhere. Inside a certain bedroom. Dong dong dong. The sound of the door being knocked on furiously came from outside. Wu Ziqing was already tucked in bed, getting ready to sleep. She called out, Who is it? Aunt, it's me. Wu Mo replied from outside the bedroom. Are you asleep yet? Watch the news quickly. Zhang Ye's in trouble. He had actually fallen asleep as well. His parents and family were all watching TV downstairs when they saw the celebrity spokesman for Wu Mo's commercial appear on the news, so they immediately woke him up. Somewhere, an old man said, Shanshan, isn't that your old classmate? That guy who does the talk show. Dong Shanshan came out of the room in her pajamas and said, Zhang Ye? What's up about him? He's on TV. It seems like he's beaten someone up, the old man said. The news spread like wildfire. Li Anson had been beaten up. Zhang Ye's on the headlines. As it was a period that was rather special, there wasn't much news to begin with. When this piece of news broke, it only took 30 minutes for it to take the top spot on Weibo. The number of people who were discussing and forwarding the post was difficult to measure, as it kept increasing every second. I'm shocked. Zhang Ye's creating trouble again. Teacher Zhang, you're really King can't stay idle for one day. Ha ha ha. This is making me excited. Teacher Zhang was indeed worthy of being the leader of professional Korean insulters. Only he'd dare to do. Something like this. Deserved beating, good beating, such a beating to make Li Anson wail in agony. What's so good about that? This will lead to adverse effects. What is Zhang Ye even thinking? But it's also because that Li Anson was so stuck up. He's really deserving of hate. If only he had treated our Chinese fans with more respect, giving them a few autographs and helping the girl up after she fell, then things wouldn't have turned out this way. Even if Zhang Ye's temperament was bad, those who know him would vouch for him to be reasonable. Li Anson was mainly to blame for this incident with only some responsibility to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye doesn't need to be responsible. That Li Anson is earning our Chinese people's money and enjoying the adoration of our Chinese fans, yet he doesn't even treat them as people? F***K. That's so maddening. I'm just angry that I wasn't at the venue. Otherwise, I would have given him the ultimate beating. Zhang Ye's impressive. That's a good one. I'm starting to like Zhang Ye more and more. Me too. Teacher Zhang Ye is so different from other celebrities. That poem was so well written. I love this land. We love this land too. That's right. Zhang Ye is really the type of person I like. But this time, the trouble he has caused is not small. If the other party were to take legal action, he'd definitely be detained. Is it that serious? It was Li Anson who was at fault in the first place. If it's really in accordance with the law, then teacher Zhang Ye would be the one at fault. It could even be argued that Zhang Ye was responsible for the whole incident, as he was the one who made the first move. Support Zhang Ye. Support Zhang Ye +1. Get out of our country, Li Anson. As each media outlet reported the incident in detail, every citizen who knew about it also expressed their own views on it. Most of them fully supported Zhang Ye and thought that his actions were appropriate. A small minority of them felt that it was uncalled for and also expressed their feelings about it. Yet another minority group, the group of Li Anson's hardcore fans, who were made aware of the incident, strongly denounced Zhang Ye on the internet. They called for action to be taken against Zhang Ye, so as to be fair to Li Anson. They threatened the police department to punish Zhang Ye heavily, otherwise they would take the matter up with them. Police station. It was just around the area at Bai Lake. Driving there only took a few minutes. This police station was much larger than the one that Zhang Ye had been in last time. After entering the building and making 7 or 8 rounds while walking, he was led to a room. The young policeman asked, "Teacher Zhang, water for you." Zhang Ye asked, "Do you have warm water?" "Yes, let me get some for you," the young policeman said politely. After a while, he brought the water to Zhang Ye, who took it from him. "Thank you." Seeing no one around, the young policeman secretly gave him a thumbs up and said, "What I'm going to say does not represent any official stance, but personally, I find you to be really great. I've been unable to stand those Koreans for a long time now. On your Zhang Ye's talk show, as long as it's a segment insulting Koreans, I'd watch it." Suddenly, someone arrived outside. The young policeman quickly stopped saying what he was about to tell Zhang Ye and said, "Superintendent Yang." Yang Jie nodded. He came in with 2 old policemen and sat down in the interrogator's seat. He faced Zhang Ye and said, "Teacher Zhang, we invited you back here today as we had no choice. We're all Chinese citizens, so I won't hide what I want to tell you. We are angered by this incident as well, and we know that Li Anson's attitude was very bad, but since you beat him up, we can only deal with this officially. Please understand our situation." Zhang Ye smiled. "I understand that." Yang Jie said, "Let's record your statement. Please cooperate with us." "No problem." Zhang Ye said nicely and cooperated. This surprised Yang Jie and the policeman. Rumors had it that Zhang Ye was a hooligan and wouldn't take both soft and hard approaches. His temper was bad, and he liked to create trouble. He wouldn't give face to anyone. What they had heard from their colleagues at the other police station was already bad enough, but it seemed like the situation was not the same. This person wasn't as bad as the legends told. Even if he did hit a person first, to them policemen at this station, it was the rage of a nationalistic youth. It wasn't the same as hooliganism. Full name: Zhang Ye. Age: 24. The proceedings began. Yang Jie had not really wanted to handle this case. If it were any other person, he would have closed one eye on the matter and let it slide, since such incidents did not cause a big deal in society. But this case involved a Korean, and he was even a celebrity. Even the accused was also a celebrity, and while they were heading back to the police station, the news had already been reported online and on TV. It had caused a sensation. As such, it was a prickly case to handle for Zhang Ye, since this fight involved two public figures. Everyone from their police station knew this would be a headache to handle. At this moment, an old policeman walked in from outside. He looked around the room, then lowered his head and whispered into Zhang Ye's ear, "Zhang, leader at work. Made a call? Peking University Vice Pre, Wu Zhe." Zhang Ye's ears were sharp, so he overheard a little of it. Wu Ziqing called the station? Yang Jie did not dare to delay, so he went outside immediately. After 5 minutes, Yang Jie returned to the room. He looked like he had a headache and was in a dilemma. Wu Ziqing probably had given him some pressure. At this moment, Yang Jie's cell phone rang. Yang Jie became serious as he answered the call. "Director. Zhou, yes, he's with us here. I understand. I will handle it carefully, yes." He spoke as he walked out of the room. "I've seen the news, yeah. I know it would affect this case. Don't worry." In the next 30 minutes, Yang Jie received a lot of calls, either from his leaders who wanted to know the situation or from those who wanted to plead for Zhang Ye. After a while, the calls finally came to a stop. Yang Jie sat down once again. He was more prepared now. "Teacher Zhang, although this incident was started by you, we understand that Li Anson's bodyguard was in the wrong first. He had pushed someone down and you were unhappy about that, so you stepped forward to help. That is understandable. Our people have taken Li Anson and his people to the hospital for a checkup. Their injuries seem to be mainly on other parts of their bodies instead of their stomachs, so that would mean that your kick to him did not cause them any damage. Now, we need to understand from you during the time he was beaten up, how many people were there?" Zhang Ye looked at him. "What do you mean?" Yang Jie euphemistically said, "I can tell you very assuredly that Li Anson's injuries are not heavy, but they are not light either. He has no thoughts of settling the matter privately, so now we need to find the people who inflicted these injuries on him. Because Central TV's venue is where the beating took place, there was no CCTV. We can only rely on eyewitnesses and investigations to find the people who took part in the beating. When we can get them, your charge will be reduced as well." The few policemen looked at Superintendent Yang. They understood that he was trying to help Zhang Ye by finding the people involved and taking responsibility. "Teacher Zhang." Yang Jie blinked. Zhang Ye suddenly smiled. "Superintendent Yang, I appreciate your kindness, but you don't need to look any further. Li Anson was beaten up by me alone. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Yang Jie said, "But the people who joined in on the beating, no one else took part." Zhang Ye answered, "Just me." Yang Jie and the policemen were stunned when they heard that. "Just you? What do you mean, Teacher Zhang?" Zhang Ye was very accepting of the situation. What happened had already happened. He was the one who led the beating. He was the one who started the conflict, so he might as well shoulder it all on himself. A heavy debt did not burden one any further. They could handle it however it should be handled. It was the new year, and since he was already being detained by the police, why would he implicate others as well? There was no need for that. It wasn't something that Zhang Ye could do either, so he replied, "I was the one who injured Li Anson. His shoulder was dislocated by me. The bodyguards' faces were bruised by me. Their legs were broken by me too. No one else was involved." Yang Jie stared with his mouth wide open, but there were so many people who surrounded and beat them. A lot of witnesses saw that. Zhang Ye said, "They merely surrounded them, but they did not move a finger. I was the one who did all the beating. Do what you need to do. I'm already here anyway. I have no plans to go back either, so whether it's detaining me in a dark room or whatever, I will do as you say." Their injuries weren't heavy. At most it would be a detainment. 10 days? 15 days? Zhang Ye was already mentally prepared for it. He was rather easygoing with it all. The last time he was detained, he had been maligned. It was Wang Shuixin's son who had beaten someone first. Zhang Ye had only hit back due to self-defense, yet he was arrested. Of course, he wasn't happy about that and thus caused the mess he did. But this time, Zhang Ye understood that his behavior was wrong, and so he did not argue. In any case, he had already beaten Li Anson and his 2 bodyguards. He had already helped the little girl, and everything else wasn't important to him. This was Zhang Ye's logic, a sense of logic different from others. The young policeman was astonished. "You can't speak nonsense like that, Teacher Zhang." The old policeman was also visibly touched. He said, "We all know that you did not beat him up after that kick." Zhang Ye kept silent. Yang Jie took a deep breath and asked, Are you sure? Zhang Ye said, I'm very sure. I will take full responsibility. This has nothing to do with any others. It's the new year, let's not create trouble for them. It's not easy for anyone here either. So after you are done handling my case, you should all go back home for the new year too. Then he reached his hand out. Has the statement has been written according to what I've said? If it's done, allow me to sign it. But Yang Jie did not give it to him. He looked at him and said, Teacher Zhang, what you are doing is completely unnecessary. Shouldering all the responsibility is very disadvantageous to you. He tried to persuade him patiently. Actually, even if we found the other commoners involved in the beating, it wouldn't be too big of an issue. They would just need to compensate him, or at worst, be detained for a few days. I can guarantee you that, so please don't be like that. Besides, the law requires evidence. Even if you claim to be responsible, it won't work. Zhang Ye asked, Did you see it yourself? No. Yang Jie answered. Zhang Ye asked again, Was there any video footage of the incident? Yang Jie sighed, No. Zhang Ye threw up his hands. Then it was all done by me. Superintendent Yang, let's not argue anymore. I understand your kind intentions, but I was the one who picked the fight this time. I will take responsibility for my actions. Don't drag the commoners into this. We will all feel bad about it, don't you think? Yang Jie was silent. The young policeman said, Superintendent Yang. Yang Jie clenched his teeth. Just write it according to Teacher Zhang's confession. We can't. Write it that way. The young policeman said, We all know what really happened there. If Teacher Zhang were to bear all the responsibility on himself, that would amount to more than just a detainment. Zhang Ye calmly said, I surrendered myself voluntarily, so you have to write it according to my words. Finally, the statement was written according to Zhang Ye's confession. Zhang Ye did not read it and just signed it. The old policeman looked at Zhang Ye, suddenly feeling a great sense of respect for him. The few other policemen present felt the same. They finally understood why so many people liked Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye had a certain kind of charm, which allowed people to respect him. This respect was very infectious as well. Chapter 407. We can do it too. At night, 3 a.m. In the police station, Zhang Ye had been brought into a small room. He was not handcuffed or restrained. The policemen only closed the door before they left. In the room, there were 3 chairs and a rather worn-down wooden table. The surface of the table was peeling too. This was the legendary dark room. It was already Zhang Ye's second time in one, but it felt different from the first time. The police station staff had treated him rather well since it was only him in there. If he wasn't a public figure, it would be normal for there to be 4 or 5 people locked up in the room with him. His cell phone was no longer with him. Neither was his wallet. Zhang Ye grabbed a chair and sat down, and lay his head on the peeling table. He started nodding off as he thought about his parents, not knowing if they would be too worried. This was something that Zhang Ye felt very guilty about, as he did not allow his family to pass the new year in peace. As a son, he was not filial in this sense. However, Zhang Ye did not regret his actions. He knew that for some matters, someone would need to step up to do something about it. Since he was up for it, Zhang Ye had not held back. He loved this land. He loved this ethnicity. And for all of these, Zhang Ye was willing to do anything. Even if it meant sacrificing something, he would still be a nationalist through and through. He was one in the past, he was one now, and he would be one in the future. He had fallen asleep. Whatever was happening outside the dark room, he was clueless about it all. On the web, a lot of people had starting to take notice the developments of this incident. Zhang Ye's friends and relatives, his fans and the supporters of this incident, Li Anson's brainless fans, all of them paid full attention to this news. Suddenly, someone called 1000100001 revealed some news. This was a newly registered nickname, created specially to leak news anonymously. The latest news is that Teacher Zhang Ye has taken all responsibility for the incident. He admitted that he made the first move and was the one who did all the beating when the crowd surrounded the Koreans. He said that no one else was involved and signed off on that recorded statement. He might also have to face criminal charges for this. Don't ask me for more details, as that is all that I know. I only made this statement on Weibo because I want to let those people who are still scolding Teacher Zhang Ye know what sort of man he is. He is an artist who has a strong sense of responsibility, emotions, and patriotic spirit. Before you all curse at Teacher Zhang Ye, could all of you touch your hearts and think about it? Do you all really know what Li Anson is like? Or do you all really know what teacher Zhang Ye is like? Do you understand why he did what he did? If you read, I love this land, once more and try to understand it, I'm sure that many of you would get it. Very few people are admirable to me, but now, Zhang Ye is one of them. Those who doubt him, those who curse at him, let me tell you right now that teacher Zhang Ye is not who you think he is. He is a teacher worthy of everyone's respect. When this was posted onto Weibo, many of Li Anson's fans did not think too much about it. Instead, many of them had a tone of schadenfreude. Serves him right. Only a death sentence would suffice. If he wishes to take all responsibility, let him. Sentence him. But for a lot of other people, it caused their hearts to wince. What? Is that true? Teacher Zhang Ye wants to take all the blame himself? He was not involved in the brawl at the end. I was there at that time. I saw it all. Zhang Ye was not. In the crowd that surrounded those Koreans. He was standing far away. I apologize. I would like to take back what I said about my doubts towards Zhang Ye's actions. This person, Zhang Ye, might do things that are maddening at times. He has a bad temper and doesn't have regard for consequences, but yet he is someone who is difficult to hate. He's a jerk, but somehow is a jerk that makes people respect him. A person who can still think for others on a day like the first day of the new year, who'd rather stay a few more days in incarceration than implicating others. Who could hate him? Who could resist supporting him? Who is qualified to doubt him? How can we let teacher Zhang take all the responsibility? What the heck is Zhang Ye trying to do? If you take all the responsibility, what would happen to you? Teacher Zhang, why are you being like this? Are you mad? K? Teacher Zhang, you're looking down on us. We took part in the beating too. I will take responsibility for my own actions. It's just a matter of being detained. You didn't even bat an eyelid to that. So why would I? It's no big deal. I will go and turn myself in tomorrow. At most, I'd spend my new year in detainment. We cannot allow teacher Zhang to bear this alone. There were more than 20 people at that time. So who else hit Li Anson? I am one. So let's come forward. Yes, we aren't afraid of the consequences. In the past, teacher Zhang became bankrupt and even borrowed money from others to allow his fan to be treated. Now, he's trying to take all the blame for so many people who are unrelated to him. I don't know how you all feel about this, but I feel bad. Surrender? Count me in. Me too. K. I'm going as well. Who's afraid of who? That's right. We can't let anyone look down on us. Now that something has happened, no one wants to come forward to accept their responsibility. They even let teacher Zhang Ye take the blame for everyone else. Isn't that so shameful? We mustn't let foreigners think that we are like this and allow them to look down on us. If you did it, then you better step up to admit it. Help teacher Zhang. Count me in. Don't let teacher Zhang face this alone. Well said. Let Zhang Ye know that we are still here. Let everyone know that. Know that our country consists of more than just one person like Zhang Ye. There's still us. When this news was revealed, a lot of people's passionate blood boiled. If this was any other time, they would not have such courage. But as Zhang Ye's series of actions today were so infectious, his stopping of Li Anson from leaving, his I Love This Land poem, to his refusal to rat out the others who had been involved, but instead took all responsibility for the incident. All of these had stirred the masses' fighting spirit, which could no longer be held down. If I were a bird, I should sing with my hoarse voice. Of this land buffeted by storms. Of this river turbulent with our grief. Of these angry winds ceaselessly blowing. And of the dawn, infinitely gentle over the woods. Then I died, and even my feathers would rot in the soil. Why are my eyes always brimming with tears? Because I love this land so deeply. Rereading this poem again, the masses had yet another different feeling. Just what sort of person and talent would be able to write a poem with such kind of national sentiments? Just what sort of a person could have such passion and beliefs who would rather die than let his homeland rot? At this moment, they finally understood Zhang Ye's thoughts and feelings. If one did not place the community higher than themselves, if one did not love his community and nation so deeply in his bones, such a person would never be able to compose a poem like this. The beauty of poetry lay in this kind of a moment. The moment when the string in everyone's heart was plucked with such vigor. When our community is in danger, or when our people are being bullied and insulted, why should we depend on others to fight for us? Are we going to complain that we have no one to look up to? Complain about each other's inactions and not self-reflect on our own inactions instead? If Zhang Ye can do it, why can't we do the same? We can also step forward and take the blame. We can also be like Teacher Zhang, putting himself up so selflessly. Chapter 408. An extremely packed police station. It was the first day of the new year. The sound of firecrackers had awoken quite a lot of people this morning. With his head moving, Zhang Ye got up from the table. While yawning and rubbing his stiff face, he looked outside, but could not see anything. The tiny window revealed a little of the morning sun, and the sound of firecrackers could be heard through it. He could hear the sounds of festivity outside, but he could not embrace the New Year mood inside the detainment cell. The room was too silent. He got up and stretched his limbs. He was thirsty and also hungry. Where is everyone? Anyone there? Hey bros, give me something to eat. If there's no breakfast, at least give me some warm water. Zhang Ye shouted outside, but no one bothered with him. He felt helpless, but did not complain. He sat down once again. Since he was under the roof of others, he had to make do. It was a bit noisy outside. It wasn't the sound of firecrackers, but voices. He did not know what was going on. Police station. On the first floor of a large lobby. The policemen on duty looked at the large crowd squeezing in from outside the door and were quite stunned. They even felt a shiver, for they had really been frightened out of their wits. Holy *T, why were so many people here? What are they all here for? There were times of trouble recently. Don't tell me they were here to chop people to death. No, that's not right. This was Beijing. It was one of the most lawful and orderly places in the country. How could these people be so bold? There are even children? Wait a moment. Why are there old grannies and grandpas? An old policeman from the side also turned frightened. He got a policeman to watch over the situation as he rushed back to make a phone call. Hello, Superintendent Yang. Hurry over quickly. Yang Jia was still sleeping in the dormitories of the police station. What's wrong? Isn't it early? I was busy late into the night last night. I'll be going in later in the day. The old policeman hurriedly said. Many people are here at the station. The entrance is completely blocked. Little Wang and I can't handle it at all. I think it's best you come over quickly. If not, get old Wu and old Zhao too. Under normal circumstances, the police station enjoyed peace and quiet during the new year. There were not many matters or cases, so only 2 or 3 people were left manning the station. The rest would be on break as they took shifts. However, today's situation was a bit different. Yang Jia was stunned. How many people came? The old policeman said, there's about 300. And that's the number that squeezed in. It seems like there's more outside. As for how many in total, I can't even count. There's too many. Yang Jia turned nervous. What's going on? I don't know. I got little Wang to watch the place outside. The old policeman said. Yang Jia hurriedly said, I'll be there in 3 minutes. The both of you must hold on until then. All right. After hanging up the phone, the old policeman bolstered up his courage to walk back out. The dormitory was probably quite close to the police station, so in about 3 minutes, Yang Jia had grabbed a few policemen and rushed to the police station. These people were on break, but due to extenuating circumstances, Yang Jia got all of them activated. A few deputy superintendents were also informed, so they would be here soon. What's the matter? Yang Jia wanted to be fierce, so as to control the crowd that were here to cause a mess. However, when he saw about 500 to 600 people packed around the police station, he lacked the confidence. Holy *T, what were they here for? Yang Jia subconsciously placed his hand behind him and touched the gun by his waist and felt a bit more reassured. However, he and the other policemen also knew that if these people wanted to do something, then just their few guns would be meaningless. Hence, someone had already informed other branches and the special forces for backup support. The police station was facing a monstrosity, so they had to be on full alert. Yang Jia bit the bullet before walking forward and said, I'm this police station's superintendent, Yang Jia. If you have anything, you can tell me. It's the new year, so everyone, please don't be rash. If there's anything, we will try to solve it. You must trust your government, the police, and the law, he said in an earnest manner. No one spoke. The old policeman said with a trembling voice, All of you, is there something? A youth stepped forward. I'm here to surrender. The policemen that numbered about 8 were stunned. Surrender? Surrender for what? The youth stretched his hands out in front of him. Hurry up and cuff me. The matter with Li Anson being beaten at midnight, it wasn't done by teacher Zhang Ye, it was done by me. And me too. Me too. I was involved. I was also involved. Cuff me. Immediately, more than 100 voices cried out. It was tumultuous and thundering. Their voices echoed throughout the entire police station, even drowning out the sounds of the firecrackers outside. Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. The policemen were also stunned with widened eyes. All of you are here to surrender? Zhang Ye felt faint. The thing that happened at night only involved about a dozen or two people in the brawl. How could there be so many people? Impossible. If there were really hundreds of people beating Li Anson, would Li Anson be slightly injured? He would have been beaten to a King pulp. A man fiercely slammed the police station's reception counter. Hurry and take my statement. Li Anson was beaten by me. Let teacher Zhang out. I'm here to surrender too. He was beaten by me. A woman also stepped forward. A young policeman wiped the sweat from his forehead. Superintendent Yang, what should we do about this? Yang Jia also did not expect this to happen. Anyone with a clear mind knew it was impossible. So many people were involved in the brawl. However, with so many of them surrendering themselves, they could not do anything about it. They had to go in accordance with procedure and take statements. They had to do them one at a time. The police station's policeman was immediately thrown into chaos. They were here to surrender, and the policemen could not chase them out. They could only get them to line up. It turned out that these people were very well-mannered and did not cause much trouble. They lined up to have their statements taken. It was rather orderly, causing the policemen to freeze. What should they do? Hi, I guess let's take the statements. Full name: Sun Jian. Gender: male. Age: 9 years old. The policeman looked at the primary school student still wearing a tiny yellow hat, and with a face of being at a loss of whether to laugh or cry, he said, "Little friend, this is a police station. It's not somewhere you should be. Be obedient and quickly go home." The primary school student refused to listen. Li Anson was beaten by me. The policeman exhorted, "Hurry up and go home. If not, I'll tell your mommy and daddy." The primary school student said, "He was still beaten by me. Let Uncle Zhang Ye out." The policeman immediately felt his head swell. Full name: Qin Juanwen. Age: 91 years old. On another side, a policeman was nearly in tears. He looked at the old man sitting across the table that needed 2 of his family members to support him in his crutches. He immediately poured some tea to serve him. Seeing how the elder did not sit very stably, he was a bit afraid. He gave up his seat to the elder, afraid that something would happen to him while here. He did not even dare raise his voice. "Old grandpa, you are already this old. Can we not do this? Please don't. Hurry and leave." The elder in his 90s stared at him with his flared beard while slamming his crutch onto the ground, causing the ground to reverberate. "Why should I leave? That guy was beaten by me." Yang Jie came in, and when he saw the scene, he nearly vomited blood. "You beat him? Just those bones of yours at your age can't allow you to even stand firmly. How are you beating others? Forget beating him up. Just someone touching you will cause your bones to fracture. What the hell do you mean you beat him?" "Old grandpa." Yang Jie walked over respectfully. He could not be disrespectful after all. At that age, that person was even older than his grandfather. We have the most basic level of judgment. With your body, how are you able to beat others? Then he looked at the 2 family members who were holding him by the arm. "The both of you, please bring this elder home. It's messy here with so many people here. If anything happens, it will be troublesome." The 2 family members also felt helpless. "Don't tell us. We couldn't do a thing either." The elder insisted on coming, and no one could stop him. He refused to listen. The old man stood up unsteadily. "What's wrong with my body? You don't believe? Do you want me to show you some moves?" Yang Jia hurriedly said, No. I believe. Hey, hurry and take down the elder's statement." Only then did the elder feel appeased. He sat down with a snort. "Just write it this way. That little bastard Li Anson was beaten by my crutch. Why did I beat him? Because I didn't like the way he looked. Name: Li Dong. How did you beat him? Just like that. Can you be more specific? I first punched him in the face, then I kicked him in the stomach. Li Anson wanted to dodge, so how could I give him the chance? With me being sharp-sighted, I punched in the direction of his retreat. Then guess what happened? Haha, he never managed to escape from these hands. I sent him flying with a slap. The old policeman rubbed his temples and looked at the middle-aged man sitting across him with a cane and sunglasses. Can you take off your sunglasses? The middle-aged man took off his sunglasses. Why? His eyes were white and were closed at times, while opened at other times. Old policeman, are you blind? The middle-aged man raged. Why? Do you look down on the blind? The old policeman was nearly about to cry. I didn't mean that. How did you beat him when you can't see? And how were you sharp-sighted? The middle-aged man held his neck and said, Can I tell by using echolocation? Can I? Old policeman. The entire morning, their police station was in complete chaos. There were only about 500 to 600 people in the beginning, and by the end, there were more than 1,000 people, all here to surrender. Some of them were quite normal. Some of them looked like they had really participated in the midnight brawl. There were others who came to surrender, which made the policeman faint, such as the elder in his 90s, a 9-year-old child, an old granny in her 80s. There were people who were blind or lame. The team structure was so complicated that there was no room for complication. There were people of all ages and professions. There were those who obviously were not involved at a glance. It was too chaotic. There was no King way to handle this case. The police station's policemen suffered in silence and did not even want to mention it. At the same time, they were completely in awe with Zhang Ye. They were impressed at his charisma. The 1,000 people who came today were all here for Zhang Ye. In other words, they were people who were moved and encouraged by Zhang Ye. They were all a bunch of good and lovely commoners. This Zhang Ye was very popular. However, the policemen were not surprised. This was because many of the things he had done was indeed worthy for everyone to give him a big thumbs up. He had done things beautifully, so it was no wonder that so many people were rushing here to take the blame for Zhang Ye. Was this scene funny? It was very funny, but for some reason, these few policemen were touched. Chapter 409. How did Zhang Ye, deserve this? Before noon, in the dark room in the police station. Creak. The door opened from the outside. Someone had finally brought food and water in. Zhang Ye was surprised to see that it was the police station's superintendent Zhang Ye who brought in the tray. He crossed his legs and rubbed his belly, complaining, Superintendent Yang, it's fine if it was 6 or 7 o'clock. I didn't even get breakfast. Maybe you don't have that prepared, but could you at least give me some water to drink? Listen, my throat is already hoarse. I shouted all day, and yet no one came. Why is there not a single person? Yang Jia placed the meal tray down and hurriedly sat down when he saw a chair. He took 2 breaths, as if he had just run a mile. He looked very tired. Teacher Zhang, sorry about that. We really were too busy. Our entire police station, except for 2 people who went back to the countryside, came back to work overtime. None of us were upstairs and were downstairs in the reception center. We were not trying to snub you. None of us have eaten a single bite either. Zhang Ye wondered out aloud. It's the first day of the new year. Why are you so busy? We shouldn't be, Yang Jie said. But didn't we catch something busy? Zhang Ye was famished, so he quickly picked up the chopsticks and began eating. As he ate, he asked, what happened? When I woke up, it sounded quite messy outside. It seems like there's a lot of people. Yang Jie added on in a haunted manner. 1,000 people came. And that's just a lower estimate. There's still a lot of people outside. What's the matter? They are all here for you. For me. Finish your meal first. Once you are done, I'll tell you the details. Don't. Tell me first, or I won't have the appetite. Zhang Ye immediately placed his chopsticks down when he heard this. He really did not understand what had happened. Yang Jie looked at him and could only say, This morning, our police station nearly exploded from being so packed. There were a few hundred people in the beginning, but later on, there were more and more people. They were all here to surrender. They all said they were the ones who beat Li Anson and his 2 bodyguards. They said it wasn't done by you. Hi, what can we do? We could only go according to procedure and take their statements. We thought we could just do it to appease them, but now, there's too many people. If this carries on, we won't be able to finish taking their statements till the 8th day of the new year. We also exhorted them to go back, but none of them listened. Our pleas were to no avail. There were even grandpas and grandmas in their 80s and 90s. We are completely out of options. Another branch has sent more men to support us, but everyone is here to surrender and not to cause trouble. They are all very orderly, so we have no means of chasing them away. So now, we are stuck. Zhang Ye remained silent for a while. How could this happen? Yang Jie was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Someone revealed the news that you were shouldering all the blame for the commoners on the internet. Many commoners were touched by you and rushed over to help." Zhang Ye smacked his lips. What was this for? He had shouldered the responsibility. It was because he was the first one to make the move, and he had led the movement. He was the principal criminal, and since there was no way to escape the charges, he might as well take on all of it. It did not matter if he had one more or less. He decided to forego his new year to not trouble the commoners. But how could there be more people? More than 1,000 people came to confess? Yang Jie looked at him and said, "Teacher Zhang, our words are useless. The branch leaders have also exhorted them to no avail too. Now, the only option is for you to appear. You have to help us." Zhang Ye stood up without a thought. "There's no need to speak further. I'll go out with you." "Then thank you very much. By the way, you should eat first," Yang Jie said. Zhang Ye waved his hand. "I've lost my appetite. Let's deal with proper matters first. Let's go." Yang Jie was stunned for a moment before leading Zhang Ye out. This was the first time their police station was letting a detained person out to plead with people. It was not in line with the rules, but special circumstances required special treatment. The matter had blown up, so without Zhang Ye, this matter would not be settled. Outside, on the first level of the reception hall. Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang Ye has come out. "Teacher Zhang, how are you?" Upon seeing Zhang Ye appear on the staircase, everyone showed their concern. Zhang Ye originally had a lot to say and had prepared his words on the way down. However, all of his words became stuck in his throat when he saw the hundreds of people in the lobby and the hundreds of people standing outside. Seeing the people of all ages and genders, with smiles hanging on their faces, Zhang Ye suddenly felt like he could not say a word. His heart seemed to be engulfed in flames. It was not burning, but because of the warmth he felt. The 91-year-old grandpa walked over under his grandson and granddaughter-in-law's support. As he wobbled, he held on to his crutches and said to Zhang Ye, "Little Zhang, you are good, but neither are we bad. Look at all these people here today." He pointed to everyone. No one organized it. Everyone came of their own accord spontaneously. Some are from Beijing, some are from Jinshe. Some of them even took the first flight out of Shanghai to rush here. "It was you who united all of us together." Another youth said excitedly, "We aren't doing this for anything else. We just want to let everyone know we ***king love this land." 2. A girl said, "Teacher Zhang, you are too much. How can you gobble up such matters that are full of glory? We want to get some of that glow too." A middle-aged man said, "Yes. Everyone will shoulder it together." A granny said, "Isn't it just beating a Korean? What's the big deal? I don't believe the detention facility is able to hold so many people. I don't believe there is no justice." An old granny looked at an old policeman beside her and pointed to Zhang Ye. "Take a look. You see, little Zhang is such a nice person. That little Li bastard dared pushed a young lady from our country down and did not indicate a thing. There was no apology, there was no helping her up, and now that Li guy is the victim, and even dares to say that he wants to sue this and that. His behavior itself is a crime. I want to ask you, if your child was pushed down by others, and that person turns around and walks off without an apology, would you go forward and seek an explanation? Would you watch helplessly? So now, why have you arrested teacher little Zhang? Can you still tell what is right and wrong?" The old policeman could only smile wryly. "Old granny, calm down, calm down." The old granny said angrily, "How can I be calm? Let me tell you, if you want to arrest him, then arrest me as well. I beat that Li guy too. And me too. Right? Me too. If you want to arrest, then arrest us all. We came here today, not planning to leave. Teacher Zhang, you aren't the only person who loves this land. Let's shoulder it together." The inside of the police station rang with the shouts of the masses. It was so loud that people across the street could hear it. Some people came to watch the bustle and finally understood what was going on. A few youths had drunk a bit too much in the afternoon, so when they heard this, they could not help but enter with their necks high up. "I'm surrendering. I'm surrendering too. F***K. This is too infuriating. Count me in too. Hurry up and arrest me. Who knows if I'll be able to share a cell with Teacher Zhang and hear a live version of his talk show." I don't want to listen to anything else but joke segments that scold foreigners. There was no decrease in numbers, but rather an increase instead. The police station was already packed to the brim, with no one able to enter from the outside. The crowd from the entrance and beyond were all excited. Zhang Ye and the police station's policemen suffered an even greater headache. What were they to do now? Actually, there were many reporters who were mixed into the crowd. They also never expected to see this scene. They looked at each other in shock and felt their blood rise up. They were used to being reporters and were in contact with all sort of negative societal news on a daily basis. Either it was how relatives fought amongst themselves for inheritances, or how old people were not helped up after falling. There was also sorts of scams, cheating, and extortion. Today, for them to see such a beautiful side of humans, these reporters experienced mixed emotions. Zhang Ye quickly stepped forward. He was already extremely touched as he hurriedly helped the old man in his 90s. Old grandpa, quickly go back. Go back, please. What did I, Zhang Ye, do to deserve this? How can I make someone with such an old age like you run around for me? The old grandpa held on to his crutches and said, "You are virtuous and capable. People like you are getting fewer in number these days." Zhang Ye exhorted him all day to no avail. He then turned towards the old granny. "Granny, it's cold here. Please go home quickly. You are making me feel bad." The old granny patted him on the shoulder. "I'm fine. I'm still healthy." As she said, she pointed towards a bag in the corner. "I even brought my blankets and bedding here. I'm planning to spend the night here at the police station." Zhang Ye said, "Don't do that. I will punish for that." The old granny said, "It has nothing to do with you. I just can't stand it." "Teacher Zhang," a youth said, "don't speak further. We will not leave. Let's have our statements recorded first. It's up to them to lock us up or not." "Yes, Teacher Zhang. Don't worry. Right, we are fine." Zhang Ye constantly said, "Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Please go back. Please leave." Suddenly, two people appeared at the door. One of them was Yang Lian, who was also Zhang Ye #1 fan. She had just finished her operation and was a lot better. However, she was still in her recovery period. She was pushed in by her mother on a wheelchair, but the moment she entered, her first words were, "I'm here to surrender." Zhang Ye was stunned. "What are you doing here?" Her mother said, "Little Lian knew you were in trouble and insisted on coming." Zhang Ye said, "Aya, then shouldn't you stop her? Why did you send her here? The air outside is so bad and filled with germs. Hurry up and send her back to the hospital." Yang Lian said firmly, "I was struck with a terminal disease. It was you who became penniless and borrowed money to treat my sickness. You put in all your effort when I was in trouble. Now that you are in trouble, I cannot lie in my sickbed." The second person, who came in, was Wei Ying, the daughter of his former colleague at Beijing television station, Father Wei. "I'm here to surrender too. Teacher Zhang, count me in on this too." Zhang Yi said angrily. "Wei Ying, what are you doing?" Wei Ying said nonchalantly, "My father's justice was upheld by you at the loss of your job and you being thrown into the police station. I'm not as skillful as you, nor do I have your powerful abilities, but sparing this bit of effort is something I can do too." Zhang Yi loudly said, "All of you are speaking nonsense. Hurry up and go home." Yang Lian did not move. Wei Ying also refused to leave. They were bent on staying here. Zhang Ye's nose felt a bit sour. He shouted a few more times, but no one present left. Upon seeing these people, Zhang Ye was truly felt grateful. In what way did he deserve this? In what way did he really deserve this? Chapter 410, Out. Afternoon. The news was exposed on the internet. A piece of news was released. This morning, numerous citizens went to Bai Lake Police Station, where Zhang Ye was incarcerated, to surrender themselves. Everyone claimed to have been involved in the beating of Li Anson and his two bodyguards. All of them expressed that they had been involved in assaulting Li Anson. According to our reporter present, there were more than 1,000 people who came. Amongst them, there was daughter of Father Wei, who we all know well. She came to the police station to surrender herself. There was also Zhang Ye's fan, who had once been of great societal concern due to her terminal illness. She had just finished her operation and was still in rehabilitation. She got her mother to push her in a wheelchair over. The scene was extremely chaotic, but the scene also touched our reporter, who was present. We could not help but think and reflect. Who was at fault in this matter? Li Anson caused a fan to be injured, but did not apologize or did any actions that indicated any apology. Is he completely not at fault? Zhang Ye had acted for righteousness and blocked the way to seek an explanation for the fan. Even if he had fought, is he supposed to shoulder all the responsibility? Hey, 1,000 people. Indeed, there were 1,000 people. I happened to walk past by a lake and saw it. There were really tons of people. The police station was completely blocked, and there was no way to walk through. They were all there to surrender themselves. Zhang Ye sure is popular. So many people helped him take the rap. It's not that he is popular, but because teacher Zhang did this too beautifully. Everyone's great. F***K. I feel like going too. Who has some means to get me a train ticket to Beijing? I can't buy tickets during the spring festival travel season. I'm going too. I plan on driving to Beijing tomorrow. Society is still filled with good people. Zhang Ye was indeed in the wrong, but it was understandable why he did so, right? Everything needs to consider the circumstances. Li Anson caused the matter to escalate so badly, yet they aren't allowed to beat him? If teacher Zhang Ye was really detained, then isn't that too cold of an act? In the future, who would dare to be a good Samaritan? In the future, who would rush up to help if injustice happens? Humanity is drained off bit by bit in such a manner. Society will end up colder and colder. Support Zhang Ye. To the comrades who surrendered yourselves, I thank you on behalf of everyone. Li Anson has really lost his humanity. He handled this matter too King badly. See how teacher Zhang Ye handles matters? How can there be any comparison? Everyone says Zhang Ye is a hooligan, but I don't understand nor would I comment. However, on this matter, I have to give Zhang Ye a like. Well done, hooligan. Don't listen to the media or people from the literary world speak nonsense. If Zhang Ye really was a hooligan, how could so many citizens step forward spontaneously to create a petition for him when he's in trouble? How can there be so many commoners willing to be detained just to help bear the brunt of the charges Zhang Ye has received? Li Anson is the real hooligan. I don't want to see that grandson ever again on our People's Republic of China's screens. Get the F***K out. Another round of heated debates broke out. Many well-known public personnels also debated it on Weibo. They discussed this matter from multiple angles. Some supported Zhang Ye, while there were others who rejected his actions. It was past 12. The scene at the police station was still going on. Zhang Ye became worried that the elderly would no longer be able to hold on. Some were hungry, while others were tired. Everyone, listen to me. If all of you think highly of me, Zhang Ye, then give me face and go back first today. I can handle such matters here myself. Besides, it's not a big deal. There are many grandpas and grandmas here. If any of you get ill from this, it will be a big deal. It wouldn't pass on my conscience. Everyone, please go back. Really, please go back. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving either. Teacher Zhang, don't speak another word. Everyone was insistent and did not move at all. Zhang Ye looked at Yang Jie, Superintendent Yang. Yang Jie was out of options too. The other policemen were the same. Actually, when they saw this, they were already leaning towards Zhang Ye's side. They also found Li Anson extremely abominating. To be worried by so many citizens, Zhang Ye was really popular amongst the common populace. And what was the thing Li Anson did? You were wrong in the beginning, yet you did not remediate the situation. You deserve to get beaten up. Now, just by moving your mouth, you caused Zhang Ye and so many citizens, as well as all the policemen in their police station, to suffer. Based on what? This matter was really King vexing. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Make way. Please make way. Sorry, we need to go in. 3 people came in from outside. The person leading them was very young. Zhang Ye looked over and was surprised to see someone he knew. He remembered his name to be Lu Yuhu, Rao Imin's junior brother. The last time, Lu Yuhu had been nosy and brought a friend to his landlady's place to matchmake them. Zhang Ye had even competed with the other guy over couplets. Why was he here? Oh right. This person was a policeman, right? Lu Yuhu was dressed in his police uniform. Who's Yang Jie? Yang Jie and the other policeman looked suspiciously at his police uniform. I am, who are you? Zhang Ye looked at Lu Yuhu. Lu Yuhu also gave him a glance, but did not say a word. He took out identification for Yang Jie to see. After taking a glance, Yang Jie was quite dumbfounded. Someone from the Ministry of Public Security? A youth, who had followed behind Lu Yuhu, said, We are here to escort someone. We wish your police station will cooperate with us. A comrade from the Ministry of Public Security came to their small police station to escort someone? Was it that exaggerated? Yang Jie asked. Of course. Who are you escorting? Lu Yuhu said nonchalantly. Zhang Ye. Yang Jie was stunned. Zhang Ye. When the other citizens heard this, they all turned silent and paid attention. Lu Yuhu did not speak further. He took out something and handed it to him. These are the procedural documents. Yang Jie took it over and glanced at it with a few policemen. There was no problem and everything looked proper. Hence, without any questions, he immediately said, All right, we will cooperate fully. Lu Yuhu said, Thanks. We'll be bringing him away. Oh, sure. Yang Jie was the police station superintendent, so he had the authority to make the exchange. After both sides signed their names, the procedure was completed. Yang Jie then got a policeman to take Zhang Ye's cell phone and wallet to hand to Lu Yuhu and company. Zhang Ye was baffled. What was going on? Lu Yuhu said in a businesslike manner, Teacher Zhang Ye, please follow us. The citizens were still unsure of the situation, but they all subconsciously opened up a path. Zhang Ye followed them out, and after exiting the police station's entrance, he entered Lu Yuhu's police car. Then Lu Yuhu looked sideways with a smile. Teacher Zhang, we meet again. We'll be sending you home first. Then he handed the cell phone and wallet back to him. Zhang Ye blinked. I can go back just like this? Lu Yuhu said, It's fine on this side. We have already gone through the proper procedures. We have engaged you to assist our public security ministry. That's all written in the documents. However, there was a pretext that we used a loophole to avoid punishment. From this moment onwards, you can go home if you wish and can go anywhere you want. My capacity is limited, so I can only help you this much. Don't you go bash whoever you see in the future. That would be against the law. A policeman, sitting in the auxiliary seat, turned around and said, But that bashing sure was relieving. I saw it on the news too. It felt great. Zhang Ye asked, You didn't violate any laws, right? I hope I didn't trouble you. Lu Yuhu smiled and said, I'm fine. It's no big deal. I still have some say in the ministry. They wouldn't care even if I did things through the back door. Furthermore, we did everything in accordance with the rules. There won't be any fault with it, so don't worry. Zhang Ye said, Thank you. Lu Yuhu said helplessly, Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank my senior sis. The moment you got into trouble, senior sis called me, asking me to get you out. How could I dare not agree? It's not like you don't know that temper of hers. If I don't do what she wants, she would really beat me. Let's not even mention how I am injured due to a previous mission. Even at my prime, Tenami was no match for her, so there was no other way. I didn't get to sleep over the New Year's and rushed back to the office to handle the procedural work. Oh, furthermore, this matter isn't considered serious and the general sentiment is leaning towards you, so it was easy for me too. If it were any more complicated, I wouldn't be able to help either. Thanks a lot. Zhang Ye said, Let me treat you to a meal. Lu Yuhu waved his hand. There's no need. Let me send you back. We are still waiting to go home to spend the new year. A policeman, who was driving, laughed and said, A meal isn't necessary, but when you alight from the car, could you give me your autograph, Teacher Zhang? My partner heard that Woman Flower from last night and was full of praises for you. She loves that song too much. She said how it sang the life of a woman perfectly. Hi, I don't know much about music, but she particularly liked it. Zhang Ye said in an amused manner, That's no problem. Help me thank your wife. When Zhang Yuanqi releases the Woman Flower single, I'll send one to your wife. The policeman said, That'd be great. Zhang Ye clasped his hands and said, Thank you for all the hard work today. To busy all of you. Over the New Year's, next time, I will definitely treat all of you as a thank you. Lu Yuhu said, You are welcome. It was simple. Then in the car, Zhang Ye searched through his phone book and found Yang Lian's number. He called her. Hello, Yang Lian, I'm Zhang Ye. Yang Lian sounded very anxious. Teacher Zhang, how are you? Where are you now? Zhang Ye said, I'm fine. I'm already on my way home. Help me tell everyone to not let the citizens take the fall for me over there. It's all settled. Everyone should return home and have a good New Year's. For those who had previously recorded their statements, tell them to withdraw them too. Are you really fine? Yes, I'm almost home. That's great. All right, I'll tell everyone. On the other side, Yang Lian immediately told the news to everyone. When the grandpas and grandmas heard this, they felt assured and left the police station. The police station's superintendent Zhang Ye also understood. He pretended not to know a thing and secretly got rid of all the recorded confessions and surrender materials. They were not recorded on file, so what happened this morning was as if it had not happened. With that, the matter came to an end. As for Lianson, who cared what he wanted to do? If he wants to sue, go ahead. This grandson must have been too accustomed with the democratic Korea and became arrogant, then have a taste of communistic manipulation. Chapter 411, A C-List Celebrity. Ranking obtained from fighting. Afternoon. Kaishiku. Teacher Zhang, we are here. There's no need to say thank you. There's no need to be so polite. Happy New Year. All of you too. Here's me wishing you Happy New Year. All right, then we will be dropping you off here. We'll be leaving. Lu Yuhu and company drove off in their police car. Zhang Ye turned around and saw his bustling community, as well as debris of firecrackers on the ground. He walked over with mixed emotions. Smash. Smash. They were still setting off firecrackers. Big red lanterns were hanging from every unit's doors. Zhang Ye was in a better mood now and started humming Woman Flower. A middle-aged woman, who was with her child setting off some firecrackers, suddenly turned her head when she saw Zhang Ye. She immediately yelled, "Io, little Yi is back." Zhang Ye smiled and greeted, "Auntie Chu." Another old man also shouted, "It really is little Yi." Zhang Ye said, "Uncle Lu, I wish you a Happy New Year. Are you in good health?" The old man said, "I'm in great health, but I have been worried about you, afraid that you would be in trouble. Quick, go back home. Your parents are still worrying." "Sure, thanks for your concern." Zhang Ye immediately went upstairs after he finished talking to his neighbors. He took his keys out and unlocked the door. The door opened. He immediately saw a woman in her 50s sitting in the living room. Zhang Donghua was surprised. "Little Yi, why are you back?" Zhang Yi smiled. "Aunt." A woman aged 25 to 26 also came running out into the living room. Her looks were average, similar in stature to Zhang Donghua, with a height of around 1.68 meters tall. Zhang Shuang was also surprised. "Little Yi, everyone was just talking about you. Io, you really had us worried bad." Zhang Yi greeted, "Sis." Zhang Shuang turned around and went back to the room shouting, "Uncle, Aunt, come and see who's back." Before they could come out, Zhang Yi had already gone into the room. He was all smiles when he saw his parents. "Dad, Mom, I'm back. I'm sorry I made the both of you worry." His father said, "They released you?" "Yes, I just got back from the station." Zhang Yi said. His father said worriedly, "Will you be okay?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's all been settled. A friend helped to fish me out. Hi, it wasn't a big deal to start with anyway." His father heaved a sigh of relief. "Then that's good. That's good," Zhang Donghua gently said. "Our little Yi has lady luck shining down on him. I said that he would definitely be all right." "Mom." Zhang Yi looked towards his mother. She ignored him, looking at the side as she discreetly wiped her tears away. Zhang Yi quickly rushed over to kneel down beside her. "What's the matter, Mom? I've settled it already. Look at you, look at you. What are you crying for?" His mother slapped her son's head and said as she cried, "You damn child. Do you want to worry me to death? What if you get put away for 3 or 5 years? Who can your dad and I rely on?" Zhang Shuang laughed. "Quick, coax my aunt. Aunt has already cried a few times since morning. She kept talking about you, afraid that you would be sentenced to imprisonment." Zhang Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. "What sentencing would I get? I only beat a guy up, and it wasn't even that bad. How big of an issue is this? Look at you." His mother hit him angrily once again. "You still dare to laugh. You still dare to laugh. Your dad and I could not even sleep all night long." Zhang Yi did not dodge and just endured her hits. It wasn't painful anyway. He said, Okay, I know I'm in the wrong, Mom. I'm really sorry. Don't be so angry anymore. I won't do it again." His mother wiped her tears and said, "You already said that when you were released from the police station last time too. In the end, you still did whatever you wanted to do. Only you can do it. Only you are so special. No one did a thing in that situation, but you still went over to kick him? Only you have a temper." Zhang Yi did not argue back and said, I'm wrong. You just won't allow me to not worry." His mother was still angry. His father interrupted. Okay, Our child has just been released after a long night at the station. His aunt asked, have you eaten? Zhang Ye smiled. No, I'm really quite hungry right now. I'll cook some noodles for you. His aunt went to the kitchen, but his mother stood up and stopped her. She dried her tears and said, Sis, let me do it instead. He only likes jajang noodles, so I'll fry some of the sauce. Zhang Ye put on a face of flattery and said, My mom really loves me. His mother rolled her eyes and said, I will take care of you after your aunt leaves. Ring, ring, ring. The telephone rang. His father checked the caller ID and said to Zhang Ye, It's from your maternal grandma's house. Let me answer it. Zhang Ye quickly picked up the phone. Hello. His maternal grandma said in surprise over the phone. It's little Ye. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Maternal grandma, I just got home and was about to give you and my uncles a call. Right, I'm fine now. Don't you worry too much. Watch your health. He made a few calls in a row to his relatives to inform them that he had been released. Suddenly, his cell phone rang too. A few of his friends were calling him as well. This was Wu Ziqing's call. Hello, President Wu. You are back home? Yes, thanks to you. I didn't help much. I heard from the police station and know you made some phone calls to give them pressure. Thank you. In a while, I'll definitely to visit you to give you my New Year greetings. There's no need. Spend time with your family. It was Zhang Yuanqi. It's me. Sister Zhang, I know it's you. How was it? I'm already out. A friend helped me do something. I'm all right. Now. Hanging up. All right. Oh yeah, Happy New Year. Okay. It was Dong Shanshan. Old classmate. I heard you were released? Yeah, I just got out. Shanshan, you went back home. Yeah, I went back to spend the New Year. You sure are awesome. There's news of you every day over the New Year. Even my small town small newspaper has a report of you brawling. Why am I so famous? You are overthinking it. I guess they must not have much material for the publication, so they added it. Finally, there were also calls from Yao Jiankai, Zhao Guizhou, Wang Xiaomei, Ci Xiufang, Wang Xiong, Tian Bin, etc., etc., etc. They were all friends who had called out of concern, and Zhang Ye explained the situation and chatted for a while before thanking each and every one of them. Old Tian, your work pass is still with me. Allow me return it to you in a while. Zhang Ye said. Tian Bin said, That's fine. It's just a temporary pass anyway. The gala is already over, so it's useless now. You can keep it as a memento. Zhang Ye said, Okay, sure. Thanks. So it's goodbye for now then. Tian Bin said, Quickly go and have your lunch. Oh right. Remember to take a look at the celebrity rankings index. What do you mean? Zhang Ye asked curiously. Just take a look and you'll know what I mean. I was looking at it a short while ago. Tian Bin laughed and hung up. His mother had already finished cooking the jajang noodles. She came out of the kitchen and said, Don't answer the phone anymore. Eat first, otherwise the noodles will clump together. Thanks, Mom. Zhang Ye immediately picked up his chopsticks and had a few mouthfuls. He ate without caring for his image as he was so hungry. At the same time, he browsed the internet on his cell phone, looking at the celebrity rankings index. When he found his name, he was overjoyed. C-list. How long had it been? He had finally broken into the C-list. Although he was in last place, this still meant that he was now a real celebrity. Zhang Ye immediately showed his cell phone screen to his family. When Zhang Shuang saw it, she excitedly said, You did it, little Yi. You've done our family proud. You are now a real and famous celebrity. That Chen Chi-Chi that I idolized back then was still a C-lister now. And that really famous author, Tree Leaf, whose books have sold a few 100,000 copies and had directed a blockbuster movie. He's still only a D-lister. Zhang Ye shrugged. Well, I did it the unorthodox way. I took part in everything, tried out everything. So my reputation is a little more than theirs. He knew himself well. Zhang Shuang was tickled by his unorthodox remark, but thinking about it, she knew it was true. Zhang Donghua also smiled. Bro and sis, congratulations. His mother turned quite snobbish. Only a C-lister, still far from others. Zhang Donghua said, He's far off from those A and B listers, but little Yi has only debuted for how long? Now, it's only been 6 months, and he has climbed from the bottom to become a C-lister. Who else is capable of something like this? Zhang Ye hurriedly finished his jajang noodles. He was in such a good mood. In his previous world, celebrities and artistes were also ranked in different rankings, but the rankings were less detailed and there wasn't a central authority on such rankings. For example, there could be B-list directors, C-list hosts, A-list singers, S-list actors, and even A or B-list authors, etc., but it was different in this world. This ranking index calculated up all the reputation and fame attributed datasets to rank these celebrities with proper assessments, which made it more credible. A C-list celebrity in this world could be said to be already known by most people, either knowing this person's name or their works. In this world, where there was so much information available, being able to achieve a C-list ranking was already considerably difficult. Yet Zhang Ye had done it today and in only half a year's time. C-list. This was the great divide that was extremely difficult to cross. If one couldn't get into the C-list, one would forever be considered as a wanderer in the entertainment circle. Only if they could get into the C-list rankings would they be considered a true celebrity. Zhang Ye had originally calculated that he would have had a chance to get into the C-list after the full broadcasting of Zhang Ye's talk show had ended, but now his talk show had only been broadcasting for a few days, and he had already achieved his target. He knew that this was because of the Spring Festival Gala's song, Woman Flower. What was an even more contributing factor was his kick that sent Lee Anson flying. This incident had attracted all the attention from society. In just a night's time, Zhang Ye's fame had increased by leaps and bounds, propelling him from the D-list to the C-list. His ranking at that time was still very far behind the leaders in the D-list. Zhang Ye did not imagine that his kick would have brought him such great popularity. He had literally beaten his way into the C-list. Some people got famous by singing, some by acting in movies, others by writing novels. They made their way slowly up the popularity ladder, but no one had ever done it the way Zhang Ye did, by beating and scolding others to become popular. Zhang Ye's name seemed destined to enter the annals of entertainment. The entertainment circle's wonder. Such an evaluation was too appropriate for him. This way of increasing his fame had King no precedence to it. Chapter 412. Zhang Ye is injured. Afternoon. Home. After having his meal, Zhang Ye said, "Dad, Mom, Aunt, Sis, I'll be leaving first. I have something important to do this afternoon, so I might not be back tonight." Mom grumbled, "Where are you going?" Aunt said, "It's the new year, spend time at home." "You just came back, and you're leaving already?" Zhang Shuang also said. Zhang Ye said, "For me to be able to come out of this fine, it was all due to a friend who pulled quite a few strings. No matter what, I have to go thank that person. That person went through all the trouble. So if I don't thank that person face to face, that wouldn't be nice, right? It would be lacking in sincerity over the phone, so I'll just step out. I might be back in the afternoon or evening. I'm not very sure either." Dad nodded and said, "That's true. Thank that person nicely. By the way, there's quite a lot of hampers at home. Take some over. Don't buy them outside." Upon hearing this, Mom did not say anything else. "Drive slowly. My car is still at Central TV. I'll get a friend to drive it back for me later. I'll take a taxi." Zhang Ye began choosing and took a few hampers downstairs. On the web, there was leaked information everywhere. Haha, latest news, latest news. Teacher Zhang Ye has been released from the police station. It is said that he has returned home safely. He's fine. Is that true? It's true. The citizens who went to surrender themselves at the police station have dispersed too. Teacher Zhang has a strong network of people. That's true. At Teacher Zhang's celebrity level, how can he not have connections? At least he has more social connections than Lee Anson. As the saying goes, a foreign monk might not be good at chanting. It's great that he's been released. The entertainment industry definitely cannot. Like a shit stick that's as hard and smelly as Teacher Zhang Ye. Or else, wouldn't everything be meaningless? This matter was well done. Zhang Ye should not have been arrested to begin with. Lee Anson's face has probably turned green. I also have knew that half an hour ago, Teacher Zhang had broken through into the ranking of a C-list celebrity. He got his C-list ranking from scolding and fighting. Haha, awesome. Zhang Ye the mighty. The good will always be rewarded. Our whole family supports Zhang Ye. We like such celebrities with personality. Well said. Some celebrities are too different off-screen. They are too fake. Only Teacher Zhang Ye is so much fun. He suits my appetite too well. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. Patriots send their congratulations. Zhang Ye really deserves to be promoted to C-list. Who said only singers or movie actors can become stars? Other people can too. In my opinion, celebrities are a form of expression and also a form of communication. They are a medium to transmit one's beliefs. Look at teacher Zhang Ye. He relied on feelings and beliefs to infect everyone. On this point, no one in the entertainment industry does it better than Zhang Ye. Suddenly, Li Anson's Weibo posted a message. He did not know Chinese, so it was definitely translated or written by his manager. On Weibo, Li Anson expressed his strong protest against Bai Lake Police Station's release of Zhang Ye. He expressed that he would not let it go and did not rule out the use of the law. He even ridiculed how there was something shady in this matter, appealing to his fans and supporters to denounce a deplorable artist. Many people started cursing. You still have the face to say that. It was you who didn't cherish your fans. You didn't help a girl up after you caused her to fall. You are so arrogant that even your mother can't recognize you. Now, you want your fans to denounce others for you. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such a shameless person before. AF*** King retard. Verification completed. Actually, I have never liked Zhang Ye. His character doesn't suit me, but after seeing this grandson's, Li Anson's, Weibo post, I suddenly realized how great Zhang Ye is. Humans are most afraid of being served as a foil to something. They are most afraid of being compared. On this matter, I give my unconditional support to Zhang Ye. Li Anson was immediately cursed to shit. However, there were others who supported Li Anson. Anson Appa, are your injuries okay? We will not let Zhang Ye off. A person like Zhang Ye must be hacked to death. Anson Appa, ignore what they say. We all stand by your side. We will be with you. We will endure all sorts of storms together. I found an address. I think it's Zhang Ye's house. Let's go. Let's seek justice for Anson Appa. We can't just let this go. Jiaomen. Outside the small district, Zhang Ye sat in a taxi that slowly and leisurely drove into the district. He realized that there were many people in the district today. Many underage youths were here, but he did not pay attention to them. He wore his face mask and sunglasses, and after paying for the taxi, he alighted, planning to head to his rental apartment. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "It's Zhang Ye. It's him. He's here. It's really his house." Zhang Ye was startled. Only then did he realize these kids were not from his district. As he glanced, he saw many reporters stream out from a small park nearby, or from hidden corners in the buildings. Some were holding cameras, while others were holding voice recording devices. They all surrounded him. What was this about? Was his address revealed? Actually, Zhang Ye was not surprised. Many neighbors and residents here knew that he rented an apartment here, so the news would eventually spread out. A female reporter raised her microphone and said, "Zhang Ye, some people said you pulled strings from under the table and used your connections to illegally leave the police station. On this point, do you have anything to say about it? As for your actions in beating someone, what?" The other reporters were also about to begin their interviews. Suddenly, an accident happened. It was unknown which youth did it, as a rock suddenly flew over. It was clearly aimed at Zhang Ye, but as the distance was quite large, the throw was slanted a bit and headed towards the female reporter. Questioning Zhang Ye, it was heading straight towards her head. The female reporter was stunned. The cameraman and many reporters did not have time to react. Careful, there's a rock. Dodge. Only Zhang Ye was fast enough. After all, he knew some kung fu. He immediately stood in front of the female reporter and stretched out his hand to block. However, he was still lacking and had not achieved mastery like Rao I mean. Before he raised his arms, the rock had already struck him in his head. Smash! Zhang Ye took a deep breath as his body wobbled. Blood immediately flowed out of the gash on his forehead. The female reporter, who had been saved, turned pale. Teacher Zhang, are you all right?" Zhang Ye could not stand steadily. He felt dizzy, and his legs felt like they were floating. When a cameraman and two male reporters saw this, they rushed forward without a word to help Zhang Ye. They did not care about the interview or recording and immediately shouted, "What are you all doing? Are you trying to murder someone?" The boys and girls that numbered about 20 did not appear apologetic. Instead, they appeared to feel discharged of their anger. They said without a care, "Who let him hit Anson Appa? He deserves it." These children's ages averaged about 15. The youngest was about 12 or 13, while the elder ones were about 17 or 18. Drip, 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 drip. Half of Zhang Ye's face had turned red. Blood had drenched Zhang Ye's clothes. Red. The female reporter immediately cried, "Teacher Zhang! Teacher Zhang!" At the next moment, people threw things over again. Eggs, apples, and all sorts of things came flying over. Zhang Ye was surrounded by reporters. The job and mission of these reporters were to interview, so anything else had nothing to do with them. On the contrary, they wished for people to get in trouble, for only then would there be news. Only then would there be a topic of conversation. But at this very moment, many male reporters and cameramen looked at each other and rushed up to block Zhang Ye. The eggs, apples, and tomatoes smashed into them. They were reporters, but they were people too. They had feelings and a conscience. Zhang Ye had protected the female reporter at the split second without any consideration, enduring that rock. The key of the moment was that female reporter was asking very biting questions and did not say anything nice to Zhang Ye. Yet, Zhang Ye saved her without a second thought. This was a natural kindness that was embodied in his reflexive actions. This scene had moved the reporters too much, so they also stood in front of Zhang Ye. "Stop! Stop throwing! Little bastards!" The few reporters were infuriated. However, the people on the other side began throwing with more vigor. "Get lost! It's none of your business." The things thrown out did not lack in some more dangerous items. For example, an apple. It was quite heavy, so it would still hurt when someone got hit by it. At this moment, Zhang Ye had got a hold of himself and regained a bit of consciousness. He forcefully endured the fainting spell and pulled the two reporters away and walked forward himself. The female reporter exclaimed, "What are you doing? Teacher Zhang, get behind me. This bunch of kids are crazy," the female reporter's male colleague said. However, Zhang Ye refused to heed their advice. He stopped the approaching reporters and exposed himself to the children. He then took step after step forward. Smash him, kill him, seek revenge for Ansanapa. The children threw things at him crazily. Some of them finished throwing their items and went to the flowers to grab muddy stones and threw those at Zhang Ye too. Zhang Ye was hit by an apple, while a stone grazed past his neck. Eggs also smashed into him, dirtying his clothes immediately. The reporters were extremely anxious, afraid his life was at risk. However, Zhang Ye did not blink once and walked step after step in front of them. A few of the younger children finally became afraid. "Be careful, he's going to beat us." A girl shivered and said, "He's very powerful." Even Ansanapa's bodyguards were no match for him. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Ye did not do a thing. He stood in front of them, with face full of blood, just looking at them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The children felt their hair standing seeing this, and even felt scared. Let us go. Yeah. He's very scary. So much blood. Aye. Stop talking. Hurry up and run." These children all ran away in a moment. The female reporter rushed over. "Let me call the police and get them to send an ambulance." "There's no need." Zhang Ye forced a smile. "I'm fine. There's no need to call the police." Many reporters were stunned. "Don't call the police?" "What?" Zhang Ye said lightly. "They are just children." Chapter 413. Zhang Ye's, personally inscribed on a small picture. Upstairs. At his doorstep. "Go slowly, Teacher Zhang." The female reporter helped him. "I'm fine," Zhang Ye said as he wobbled with each step. A male reporter said in horror, "What do you mean you're fine? Look at your blood." A cameraman said loudly, "Why even go upstairs? I say he should go to the hospital immediately. Teacher Zhang would rather die than go. He refuses to listen." The female reporter said anxiously, "I've really witnessed that legendary stubborn temper of yours." Zhang Ye forced a laugh. "I know myself. It's fine. Go back. Thanks, you even sent me up. Go back and busy yourselves." The female reporter said with her heart aching, "Why do you even thank me? I should be the one thanking you. If not for you blocking it for me, the person quibbling would be me. You have really made me. The first sentence in my interview with you was so unfriendly and was a bit biting. Yet you. Hi. I really do not know how to thank you." This was her first time interviewing Zhang Ye. She had also seen the reveal of his address on the internet and rushed here. She did not know Zhang Ye and was here just to get some information for her news article. Just thinking about what happened, she felt indescribably bad. If not for her, Zhang Ye would definitely not have been severely injured. Zhang Ye did not mind and said, "They were here for me." That stone was also thrown at me, and so it has nothing to do with you, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. The female reporter said worriedly. Are you fine alone? Zhang Ye was already much better. I'll be fine. Then, the female reporter did not feel assured. Zhang Ye urged, hurry up and go back. Don't let this news story be stolen by other reporting agencies or television stations. You'll not even have a place to cry if that happens. He even joked. In the end, the few reporters and cameramen walked away as they turned back with every step. Zhang Ye entered his house and saw a clean room. Clearly, the landlady had cleaned his place again. He took off his shoes and closed the door behind him. As he endured the pain, he took 2 deep breaths while leaning on the door. It was painful. He barely made it to the bathroom to look at himself in the mirror. The gash on his head was quite large, but as he had been training his body recently in Beijing and had kung fu, the blood had already stopped flowing and had clotted. Hence, he took a deep breath and did not look for help. He took off all his dirty clothes, and he did not have gauze at home. Hence, he could only make do with plasters. He stuck about 5 on his head and stuck 1 on his neck. He did not dare take a bath, so he only dampened a towel in warm water to wipe away the remnants of the smelly eggs. There were a few leaves on his shoulder that he removed too. Why didn't he beat them? Why didn't he make a move? Zhang Ye could kick Li Anson without any fear, but against underaged youths from China, for children who had not fully developed their values and thoughts, he could in no way fight back. Zhang Ye himself could not do such a thing. He was not angry either, just feeling pain in his heart or a form of sorrow. He suddenly felt for the first time that he should be a teacher and teach lessons and educate children. He did not wish such situations to occur again. He only wished the children of today would have basic respect and awe of their motherland and ties amongst common people. After a long while, Zhang Ye finally walked out of the bathroom. Slowly, he walked over and lay down on his bed. He took out his cell phone and saw that the news was already on the web. Zhang Ye injured. Li Anson's fans surrounds Zhang Ye's residential district. Zhang Ye protects female reporter, incurring head injuries, incessant blood flowing. A video clip was even published. It was a live video that lasted 1 minute 20 seconds. As the scene was messy, the video was not very clear and the camera kept shaking. They only filmed Zhang Ye's back and flying eggs and apples, as well as the children's cursing. From the video, it could be seen that Zhang Ye did not say a single word. He did not even lay a finger on them. Even when he stood in front of the children, he freely allowed them to attack him without blinking. No one knew what was on Zhang Ye's mind. After seeing this video, many people turned silent. Why are children like this these days? For a Korean star, is it worth it? Is Zhang Ye alright? He looks pretty badly injured. Why do I feel so much pain in my heart? If I were Zhang Ye, I would definitely have beaten up that bunch of bastards. Zhang Ye can fight Li Anson and 2 bodyguards alone. How can he not be able to finish these kids? This is too infuriating. That bunch of little assholes. It was all instigated by that grandson Li Anson. That's right. It was Li Anson who posted on Weibo to ask his fans to denounce Zhang Ye. This is too despicable. He's at home watching this bustle, and a simple Weibo post from him lets our Chinese people kill each other. F***ku Li Anson. My rage has hit the top. This is so King infuriating. That thing, Li Anson. There are people who would fight for him. Are your brains stuffed with shit? Open your eyes and see. This bunch of brain-dead fans. It's really chilling to the heart. Why did Zhang Ye make a move against Li Anson? Why did he block his path? Wasn't it all for you? Teacher Zhang was full of good intentions, but all of you? Was your conscience eaten up by dogs? You even hurt Teacher Zhang. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? This video gave many people a great shock. Not only did it result in societal rage, even the hardcore fans of Li Anson felt a stir in their hearts. On Weibo, a fan whose signature included Li Anson's army spoke. Xiao Xiao, why did this happen? It's too frightening. Ansonapa's little cotton pad. Hi. No matter what, this should not have been done. Are these people from our Li Anson army? Why do I suddenly find it a bit terrifying? Little QQQBV. Who told Zhang Ye to beat Ansonapa? He deserves it. Xiao Xiao. But we were a bit too much doing that. I have a leather belt. The army has always refused to believe that Ansonapa remained indifferent after pushing down a fan. Actually, from a friend present at the scene, Anson Appa was indeed like that. He didn't care about the fan who stood outside in the cold winter for 3 or 4 hours. His bodyguard knocked someone down, but he did not express a thing. He just turned around and left. Only for that reason did Zhang Ye block his path, causing the brawl. Although I can't fully believe this to be fact, I already plan on leaving the fandom. A few of my friends have already quit. They all say that Anson Appa doesn't even think anything of us. Little QQQBV. Don't listen to their nonsense. Lazily, right? Those must be rumors. It must be Zhang Ye trying to use this to get famous, and used Anson Appa for hype. His means are too despicable. He deserves to be beaten to death. Xiao Xiao. Our army is really changing. I'm quitting too. Actually, after seeing all the societal discussion today, I am beginning to feel that Anson Appa doesn't deserve us liking him so much. On the contrary, don't you think Zhang Ye is quite manly? To seek justice for us, he did not mind being locked up in a police station. When our army's fans went to denounce him, he did not fight back, scold, or say a word. I feel quite bad watching that video. I do not know what meaning to continue staying in this army. I'll need to cool down for a period. Anson Appa's little cotton pad. Huh, a veteran like Xiao Xiao has quit, so I might as well quit. After watching the video, I suddenly feel like I have matured a lot. I now actually want to know if Zhang Ye is fine or if his injuries are severe. In the past, I scolded him too and cursed him, but if something really happens to him, I'll feel bad. I believe many people would find it difficult to bear it on their conscience. In Lee Anson's internal fan club, there were finally differences and contradictions. Some were still firm supporters, but there were also many people who quit the fandom. The description of many people was actually a very large number. It was so large that even Lee Anson's manager turned blue seeing this. That's right. This sort of person is not worthy of being liked. Our China has so many other stars, can't we like them? Nothing is better than to correct one's mistakes. Many netizens who saw this scene felt gratified. They suddenly felt like they could understand these brain-dead fans they previously could not understand. These youths might have been mesmerized by things that matched their thoughts or fantasies from a certain period or stage in the lives, resulting in them unable to extricate themselves. It was not that they did not know right from wrong. They did not lack a conscience. So what's the situation with Zhang Ye? Did he go to the hospital? Teacher Zhang is really worrying me. Who has the means of contacting Peking University or Weiwo Web TV station? Ask about Zhang Ye's injuries. I saw him being smashed quite badly. Is Zhang Ye a real fool or not? Why did he walk forward at such a moment? Was he trying to be a live target? If it were me, I would have bashed them no matter who they were. Teacher Zhang, say something. Everyone is worried for you. If I were Zhang Ye, I would have long run when I saw them throw things. Who would stand foolishly in front of them? Isn't that dumb? They don't even know how nice you were being to them. Why didn't you dodge, Teacher Zhang? Many people did not understand the reason. But at this moment, Zhang Ye suddenly posted on Weibo. It was a poem. After seeing the poem, it made them reflect deeply. Zhang Ye endured a headache and typed word after word on his phone. The poem was, "My hallowed heart fails to escape the sacred arrow's aim. A rock-like storm is darkening my native land. A message via cool stars, the grassroots don't understand. I sacrifice my blood in the Yellow Emperor's name." This was a short poem from his world's Lu Sun, personally inscribed on a small picture star. Zhang Ye's response. Zhang Ye's feelings were all in the poem. My mind has no wish to avoid the arrows of my motherland. I love the still unawakened home. Can no one understand it, even if this commitment is handed to the stars in the sky? What should I do? What should I have done? I do not know. I can only devote my warm blood to my motherland. Why did Zhang Ye not dodge? Why did Zhang Ye not fight back? Why did Zhang Ye not retreat despite his bleeding head? A single line, "I sacrifice my blood in the Yellow Emperor's name," allowed everyone who saw and understood this poem to be shocked. Asterisk, this poem can be translated in many ways, and an English treatment of analyzing this poem can be read here from page 110. Chapter 414. I sacrifice my blood in the Yellow Emperor's name. This poem originally did not have a title. This poem's title was added by an old friend of Lu Sun, Su Shoushang, in his Nostalgia. The first line spoke of the intensity of the love he had for his country. In the next line, It described the reason why he loved it so much. The third line summarized the first two lines and did a transition, expressing the worry over how his own compatriots had not yet awakened. The concluding line was an outpouring of his commitments. It was a motto he would set out to live up to throughout his entire life, to the point of giving his life for his country. Zhang Ye also wanted to express the same thing. His country was being violated, yet his compatriots had not awoken. He did not know what to do, and could only dedicate his life to the motherland. The moment this poem was released, it infected numerous people. This was Zhang Ye. You could question his talk show program, saying it wasn't funny. You could refute his analysis of Dream of the Red Chamber, saying that it lacked logic. You could criticize him for his bad temper that made him unlikable. You could scold that he did not know literature or art, but you could never question the love for Zhang Ye towards his people and country. This was something no one was qualified to question. And I love this land, and that I sacrifice my blood in the Yellow Emperor's name, were already enough to fully express what sort of person Zhang Ye was. He was a citizen of the People's Republic of China, a Chinese national who loved his motherland, his family, and his fellow Chinese. I sacrifice my blood in the Yellow Emperor's name. A man. This is what King true man is. Who said Zhang Ye lacks the image of a teacher by beating people? Who said a teacher must hold a book in hand to teach lessons? No matter how others evaluate Zhang Ye, in my heart, Zhang Ye is a good teacher. Those brainless fans, take a look. Those so-called foreign stars, they all say they like you on their lips, thanking you, saying they love you. But what do they eventually want? To be frank, they are just bewitching you. They need the popularity and attention you give them, so as to rise up in their status. They don't think anything of you, and do not care if you are dead or alive. Look at teacher Zhang Ye's poem. Who is the one who truly cares about you to the bone? I think there's no need to express it with words. As a teacher, Zhang Ye is really full of good intentions. Yet, you take weapons and stones to attack teacher Zhang instead? I do not know what's wrong with you, but touch your own conscience and think, what am I doing this for? Wake up. Don't let teacher Zhang's efforts be in vain. Don't let teacher Zhang and everyone turn cold in the heart. Teacher Zhang, you have already done enough. You have done your best. Ignore them. Let them think through it. You must ensure you get well soon. Without you in the entertainment industry, it won't be as interesting. We are still waiting for you to contribute more excellent works. Wishing teacher Zhang a speedy recovery. This poem is too great. I've learned something. Teacher Zhang is a true man of steel and blood. On Weibo, many, who did not understand Zhang Ye's actions, immediately stood on Zhang Ye's side, helping wave his flag. What was worth mentioning that with personally inscribed on a small picture posted, many verified teachers from various schools and or teacher organizations stepped forward. They began reposting Zhang Ye's Weibo post. Peking University's Vice President Wu Zuching reposted it. Peking University's Professor Zhang, Su Na, and other colleagues all reposted it. Other higher institutes of learning, primary, and secondary schools from various districts and provinces also reposted it. Facing negative foreign cultural invasion, against adverse teaching from deplorable foreign artists, and against those underage children who were easily fascinated, China's teacher organizations reacted collectively under this poem, with Zhang Ye leading the call. Team leader of affiliated senior high school of National Taiwan Normal University's Chinese department. I sacrifice my blood in the Yellow Emperor's name. Education dean of number 15 middle school. I sacrifice my blood in the Yellow Emperor's name. Shanghai's number 3 history teacher. I sacrifice my blood in the Yellow Emperor's name. Adjunct math lecturer of Nankai University. I sacrifice my blood in the Yellow Emperor's name. A certain substitute teacher in Beha province. I sacrifice my blood in the Yellow Emperor's name. Zhang Ye's poem, Zhang Ye's words, and Zhang Ye's actions might not seem much to people. Some citizens might have watched it out of amusement, but numerous teachers were touched. On this matter, they knew what was on Zhang Ye's mind the most. They also understood the anger and frustration Zhang Ye was feeling the most. Hence, they also issued out their cries. Numerous people responded on Weibo. They wanted to tell everyone that it wasn't only teacher Zhang Ye who was like that. All of us teachers, all of us educators, have also dedicated our lives for the motherland, for education, and for our children. At this moment, a person spoke. He was a famous person in the world of education. Almost everyone in society knew who he was. He was a very ordinary teacher and was a substitute teacher in a village town. But 2 years ago, during an earthquake, he risked his life, despite already being safe, to save 18 students from a classroom. He carried each and every one of them out of the classroom. Finally, all the students were saved, but at the final moment when the classroom collapsed, he forever lost his legs. His name was Song Min. Song Min said, "Some of you might not understand what teacher Zhang Ye did, but I understand, and we can all understand. In other people's eyes, those children are just children, but in the eyes of a teacher, they are our future and also our hope." Towards teacher Zhang Ye, I have always liked him. However, I previously liked his poems and television programs. I did not understand him very well, but after seeing his poem today, I think I've finally understood him. Maybe people might say he likes scolding people and does not have the temperament of a teacher. Others might say he is always fighting and lacks the bearing of a teacher. But no matter how everyone views him, I stubbornly insist that Zhang Ye is a good teacher. He is an excellent, outstanding, and perfect teacher of the people. I only have one thing to say here. Teacher Zhang Ye, you've worked hard. Immediately, there was a lot of discussion replying to this post. Teacher Song has appeared too. Teacher Song, how are you? You are right. I also think teacher Zhang Ye handled this matter with the perfect demeanor that a teacher should have. Teacher Zhang's blood will not flow in vain. There will be people who will wake up to foreign culture or foreign stars. It is not that we can't accept it. We also do not disagree with it. They have things we deserve to learn, which we will learn from them. But towards those foreign artists who do not have the most basic morality or respect, I only have this to say to you. Get out of China. The crowd was in a frenzy. When the teacher organization stood behind Zhang Ye, the sounds of the fans that continuously supported Li Anson decreased. Chapter 415, Recuperating. Afternoon. Past 2 p.m. In the small 30-square-meter studio, Zhang Ye had gone off the internet, but was immediately met with telephone calls. They came one after another. It was just like when he was released from the police station at noon. The friends he knew all called to ask about him with concern. Some sent text messages, while others gave him a call. Suna's short message, "Are you severely injured?" Zhang Ye replied, "I'm fine. Thanks." Yao Jiansai's call, "Old bro, are you dead?" "Still holding on." Her. Zhang Ye smiled and said. Yao Jiankai praised him. "Nicely done. You are a true man of steel and blood. I am out of town filming a show and will be back in Beijing in a few days. I'll visit you then." Zhang Ye said, "It's all right. Go ahead and busy yourself, old Yao." Yao Jiankai said, "Recover well. We must meet up when I'm back." Many phone calls came while Zhang Ye explained to his friends one after another. He tried to assuage them, but his head was actually quite dizzy. He had lost quite a bit of blood and would need some time to recuperate. Who wasn't made of flesh? However, Zhang Ye was the kind of person who never wanted people to worry about him. If there was anything he could solve himself, he would solve it himself. He would not worry others, for he would feel bad too. Hence, no matter what he encountered, he would say he was fine. Besides, even if told others that he was doing badly and that he was dizzy and feeling numb in the legs, others would still not be able to help him. People were always busy during the new year. Zhang Ye was afraid of pain too. Don't look at how he usually appeared very daring, with him daring to say or do anything. In fact, if this fellow saw a doctor in a hospital, his legs would go limp. He would not go to a hospital for a transfusion or jab unless necessary. Hence, he had to endure it. Suddenly, a knock came from outside his door. No, to be accurate, it was tapped on by someone once. Zhang Ye hung up and looked out. Who is it? The door isn't locked. With a creak, a beautiful petite figure pushed open the door with all her might and appeared through the crack in the door. She looked with a deadpan expression at Zhang Ye. "Zhang Ye, you are home." Zhang Ye seemed to see a beloved relative. "Aya, it's Qinshan. Why are you here?" Qinshan said nonchalantly. "My aunt saw the news and told me to see if you were home." Zhang Ye immediately covered his head. "You came just in time. Hurry up and call the landlady auntie. This bro can't take it anymore. I'm dying. Get the landlady auntie to save me." Qinshan acknowledged and gave a condition. "Then you need to do my winter homework for me." Zhang Ye stared at her. "You wicked child. Hurry up and call her for Uncle Zhang." Then you agreed. Qinshan turned and walked away. Zhang Ye did not know if he should be annoyed or laugh. Suddenly, a call came. This time, it was different. It was a phone call from his parents' place. After hesitating for quite a while, he decided to pick it up. "Son," Mom said in an anxious voice. "You were injured? Were you really injured?" Zhang Ye, who had been wailing a moment ago, immediately felt highly spirited. "Hey, Mom. Who did you hear from that I was injured?" Not far from him, the door opened. Rao Aimin's figure walked in, with Qinshan following behind her. She was carrying a first aid kit. Zhang Ye did not speak to Rao Aimin and first tried to reassure his parents. He said, "I'm fine. I'm completely all right." Mom refused to believe. "But it's written on the news." Zhang Ye smacked his lips. Don't listen to those media or people on the internet speak nonsense. It's all fake." Maybe it was hands-free on that side, as his aunt's voice also sounded. "This can be faked?" Zhang Ye said. "Yes, it's all fake. At best, it's just exaggerated. It's the media. They all like to do that. If not, how do you attract everyone's attention and eyeballs? Hey, listen to me. Do I sound injured? I'm now planning on going out for a run to train my body. Actually, it was just a few children throwing a few eggs and cabbage leaves. What harm can that cause? Your son isn't made of paper. Didn't you know my nickname is Man of Steel and Blood? Don't worry. I'm completely fine." After a while, Zhang Ye hung up while wiping his sweat. He had finally managed to hoodwink them. Following that, Zhang Ye saw the landlady's figure and nearly had tears stream down his face. My beloved relative. You came. Quick, save me. My head is aching. I'm dying." "Qinshan." Rao Aimin looked at him with askance. "Aren't you a man of steel and blood?" Zhang Ye cried out miserable. "What do you mean steel and blood? This tiny body of mine will shatter at a touch. It's not like you don't know." Rao Aimin sat on the bed. "Then what did I just see on the internet? Weren't you righteously shouting that you would sacrifice your blood in the Yellow Emperor's name?" Zhang Ye exclaimed. "I was just acting awesome. What about seeing the Yellow Emperor? This bro nearly saw the King of Hell. Try letting a rock smash you in the head. I don't believe you will be fine." Qinshan interrupted. "My aunt's chin can crush bricks to smithereens, so what if she got smashed by a rock?" "Oh right. I forgot Rao Aimin was a martial arts expert. F***K. Then there's no F***King way to converse." Rao Aimin's nasty tongue never changed. "If you aren't that tough, then don't fake it. Just that body constitution of yours, and you want to smash your face to act like you are a big guy? You even dare to stand there and let them hit you? Are you trying to touch all of China? What, I will sacrifice my blood in the Yellow Emperor's name? It sounds pretty nice, but I just threw you down from the bed gently, and you were already wailing like a slaughtered pig. What's the point of acting awesome?" Zhang Ye whined without speaking, revealing a look as if he were dying soon. His face looked weak, and if someone didn't know, they would think he was about to die that very second. Previously in the district, in front of the crowd, reporters, as well as on the internet and to his friends and family after returning home, Zhang Ye had been forcefully holding on. He looked pretty awesome. No matter who asked him, he said he was fine. Now, without any outsiders, and seeing that it was Rao Aimin, who knew traditional Chinese medicine, Zhang Ye immediately revealed his actual state. He could no longer act awesome anymore. "Where does it hurt?" "It hurts everywhere." "Hands off. Let me take a look." "Lighter, landlady auntie. Cut your nonsense." Lighter. Don't move. I can't take it. It's too painful." Rao Aimin had a nasty tongue, but a soft heart. Her words were always very mean, but whenever Zhang Ye got into trouble, Rao Aimin never ignored him. Checking his injuries, Rao Aimin had a general idea. "Let's go to the hospital." The moment Zhang Ye heard this, he immediately grabbed onto the bedpost. "No, I'll never go. Unless I'm dead." Rao Aimin stared at him. "Go to the hospital and get the doctors to sterilize it and give you a tetanus jab. Then it will recover quickly. I don't have the tools suitable for the job." Zhang Ye flatly said, "I'd rather die than go." Despite spending all day to persuade him, Zhang Ye refused to listen. Out of desperation, Rao Aimin could only say, "Qinshan, medical kit." Little Qinshan slowly opened the medical kit. Rao Aimin took out a cotton swab and began applying medicine to Zhang Ye's forehead. "This medicine of mine can only sterilize it and do some simple treatment. It cannot guarantee that it will be very effective. Zhang Ye said. It's fine, as long as it's effective. Rao seethed. You don't let me rest well on the first day of the Chinese New Year. Let me tell you that this is the last time. Next time, if you get injured, don't come looking for me. I don't have the time for you. Turning towards Rao Qinshan. Qinshan, go take your afternoon nap. You still have to do your winter homework at night. Qinshan said, I'm not tired. Rao looked at her. Then don't tell me you are tired and want to sleep like the past few nights. If you don't finish the first 10 pages of your mathematics homework, you are not going to sleep. Qinshan seethed and acknowledged. The two women had nearly the same expression, as if they came from the same mold. Got it. Then she turned to return home. Zhang Ye was still grunting. Painful, Rao said in a lukewarm manner. Endure it. After his forehead was done, Rao helped dab the wound on his neck. As such, Zhang Ye grit his teeth. The spirit and stance he previously had on the internet was gone. People were, after all, sometimes strong, but there were also times when they were weak. Big sis Rao. What? I want to eat your red braised pork tonight. Rao fumed so much that it became amusement. I worked so hard to apply medicine for you. And you even put out conditions? Cut the crap. There's only a bit of leftovers. It's up to you to eat them. What are the leftovers? Only dumplings. What's the filling? Inside, chive eggs. Why is it vegetarian? Is there no meat? This bro is a patient now, and a great hero who was injured for national causes. Can I get a bit of meat to eat? Kid, you are trying to be forceful, aren't you? All right then, I'll make do. Open your mouth. Drink the medicine. What medicine? Anti-inflammatory medicine. I can't drink it if it's too bitter. If you keep up your nonsense, you will be left on the bed with nobody caring about you. Open your mouth. Drink the medicine and water. Rao was already holding the water and medicine. She helped him sit up. Zhang Ye obediently drank the medicine. After the initial pain, Zhang Ye felt he was getting better. With someone taking care of him, he felt better. Towards the landlady's wicked mouth, Zhang Ye always kept it at arm's length. However, be it what Rao did or her taking care of him, Zhang Ye was especially assured with it. He knew she was a specially virtuous woman in everything. Now, he did not need to worry or consider about himself. He lay down, and someone would wipe medicine on him, give him tea, as well as food. That feeling was indescribably good, and with that, weariness crept up to him. Chapter 416. Skin-to-skin contact. The warmth from his ears. His face was feeling the softness. That was how Zhang Ye was lying on Rao lap. Disregarding Rao nagging, he shamelessly refused to move. Ah, such elasticity. Her thighs were so full of flesh. Rao long legs were really not your everyday kind of legs. They were classy legs, full of purity, legs with morals, a pair of legs that was absent of vileness. They were a pair of legs that were beneficial to the people. As a man, Zhang Ye was somewhat ashamed. Rao a woman in her 30s, was in much better physical shape than he was. If she had flexed her muscles, she would definitely have a much leaner appearance than Zhang Ye. Maybe it was because of her training since she was young, while Zhang Ye had used the game ring to attain his martial arts. Furthermore, he had not eaten many skill books, so there was definitely no way for him to compare with her. Humans were usually like this. When you had something, you don't treasure it as much. The things that you don't have are especially desirable and wanted. For example, the landlord Annie's pair of legs. He did not have those. And his landlord Annie's breasts. He did not have those either. Well, actually he did have breasts, but they were man breasts and weren't that large. Zhang Ye laid down there and occasionally slightly opened his eyes to look up. He was greeted by the glorious view of two raised parts of the body at a close-up. He took a deep breath and could even smell the fabric around her breasts. Rao was wearing a gray cotton sweater today, coupled with a white pair of training pants. Her legs were exposed, and she was wearing a pair of flats. It wasn't a very fashionable look, but matched well with the landlord auntie's traditional image. Zhang Ye had known her for so long, but had never seen her wear high heels before. It was always flats, possibly because that was a martial artist's stubbornness, but conversely, it could also be said that it was a presentation of confidence. Get lost. Let me lie down for a while. Do you really think I don't dare to finish you? Then go ahead. I'm already so heavily injured that I'm already on death's door. It wouldn't matter if I get hurt more. This will not burden me further. As he said so, Zhang Ye turned around sideways to face Rao Aimin's stomach. His nose was touching her belly and his forehead buried in it. There was really no hint of any excess fat, much flatter than Zhang Ye's own belly. Then he took a deep breath through his nose and mouth, taking in the smell of maturity, a smell of light fragrance. It was probably the smell of her clothes, but whether it was the smell of the outer clothes or the underclothes, Zhang Ye did not know. After all, Zhang Ye's nose and face were close to Rao Aimin's white training pants and the underwear inside. How refreshing. This kind of life was too comfortable. With this, Zhang Ye's hands became increasingly unbridled. He naturally reached over and wrapped his hand around Rao Aimin's hips. Rao Aimin seemed like she was about to say something. Zhang Ye's head was pulled away towards his back, but he did not care. He stuck his head forward again and pressed his nose into her belly once more. Rao Aimin really knew how to live. Although she had so many properties, like the dual-purpose houses in this building, she rarely bought anything too expensive. She would basically only buy things that were at market value or below for cheap. Like when it came to laundry detergent, the smell was not especially fragrant, but as it mixed with her own body fragrance, the smell had become much nicer. Zhang Ye had very sensitive olfactory senses. When he smelled something naturally good, his whole body would become very comfortable. It was so fragrant. Another deep breath. Rao Aimin seemed like she was about to say something again. Zhang Ye could no longer hear it as he fell soundly asleep. Evening. Past 7 p.m. Zhang Ye awoke, and the first thing he saw was himself lying down on his own pillow. Rao Aimin was no longer around, and he pouted with a sense of loss. Next, he felt the coldness, extreme coldness, running through his body deep inside his bones. He quickly pulled a blanket over himself, but did not feel much better. At this moment, he finally felt that there was a wet towel covering his forehead. He did not know where it came from. What's going on? Was he having a fever? Zhang Ye felt helpless. He was feeling dizzy and knew that the injury he had suffered was not light. It was probably because of that which led to him getting a fever. Where is everyone? Big sis Rao. Chun. I'm hungry. Someone. I'm dying over here. He shouted continuously for a few times and wanted to get out his bed, but as he was feeling faint, he knew it would be better to stay in bed. He felt his body feeling shaky, as though the world was spinning around him, like in an earthquake. Zhang Ye had to grab onto his bed frame before he could drop his worries. The door opened. Rao Aimin brought a bowl that was steaming hot into the room. What are you hurrying me for? Stop shouting. Zhang Ye weakly said, I'm hungry. What's that? Gruel. Rao Aimin said. Zhang Ye said unhappily, there's still no meat? I want to eat braised pork. Rao Aimin sat on the bed. You should be glad you have something to eat. Stop being picky. You can only have gruel in your current condition. And you still want braised pork? We'll see how it goes after your fever subsides. As she said so, she showed a face of displeasure. Sit up. Eat. Zhang Ye hummed. I'm not doing that. I want meat. Rao Aimin threatened. Then I will bring you to the hospital. When he heard that, Zhang Ye immediately sat up. Actually, something light would be better. He reached out to take the bowl of gruel, but felt his hands shaking. He could not possibly hold the bowl. Rao Aimin's narrowed her eyebrows. Fine. Open your mouth. Zhang Ye eagerly opened his mouth. Rao Aimin took a spoonful of gruel and blew on it for a while before putting it to the side of Zhang Ye's mouth. Her actions did not look too caring, but the gruel did not spill and the temperature was just right. Zhang Ye took a mouthful of the gruel that was given to him. Zhang Ye swallowed it and sincerely expressed, Big sis Rao, thank you. Rao Aimin ignored him and said stiffly, Open your mouth. Oh. Zhang Ye opened his mouth and had another spoonful of gruel. After he had finished eating, Rao Aimin said, Do you still want some more? Zhang Ye still had a big appetite despite being sick. Yes, another bowl please. Oh, by the way, do you have spiced beef or something like that? Can you put some in there as well? Rao Aimin ignored him and went back to her house to get another bowl of gruel before feeding him again. After 10 minutes, Zhang Ye burped and then said, Where's Chun? Has she eaten? She's doing her homework. You should be concerned about yourself instead. Rao Aimin put the bowl down and took a napkin to wipe Zhang Ye's mouth. She frowned as she threw the napkin away. I've not done anything else the whole of today. After taking care of the young one, I have to take care of the not-so-young one. Do the both of you really take me for a nanny? Zhang Ye said weakly. If you fall sick in the future, I will take care of you this way as well. Rao Imin smiled coldly. I've not fallen sick in the past 10 years. Why would I need a rascal like you for? Quickly get better yourself. Once you are better, get lost. Zhang Ye acknowledged her. Drink the medicine. Rao Imin passed him some antipyretic and a glass of warm water. Zhang Ye obediently sat up and took the medicine. It was something called Ryling granules, which Zhang Ye had never heard of before in his previous world. It should be the name of the medicine in this word and had a sweet taste. The effects were probably similar to that of aspirin. After taking the medicine, Zhang Ye was feeling sleepy again, perhaps due to the medication. Landlady Andy, I want to sleep again. Can I lie on your lap? Rao Imin stared at him. Are you done? Zhang Ye said. Otherwise, I would not be able to fall asleep. Rao Imin stared at him, but still stretched her legs out for him. Thanks. Zhang Ye lay down quickly without another word. His hands naturally wrapped around her and hugged her by the waist. Comfortable. This position was too enjoyable. He was now wishing that he would be sick for another 3 or 5 days. When you were sick, you were the boss. He had this thought running through his mind for the next few hours. When Zhang Ye fell asleep and woke up again, it was already night time. There was a glow from the dark clock on the table, and it was showing 12:05 a.m. It was late at night. Only starlight illuminated the room. Zhang Ye's face was still lying on that classy pair of legs, full of purity, legs with morals, a pair of legs that was absent of vileness. Zhang Ye had expected Rao Imin to have gone back to her house to sleep. But who'd have known? Rao Imin was leaning against the bed frame, with her eyes closed. She was motionless. At this moment, Zhang Ye suddenly felt that he had to get up immediately. He did not want the landlady to suffer with him and cause her any more trouble. Big sis Rao. Zhang Ye said softly. Yes. Rao Imin woke up. What? Zhang Ye apologetically said. You should go back to your house. Chin Chun still needs to be taken care of. Rao Imin said. I just checked your temperature at 11:30 p.m. You are running a fever of 39 degrees. I will go once it subsides. Otherwise, we might really have to bring you to the hospital. Zhang Ye shivered and said, Don't. I don't want to go there. No two ways about it. Rao Imin said impatiently. Then you better cover up with the blanket and sweat it out. If your fever doesn't subside and I'm not here, who would take care of you? Zhang Ye said, Big sis Rao is still the best. Don't flatter me. Rao Imin said. When you get better, I still have lots of chores at home waiting for you. You can slowly pay me back. Zhang Ye did not know whether to laugh or cry. I feel that my temperature's rising again. I didn't hear anything that you just said. I feel so dizzy now. So then, I will continue sleeping. Chapter 417. This world's missing Taiji fist. Late at night. Unknown time. Zhang Ye woke up once more. This time he woke up from his sweating. Sweat was dripping down from his forehead to his nose, and it made him feel itchy. He slowly opened his eyes as he wiped off the beads of sweat. After sweating so much, Zhang Ye was feeling much better now. He did not feel as dizzy anymore, and the cold in his body was gone. From his experience, the fever had almost subsided. At least it would no longer be a 39-degree fever anymore. Awake again, Rao Imin, who was leaning on the bed frame, said. Zhang Ye was still lying on her lap. As he was sweating so much as he slept, the landlady Annie's training pants were drenched, especially at the crotch and thigh areas. It was a little strange to see that. He said, Yeah, I'm awake and feel better already. Raise your arms. Rao Imin said. Zhang Ye asked, What for? I asked you to raise them, so just do it. Rao Imin was holding a thermometer in her hands as she waited for Zhang Ye to raise his arms. Then she stuck it into his armpits when he did. Look at you. You look so weak and frail. Don't fight with others in the future. Do you really think you have learnt martial arts? Zhang Ye snorted. I really did learn some. Rao Imin contemptibly said. With just those few taekwondo moves, you might be able to beat those useless bodyguards of Li Anson. But if you really meet a proper martial artist, then you would be beaten hands down. Zhang Ye boastfully said. Who says that I only know taekwondo? You're not the only person who has learned martial arts before. If I only had those few moves of taekwondo, I wouldn't be able to beat Li Anson's bodyguards. It's just some martial arts. This bro has learned it before too. Rao Imin was tickled. And what did you learn? Zhang Ye answered as though he was telling the truth. Taiji fist. Rao Imin was stunned for a little. Yo? You know about Taiji fist. What's there not to know? Zhang Ye was intrigued by the way Rao Aimin replied to him. Rao Aimin looked at him and said, "Everyone knows that Taiji is an ancient school of thought. There are many ancient books that have records about it. In the system of change, there is the great ultimate. It generates the two modes, yin and yang. The two modes generate the four forms, major and minor yin and yang. The four forms generate the 8 trigrams. Its relationship runs deep with our 8 trigrams learnings. But Taiji Fist is something that I have only heard of. This school of martial arts has very little relation to Taiji. The people who know about it could be said to be rarer than rare." Zhang Ye said with a blank stare, "Landlady auntie, I am not well learned, but don't try to fool a layman like me. Taiji Fist, what's there not to know about?" Rao Aimin said, "Did your fever cause you to become befuddled?" "What am I befuddled about?" Zhang Ye said as a matter of factly. "In this age and time, who doesn't know a few moves of Taiji Fist?" Zhang Ye's mindset was still stuck in his previous world. In that world, what was Taiji Fist? Men and women, old and young, from a few years old to 100 years old, it was known by all. Not only was it known, they could even practice a few moves of it. Look at all those gardens in the communities. Which one of them did not have someone practicing Taiji? Even if you were to pick out anyone in the streets, whether they really knew it or not, they could still make a few movements of Taiji Fist. A common martial arts like this, yet Rao Aimin was telling him that not many people knew about it. Rao Aimin was also feeling rather speechless. "You know some moves?" "Of course I do," Zhang Ye blurted. Rao Aimin laughed. "All right, you don't need to show it to me, but tell me what Taiji Fist is." Zhang Ye began saying, "Taiji Fist is a traditional school of thought in Taoism of the People's Republic of China, with its core being Taiji. The theory of yin and yang can be used for health, longevity, mental freshness, and used to counter various skills as a whole. It combines the transformations of the 5 elements from Taiji philosophy, traditional Chinese medicine's meridian studies, and ancient circulatory and breathing techniques into one that is both gentle, slow, light, both internally and externally. It's a traditional fist style that incorporates the concept of hard and soft." After hearing that, Rao Aimin did not show any expressions and said, "Will you die if you don't bullshit? You make it sound as if it were real." Zhang Ye could not take that lying down and answered back, "What am I bullshitting about?" Rao Aimin told him, "Taiji Fist has already been a lost art for a few hundred years ago. Where could you possibly have learned it from?" With that, it was now Zhang Ye's turn to be stunned. "Huh? Lost? It can't be." Rao Aimin glanced at him. "I have been training with my elders since I was 6 years old. At 10, I officially began my training in the 8 trigram palms. When I was training, you weren't even born yet. So what do you know? Trying to fool me with your nonsense. If you want to listen, I will tell you instead. A few hundred years ago, there was a legend that Taiji Fist had created a stir in the martial arts world. This school of martial arts had appeared with no one knowing where it had originated from. A master in martial arts had used Taiji Fist to defeat the 8 trigrams, Xingyi and 18 other schools of martial arts. But after the wars, it disappeared without a trace. Taiji Fist was lost in such manner from the world. After those times, no disciple or master of Taiji Fist has appeared in our world since. Zhang Ye finally understood the history of Taiji Fist in this world. It was totally different from what had happened in his world. The originator of this martial arts school might even be different. Rao Aimin continued, "As for the reasons behind it, there are lots of diverse opinions. One says that the master behind it had followed the ancient teachings of Taiji to create the moves. After his death, he had no successor, and therefore Taiji Fist was lost. Another said that Taiji Fist was just a legend, as there have been no records of it found in any writings. It only existed through word of mouth, therefore it was not proven to exist, and could have been fabricated because of some historical reasons. Of course, on the second opinion, I still have my reservations. I've only heard about it from my teacher, and my teacher had heard it from his teacher, but they claimed that Taiji Fist did exist before and was a very legendary form of martial arts. The only problem is that those who have seen it with their own eyes have already been dead for hundreds of years. As for how strong Taiji Fist was and what kind of moves it consisted of, no one has an answer. What's left behind is only fragments of a legend. That is all that I know, but there might be others who know more about it." Zhang Ye had some thoughts. Taiji Fist was a lost martial arts? Then how did the old people of this world keep their bodies healthy? Thinking about it more, Zhang Ye realized that he was the only person who knew Taiji Fist in this world. No wonder. No wonder the previous few times that Zhang Ye had used it had always left others wondering what kind of martial arts it was. At the monastery, Zhang Ye used Taiji Fist to fight with those monks. Logically speaking, those monks were also martial arts practitioners. Whether they used their own martial arts or another school's martial arts, they should have a lot of knowledge about most kinds. Yet they were shocked by Zhang Ye's kung fu. None of them could identify the martial arts Zhang Ye used by name. Also during the hijacking incident, Zhang Ye had used Taiji Fist against the terrorist who was a Muay Thai expert. Neither the terrorist nor the other passengers had identified the kung fu that he used then either. At that time, Zhang Ye did not notice this. Thinking back, he realized the reason for all of that. It wasn't because they were ignorant. It was because no one had ever seen Taiji Fist in action before. Even Rao who was the eldest disciple of the 8 trigram palms, had only heard of the legend of Taiji Fist. Rao told him. So that's why if you want to bullshit in the future, you should just say that you know Wing Chun and I might believe you. But telling me you know Taiji Fist? Why don't you claim that you know the 18 devils subduing palms? That mouth of her was so vile. Zhang Ye. 5 minutes had passed. His temperature had dropped to 38.3 degrees. It was still in the range of a fever, but it was getting much better. Rao was very caring and thoughtful. Although she always had a look of reluctance, occasionally criticizing Zhang Ye, her actions made him feel very well taken care of. She took a glass of warm water for him to drink. After he finished drinking, Rao would pour another glass for him. Zhang Ye shook his head. I'm not having any more. Drink it. Rao ordered him. Zhang Ye could only reluctantly drink it all up before giving a burp. His mind had already wandered off, thinking about the issue of Taiji Fist. Me bullshit? But I'm really not bullshitting. I've really king seen Taiji Fist, and I even know how to use it. Zhang Ye could even speak incessantly about the various styles like Chun, Yang, Wu, W, Sun, He, etc., etc., etc. Each style of Taiji Fist had some differences, but all of it originated from Taiji Yin Yang. He could even tell Rao about how Taiji Fist consisted of the basics: parry, retraction, press, side push, pluck, divide, elbow, shoulder, forward, backward, left, right, and balance. But he could not say all of that. Even if he did, no one would believe it, as no one in this world had even seen it before. So why would he be the one to know about it? Still thinking? Go to sleep quickly. Rao was never polite with Zhang Ye. She always sounded as though she was commanding him around. All right, actually she did this to everyone too. Zhang Ye was already used to it. Zhang Ye tersely acknowledged. Rao said, if you really want to learn martial arts, tell me what you want to learn. Even though I do not have good relations with other martial arts practitioners, nor do I have many friends in there as most of them prefer not to see me. But my reputation still carries some weight. If you wish to learn something, I can recommend you. There's no need to pay school fees. You can just follow them and practice together, but I still maintain my stance that at your age, you're past the age of learning martial arts. I started at just a few years old to learn the basics. Even if most people do not start as early as me, they also begin learning in their teens. You're already over 20 now. Even if you wanted to learn butchering, they might say that you're too old for it. You should just stick to physical strengthening. That's about all you can do. And you even wanted to learn it to fight with other people? Then you might as well just continue learning Taekwondo, Muay Thai, or Karate. Those are simpler and much easier to pick up. Zhang Ye asked. Then in martial arts, which school is the strongest? Rao looked at him a few times and said, to even ask a question like that shows me how much of an amateur you are. How can martial arts be gauged as strong or weak? The only thing that can be gauged in this way are people. Even if a lot of people might look down on certain martial arts, if the person practicing it has a high standard and is well learned, they can still be called masters. Zhang Ye asked, what about you? What's your level? Rao said dully, me? I don't have any level. What kind of times are we in now? In this age of modern weapons like missiles and machine guns, even if you are great in some martial art, if a bullet comes your way, you'll be dead meat. She didn't sound like she was willing to reveal anything further. Stop talking rubbish and go to sleep. Chapter 418. The privileges of being sick. Middle of the night. Rao Aimin had just finished her conversation with Zhang Ye on the topic of martial arts. She covered him back up with a blanket so that he could have a good rest. Suddenly, Chen entered the house through the unlocked door. Aunt, what? I have to pee. Didn't I already teach you how to climb onto the toilet? I couldn't reach it, and I really have to pee. Chen was in a half-asleep state and stood there in her pajamas. Zhang Ye heard her and joined in saying, I have to pee too. With a look of unwillingness, Rao Aimin picked Chen up. She kicked open Zhang Ye's bathroom door and placed Chen on the toilet. She nagged, when the big one is done, the little one comes. When the little one is done, the big one comes back. Can't you both just let me take a break? Chen was done. Rao Aimin held Chen's chin and said, Go back and sleep. ORH, said Chen, who was still half asleep. She was still whining as she walked back. Zhang Ye urged, Landlord auntie, help me get my coat. I need to use the bathroom too. Rao Aimin opened his clothes cabinet with an annoyed look before randomly picking out a coat and throwing it onto the bed. She was probably tired too, as she took off her slippers after sitting on the bed. Her legs went on the bed as well as she snugged herself inside the warm blanket. She did not lie down, but just leaned against the bed's headboard. She basically sat there with her arms crossed and shut her eyes for a nap. Zhang Ye, who was in his long johns, put on the coat and went to the toilet. Although he was still a little dizzy, he was already feeling much better than he had been before. When he came back to bed, he crawled into the blanket and leaned his back against the wall. I'll be sleeping for a while, Rao Aimin said. Zhang Ye said, Sure, you should rest a little. Call me if there's anything. Don't bother me if there's nothing, Rao Aimin said without opening her eyes. Zhang Ye probably had already slept too much today and was not feeling too sleepy anymore. After tossing and turning for a while, he opened his eyes. Using the moonlight, he glanced at Rao Aimin beside him. Her resting face was very beautiful, both her side profile and her frontal profile. The side of her face looked very slim and cut. Her chin was also a bit sharp. Zhang Ye did not care if she was asleep or not. With a shift of his body, he moved over. He laid on Big Sis Rao's legs as if he was no outsider. Rao Aimin had tucked both her legs under the blanket, but she was still sitting in a leaning position, so there was an angle. It was also a perfect place for Zhang Ye to lay on. His head was just above the blanket, and the side of his head was on Rao Aimin's stomach. In a weak state, people did not consider many things. Their thoughts also became simpler. As such, he also became bolder. Zhang Ye could not sit still after lying down honestly for 5 minutes. As he closed his eyes, his hands reached towards Rao Aimin's legs. With a tiny pinch, he immersed himself in the elastic, fleshy thighs underneath her yoga pants. After adjusting his head's position, Zhang Ye freely touched Rao Aimin's stomach with his hands, pulling open her gray sweater, snuggling his hands in. Oh, there were still long johns underneath. As the lighting wasn't good, he could not tell what color it was. Zhang Ye decided that he might as well pull the long johns away. With that, he stuck his palm onto Big Sis Rao's tummy. Her skin was thin, and as he stroked it, it was rather smooth. Rao Aimin did not move. Zhang Ye had not taken advantage of Big Sis Rao in a while. He could not see her after going to Shanghai, and when he was back in Beijing, he could only engage in short conversation. There was so much to talk about, yet he didn't have the opportunity. Now, with an opportunity in hand, Zhang Ye's principles of the need to succeed at every crime he did, he naturally had to get something. Zhang Ye had done such things before too, but all he got in the end was a quite terrible state. If it wasn't a shoulder flip from the landlady, it was twisting his arm till it nearly dislocated. However, he was now a patient, and a patient had patient privileges. His hand sneaked in. Bit by bit, his hand moved higher. Belly, navel. Zhang Ye used the sensory signals from his palm to find various locations. Suddenly, his fingernails and fingers touched a piece of fabric. It was very soft, and clearly it was her bra. There couldn't be anything else at this spot. Without any hesitation, Zhang Ye moved his fingers and slowly slid them in. Finally, he inserted his whole hand in, as it was enveloped by the bra. His palm immediately felt flesh. His fingertips were filled with the elastic fullness of flesh, so much so to the point of his fingers nearly being squeezed out. As for the back of his hand, it was tightly cupped by the bra. Thankfully, Rao Aimin's bra today did not have a wire, or his hand would not have been able to squeeze in. It felt great. He had succeeded. Zhang Ye was satisfied. With the advantage taken, he suddenly felt his entire being feel much better. His fever seemed to subside even more. It might not even be 38 degrees Celsius anymore. As his palm felt the warmth from Rao Aimin's flesh, which was cooler than him by just a bit, so it was not very obvious. It meant that their body temperatures were quite similar. Fascinating. Taking advantage of her could heal him? What are you doing? A woman's voice came from above him. Zhang Ye coughed and said, "Nothing. I'm just finding a position to sleep in." In the darkness, the female voice said, "Kid, is this your sleeping position? Didn't I say not to bother me if there's nothing? Are you not going to let me rest?" Zhang Ye said with an embarrassed face, "Sure. Go ahead and sleep." The female voice said, "Cut the crap. Take your hand out." "No," Zhang Ye shamelessly said. "If I don't grab something, I can't sleep well." The female voice sneered, "Do you want me to make a move?" Zhang Ye lay there like a hooligan. "Make your move. I'm already at death's door anyways. I'm dizzy and everything in front of me is a blur. A touch would shatter me. If you aren't afraid I'll faint, then make your move." As he said, he cried out painfully, My head is hurting again. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying." "Huh." Zhang Ye's head was struck by a person. "Little bastard, you dare to play games with me." The female voice said. Zhang Ye said speechlessly, "You really hit me?" Actually, it did not hurt one bit. But this fellow said with exaggeration, "I'm finished. My hand has lost its sense of touch. My consciousness is turning blur. My body. Enough of that. Hurry up and go back to sleep." After the female voice said that, there was silence. Zhang Ye peeped at Rao Aimin from the narrow slit in his eyes and realized she had gone back to sleep with her eyes closed. She also did not fuss with the hand that was in her bra. Zhang Ye had a general idea and slowly took out his hand from her left bra cup, but did not fully remove it, but instead switched to the other side. He then squeezed it into the right bra cup. Immediately, his palm, fingers, and even fingernails experienced softness. It was as if he was lying on a cotton field. It was as if he was in the ocean. Zhang Ye felt extremely comfortable. With a move of his legs, he scissored Rao Aimin's legs in between his own. And at this moment, sleepiness crept up to him. Chapter 419, Lucky Draw, X-ray Vision Eye Drops. Morning. At the break of dawn, the familiar scent of gruel entered Zhang Ye's nose. Zhang Ye subconsciously sniffed a little and woke up under the blanket. He rubbed his belly in hunger and turned his head. In front of him in the open kitchen, a hot steaming pot of gruel was cooking. He did not know when Rao Aimin had woken up, but he saw her standing there with her arms folded, looking at Qinshan. Meanwhile, Qinshan was forcefully made to sit at the table as she did her homework. "Aunt, I'm hungry. You can eat after you've finished your homework. There's so much left to do. I'm hungry. You asked for it by not completing your homework last night. I already told you to finish it before sleeping, but you just didn't put my words to heart. Must you really need someone to supervise you? But I'm really hungry. Will you still do this again in the future?" "I won't dare to." "Eat then. After you have eaten, continue doing your homework." Rao Aimin glanced sharply at Qinshan before she went to get a bowl of gruel for her. Zhang Ye also sat up and said, "I want a bowl too." Rao Aimin looked at him in a bad mood. "Woke up already? There's a thermometer beside you, so check your own temperature." As she said that, she had already filled up 3 bowls of porridge. Qinshan did not wait for Zhang Ye and picked up her spoon and began to eat. Zhang Ye reluctantly checked his temperature and then announced, 37.3 degrees. "Let me see." Rao Aimin said worriedly, thinking that he was stupid enough to not know how to read a thermometer. She took a look at it and said, "All right, your fever has subsided. Put on your clothes and come eat." When Zhang Ye had his feet on the ground, he felt his body was as light as a swallow and was no longer dizzy. Rao Aimin went over. "Sit and don't move around." She slowly removed the bandage from his head and said, "All right, the wound is not festering. Just rest for a few more days and you'll be fine." After saying that, she did not go over to eat, but instead applied another round of medicine to his forehead and neck. Only after cleaning the wounds and rebandaging them did she join them to eat. The steamed buns were probably hand-made by Rao Aimin, since the stalls outside were not open today. Everyone had gone home to celebrate the new year, and even if some of them were opened, their buns couldn't possibly be as good as Rao Aimin's. Although old Rao's mouth was vicious, there really was nothing that could be picked on about her cooking. Zhang Ye ate 2 big bowls of gruel and also ate steamed buns. He exclaimed, "Delicious." After saying that, he was about to take another, even though there was only one left on the plate. Qinshan was ready to fight him for it. "It's mine." Zhang Ye did not care that she was a child. He said, "Your uncle Zhang is a sick man. You ought to give in to me." Qinshan said, "You've already had 8 of them." Zhang Ye said, "You had as much as me." Qinshan said, "I helped my aunt steam those buns." The two of them battled over it with their chopsticks for a long time while bickering. Finally, Rao stepped in. She used her chopsticks to hit both of them on the head and said, "Be honest. Didn't you notice that I haven't even had 1 bun? What are you fighting over it for?" With that, she took it for herself in all fairness. Zhang Ye tried to stop her. Qinshan also extended her chopsticks to try to snatch it away. "Give it to me." But Rao chopsticks seemed like they were alive. With a push, a twist, and a wave, those few beautiful strokes in the air, that was like a simple move from the 8 trigrams, had caused Zhang Ye and Qinshan's chopsticks to be deflected away. Rao picked up the bun and ate it herself. Zhang Ye's eyes darkened. "We're just eating buns. Do you really have to resort to kung fu?" Qinshan pouted. That small look of hers had fully emulated her aunt's expressions. After eating, Rao ordered, "Qinshan, go back to our house and finish your homework. Hurry up. If you don't finish at least 10 pages, don't think of getting lunch. Little Zhang, go and take a bath. Look at you, smelling of rotten eggs. Go bathe and take your medicine. After that, do what you need to do. That kind of light injury shouldn't affect you so badly." When she finished saying that, she stretched her waist and yawned. "I will take a bath and then take a nap. This night has tired me out." Zhang Ye said, "I will be coming over for lunch later then." Rao glanced sidewards at him. "You're in full spirits whenever there's talk about food." Qinshan smirked. Her, glutton. "You as well." Rao scolded Qinshan. "I don't usually see you eat so much at home, but when someone wants to snatch your food, your appetite becomes so great." Zhang Ye also her ed. Soon enough, Rao brought Qinshan back to their house. She was still worried as she was leaving. She said, "Don't let your wounds get wet when you shower. You can use cling wrap if you can't keep them dry." "Hear that?" Zhang Ye said, "I got it." Pung. The landlady slammed the door. Zhang Ye also found himself smelly. Yesterday, he had only simply wiped himself clean and did not take a proper shower. After a night of sweating, he could not take a shower anymore. He went into the bathroom, got naked, and used the shower head to carefully wash himself clean without wetting his wounds. Men shower very quickly, so he was done in a few minutes. When he came out, Zhang Ye went back to his bed and sat down. He stretched himself and was in high spirits. He definitely felt much better than yesterday. He was feeling totally refreshed today. This was all thanks to the landlord auntie's overnight care for him. If he had been alone, who knew how long he would have been sick for? He had recovered from his